Chapter 1. The strike came toward Lin Xian's face at the speed of falling water. Elder whose palm bore down with a force that made the air shimmer. The demonstration was meant to be introductory, a basic Qirending strike for the assembly of new outer disciples. Safe. Controlled. Beneath the notice of anyone who'd trained past their third month. Lin Xian saw something else. In that half-heartbeat before the palm landed, everything fractured into layers. Not layers of air or distance, but layers of intention. The strike had a skeleton, and the skeleton had a moment of being born. There. That instant when Elder whose chi pooled at his elbow and committed to the shape of a striking force. Before the palm was even fully extended. Before the impact could register. That was the moment. The first movement. Lin Xian didn't think. His body moved sideways with a fluidity that felt like breathing. His forearm came up and deflected the strike, diverting the force harmlessly past his shoulder. The sound of the contact was sharp, cloth against cloth, skin against air where the chi had been. Silence fell across the ceremony grounds. 200 outer disciples stood frozen in their new robes. The morning sun caught the edges of the mountain compound's stone walls. Somewhere below, the flowing jade river whispered against its banks. Elder who stared at his extended palm as if it belonged to someone else. Remarkable luck, the elder said at last. His voice carried the rasp of age, the reflexes of a hunting cat. But Lin Xian was still feeling the afterimage of what he'd seen. The way that she had moved. The mathematical precision of it. The exact moment when power transformed from potential into committed force. It hadn't been luck. His body had known something his mind couldn't yet name. The other disciples began whispering. An older attendant helped Lin Xian to his feet and guided him back to the rows. Nobody looked at him directly. That was worse than mockery. That was the weight of standing out. The ceremony continued. More demonstrations. A senior showed fire palm technique, drawing chi up from their dantian, pulling the heat into their hand until the very air rippled. Lin Xian watched the structure of it build. He could see the layers now that he knew to look. The initial commitment point. The secondary layering that followed. That one, he thought, had a vulnerability where the secondary chi pooled before completing its transfer to the fingertips. If an opponent struck there, he forced himself to look down, to count the paving stones, to breathe like an ordinary novice. By afternoon, he'd returned to the small cell assigned to him. A 4-pace chamber with a straw mat, a writing table, and a single window overlooking the back gardens. His hands were shaking. From a hidden gap in the wall behind the mat, he withdrew his journal. The leather cover was worn from the road. He'd started it months ago, when he was still walking, before he'd come to the sect. Observations about merchants, animals, the way trees grew in spiraling patterns. Useless notes. Discipline for a mind with nowhere else to go. He opened to a fresh page and began writing. Asterisk first movement of Qirending strike. Elder whose form. The commitment point occurs not at the shoulder but at the elbow, where the meridian channels converge before pushing force outward. The moment is approximately 0.3 heartbeats before palm extension. Angle of deflection should be at 23 degrees from horizontal to maximize redirection without requiring defensive chi. Tested once. Requires verification. Asterisk his brush moved rapidly, the characters small and tight. The kind of writing that looked like careless notes if anyone found it. The kind that hid precision inside apparent disorder. He didn't know why he couldn't share this. The other disciples had celebrated the luck. The elders had praised his reflexes. There was no shame in seeing clearly. But something whispered in the core of him. Asterisk this is yours alone. This is what sets you apart. Guard it. Asterisk he finished the entry and returned the journal to its hiding place. That night, sleep came with difficulty. His mind kept replaying the movement of chi, the structure of techniques, the first moment when power became something deadly. He saw it in the darkness of his closed eyes. Over and over. The moment when intention became force. He was going to understand this. Whatever this was, he would break it down until there was nothing left but clarity and stone-simple truth. The mountain would teach him. He would make sure of it. Chapter 2. The spear form drills happened at dawn, before the real heat of the day could settle over the practice yards. 30 outer disciples arranged themselves in loose columns. Instructor Zhou paced between them, correcting stances, adjusting grip angles. He was a Tier 3 cultivator, high enough to be competent, low enough to still remember the struggles of the newly advanced. His spear was ashwood, reinforced with chi-treated sinew binding. Forward thrust, he called. The movement originates from the hip, not the arm. Feel your center of gravity. The arm is merely the extension. Lin Xian moved through the form with the others. His spear felt light in his hands. He'd trained with farming implements growing up. The balance point was natural to him. But he wasn't looking at his own technique. He was watching Instructor Zhou's movements and seeing through them. There, in the demonstration thrust, the moment when the instructor's hip began its rotation. That was the commitment point, the first movement from which all the force that followed would spiral outward. Lin Xian watched it cycle through. The formation was elegant, but it had a flaw. A small one. The way the instructor's weight transferred from the rear foot to the front created a momentary instability. For a breath or two. In that gap between commitment and full extension, the center of gravity was slightly elevated. An opponent with precision could exploit it. The spear tip could be knocked aside with less force than a properly rooted thrust would require. The drill continued. Zhou moved down the line, checking grips and posture. When he reached Lin Xian, he adjusted nothing. "You have the stance," he said. "Keep practicing the repetitions." Lin Xian nodded and resumed the form, but his mind was already working through the problem. How to address the issue he'd witnessed. Whether it was deliberate or unconscious. Whether fixing it would actually improve the technique, or whether he was seeing a structural pattern that didn't actually matter in application. The drills ended at mid-morning. The disciples dispersed to their individual training, some to the lifting yards, some to meditation wells, some to study halls. Zhou remained in the practice yard, working through an advanced sequence alone. Lin Xian lingered, pretending to adjust his wrappings. When Zhou paused between forms, Lin Xian approached. His mouth was already moving before wisdom could catch it. "Instructor, there's an inefficiency in the forward thrust. Your weight transfer shifts the center of gravity during the extension phase. It makes the spear vulnerable to lateral deflection in the moment before full commitment." The silence that followed felt like falling. Zhou's face was a mask. His hand remained on the spear, knuckles whitening around the shaft. "You've trained how long?" the instructor asked. "4 days, instructor." 4 days. Zhou's voice didn't change, but something hardened in his eyes. "And you believe you've identified a flaw in technique I've practiced for 12 years? I've watched it 6 times. The pattern repeats. If you anchored the rear foot differently, enough." Zhou turned away. His shoulders had gone rigid. When he moved again, it was with deliberate coldness, testing the weight of the spear as if Lin Xian no longer existed. The humiliation was immediate and complete. Lin Xian felt his face burn. Not from shame at being wrong. He wasn't wrong. He was certain of it. But from the recognition of what he'd done. He'd stood in front of the assembled yard and suggested that the instructor didn't understand his own art. The other disciples had gone quiet. He could feel their attention, that uncomfortable weight of observation. By evening, every outer disciple in the dormitory would know. The new boy, arrogant enough to correct his teacher on the 4th day. He bowed to Zhou and left the practice yard. For the rest of the day, he trained alone in the northern gardens, far from the main compounds. He worked through basic forms until his arms ached, until sweat soaked through his robes, until his mind was too tired to think about anything but the next repetition. That evening, he sat at his writing table and added notes to his journal. Asterisk correction rejected. Social cost of speaking observation exceeds benefit. Instructor Zhou's technique has optimal efficiency at high tier, possibly compensates through other physiological advantages. Continue silent observation. Record patterns without commentary. Discretion, primary discipline now. Asterisk he closed the journal and hid it away. The realization settled into him like stones settling into water. What he could see was a gift, but speaking it was a blade with no handle. He would be the only one holding it, and it would cut him. That night, he heard other disciples laughing in the dormitory common area. Song Wei's voice carried loudly, imitating Lin Xian's careful speech. "Perhaps you might consider repositioning your center of gravity, honored instructor, though I've only been here 4 days." More laughter, the kind that carried teeth. Lin Xian lay on his mat and stared at the ceiling. His hands were still trembling, not from anger, from the weight of knowing something no one else understood and having to hold that knowledge entirely alone. Chapter 3 The memory surfaced during afternoon meditation. Lin Xian sat in the meditation well, a stone chamber built into the mountainside, where the qi flowed thicker, denser. The rocks here had been sitting for 10,000 years. They remembered the process of becoming stone, and that ancient patience infused the air. He was trying to quiet his mind, trying to push deeper into his dantian and feel the qi moving through his meridians. But instead, his mother's face appeared behind his closed eyes. Linya had been thin, like silk stretched over bone. She died when he was 10, on a morning that started like any other. He'd come home to find the house empty except for her lying on the reed mat. The village herbalist said her heart had simply stopped. Lin Xian had thought that was a lie. Surely hearts didn't stop for nothing. Surely there had to be a reason. The inheritance had been the journal she'd kept, hidden in the same way he hid his own. She'd written about patterns, about the way that light moved through water, the structure of music, The way trees grew toward the sun not randomly, but following a mathematical precision hidden beneath apparent chaos. There had been one passage he'd read so many times the words had worn into his memory. Asterisk, the world is not made of things. It is made of movements. If you could slow down the movements enough, you would see the moment where all structure begins. That moment is where truth lives. Asterisk, an elder had visited after her death. Old Master Chun, who served the district prefect. He'd sat with Lin Xian for a long time without speaking. Then he'd said, "Your mother wanted to see the root of all cultivation." She was trying to understand the first language, the one written before words existed. Lin Xian had been too young to comprehend what that meant. But sitting in the meditation well now, with his qi beginning to settle into deeper channels, he suddenly understood. His mother had been searching for exactly what he was finding, not the techniques themselves. The moment before the technique, the first movement, the genesis point. He opened his eyes. The meditation well was dim, lit only by the phosphorescent moss that grew in these deep chambers. The air was cool and still. His heartbeat sounded like distant thunder. He closed his eyes again and reached deeper into his own qi circulation. Instead of trying to push his cultivation forward, he slowed himself. Watched the movement of his qi as it traveled through the lower dantian, pooling and gathering before it released into his meridians. There, that moment, the very first stirring of qi before it committed to flow downward. He could see it as clearly as he'd seen Instructor Zhou's weight transfer. And he could feel, with sudden certainty, that if he could anchor his breathing at the exact moment of that first movement, he could accelerate the qi flow, reduce resistance, complete the circulation cycle in fewer heartbeats than normal. He shifted his breath, adjusted his meditation posture, let the timing slide into place. The effect was immediate. His qi moved smoother, faster. The circulation that should take 36 breaths completed in 28. His eyes snapped open again. That was impossible. The meditation techniques taught in the sect had been refined for centuries. Every outer disciple followed the same progression, and yet he'd just accelerated his own cultivation through a single adjustment. He sat very still, understanding the implications. If he could see the first movement of any technique and apply that understanding to refine his own qi, then his cultivation path didn't follow the standard progression. He would grow faster. His perception would sharpen further. The gap between himself and the other disciples would widen with every passing week. The thought should have filled him with pride. Instead, it settled over him like ice water, because he would have to hide it. As he hid the journal, as he'd learned to hide his observations, as he would hide this discovery, he was beginning to understand what his mother had meant by the root of all cultivation. And he was beginning to fear that seeing roots meant standing apart from everyone who could only see leaves. Chapter 4. 3 weeks later, during the advancement assessment, Lin Xian reached Qi Awakening Tier. The test was conducted in the private chamber of Elder Mei, the sect's primary cultivation instructor. She sat on a raised platform while Lin Xian stood before her, demonstrating his meditation state. She observed his qi with her own senses, reading the depth of his dantian, the clarity of his meridian channels. "Adequate," she said finally. "You've progressed well. Your qi flow is cleaner than most new disciples at your stage. No blockages. Good foundation work." The official status promotion would come at evening meal, announced publicly. He'd be given a new outer disciple token with his tier marked. He'd be allowed access to the higher training yards. But as he was leaving Elder Mei's chamber, she spoke again. "You meditate differently than the others, I think." He stopped at the threshold. "Elder, your qi signature isn't following the standard meditation progression. It shows signs of optimization. Did you develop a modified technique?" The question was casual, but the attention behind it was not. Elder Mei was a Tier 5 cultivator. She could read his answer in the way his pulse shifted. "No, Elder," he said carefully. "I was attempting to maximize efficiency. By intuition or by observation." He chose his words with extreme precision. "By following patterns I observed in my own qi movement." Elder Mei was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Intuition about one's own qi is valuable. But be careful not to deviate too far from established practice. The standard forms exist because they've been tested. They're stable. Deviation can create vulnerabilities you won't understand until something breaks." "Yes, Elder." But she was still watching him as he bowed and departed. He could feel her attention on his back. The kind of attention that noticed things. The kind that remembered. That evening, his promotion was announced. He ate at a table with other new Tier 2 disciples, and for the first time, he noticed how they discussed cultivation. They talked about how hard the meditation was, how they'd had to follow the techniques for weeks before feeling any progress, how some of them had hit plateaus and needed encouragement to push through. None of them spoke of seeing structure. None of them described optimization points. He began to understand that what he could perceive wasn't just different. It was rare enough to mark him. After the meal, he returned to his cell and practiced the new techniques that Tier 2 disciples were allowed to learn. The Flowing Jade Sect's foundational combat form, a grappling sequence that taught how to channel qi through the body to enhance physical strength. The first movement of the technique was the inhalation that pulled qi into the dantian. The second was the commitment point where that qi began its directed flow toward the limbs. The third was the manifestation, the moment strength became visible. He saw all three simultaneously, superimposed. He could see them layered like sheets of silk, each one waiting for the moment to activate. It took him 3 repetitions to perfect the form to a point where his qi flowed with no friction, where the technique didn't waste energy on resistance or correction. By the time he finished, his head was aching, not from the meditation, but from the intensity of perception, from holding that many layers of observation in his mind simultaneously. He pressed his palm against his temple and waited for the pain to subside. This was the cost that hadn't been mentioned in any teaching, the weight of seeing too clearly. He lay down on his mat and let sleep take him. In his dreams, he saw his mother moving through the village, pointing at the way water moved, the way birds turned in flight, the way light bent through broken glass. She was trying to teach him something. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. He woke in darkness and knew with certainty she had possessed the same gift, and that gift had been alone in her mind. Chapter 5. The sparring rotation came on the 28th day of Lin Xian's time at the sect. All outer disciples were required to participate in the quarterly combat assessment. The tournament bracket had been drawn days in advance, posted on a board outside the main training yard. Lin Xian's name was marked against Song Wei's, a Tier 2 disciple from the Western dormitory. Song Wei had spent 3 weeks making sure everyone knew about the incident in the meditation yard. The story had grown in the retelling. Now Lin Xian supposedly had tried to teach the instructor sword form and been rejected for being too arrogant. The details were wrong, but the central fact was accurate enough. The new boy thought he understood things better than people who'd trained for years. When they stepped into the sparring circle, Song Wei was smiling. The chi testing ground was a raised platform ringed with stone benches. Other disciples filled the seats, waiting for their own bouts. An elder stood at the center with a timing token, keeping watch for excessive force. Tier 2 only, the elder announced. Combat discharge acceptable. No binding techniques. Begin at the signal. The token struck twice. Song Wei came forward with the striking palm technique that Lin Xian had been analyzing since their sparring rotation was announced. It was flashy, the kind of technique designed to impress observers. Song Wei would draw his qi into his palm in a visible shimmer, then drive it forward with all the force he'd been cultivating. The problem was the same one Lin Xian had observed in every execution. Song Wei committed too early. His qi pooled in his palm and waited for the rest of his body to catch up. That moment of waiting was the first movement, the moment of vulnerability. Song Wei's palm came forward with a sound like tearing cloth. Lin Xian moved sideways. Not far, just enough. His weight shifted onto his back foot, and his own palm came up to meet Song Wei's strike at an angle. Not a direct block, but a deflection. He was channeling force, not resisting it. Song Wei's technique lost coherence. The qi unraveled. The striking force became nothing more than wind and annoyance. Song Wei's foot came forward for a second attack before the energy had dissipated. A mistake. In his frustration, he'd exposed his center. Lin Xian pivoted and struck at the solar plexus with control, enough qi to count as a clean hit, not enough to bruise. The elder raised the token. Point to Lin Xian. Song Wei was breathing hard. His face had flushed. He came forward again, angrier now, less controlled. This time he tried a combination, striking palm into a grappling sequence. Lin Xian deflected the first attack at the exact moment of commitment, and Song Wei's second technique failed to initialize. He was still repositioning, still gathering qi, when Lin Xian struck him again. The elder called the match. Lin Xian had won cleanly. The score was 3 points to 0. Song Wei left the circle without bowing. His friends met him at the edge, their voices already manufacturing the narrative. Lucky counters, poor technique form, probably just an off day. But Lin Xian saw their eyes. They were adding numbers, calculating odds, reassessing. Later, one of the other Tier 2 disciples approached him near the meditation well. His name was Qian Wei, and he'd progressed steadily but without distinction. That was impressive against Song Wei, Qian Wei said. How did you read his attack so cleanly? Lin Xian considered the question. His weight distribution gave away his intention. I couldn't see that, Qian Wei said simply. I just saw the palm coming and had to react. With practice, the patterns become visible. Qian Wei nodded. but his eyes had already lost interest. He walked away, back to the common area. That night, lying on his mat, Lin Xian understood something that should have troubled him more. He had no peer. Not because he was more advanced, though he was, but because the way he perceived the world was fundamentally different. Song Wei could improve. Qian Wei could train for years and eventually develop better instincts. But they would never see what Lin Xian saw. They would never look at a technique and perceive its skeleton. Never understand the exact moment when intention became force. Never feel the satisfaction of seeing through an opponent to the root of their power. He was alone at the top of a mountain that nobody else knew how to climb. The journal came out. He wrote, Song Wei's technique, full assessment. Commitment 0.4 heartbeats before full extension. Weight transfer vulnerability increases if opponent pushes for second technique before repositioning complete. Emotional response to failure creates openings for sustained assault. Technique is advanced tier framework, but execution is fundamentally flawed. Correctable with proper feedback. Subject unwilling to accept correction. He put the journal away and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he would train. He would perfect his own techniques further. He would discover new patterns in his opponent's movements. He would continue climbing alone, seeing things no one else could see. And with every step upward, he would understand less about why anyone would ever want to join him there. Chapter 6 Elder Lu Tao appeared at the outer disciple training grounds on a gray morning, his robes immaculate, his movements deliberate. Lin Xian recognized him immediately, the sect's third instructor, rarely seen among the younger ranks. Lu Tao was known for training only the most promising disciples, and his selections were feared as much as they were coveted. The elder watched the sparring matches from beneath the courtyard pavilion, his hands folded into his sleeves. When his gaze landed on Lin Xian during a routine exchange, something shifted. Lin Xian felt it like a change in air pressure, awareness settling on him, calculating. An hour later, Lu Tao sent word through a senior disciple. Lin Xian was to report to the meditation pavilion that evening. Lin Xian arrived to find the elder seated before a cold tea service. The pavilion was empty except for them, candlelight casting elongated shadows across the stone floor. You've won 12 consecutive matches, Lu Tao said without preamble. Against opponents of varying strength. Against opponents who use techniques that ordinarily require years to counter. He lifted his cup. Drink. Lin Xian knelt and drank. The tea was bitter, almost medicated, something that tasted of mountain herbs and metal. Stand before me, Lu Tao commanded. Lin Xian stood. The elder remained seated, watching him with an intensity that made the younger man's skin prickle. Show me your stance against an overhead strike. Lin Xian placed his feet in the defensive posture he'd held during countless training bouts. Defend, Lu Tao said, and the elder moved. What happened next lived in fragments in Lin Xian's mind. Lu Tao's hand rose from his lap, not quickly, but with purpose. The motion was economical, without wasted effort. Lu Tao's qi flowed in a pattern Lin Xian had never witnessed before, something that existed in the space between intention and action. The elder's strike came as a blur of sleeve and intention. Lin Xian's body reacted without conscious thought, his arms rising to block. But the block failed. Lu Tao's palm connected with his chest, and Lin Xian felt the pure weight of qi imbalance. Not painful, but undeniable. He crashed backward, landing on his hands. Again, Lu Tao said. This time, Lin Xian tried to perceive the first movement. But Lu Tao's techniques moved differently. There was no single point of commitment, no moment where qi crystallized into intent. Instead, the elder's power flowed like water, never settling into a definable shape. When Lu Tao struck again, it came from a different angle, a different method. Lin Xian's attempt to counter failed before it began. They exchanged strikes for what felt like an hour. Every assault, Lu Tao changed his approach. No repeating patterns. No technique that could be cataloged and countered. Lin Xian found himself pushed backward repeatedly, learning nothing except the depth of his ignorance. Finally, Lu Tao stepped back. You have an unusual gift, the elder said. His breathing was unchanged. One that has not gone unnoticed. I'm offering to mentor you. 3 mornings a week, before dawn. We'll test the limits of what you claim to see. Lin Xian bowed, still gasping. Yes, elder. But understand this, Lu Tao continued. Perception without understanding is a knife without a handle. You'll cut yourself before you cut anyone else. The elder's eyes were sharp as fractured glass. I suspect you already know this. That's why you're afraid. Lin Xian wanted to deny it, but the words died in his throat. The challenge came 3 days later. Gan Rue waited for him outside the outer disciple barracks after evening meditation, his arms crossed, his expression carved from disrespect. Gan Rue was a senior outer disciple, the tournament champion from 2 years prior, and his family had sent him to Flowing Jade Sect with rare cultivation supplements and a reputation that had only grown since his arrival. You, Ganrue said. The prodigy everyone's whispering about. I want to see what the whispers are made of. Lin Xian said nothing. There's a ravine valley beyond the northern wall. No witnesses. No sect rules to hide behind. Ganrue's lips curled. Unless you'd rather admit that your wins were luck. Lin Xian could have refused. Should have refused. But something in Ganrue's certainty, in the open challenge, struck at the heart of what he'd been cultivating. Proof. Validation that his perception wasn't delusion. When Lin Xian asked. Now, the ravine was narrow, carved by centuries of seasonal runoff, its walls steep enough to provide privacy. Ganrue stripped off his outer robe and took a stance that Lin Xian recognized from the tournament records, legs wide, chi drawn into his core, a foundation built for power rather than speed. You faced people who throw the same technique over and over, Ganrue said. But I'm trained in family methods. My strikes are variations on a theme. You won't find a weakness because there isn't one. Ganrue moved first, a test strike aimed at Lin Xian's shoulder. It came fast, driven by chi pooled in the senior disciple's arm. Lin Xian sidestepped easily. The strike was aggressive but predictable, a feint, measuring his distance. The real assault started when Ganrue's chi began a deeper flow. Lin Xian felt it gathering in his opponent's lower legs, a building of pressure that signaled something more complex. This was the charging horn strike, the technique Ganrue had used to win the tournament, a move that built momentum through the ground, translated it through the legs into hip, then shoulder, then fist. Once committed to it, the strike was nearly impossible to deflect cleanly. Lin Xian perceived the first movement, that initial moment when Ganrue's chi crystallized in his legs, when the choice to execute had been made. It was there, in that microsecond, before the physical chain of motion began. Lin Xian attacked the concentration point directly. His counterattack aimed at the region just below Ganrue's knee, where the chi was gathering. He struck with force calibrated to disperse, to disrupt the unified flow that made the technique possible. Ganrue's expression shifted from confidence to shock. The strike connected. Ganrue's chi scattered like water thrown against stone. His carefully constructed momentum collapsed. What was meant to be a devastating charge became a stumble. Ganrue fell forward, his face slamming into the ravine floor with the force of his own failed assault. He lay there, gasping, his arm bent at an angle that suggested injury. When he pushed himself up, blood ran from his mouth and nose. That's not possible, Ganrue whispered. You can't. How did you see where my chi? Lin Xian turned away. That's when he noticed the old man. Su Liang had been tending the ravine's southern wall, trimming back vegetation that encroached on the stone. He was the sect's gardener, a figure so ordinary that most disciples didn't register him as real. But his eyes were bright, and his gaze was fixed on Lin Xian with an intensity that made the young disciple pause. First movement, Su Liang said quietly, as if speaking to himself. The death of all analysis. Lin Xian stared at him. There was something in that statement that felt like a door opening onto a room he didn't want to enter. He left without responding. Chapter 7. Chapter 7 content continues from above, integrated. The private duel with Ganrue had consequences that spread through the sect like cracks in porcelain. Ganrue claimed publicly that Lin Xian had used a concealed technique, something forbidden by sect code. He reported the matter to the inner disciple overseers, his account painting Lin Xian not as skilled but as a cheat. Within days, leadership initiated an investigation. Lu Tao intervened directly. He appeared before the sect's adjudication council and testified that he'd personally observed Lin Xian's abilities and found nothing beyond exceptional perception and timing. The boy has the gift of reading his opponent's movement before it fully manifests, Lu Tao said. This is not forbidden. This is cultivation. The council remained uncertain. An investigation meant that every subsequent fight would be scrutinized, every victory questioned. Lin Xian found himself paired with supervisors during training, elders positioned to watch for any sign of hidden technique or forbidden assistance. But they found nothing, because there was nothing to find. The investigations gradually ceased. The suspicion, however, never fully dissipated. It lived in the glances from senior disciples, in the way opponents became more cautious around him, in the quiet of the meditation halls when he entered. He'd won the right to exist in the sect without facing challenges, but he'd lost something harder to name. Chapter 8. Lin Xian began a systematic study of the sect's technique archives. The library occupied a stone chamber beneath the main hall, its shelves reaching toward a ceiling that disappeared into shadow. Candles burned in iron sconces, casting a bronze glow across centuries of cultivation knowledge. Most of the texts were sealed, available only to disciples of the inner ranks. But the outer archive, the foundational texts, the basic techniques, the theory volumes, these were open to anyone willing to spend the hours and study. Lin Xian spent most of his free time there. He created a system. For each technique in the outer archive, he would study the description, then observe disciples executing the technique, then record his observations in a personal journal. He documented the exact point where qi committed, the specific sequence of muscle engagement, the moment of no return when a technique could no longer be interrupted. First movement, execution, completion. He filled a leather journal with these observations. 50 techniques. 100. More. His compulsion deepened. He would wake in the night and find himself reviewing his notes, comparing techniques, searching for patterns that connected them. Was there a relationship between a technique's lethality and the point at which its qi committed? Did faster techniques telegraph earlier or later? Were family techniques fundamentally different from sect-wide methods? The questions multiplied faster than answers could accumulate. One evening, Lu Tao found him in the archives, surrounded by open volumes, his journal filled with dense notation. "This will consume you," the elder said without preamble. "I've seen this before. The pursuit of pattern recognition without understanding the reason patterns exist. It becomes a cage. I need to know why I can see it," Lin Xian replied. "I need to know if it's a gift or an accident." "Perhaps it's both," Lu Tao said. "Perhaps the most dangerous gifts are the ones we don't understand." The elder left the archive without another word. But Lin Xian continued his cataloging. He couldn't stop. The fear that he was missing something, some crucial connection, some foundational truth about his own power, drove him deeper into study. Chapter 9. The caravan attack happened on a spring morning when the mountain roads were still treacherous with melting snow. A group of outer disciples were escorting supplies from a neighboring sect, goods valuable enough to warrant protection, but not valuable enough for inner disciples to guard. 20 people total, including 8 trained fighters. Lin Xian was part of the escort. The bandits emerged from a wooded ravine with the efficiency of hunters who'd practiced their timing. They came down the slope in a coordinated group, their leader, a scarred man with qi that radiated violence, moving ahead of the others. He wielded a technique that Lin Xian recognized immediately, the whirlwind slash, a spinning strike designed to cut through multiple targets at once. The first movement came when the bandit leader's qi began rotating, building the spiral that would fuel the technique. Lin Xian was standing with the guards. He saw the process beginning, saw the exact moment when commitment occurred. He shouted, "Pressure points behind the knees, strike simultaneously." The guards were confused for a moment, but Lin Xian's tone carried the weight of certainty. 2 of them reacted to his instruction, positioning themselves to strike at the bandit leader's legs. The whirlwind slash began to form, but it never completed. The strike against the leader's knee disrupted his balance, and the rotation collapsed. What should have been a devastating spinning assault became a clumsy stumble. The bandits, their plan fractured by the unexpected counter, retreated back up the slope. They left quickly, recognizing that the odds had shifted against them. In the aftermath, the guards looked at Lin Xian with new understanding. "You read it," one of them said. "You saw the strike before he threw it." The story spread through the sect like wildfire. Lin Xian, the disciple with the seeing eye, the one who could perceive techniques before they manifested, the one who could speak the counter-instruction that meant the difference between victory and catastrophe. Fame arrived like an unwanted guest taking permanent residence. Chapter 10. The consequences of the caravan incident were immediate and thorough. Disciples who had merely whispered now spoke openly. The seeing eye, the one with extraordinary perception, the disciple who could anticipate any technique. Within a week, Lin Xian could not walk through the meditation halls without attracting stares, without overhearing speculation. He'd become a story. But stories required participation, and Lin Xian had never learned how to exist in the narrative others were writing about him. He'd spent the last months cultivating isolation as deliberately as he cultivated his perception. Now that isolation was impossible to maintain, sparring partners volunteered to test themselves against him, eager to see if the rumors were true. Teachers requested his presence in advanced training sessions, hoping to understand his methods. Even disciples from the inner ranks began to take notice. None of it felt like success. In the archives one evening, Lu Tao found him again, this time studying the same text he'd reviewed dozens of times before. "You're running," the elder said. "I'm preparing," Lin Xian corrected. "The same thing, when done in isolation." Lu Tao sat across from him. "Your power is real. Your perception is genuine. But you've built a framework around it that treats it as something separate from yourself, something to be mastered rather than integrated. That distance is showing in how you move, how you speak to other disciples. They can sense it. That's why some admire you and others fear you. Fear is appropriate, Lin Xian said. My power makes me a threat. Your power does nothing, Lu Tao replied. You make that choice. Your isolation makes you a threat. Your refusal to connect your gift to anything beyond the technique itself. That's what creates distance. The elder stood to leave. The next advancement in your cultivation won't come from the archives. It will come from the people around you. You'll recognize it when you stop running long enough to see it. After Lu Tao left, Lin Xian sat in the candlelit silence of the archives, surrounded by texts documenting the techniques he could now deconstruct at will. He understood the mechanisms. He could see the first movement of every cultivated strike he'd witnessed. But he couldn't see the path forward. Not in any way that mattered. That night, he added a new entry to his journal. Asterisk first movement visible. Everything after it invisible. Asterisk if you want to see the next move before it happens. Subscribe, hit the bell, and leave a like. That's how you follow a cultivator worth watching. Chapter 11. Lu Tao found him outside the meditation pavilion after the evening assembly. The elder's expression was carefully neutral, but something in his posture suggested concern. Walk with me, Lu Tao said. They moved through the sect gardens in the fading light. The pathways here were empty. Most disciples were either eating or beginning their evening studies. Lu Tao led him toward the northern wall, where the stone benches overlooked the valley descending toward the flowing Jade River. Your reputation is becoming a liability, Lu Tao said without preamble. You understand that. I didn't ask for the caravan incident to happen. No, but you chose to speak what you saw. Now everyone is speaking it for you. The story is spreading to the inner disciples, to the elders. A gift like yours either elevates you or threatens you. Elders don't like threats. Lin Xian understood the implication. Threats were contained, sometimes eliminated. What do you recommend, elder? Invisibility, for now. Stop winning so decisively in sparring matches. Make errors, small ones. Errors that look like learning rather than incompetence. Train your weaker opponents where they can see improvement. Build coalition instead of distance. That's deception. That's survival. Lu Tao turned to face him. You have a gift that threatens the natural hierarchy of the sect. The elders rely on progression rates that are predictable. You're not predictable. You're ascending on a timeline they don't understand, and that makes you dangerous to their authority. The elder was quiet for a moment, watching the sun disappear behind the distant mountains. There's another matter, Lu Tao continued. I've noticed you training alone at night, pushing your cultivation beyond the assigned progressions. Lin Xian's chest tightened. Don't deny it. I can see the signs in your qi, in the depth of your exhaustion. You're testing yourself against your own gift, trying to understand its limits. Lu Tao's voice softened slightly. That impulse is dangerous. Not because it's forbidden, because it will break you if you're not careful. That night, unable to sleep, Lin Xian went to the northern training grounds. The area was abandoned at this hour, just stone and shadow and the sound of wind through the sect's walls. He moved through combat forms slowly, feeling the way his qi responded. He'd been pushing harder since the caravan incident, staying longer in meditation, extending his circulation cycles beyond the recommended durations. The standard training progression called for gradual advancement, careful cultivation of capacity. But he wasn't standard. He accelerated into a more demanding form, one of the advanced techniques that inner disciples practiced. His qi needed to flow faster, to split into multiple streams, to maintain complex patterns while channeling both defensive and offensive forces simultaneously. For 10 minutes, it flowed perfectly. His body knew the patterns. His mind could see the structural integrity of each movement. Then, in the 11th minute, something shifted. A pain began behind his eyes. Not sharp, something deeper, as if the back of his skull was being pressured from the inside. He pushed through it, continuing the form. The pain intensified. By the 15th minute, the world had begun to blur. He could see his own hands moving, but they seemed distant, as if they belonged to someone else executing movements he was only observing. The pain was no longer localized behind his eyes, but had spread across the entire surface of his consciousness, a weight pressing down, suffocating. He stopped the form. The pain didn't stop. He knelt on the training ground, pressing his palms against his temples, waiting for the pressure to release. It didn't. His vision swam. For a moment, he thought he might vomit. This was the cost Lu Tao had warned about. Not the physical exhaustion. He understood that. This was something else. The cost of seeing too much, processing too much, holding too many layers of information in his mind simultaneously. His gift required cognitive work that human physiology wasn't designed to sustain. He sat there for an hour, breathing carefully, letting his qi settle back into its natural rhythms. The migraine gradually subsided, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and a new understanding. He could push himself to understand his power, but there were limits. Real ones. And crossing them left visible damage. The next morning, during sparring practice, Lin Xian deliberately lost a match to a junior outer disciple. He made the loss look like a learning mistake, overcommitting to a counterattack, leaving himself exposed. The opponent was shocked. So were the watching disciples. Lu Tao, observing from beneath the pavilion, nodded once. Chapter 12. Su Mei approached him 3 days later in the sect's primary library. She was an inner disciple, a rank above him, a fact that made her presence notable. Inner disciples didn't typically interact with outer disciples outside of formal instruction. Su Mei was different. She was known for her curiosity, her tendency to ask questions that other disciples wouldn't voice. "I saw your match 2 days ago," she said, settling herself at the study table adjacent to his. "Against that junior disciple. The one where you miscalculated your counterattack." "It was a learning experience," Lin Xian replied carefully. "Was it?" She was holding a text on advanced theory, but her attention was entirely on him. "I've been watching your progression. You won 12 consecutive matches with what appeared to be intuitive counter-reading. Then you lost a match that looked like basic incompetence. That's an interesting transition." Lin Xian turned back to his own text, a discussion of Qi meridian structures. "The story about the caravan is interesting too," Su Mei continued. "You predicted a technique before the attacker committed. Not during the execution, before. That's not standard perception. That's something else." "What do you want, inner disciple Su Mei?" "Information," she said simply. "How do you read Qi before it manifests? What specifically do you perceive?" The question was direct enough to be disarming. Most people would have asked with more caution, more social cushioning. Su Mei seemed to prefer simplicity. "I observe weight distribution and subtle Qi shifts," Lin Xian said. It was technically true, just imprecise enough to be unhelpful. "That's not how you defeated Gan Rue in the ravine," Su Mei said. "And it's not how you predicted the bandit leader's technique. I've been studying the descriptions people give, and they all say the same thing. You perceived something that existed only in the moment before manifestation." Lin Xian felt something cold move through his chest. She was too close to the truth, asking too specifically. "Perception is subjective," he said. "True. But Elder Lu Tao doesn't mentor disciples based on subjective perception. He mentors disciples whose gifts are measurable and rare. He's mentoring you. That means your perception is something specific, something that can be trained and improved." She watched him for a long moment. "I'm just asking what it is. Not asking you to teach it to me. Not asking you to prove it. Just asking what you see." There was something off about the conversation, but Lin Xian couldn't identify the exact source. Su Mei's questions seemed genuine, her curiosity unforced. And yet there was a quality of extraction in how she asked, a precision in what she was trying to learn. She was gathering information, not seeking understanding. "I see the rhythm of technique," Lin Xian said carefully. "The pattern of qi flow. That's all." "Interesting," Su Mei said. She returned to her text, but her attention remained partially on him. They studied in silence for the next hour, and with each passing minute, Lin Xian became more certain. This conversation had a purpose beyond casual inquiry. Later, when he mentioned it to Lu Tao during their private training session, the elder's expression hardened. "Su Mei is part of Elder Li Changming's inner circle," Lu Tao said. "Li Changming sees your advancement as a threat. He's likely using Su Mei to gather intelligence about the nature of your gift." "Why would Elder Li see me as a threat?" "I'm barely tier 2. Because you're advancing at a rate that shouldn't be possible. Because your methods don't follow established progression patterns. And because Li Changming manages the allocation of training resources in this sect. Disciples who don't advance at predictable rates are difficult to manage." Lu Tao's voice was cold. "There are politics in cultivation that you're just beginning to understand. Powers that exist below the surface of obvious authority." Chapter 13. The breakthrough came during a solitary meditation session in the deep chambers beneath the sect. Lin Xian had been practicing the standard qi circulation for the evening cycle, the routine that all Tier 2 disciples performed. But he'd been thinking about what Su Mei had said, about the precision of observation, about seeing something that existed only before manifestation. What if he could extend that perception beyond the moment of occurrence? He settled deeper into meditation than usual, pushing his qi into the lower dantian, letting it gather there. Instead of immediately cycling it forward through the meridians, he held it there and observed what happened when he released the cycle. The qi began to move, following the established patterns of the meditation technique. But as it moved, it left traces, a kind of echo that lingered for several seconds after the movement had completed. The echo showed him the structure of how the qi had traveled, the path it had taken, the points where it had clustered or moved rapidly. He opened his eyes. With his chi now stabilized at the baseline, he approached a junior disciple in the outer training grounds and asked him to demonstrate a technique. The disciple executed a basic striking palm. In that moment, Lin Xian perceived two things. The first was the original movement, the chi gathering in the palm, the moment of commitment. The second was the echo that remained after the technique completed, a lingering trace that showed him the path the chi had traveled through the technique's execution. The echo lasted approximately 3 heartbeats after the technique ended. Over the next 3 days, Lin Xian tested this repeatedly. He observed dozens of techniques, measuring how long the echo persisted, how detailed the information was. He discovered that he could extract information about advanced techniques he'd never witnessed in execution. Someone could describe a technique verbally, and if he was in a location where another disciple had recently performed it, he could observe the residual echo and extract the structural knowledge. This was a massive expansion of his gift. He could now learn techniques without requiring direct observation. He could gather information about advanced methods that he had no authorization to study. The archives became less valuable because the environment itself, the training grounds, the sparring circles, the meditation pavilions, all contained echoes of the techniques that had been performed there. It was like having access to every technique that had ever been executed within the sect's walls. That evening, he added an entry to his journal. Tier 2 advancement complete. New capability. Perception of technique echoes extends knowledge acquisition to post-manifestation state. Can now extract structural information from residual chi patterns. Duration window approximately 3 heartbeats. This changes everything about access to advanced knowledge. Extreme care required. If discovered, this will be seen as theft of proprietary techniques. Chapter 14. Yi Chun was waiting for him on the training grounds after the morning assembly. The senior outer disciple was known for steady advancement and aggressive ambition. He was 2 tiers ahead of Lin Xian, having progressed through the standard ranks without particular distinction, but without notable struggles either. His reputation was solid, a workmanlike cultivator who would probably ascend to inner disciple within the next 2 seasons. I heard you're taking losses now, Yi Chun said. Thought maybe the rumors were exaggerated. Thought maybe I'd test that in person. The watching disciples began to gather. Elders emerged from nearby pavilions. This was official, a sanctioned challenge meant to test advancement pathways. Are you certain? Lu Tao had appeared without Lin Xian noticing. Yi Chun is 2 tiers above you. He's asking to test me in front of witnesses, Lin Xian replied. Refusing would be seen as fear. Lu Tao's expression darkened, but he nodded. The rule was firm. A challenged disciple could refuse, but refusal carried social cost. The circle was cleared. A supervising elder positioned himself at the edge, watching for excessive force. Begin, the elder announced. Yi Chun came forward with methodical precision. His first technique was Rising Moon, a lateral slash that began with a powerful upward rotation of his chi. Lin Xian perceived the first movement, that instant when Yi Chun's chi committed to the rotational pattern. He moved sideways and struck at the point where the chi was gathering, disrupting the coherence of the technique before it could form. Yi Chun stumbled. His technique failed. Again, the elder said. Yi Chun recovered quickly. His second technique was a whirlwind cross, the technique Lin Xian had learned to counter extensively. Yi Chun's chi began its spiral, but Lin Xian was faster. He struck the concentration point directly, and the chi scattered. Yi Chun was breathing hard now, but he didn't pause. His third technique was a piercing thrust, a direct linear strike driven by compact, focused chi. Lin Xian perceived the first movement, the moment when Yi Chun's chi crystallized and directed its force forward. He countered by positioning himself perpendicular to the line of attack and striking at the chi thread itself. The technique failed. For techniques in one exchange, Lin Xian had countered all 4 at their first movements. But the cost was immediate. That migraine sensation began behind his eyes, that weight and pressure from holding too many simultaneous observations. His vision swayed slightly. The world took on a dreamlike quality. 4 techniques in sequence meant 4 separate moments of perception, for separate first movements identified and countered. The physical toll was accumulating faster than his body could process it. Yi Chun came forward with his 4th technique, the finisher strike, a technique designed to break through defensive chi and reach the core of an opponent. It was a desperate move, the kind an outer disciple would attempt only when the first 3 had failed. Lin Xian's head was pounding. The migraine had reached a point where he could feel his heartbeat in his temples. His vision was fragmenting into layers. But he perceived the first movement. Yi Chun's chi committed to the finisher pattern, the moment when all his remaining energy was being channeled into this single strike. Lin Xian moved, striking at the concentration point, dispersing the chi. Yi Chun fell to one knee. The supervising elder raised the token, matched to Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained standing, but barely. The migraine had become overwhelming. The world was spinning. His legs felt disconnected from his conscious control. He managed to bow to Yi Chun and then to the supervising elder before walking from the training circle. The watching disciples parted for him. Some were staring with open admiration, others with something that looked like fear. Lu Tao followed him back to his quarters. Lin Xian made it to his meditation chamber and collapsed onto the mat. The migraine was beyond anything he'd experienced before. It wasn't just the pressure behind his eyes. It was in his entire skull, his entire nervous system. Every nerve ending felt like it was being pulled taut. How many? Lu Tao asked, kneeling beside him. 4 techniques. For consecutive counterattacks. This is what I was trying to warn you about, Lu Tao said. His voice was hard. Your gift has a cost. And you've just demonstrated to half the sect that the cost is climbing. The migraine lasted for 6 hours. Lu Tao remained with him, bringing water, applying cold compresses to his temples. By evening, it had subsided enough that Lin Xian could speak. I can't sustain that level of simultaneous perception, he said. No, Lu Tao agreed. Your mind isn't designed for it. Humans aren't designed for it. You can push once, maybe twice. But 4 separate first movements identified and countered in a single exchange? That's beyond your current capacity. Then I need to expand my capacity. That will take time. More time than you probably have, given what you've just demonstrated to the sect. Lu Tao helped him sit up. You've proven something to elderly Changming today. You've proven that you're significantly more dangerous than anyone predicted. That makes you a problem that needs solving. Chapter 15. The council convened 3 days later. Lin Xian wasn't present, but Lu Tao reported what had occurred. A formal session in which the sect's senior leadership debated his status and advancement. Elderly Changming had opened the discussion with a proposition: restrict Lin Xian from further advancement until his methods could be fully understood. Contain his growth. Require him to demonstrate that his gift wasn't derived from some forbidden technique or external manipulation. The bureaucrats and other instructors had countered with the evidence of Lu Tao's mentorship. An elder wouldn't mentor a fraudulent disciple. Lin Xian's gifts were genuine, developed through legitimate cultivation. He'd earned his advancement through documented victory. But he's advancing too rapidly, Li Changming had argued. His progression doesn't follow natural patterns. He's bypassing the training progressions that exist to stabilize cultivators. He's a risk to the sect structure. He's also the strongest outer disciple we've seen in a decade, Lu Tao had replied. Containing such a disciple creates resentment and wasted potential. The sect benefits from his advancement. The debate had continued for hours. In the end, no formal restriction was placed on Lin Xian, but the decision to allow continued advancement had been narrow. Li Changming had made his position clear. The moment Lin Xian represented an actual threat, not a theoretical one, but an actual violation of sect law or authority, he would be removed. Lu Tao delivered this message to him in their next training session. You've made an enemy, the elder said. An elder? Someone with administrative authority. That's more significant than any technical threat you might face in sparring. Lin Xian was sitting in meditation posture, his chi still recovering from the exertion of the previous days. The migraine was gone, but a dull ache remained. What do I do? Nothing, Lu Tao said. There's nothing you can do. If you try to appease him, he'll interpret it as weakness and push harder. If you try to prove yourself further, you'll look like you're challenging his authority. You've inadvertently stepped into a political structure that you don't understand. That's the real danger now. You warned me about this, Lin Xian said. About visibility creating threats. I did. And you've learned the lesson the hard way. Lu Tao settled into a meditative stance across from him. This is the cost of exceptional ability in a hierarchical structure. The exceptional are always watched. The exceptional are always seen as either assets or threats. And that distinction is made by people with power, not by the people with ability. After Lu Tao left, Lin Xian sat alone in his meditation chamber. The mountain's qi flowed around him, indifferent to the political currents beneath the sect's surface. He'd been so focused on understanding his gift, on pushing the boundaries of his perception, that he hadn't considered the institutional context in which his power existed. He was a disciple in a sect. That meant he existed within hierarchies, dependencies, power structures. His advancement wasn't neutral. It had implications for the people around him. The elders whose authority might be questioned, the administrators whose resource allocations might be disrupted, the disciples whose natural pathways might be altered by his presence. He was no longer alone at the top of his personal mountain. He was standing in a landscape where others had already claimed territory, and his presence was beginning to reshape the terrain. That night, he wrote, *Advancement creates vulnerability. Perception shows me techniques before they manifest. But institutional power operates differently. It moves through channels I haven't mapped yet. Through people like elderly Changming who see me not as a disciple, but as a liability. I've won every battle I've entered. But I'm beginning to lose wars I didn't know existed. Asterisk Chapter 16. The messenger arrived on a gray morning when mist clung to the flowing jade sect's outer peaks. Lin Xian was sweeping the training grounds when Lu Tao appeared, moving with purposeful urgency, his expression carefully composed. "Come with me," Lu Tao said, and there was something different in his tone, not instructional, but formal. Official. Lin Xian set down his broom and followed his mentor through the winding paths toward the central pavilion. Disciples parted to let them pass, and he caught the weight of curious stares. Lu Tao rarely emerged from his quarters during morning hours, and the summons had clearly been noticed. The pavilion was cooler inside, shadows gathering in the high corners. A figure waited beside the central table, a woman in robes of pale azure trimmed with silver thread. The fabric moved with an elegance that spoke of wealth, of sex that could afford fine weaving. Her hair was pinned with a jade comb shaped like a soaring bird, and her cultivation aura was steady, controlled. Foundation establishment, third rank at minimum. Perhaps fourth. Lin Xian, Lu Tao said, gesturing forward. This is Envoy Wei Shu from the Azure Wind sect. They've come scouting young talents. I've brought you as an exemplar of our outer disciples' potential. Envoy Wei Shu smiled, and it was not unkind. Lin Xian, I've heard interesting reports about your recent ascension through our informal networks. You've defeated several senior disciples in sanctioned duels, yes? And quite decisively. Lin Xian's instinct was to defer, to minimize. Instead, he bowed respectfully. I've won some matches, Envoy. More than some, from what I hear. She stepped closer, circling him slowly, assessing. Your technique rewind ability is the talk of the outer disciple hall. No one can repeat their techniques effectively against you. That's unusual. Valuable. The way she said valuable made something shift in his chest. This was not a compliment given to a junior disciple. This was a scout evaluating inventory. I'm fortunate in my cultivation path, Lin Xian said carefully. Fortunate? Wei Shu's smile widened. Let me be direct. The Azure Wind sect has significant resources. We invest heavily in disciples with unique affinities. Your ability, if it scales properly, could make you a core disciple within 2 years rather than 5. We have elders who specialize in technique-based cultivation, who could accelerate your growth in ways the flowing jade cannot match. Lu Tao's expression remained neutral, but Lin Xian caught the very slight tightening around his eyes. The compensation would be substantial, Wei Shu continued. A 3-year stipend, priority access to technique libraries, personal meditation chambers. We have elder sponsors who would take personal interest in your cultivation. Lin Xian felt the pull of it. Not greed exactly, but the weight of genuine opportunity. The Azure Wind sect was larger, better funded. He had no delusions about the flowing jade's limitations. He was advancing despite his sect's constraints, not because of them. It's a generous offer, Lin Xian said. I'm honored by the Azure Wind's interest. But, Wei Shu's eyes gleamed with the recognition of an unspoken hesitation. But I'm not ready to leave, Lin Xian finished. My cultivation foundation is still forming. Elder Lu has guided me through critical stages. I owe him that debt. It was not entirely true. Cultivators owed each other nothing beyond the moment a transaction concluded, but it was close enough to the shape of truth that it satisfied the social courtesy. Wei Shu's expression shifted to something approximating respect. Loyalty. That's admirable, if occasionally limiting. Very well. But Lin Xian, I will leave you with this thought. Your value extends beyond the flowing jade sect's borders. That fact alone changes your position in this world. We will be watching your progress with interest. Should you ever reconsider, send word to the Azure Wind's outer stations. They'll know how to reach us. She produced a small jade tablet from her sleeve, pale blue, etched with the Azure Wind symbol, and set it on the table. A courtesy, she said. Not binding, but useful. After she departed, Lu Tao and Lin Xian returned to the training grounds in silence. When they reached the practice path, Lu Tao finally spoke. You handled that well, he said quietly. But understand what just happened. You've been assessed as valuable to another sect. That assessment will reach elderly Changming eventually, if it hasn't already. It will reinforce his conviction that you're a threat. Why? Lin Xian asked. I refused her. Because you're desirable precisely because you're useful, Lu Tao said. An elder doesn't fear what's weak. He fears what other sects would steal. You've just become, in their eyes, something worth controlling. That night, Lin Xian lay in his sleeping quarters and turned the jade tablet over in his hands. It was warm, inert, a message without context, a door that remained closed. He thought about flowing Jade's narrow training grounds, the limited library access, the worn meditation chambers shared among 100 disciples. He thought about Azure Wind's reputation for technique mastery, about elders who actually invested in individual disciples' growth. But then he thought about Lu Tao's face when the offer was made, the subtle protective stance, the years of patient guidance that had, perhaps, cost Lu Tao far more than Lin Xian had ever considered. He placed the tablet in a locked box beneath his sleeping mat and did not think about it again that night. But something had shifted. He was no longer an outer disciple who might someday matter. He was, already, the kind of cultivator other sects wanted to claim. That knowledge was a weight and a weapon simultaneously. Chapter 17. 3 weeks later, Lin Xian was sparring with a junior outer disciple named Feng Wei when the insight struck him mid-combat. Feng Wei launched his signature combination, a three-part technique that began with a chi surge to the shoulders, flowed into a spiral palm strike, then concluded with a low sweep of compressed chi. Lin Xian had rewound this sequence twice before in previous spars. He knew the timing, the muscle memory pathway, the exact moment the chi committed. But this time, instead of fully interrupting the technique, Lin Xian allowed Feng Wei to begin the first movement, the shoulder surge, before pressing his rewind sense against it. The sensation that flooded his mind was extraordinary. He didn't simply see the first movement. He felt the entire technique's architecture impressed against his perception, like a seal in wax. Every motion that would follow was already encoded in that first commitment of chi. He was looking at the complete blueprint of the technique, locked into its opening movement. And then he understood. If he interrupted that partial execution, he wouldn't just interrupt this attempt. He would interrupt the technique's entire foundation in that moment. The next time Feng Wei tried to perform it, the path of chi would feel fractured, the muscle memory disrupted. The technique would become harder to execute, slightly, but measurably harder. Lin Xian allowed Feng Wei to complete the three-part combination, but the knowledge sat in his mind like a completed puzzle. After the spar, he sought out Lu Tao immediately. "I think my power develops differently than I understood it," Lin Xian explained, describing the sensation, the insight. Lu Tao listened intently, then nodded slowly. "You're rewinding not just the technique's execution, but its formation in the user's spiritual body. Each time you interrupt at the first movement, you leave a mark, a scar, on their understanding of that technique. It becomes progressively corrupted." "Exactly," Lin Xian breathed. "So the more times I face the same technique, the weaker it becomes against me. Not because I learned to counter it better, but because I'm actually degrading the technique's effectiveness through my power." "That's a profound development," Lu Tao said quietly. "It means your value increases with experience. Every duel teaches you new technique signatures and progressively immunizes you against them. Eventually, opponents will find no effective techniques left." Lin Xian tested the theory obsessively over the following days. In spar after spar, he selected different opponents and allowed them to use repeated techniques. The results were consistent. Each interruption left a mark. By the third or fourth repetition of the same technique against him, his opponents began to feel the degradation, slight hesitations in execution, fractional losses of power, moments where the chi flow felt corrupted. Some disciples reacted with frustration, others with fascination. A few simply refused to spar with him further. By the end of the week, his reputation had shifted. He was no longer simply the disciple with the interesting countermeasure. He was the disciple whose duels damaged his opponent's cultivation capacity. Whispers followed him through the sect halls. Some admiring, some fearful, some accusatory. One night, a messenger delivered a summons to his quarters. The calligraphy was formal, the seal official. * Elder Li Changming requests your presence in the judgment chamber. Immediate attendance required. Chapter 18. The judgment chamber was a space designed to intimidate. High ceilings created a sense of exposure, while the stone floors and walls carried the weight of countless disciplinary decisions. Elder Li Changming sat at a raised platform, flanked by two junior elders in ceremonial robes. "Lin Xian," Elderly began, his voice careful and measured. "I've reviewed reports of your recent sparring sessions. Specifically, reports that your opponents are finding their technique foundations damaged after encounters with you. Is this assessment accurate?" "The accuracy depends on interpretation, Elder," Lin Xian replied, keeping his voice steady. "My power interrupts techniques at their inception. If opponents attempt the same technique repeatedly, they may experience a cumulative effect." "A cumulative effect," Elderly repeated, tasting the words. "You've crippled at least 4 disciples' cultivation paths temporarily. One young cultivator required 3 days of meditation to restore proper chi flow. With respect, Elder, those disciples challenged me in sanctioned matches. No rules were violated. No rules were violated, Elderly agreed. But you're using your power in ways that exceed its stated nature. You were evaluated as having a defensive countermeasure. Instead, you appear to be wielding a weapon that damages the cultivation foundations of your peers. Tell me, is that the behavior of a disciple interested in his sect's welfare? Or the behavior of a disciple interested in dominance? The question hung in the air. Around them, the junior elders watched with the flat attention of judges who had already formed their verdict. I don't have all the answers about my power yet, Elder, Xian said. I'm discovering its capacity as I develop it. What I've learned is that my technique rewind affects more than just the moment of interruption. It also affects the user's spiritual memory of the technique. That's a fact of how my power works, not a choice I'm making. But you are choosing to continue sparring despite this knowledge, Elderly said coldly. You're choosing to damage your disciples without their informed consent. Every opponent knows they're facing me, Xian countered. They know about my rewind capability. If they continue to use the same techniques after experiencing the effect, that's their choice. There was a pause. Then Elderly leaned back, and his smile was not pleasant. You're clever enough to hide behind technicalities. I respect that, in a way, but I want you to understand something clearly. Your continued experimentation with this power poses a risk to our community. Effective immediately, you are restricted from sparring with more than one opponent per week. All future spars must be observed and approved by a senior disciple or elder. And you are forbidden from sparring the same opponent more than once per lunar month. These restrictions will remain in place until I determine your power has stabilized. It was severe, but not unexpected. Xian bowed. I understand, Elder. I accept these terms. Good. You're dismissed. As Xian left the chamber, he caught sight of Su Mei waiting in the hallway, her expression carefully neutral. So she was still reporting. That evening, there was a challenge announcement posted in the outer disciple hall. Gan Rue challenges Xian to a sanctioned duel. Witnesses and judgment required. Tomorrow at sunset, primary training grounds. Xian stared at the notice, feeling something tighten in his chest. Gan Rue hadn't challenged him in 3 weeks. The earlier antagonist had been quiet, recovering from his series of losses. But this challenge was different. It was formal, public, and, given the timing of Elder Li's restrictions, almost certainly a coordinated effort. The sunset found the entire outer disciple population gathered at the training grounds. Word had spread that this was Gan Rue's comeback, his final attempt to reclaim face after the humiliation of repeated defeats. Gan Rue entered the circle, and his eyes were different. Sharper. He'd been training, pushing hard. His cultivation aura had strengthened since their last encounter. Xian, he called across the arena. One more time. I've prepared. I'm ready. And Xian believed him. Gan Rue did look ready. His stance was better, his breathing controlled. He'd analyzed the previous duels and adapted his approach. The match began. Gan Rue led with a sweeping chi assault. New, something Xian hadn't seen before. It was fast, aggressive. Xian read the first movement, the commitment of chi to his dominant hand, and began to rewind. The technique dissolved before it fully formed. Gan Rue transitioned immediately into a follow-up, a vertical strike coupled with a crushing downward pulse. Xian saw the inception, felt the chi branch into upper and lower pathways, and rewound both aspects simultaneously. Again, the technique collapsed. A third technique followed, then a fourth, then combinations. 2-part sequences, 3-part weaves, techniques that incorporated footwork and positioning alongside the pure chi forms. And with each one, Xian found the first movement and pressed his power against it. He was moving too fast. Gan Rue couldn't adapt quickly enough to formulate new techniques because his existing arsenal was being systematically dismantled. By the 7th technique, Gan Rue's movements were becoming desperate, less strategic. By the 10th, he was simply throwing raw power at Xian, hoping for an opening that would never come. The crowd had gone silent. Xian rewound a wild overhead strike and, in the moment when Gan Rue was overextended, stepped forward and pressed his palm gently against his opponent's chest. The match ended. Gan Rue dropped to his knees, breathing hard. And then he was crying, not violently, but silently, tears running down his face as he knelt in the dust. Xian extended a hand to help him up. Gan Rue didn't take it. He just knelt there, broken, while the crowd dispersed in uncomfortable silence. Walking back to his quarters that night, Xian felt something twist inside him, something he couldn't name. Triumph felt like ashes. He'd won, but victory felt like watching someone drown. He understood, in that moment, that his power didn't simply counter techniques. It broke people, and he wasn't certain he had the right to do that. Chapter 19. The breakthrough came during the night of the Ganrue duel, in the quiet hours when the sect slept. Lin Xian felt his qi suddenly expand, pressing against the boundaries of his spiritual foundation with insistent force. It wasn't painful, exactly, but it was overwhelming, the sense of too much energy contained in too small a space. He'd felt this sensation once before, in legends and stories. A breakthrough. Lin Xian rose and went to the meditation chamber, sinking into the prescribed postures. The peak of his power wanted to rise. All the stress, all the duels, all the intense uses of his rewind ability had driven his cultivation to the edge of advancement. He opened himself to it. The progression was slow but inevitable. His qi flowed from qi awakening tier into foundation establishment tier. The spiritual foundation that had merely supported his cultivation solidified into something more permanent, more structured. Pathways that had been fluid became etched. When dawn came, Lin Xian emerged from meditation with a new cultivation rank. Foundation establishment, Tier 1. He had advanced. 3 days later, Lu Tao held a small celebration in his quarters. Nothing extravagant, nothing that would draw Elder Li's attention. Just Lu Tao, Lin Xian, and 3 other disciples that Lu Tao considered his confidants. They ate simple rice and drank weak tea. Someone brought dried fruit. The atmosphere was quiet, contemplative. A genuine breakthrough, Lu Tao said, raising his cup. From outer disciple to mid-tier. You've accelerated faster than expected, Lin Xian. But sitting in that small room, surrounded by the celebratory warmth, Lin Xian felt oddly hollow. He had advanced because he'd pushed himself hard, used his power extensively, forced himself past the boundaries of what other disciples could endure. He'd broken Ganrue's spirit in a public duel. He'd damaged other disciples' cultivation foundations through repeated technique interruptions. And then, as a reward, his own cultivation had progressed. The correlation felt profane. Thank you for the celebration, Elder Lu, he said quietly. I'm grateful for your guidance. Without your mentorship, this advancement wouldn't have been possible. It was the correct thing to say, and Lu Tao smiled with satisfaction. But the words felt like silk over stone, appropriate, but hollow. After the gathering dispersed, Lin Xian returned to his new quarters in the mid-tier section of the sect. They were larger, better appointed. There was a window that overlooked the eastern training grounds. He sat by that window and felt the weight of his new rank, his new power, his new status within the Flowing Jade sect. He was advancing, exactly as he'd wanted. So why did advancement feel like erosion? Chapter 20. The letter arrived on a gray afternoon, delivered by a formal messenger in robes bearing the Patriarch's seal. Lin Xian was meditating when the messenger knocked. He rose quickly, unsettled by the formality. Outer disciples were never summoned by the Patriarch personally. The letter was written on expensive rice paper, the calligraphy precise and elegant. The seal was real jade, inlaid with silver. Disciple Lin Xian, * your progress has drawn the sect's notice. Come to the Heavens Tower at sunset. Bring nothing. * Yu Liang, Patriarch. The signature was brief, the meaning ambiguous. Lin Xian showed the letter to Lu Tao immediately. His mentor's face went pale. He read it twice, then a third time, as if the words might change. Something has changed, Lu Tao said quietly. The elders have made a decision about you. What kind of decision? Lin Xian felt his stomach tighten. Is this a punishment? For the sparring incidents? I don't know, Lu Tao replied, and for the first time, Lin Xian heard genuine uncertainty in his mentor's voice. A direct summons from the Patriarch is unusual. It could be commendation. It could be expulsion. It could be something else entirely. What does your intuition tell you? Lu Tao looked at him for a long moment. That you've become too important to ignore. And that's always dangerous. As sunset approached, Lin Xian made his way toward the Heavens Tower. The sect's central structure rose above the peaks like a pillar connecting earth to sky. He'd never entered it before. Very few disciples had. The guards at the base wore robes of deepest green, embroidered with silver thread. They recognized his face, nodded, and allowed him to pass without question. Inside, the air felt different, heavier with power, with centuries of cultivation. The walls seemed to pulse with residual qi from generations of sect leaders. A staircase spiraled upward, apparently endless. Lin Xian began to climb. The steps stretched on and on. His legs burned. The air grew thinner. But he continued upward, driven by the summons, by the weight of the Patriarch's command. Finally, he reached the highest chamber. The Patriarch stood before the western window, silhouetted against the setting sun. Yu Liang was tall, with silver hair and features carved into an expression of perpetual calculation. His cultivation aura was immense, pressing down on the room like a physical presence. Disciple Lin Xian, Yu Liang said without turning. I've been reading the reports about you. Technique rewind. Rapid advancement. Talent that other sects wish to recruit. Discipline issues that concern certain elders. The patriarch turned to face him, and his eyes were the color of polished steel. Tell me, Yu Liang said, do you believe your power is a gift or a curse? Lin Xian opened his mouth to answer, but the question was more profound than he'd initially understood. Before he could form words, Yu Liang raised a hand. You don't need to answer yet, the patriarch said, but you will before your next advancement. I wanted to meet you because I needed to understand something. Are you the kind of cultivator the flowing jade needs? Or are you the kind of cultivator that eventually leaves? Again, the question hung ambiguous. Judgment and possibility intertwined. I want to know your answer, Yu Liang continued, because what happens next depends on it. We can elevate you further. We can restrict you. Or we can allow things to continue as they are. But before we make that choice, you need to make yours. He gestured to a small table where tea waited, untouched. Drink, the patriarch said. Then leave. Come back in 1 month. On that day, you'll tell me, are you staying or are you leaving? And then we'll proceed accordingly. Lin Xian took the tea with trembling hands. The liquid was warm, fragrant with jasmine and something else, something that tingled against his lips with spiritual resonance. He drank. And in that moment, as the tea descended his throat and its power bloomed through his cultivation channels, he understood the true nature of the question. This wasn't about his loyalty to the sect. This was about the choice between safety and transcendence, between belonging and ascending, between the life of a disciple and the life of someone dangerous. The patriarch had given him 1 month to decide which person he wanted to be. As Lin Xian descended the spiraling stairs of the heavens tower, the sun sinking below the peaks behind him, he felt the weight of an invisible threshold. Everything before this moment had been prologue. Everything after would be consequence. Chapter 21. The heavens tower rose from the sect's core like a spine of white jade, so tall it pierced the perpetual mist that shrouded flowing jade's sect's highest peaks. Lin Xian had seen it 1,000 times from the outer valleys, but standing at its base now, the sheer scale of the structure pressed against him, not physically, but as a weight of intention. Every carved stone, every pattern inlaid into the foundation represented centuries of cultivation masters binding themselves into architecture. Lu Tao walked 3 paces ahead, his usually steady breathing labored. When the summons letter had arrived, sealed with the patriarch's personal mark, a character that burned faintly with golden qi even in daylight, his mentor had gone perfectly still. For the space of several breaths, he'd said nothing. Then, you'll go alone from here. The Heavens Tower's entrance was guarded by 2 cultivators whose cultivation bases Lin Xian couldn't fully assess. That alone told him they were far beyond his current level. They regarded him with the neutral expression of people who'd verified his identity through some mechanism he didn't understand, then stepped aside. Inside, there was no sense of traversing physical space. The tower's interior seemed to exist outside the normal relationship between distance and position. Corridors twisted in directions that shouldn't connect. Staircases led both up and what felt like inward, towards some core point that existed simultaneously at the heart of everything. Lin Xian's perception of first movements, that hyper-awareness of the moment a cultivator commits qi to technique, was useless here. Whatever bound this space together was architecture on a level he had no framework to comprehend. He climbed, or descended. The distinction became meaningless. When the corridor opened into a chamber, it did so abruptly, as though the tower had decided he'd walked far enough. The room was vast, but not ostentatiously so. There was an elegance to the proportions that made the space feel comfortable despite its size. Shelves lined with scrolls rose toward a ceiling too high to see clearly. A desk of dark wood stood uncluttered except for a single brush rest. And behind the desk sat Patriarch Yu Liang. Lin Xian had never been this close to the sect's supreme leader before. In formal gatherings, Yu Liang sat elevated, distant, wrapped in formal robes and ceremony. Here, he wore simple gray linen, and the change was more unsettling than any display of power would have been. Yu Liang appeared to be in his middle years, perhaps 50, perhaps 500. His face was lined but not weathered, as though time had carved its passage but not been allowed to damage. His eyes were unremarkable until they met Lin Xian's, at which point Lin Xian understood, with the same sudden clarity he used to perceive technique first movements, that this man's power was absolute. Not arrogant, not threatening, simply the truth of his existence. Lin Xian, Yu Liang said, and his voice carried no reverberation. It simply was. Sit. There was a chair. Lin Xian didn't remember seeing it a moment before, but he sat. Your mentor submitted a report 2 months ago about your progress, Yu Liang continued. He wasn't looking directly at Lin Xian now. His gaze had drifted back to the scrolls on the desk. He noted an unusual phenomenon in your sparring matches. You don't move like other cultivators. You react not to attacks, but to the moment before attacks occur. He theorized you possess some form of precognition. Lin Xian waited. Is his theory accurate? The temptation to lie was significant. But Yu Liang was waiting with a patience that suggested he already knew the answer, and lying to the patriarch in his own chamber seemed like the kind of mistake that shaped entire life trajectories. Not precognition, Lin Xian said carefully. I perceive the first movement, the moment of qi commitment that initiates a technique. It happens before the physical action, usually by a fraction of a breath. That's what I react to. Yu Liang's mouth curved slightly. Not quite a smile. Interesting. Not prediction, perception. The distinction matters. He picked up his brush, set it down again without writing anything. I've studied 317 cultivators who demonstrated exceptional spatial awareness. Your case is novel. You don't predict through intuition or precognitive sensation. You actually perceive an earlier layer of reality, the qi state itself. The weight of being known settled over Lin Xian like fog. I have a task, Yu Liang said. Not a punishment. Not a promotion, though elderly Changming will frame it as one or the other to justify his complaints either way. A task. What I require is a cataloger, someone who can read our archive techniques not as a student reads, trying to learn them, but as an analyst reads, understanding structure. First movements fascinate me, Lin Xian, because they are where intention becomes art. They are the bridge between concept and manifestation. Yu Liang stood, and the motion was so smooth it seemed almost not to happen. Follow me. The chamber connected to another passage, this one lined with walls that seemed to absorb light. As they descended, now definitely descending, the pressure changing in Lin Xian's ears, the temperature dropped. The stone beneath his feet became older, the carvings in the walls more worn. The forbidden archives occupied a space that shouldn't have fit inside the tower. The chamber was vast as a courtyard, its walls lined floor to ceiling with cases of jade and sealed wood. Pillars rose at regular intervals, each carved with the names of centuries of sect leaders. The air itself tasted old, not unpleasant, but the taste of ages. 30,000 techniques, Yu Liang said simply, collected from the sect's founding. Some are copies of older works. Some are unique innovations by our masters, categorized haphazardly by whoever was cataloging at the time. I want you to understand them. Map their first movements. Find the connections between them. Discover if there are patterns, families of techniques that share a foundational gesture, perhaps, or commonalities in how they disrupt normal qi flow. He gestured, and Lin Xian understood he should approach the nearest case. Inside, behind jade that had been treated with preservation seals, lay a scroll of remarkable age. Tangible or conceptual as you prefer, Yu Liang continued. You'll have access to resources. I'm assigning another disciple to work alongside you, someone of comparable insight. You'll report directly to me, monthly. No one else needs to know the full scope of your work. Tell anyone who asks that you're assisting with archival reorganization. Lin Xian opened the case. The scroll inside was labeled in characters so ancient they were almost ideographs. His hand trembled slightly as he lifted it. This is an honor, patriarch. This is necessity, Yu Liang corrected. His tone held no rebuke. And a cage. Both things at once. You see first movements better than any living cultivator I've encountered. But that gift, if used without understanding, will make you dangerous to yourself. Here, you'll understand instead of merely see. You'll transform perception into knowledge. The patriarch turned to leave, then paused. Your mother had a similar gift. Did your mentor tell you that? The question hit like a physical blow. No, patriarch. She did. Rarer than yours, perhaps. Less visual. More intuitive. But she saw patterns in the sex techniques that no one should have been able to see. Yu Liang's expression remained neutral. She's dead now. But her patterns remain. Perhaps you'll find them, cataloging here. Perhaps understanding what she saw will help you understand what you see. He left without waiting for a response. Lin Xian stood alone in the forbidden archives, holding a scroll older than he could quantify, and felt something crack open inside his chest. Chapter 22. The scroll from the forbidden archives was labeled Technique Analysis, Foundations of Disruption, written in a hand Lin Xian recognized from historical texts as belonging to one of the sect's first Grand Masters. But that wasn't what made his hands shake as he sat at the research desk Yu Liang had provided, deep in the archive's western section. What made his hands shake was what he found 3 hours into the systematic cataloging Yu Liang had commissioned. A folder, not sealed, but arranged with deliberate care among the medical records and cultivation journals of the second archive level. The folder was labeled in a hand he'd never seen, but its style was distinctive, precise, economical, confident. Linya, cultivation record and pattern analysis, his mother's name. The first documents were routine. Enrollment records from 15 years ago, noting her acceptance as a sponsored inner disciple, her exceptional aptitude for perception-based cultivation. A letter from Lu Tao, younger then, recently promoted to tutor status, praising her progress and her unique approach to technique analysis. Then the pattern analysis itself. His mother had developed a system. Lin Xian could see it immediately because the system was elegant, and elegance was something he recognized the way other people recognized faces. She'd taken 47 different techniques from the sect's archive and mapped them according to their first movements. Not merely identifying them, as Lin Xian could do, but categorizing them by type of commitment. Techniques that began with a spike in qi pressure, techniques that began with inward concentration, techniques that began with a spreading dispersal. She'd created a taxonomy of intentions. The notes were dense, written in abbreviated style that suggested they were working notes rather than formal documentation. Asterisk observation. Qinyin spiral requires 0.3 breaths for full qi commitment, marked by lateral pressure expansion. Contrasts with mirroring form, which shows no external pressure indicator but demonstrates microtemporal distortion at the cellular level. Hypothesis. Some techniques mask their first movements through sophisticated redirection patterns. Further investigation required into how perception-based cultivators might deceive readers. Asterisk Lin Xian's vision blurred. His mother hadn't just been talented. She'd been a researcher. She'd been building something. The implications of that multiplied exponentially as he read deeper. The later entries grew more ambitious. She was no longer simply analyzing techniques. She was attempting to understand the theoretical foundations of technique design itself. What made some first movements impossible to mask? What was the relationship between a technique's power and the duration of its first movement? Could you theoretically design a technique with no perceivable first movement at all? The final entry of her active notes was dated 4 months before her recorded death. It ran for 3 pages. Asterisk, I believe I've isolated the principle. The first movement cannot be eliminated. It's ontological rather than technical. But it can be displaced. What if the first movement exists in a cultivator's spirit rather than in their qi? What if the commit happens at a level of consciousness beneath awareness? I want to test this hypothesis by attempting to design a technique that operates through pure will manifestation without qi intermediation. This may be theoretically impossible, or it may be the next evolution. Asterisk asterisk note. Must conduct this research alone. Cannot risk institutional interference. If this is viable, it changes everything about how we understand cultivation itself. Asterisk, then the handwriting changed. The remaining documents weren't in his mother's hand. They were official notices. Summaries by unnamed sect officials. Records of her cultivation progression being halted. A medical assessment noting psychological deterioration. Subject shows signs of excessive mental strain. Paranoia regarding institutional oversight. Recommended immediate cessation of independent research. A restriction order, dated and sealed with Elder Li Changming's personal mark. Asterisk, by order of the sect's second pillar, Linya is hereby restricted from accessing archival materials. All personal research is terminated. Subject will be placed under medical observation indefinitely. Further cultivation advancement is suspended pending psychological evaluation. She is not to be granted administrative or teaching positions. Asterisk Lin Xian read that document 7 times before the words actually registered in his mind. His mother hadn't died in an accident. She'd been imprisoned, restricted, placed under observation until she died. The official cause listed as a cultivation backlash, but listed so vaguely it could have meant anything. The final document was an autopsy report, clinical and detached. Cultivation cord damage consistent with attempting to force advancement through her restricted qi pathways. Psychological state at time of death, deteriorated. Probable cause, accumulated strain from suppressed cultivation practice. In other words, she'd killed herself trying to work around the restriction, and the sect had let her do it. Lin Xian became aware that he was standing only when he realized his hands were shaking so severely he couldn't read the documents anymore. He was standing, and the entire western section of the Forbidden Archives was rotating slightly. Or he was rotating. The distinction ceased to matter. He staggered to a water basin in the corner of the research chamber and gripped its edge until his hands stopped shaking. The water was cold enough to burn. He didn't splash his face. He simply stood there, breathing, watching his reflection distort in the still surface. His mother had been brilliant. She'd been on the verge of discovering something fundamental about the nature of cultivation itself. An elderly Changming had destroyed her for it. The thought should have ignited him into rage. Instead, It settled into him like a stone sinking into deep water, profound, immovable, impossible to retrieve. Yu Liang had known. The patriarch had mentioned his mother deliberately, had brought Lin Xian to the archives knowing he'd find this. Why? As a test? As a motivation? As a message? Lin Xian straightened and returned to the desk. He gathered the documents related to his mother with deliberate care, handling them as though they might shatter. She had written these. Her hands had held the brush that made these marks. Her mind had conceived the theories. Her will had driven the research. And she had been taken apart piece by piece until the sect convinced itself she'd damaged herself. He read through the entire folder again, slower this time, absorbing every detail. The technique names she'd studied. The specific hypotheses she'd tested. The pattern she'd been pursuing. If he understood correctly, and his perception of first movements told him he did, his mother had been attempting to discover whether intention itself could become technique. Whether the qi commitment that defined a technique could be divorced from the qi itself, that had terrified the sect so thoroughly that they destroyed her. Lin Xian made a decision that surprised himself with its clarity. He would finish her work, not recklessly, not openly, but systematically, using the access Yu Liang had granted him. He would study what she'd studied. He would test what she'd theorized. And if he found what she'd been searching for, he would do it knowing exactly what it had cost her. The afternoon light had shifted to evening by the time he was capable of returning to the cataloging work. He arranged his mother's documents in a specific order and began writing his own notes in the margin of her final entry, continuing the line of inquiry she'd left incomplete. The first movement exists in consciousness before qi, he wrote. Test. Can pure intention replicate technique manifestation? He didn't know if he could answer that question, but at least now he knew why the question mattered. Chapter 23. The second researcher arrived 3 days later, and she immediately began arguing with him about classification methodology. You're categorizing by qi expenditure, which is wrong, she said, without preamble or introduction. She was examining the organizational system Lin Xian had started to develop, and her expression suggested she found it personally offensive. Qi expenditure isn't stable. The same technique will cost different amounts depending on the caster's cultivation base, the ambient qi conditions, and how much they've refined their execution. You're using a variable as a constant. She was tall, with dark hair braided in the style of the inner sect, and her eyes held the particular intensity of someone accustomed to being the most intelligent person in any given room. She couldn't have been more than 23, which meant she'd probably ascended to inner disciple status before her 20th birthday. Your name is Yu Chen? Lin Xian said, not quite a question. Yu Liang had mentioned another disciple would arrive, but given no details. Yes, and you're the one who perceives technique, first movements. She set down the classification charts he'd been working on as though they were physically disappointing. You should be using the structure of the first movement as your primary classification variable, not secondary. It's obvious. The arrogance of the statement should have irritated him. Instead, Lin Xian found himself interested. The first movement varies too, he said. The same technique performed by different cultivators shows micro-variations. Variations that correlate with their cultivation base and personal qi affinity. Exactly, Yu Chen said, as though he'd just proved her point. Which means the first movement itself is the fundamental constant. It's what remains stable even when everything else fluctuates. You categorize by what's stable. You category by what remains true regardless of external conditions. She was right. The realization struck him with the clarity of a first movement perception, sudden, obvious in hindsight, somehow already known. Your system acknowledges this in the secondary categorization but downplays it in the primary, she continued, warming to the argument. She began pulling scrolls from his organized stacks. Look, you've got lightning-based external offensive techniques as your primary category, then first movement, rapid qi channeling as secondary. But the secondary is more informative. A technique's lightning affinity is circumstantial. Its first movement structure is essential. The secondary structure is harder to map accurately, Lin Xian countered. Not all techniques have obvious first movement patterns. Some are deliberately obscured. Then those are a special category, Yu Chen said firmly. But you handle specialization through classification, not by making the special case your default assumption. She began reorganizing his charts, her movements quick and efficient. I've been studying archival organization theory for 3 years. You've been perceiving first movements. We should be complementary, not redundant. They spent the next 2 hours reconstructing the classification system. Yu Chen challenged every assumption. She forced him to articulate reasoning he'd held intuitively. She suggested organizational structures he'd never considered. And most importantly, she didn't defer to him. She didn't treat him as special or limited because of his cultivation base or his reputation as the patriarch's new project. She treated him as a fellow analyst. It was intoxicating. Why did you agree to this task? Lin Xian asked as they were finalizing the preliminary structure. It's not a short-term assignment. Yuchen didn't look up from her work. Yu Liang doesn't make requests. He issues directives. When the patriarch tells you that you're being reassigned to archival analysis under the supervision of some middle-tier disciple with a weird perception gift, you accept. You don't ask why. But you must have wondered. Of course I wondered. She finally looked at him. I wondered if it was punishment. I wondered if it was honor. I wondered if it was a screening process to test whether I could work with someone not from my faction or political alignment. But wondering isn't relevant. What's relevant is that the work itself is interesting. She gestured at the reorganized system. This cataloging, it's not busy work. If we do this correctly, we create a framework for understanding how the sect's cultivation traditions actually work. That's valuable. That's worth the time away from direct combat training. A lot of cultivators would prioritize combat strength. A lot of cultivators are boring, Yuchen said. She returned her attention to the charts. I'm not interested in being strong. I'm interested in understanding why strength works the way it does. First movements are a perfect lens for that investigation. Lin Xian found himself wanting to tell her about his mother. Not immediately, not with the rawness still fresh, but eventually. The impulse was strange. He barely knew Yu Chun, had been in her presence for only a few hours. But she listened the way his mother probably had, the way people who analyzed instead of merely absorbed listened. We should establish a division of labor, Yu Chun continued. You focus on perception mapping, the specific structure of first movements and techniques you can directly perceive. I'll focus on cross-correlation and pattern identification. We'll meet twice a day to consolidate findings. Twice daily is ambitious. I'm ambitious, she said simply. And this work is interesting. Why would I do it less than completely? They fell into a rhythm quickly. Early mornings in the archives, mapping and analyzing, followed by afternoon sessions in the sect's library, where Yu Chun researched theoretical cultivation frameworks that might explain the patterns they were discovering. In the evenings, they wrote preliminary reports for Yu Liang, who responded with queries that pushed them toward deeper analysis. 3 weeks into the collaboration, Lin Xian realized he was happier than he'd been since his mother's death. Not happy in the sense of joy. The weight of what he'd learned in her documents remained constant. But happy in the sense of purpose. Happy in the sense of being seen by someone who didn't require him to be anything except what he actually was. Yu Chun had no particular patience for his reticence or his pain. She simply worked alongside him, expecting his best effort because his best effort was what the work required. There was something profoundly respectful about that. Chapter 24. Qin Yuan looked older than Lin Xian remembered, though it had only been 3 years since they'd last seen each other. His childhood friend carried himself differently now, still possessing the fundamental kindness that Lin Xian recognized from village days, but tempered with something harder. Reality, perhaps. The weight of expectations unmet. I failed the entrance examination, Qin Yuan said without preamble. They stood in the outer ring disciples' rest pavilion, far from the attention of sect officials. Third written test. My chi pathways are slightly misaligned, have been since childhood. It doesn't prevent cultivation, but it does prevent the kind of rapid advancement the sect's advancement tests measure. They said I could reapply next year, but we both know next year will show the same results. Lin Xian studied his friend. Qin Yuan was lean, muscular in the way of someone who'd spent 3 years of training with full dedication, only to have that dedication rejected by institutional parameters. His hands bore calluses. His posture was strong. He simply didn't fit the sect's profile for disciple-level cultivators. There's another option, Qin Yuan continued quickly. Administrative aid. The outer ring logistics coordinating position in the supplies ministry. It doesn't have prestige. It won't lead to cultivation advancement or sect notoriety. But it's a position. It's housed in the sect. And it pays. Lin Xian had already begun considering how to solve this problem the moment Lu Tao had informed him that Qin Yuan had arrived seeking enrollment. His mentor had shown surprising flexibility when Lin Xian explained the situation. Something in Lu Tao's expression suggested he understood what it was like to be rejected by the sect's systematic advancement. I can make a request, Lin Xian said. Lu Tao has influence in administrative assignments, and the logistics position is currently understaffed. I don't want charity, Qin Yuan said immediately. It's not charity. The logistics ministry is genuinely understaffed. They've been requesting additional aides for months. You're capable, you're disciplined, and you're willing to do the work. It's not charity. It's matching qualified personnel to positions that need filling. Qin Yuan was silent for a long moment. Is that really how you see it? That's how it actually is, Lin Xian said. The fact that you're only being offered this position because I'm intervening, that's politics, not charity. Politics is how institutions work. You might as well benefit from it. Getting Qin Yuan assigned to the position took less than a week. Lu Tao apparently had stronger connections than Lin Xian had realized. The official paperwork came through, assigning Qin Yuan to the position of secondary aide in supplies ministry logistics, with a starting wage of 3 silver pieces per month and dormitory housing in the Outer Ring administrative complex. Qin Yuan arrived to the assignment with his meager possessions in a single canvas sack. He was trying to project gratitude, Lin Xian could tell, and simultaneously trying not to project the deep disappointment of having his entire childhood dream reduced to administrative work. They sat in the outer pavilion again, this time with 2 cups of tea that Qin Yuan brought with his own coins. Tell me about your journey, Lin Xian said. From the village to here. Qin Yuan's expression shifted, not toward happiness exactly, but toward the kind of contentment that comes from being asked to share something genuine. I trained with Master Zhou for 2 years. He taught me martial forms, basic meditation. Said my chi affinity was decent, though nothing remarkable. I thought that would be enough. People with decent chi affinity become cultivators, I figured. But decent isn't what the sect values. The sect values exceptional. He sipped his tea. 300 applicants this cycle. They advance maybe 30. The computational pressure is brutal. You need to demonstrate rapid advancement potential, which requires both high chi affinity and specific channeling patterns that seem to be, I don't know, inborn or something. My chi pathways work fine, just not optimally, so I don't meet the threshold. What will you do with the logistics position? Lin Xian asked. Get good at it, Qin Yuan said simply. Learn how the sect actually functions. Maybe work my way into administrative responsibility. The position doesn't prevent cultivation practice, just formal advancement. I can still meditate, still improve my chi control, just not through institutional pathways. That seems lonely. That seems realistic, Qin Yuan corrected. He smiled, the same genuine, uncomplicated smile Lin Xian remembered from childhood. You're something extraordinary, Lin Xian. I've heard the rumors. You perceive techniques in ways nobody else can. The sect has projects for you, opportunities, all of it built around what makes you special. That's genuinely remarkable. He leaned forward. But I'm not extraordinary. I'm ordinary with a chi deficiency, and I'm making peace with that. I'd rather be ordinary in content doing something real than extraordinary and miserable trying to keep up with advancement pathways I can't genuinely access. That's very wise, Lin Xian said, and meant it. That's very pragmatic, Qin Yuan replied. Different thing, but I'll take it. A friend of mine from the village was offered a different kind of hope. Said a cultivation master in the southern districts was taking private students, might be able to address the pathway misalignment through specialized training. But he wants payment I don't have, and I'm suspicious of promises anyway. Here, at least, I know what I'm building toward. Small thing. Stability. Worth more than I used to think. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the sunset paint the valley below in gold and violet light. I'm sorry, Qin Yuan said finally, that your cultivation is complicated. I know it is. The rumors suggest it costs you. The perception gift, I mean. There's talk about migraines, sensory damage if you use it too much. The rumors are mostly accurate, Lin Xian acknowledged. That seems unfair. Most things are, Lin Xian said. But that's the parameter we're given. The question becomes what you do with it. And what are you doing with yours? Qin Yuan asked. Lin Xian considered the question genuinely. What was he doing? Cataloging his mother's research. Continuing the work that had killed her. Building towards something he didn't yet understand. Working with Yu Chun on systems and patterns. Serving the patriarch's agenda while pursuing his own. Surviving, he said finally. Learning. Trying not to make the same mistakes other people made. That's reasonable, Qin Yuan said. That's very reasonable. Chapter 25 Yu Qin found him on the archive terrace at dusk, where he went after particularly exhausting days of cataloging. The terrace overlooked the sect's central valley, and the light at this hour turned everything the color of old bronze. You haven't been entirely honest about why you're here, she said without greeting. She held a scroll, one of his mother's analytical works, loosely in her hand. Lin Xian didn't ask how she'd accessed the restricted section. Yu Chun was brilliant enough that access restrictions were more like suggestions to her, and she had Yu Liang's implicit authorization anyway. My mother was a researcher, he said. He hadn't planned to tell her this directly, but now that the moment was here, it seemed absurd not to. She discovered patterns in technique design that someone found threatening. She was restricted, placed under observation, and she died attempting to work around the restriction. Elderly Changming ordered it. Yu Chun settled onto the terrace's edge, keeping a respectful distance. You're continuing her work. Yes. That's dangerous. If they discovered you, I know, Lin Xian said. But someone has to. She was on the verge of something. She understood something fundamental about how cultivation actually works, and it terrified the people in power enough that they destroyed her for it. Yu Chen opened the scroll. She'd clearly read it thoroughly. Her final hypothesis about pure intention manifestation without qi intermediation. It's theoretically impossible based on the current framework of cultivation philosophy. But it's not impossible based on perception analysis. If we assume, and this is speculative, that what you perceive in first movements is actually consciousness imposing itself on qi before the qi manifests, then intention could theoretically become the primary force with qi as secondary manifestation. She looked at him directly. That's not a power, Lin Xian. That's a burden. The question is why you carry it. Why push toward what destroyed her? Because understanding why it destroyed her, understanding what she actually discovered, matters, Lin Xian said. Because if I don't finish this, then elderly wins completely. My mother vanishes from history. Her research becomes a cautionary tale instead of what it actually is, the beginning of something remarkable. It will destroy you too if you're not careful, Yu Chen said quietly. Probably, Lin Xian acknowledged. But I'm stronger than she was. I have advantages she didn't. You have me, Yu Chen said simply. That's an advantage she didn't have. Someone working alongside you who isn't politically aligned with your enemies, who has the patriarch's authorization, who understands what you're building toward. She set down her mother's scroll carefully. I want to know everything you know. I want access to all her records. And I want to work with you on whatever comes next. Not as an assistant. As a partner. This research, it's the most important thing I could spend time on. The weight that had been pressing on Lin Xian since finding his mother's documents shifted slightly. Not relieved. The weight remained, would always remain. But now it was distributed between two people instead of one. She was trying to understand if intention could become technique, Lin Xian said. If consciousness could manifest directly as power without requiring qi as intermediary. It terrified the sect because it would fundamentally change what cultivation means. If intention is sufficient, then qi affinity becomes less important. Bloodline becomes less important. Advancement could be purely based on mental discipline and understanding. That would democratize cultivation, Yu Chen said softly. The entire power structure of the sect is built on selective breeding for qi affinity, on bloodline advantages, on natural talent as fixed and immutable. If intention could become sufficient. She trailed off, understanding the implications. My mother's death isn't reported as anything but a cultivation accident, Lin Xian said. But elderly destroyed her deliberately. And the patriarch knows this, or at least suspects. He brought me here knowing I'd find her records. He wants me to continue her work. Under his protection, Yu Chen observed. Which means power and also control. The patriarch isn't your ally, Lin Xian. He's using you. The question is whether your goals and his goals are aligned enough that the use is acceptable. He's also protecting me from elderly, Lin Xian said. Which my mother didn't have. Yu Chen was quiet for a long moment, watching the light fade from the valley. I've been watching you for 3 weeks now, she said finally. Watching how you approach the archive work, how you handle the cataloging, how you interact with Yu Liang's queries. And I've realized something. What? You're not driven by ambition, she said. You're driven by understanding. You want to know how things work at the deepest level. You want to see the first movement not because it gives you power, but because seeing it reveals truth. That's rarer than you'd think. She turned to face him fully. I'm ambitious. I want to reshape how the sect approaches cultivation. But I can't do that without understanding, and I can't understand without truth. So I'm willing to spend however long this takes, studying what your mother discovered, testing her hypotheses, pushing toward what she was reaching for. She extended her hand. Partners. Lin Xian took it. Her grip was firm, her expression serious. This was a real commitment she was offering, not a casual promise. If the sect discovered what they were actually working toward, if their research was exposed, both of them would face consequences severe enough to be worth fearing. But looking at Yu Chen's face, seeing the clarity of her conviction, Lin Xian understood that fear wasn't actually the primary response anymore. What he felt was gratitude, and the strange, unfamiliar lightness of having someone understand what he carried. Partners, he agreed. They stood together on the terrace as the sun completed its descent, watching the flowing jade sect gradually illuminate as disciples lit evening lanterns throughout the complex. Below them, the sect glowed like something alive, beautiful and treacherous in equal measure. Lin Xian thought of his mother, of her final entries, cut off mid-investigation, of the theories she'd been building, of the understanding she'd been reaching for. He would reach it, and now he wouldn't reach it alone. That changed everything. Chapter 26. The archive's record room smelled like old paper and the mineral dust of ground ink. Lin Xian had been spending enough time here that the scent no longer registered as foreign. It had become the baseline of his existence, the neutral air against which all else was measured. Yu Chen sat across from him at their usual desk, a stack of foundational texts spread between them like the components of a puzzle that wouldn't yet cohere. "Look at this," she said, not looking up from her notes. She had a habit of making discoveries while appearing to ignore whatever she was reading, her fingers tracing patterns on the paper that her eyes seemed to follow only tangentially. The flowing water strike, the granite mountain stance, the silk thread defense. 3 completely unrelated techniques, right? Lin Xian didn't respond immediately. He had learned, over the past weeks, that Yu Chen's rhetorical questions weren't invitations to agreement. They were invitations to observation. She continued without waiting. "But if you map their internal sequences, not the visible movements, but the way the qi circulates through the body, the points of expansion and contraction, there's a pattern." She turned her notes so he could see. Her handwriting was precise, almost mathematical. The structural skeleton is identical. Different surface applications, different looks, but the underlying architecture is the same. He had noticed it too, but hearing her voice it aloud made something shift in his chest. They were approaching the same conclusions from different angles, his rewind sense perceiving the movements as stages, her analytical eye breaking down written descriptions into formulaic components. Where his gift showed him the first movement like a door opening, her research was revealing what lay behind the door. The framework. "How many texts have you cross-referenced?" he asked. 17 complete foundational technique descriptions. "I've found the pattern in all of them." She leaned back, her expression sharp with something between satisfaction and frustration. Which means either the founding sages were working from some universal principle, or all foundational techniques are variations on a smaller set of primordial movements. Lin Xian finished. The thought had occurred to him before, but incomplete. Yu Chen's evidence was making it concrete. "References? I've found 3 so far." She produced an older text, the binding cracked with age. "The primordial movements of the first sage. The architect's 5 foundations. Notes on technique genesis in the commentaries of Master Luo." She turned each page carefully. "They're all fragmentary. Like someone took the original sources and deliberately obscured them. Or they were lost," Lin Xian suggested, though he didn't believe it. Yu Chen's eyes met his. "You don't think they were lost?" "No. The pattern you found is too consistent. Someone understood this framework well enough to build 17 different techniques on the same foundation. You don't accidentally build that kind of coherence. And you don't write fragmentary references to something historical. You write like this when you're protecting knowledge." The archive room seemed to contract around this conclusion. Lin Xian stood and walked to the stacks, running his fingers along the spines of the oldest volumes. His rewind sense was passive when he wasn't actively observing a technique, but in moments like this it seemed to hum at a lower frequency, attuned to the structure of things. There was something here, something in the arrangement of knowledge itself that he was almost touching. "I need to see Patriarch Yu," he said. Yu Chen stood as well. "He said he'd observe our progress. I think he already knows." They found the Patriarch in one of his reading chambers, the kind of room that existed behind non-obvious doors in the archive complex. He was sitting motionless before an empty desk, the posture of someone thinking so deeply that physical form became incidental. "You found the pattern," Yu Liang said before they had fully entered. It wasn't a question. "We think there's a framework," Lin Xian began, then stopped. Yu Liang raised a hand. "Don't report to me yet. Report to the sources. If you're right, the primordial movements are the root, and everything else is branching. Find the root first. Understand it. Then understand why it was hidden." He gestured them away. "Come back when you can explain why the founding sages chose to obscure their own first principles. That's the question worth answering." As they turned to leave, Yu Liang's voice followed them. "And Lin Xian, this is why I brought you here. Not to apply techniques. To think past them." Walking back through the corridors, Yu Chen said quietly, "He's been waiting for us to figure this out." "Yes," Lin Xian said. "And he's not going to help us. He's going to watch what we do when we're forced to figure it out alone." Yu Chen smiled faintly. "Then we'd better not disappoint him." Over the next weeks, they lived in the gap between knowing and understanding. The fragmentary texts yielded their secrets slowly, in reverse. If these 17 techniques were derived from a primordial framework, then deconstructing them should reveal it. Lin Xian found himself spending hours in meditation, his rewind sense following technique, beginnings not backward but downward, as if peeling layers of intention away from their manifestations. Yu Chen was more methodical. She compiled lists, cross-referenced every author who mentioned technique genesis, tracked which sects had access to which knowledge. Her desk became a cartography of intellectual inheritance. One evening, as the archive's oil lamps cast them in pools of amber light, Yuchen said, "I think there are five primordial movements. Not physically, they're not styles or stances. They're principles of how energy moves, how intention translates into form. Every other technique is a permutation." Lin Xian closed his eyes and saw it. His rewind sense showed him fragments of different techniques, their beginnings spiraling backward. And in that spiral, 5 points of coherence, 5 ways that a practitioner could commit their intention to the world. "The 5 foundations," he said, opening his eyes. The architect's 5 foundations wasn't about 5 techniques. It was about 5 principles, which we still can't fully articulate, Yuchen pointed out. "But yes, we have enough to proceed," Lin Xian said. "If the framework is correct, we should be able to predict unstudied techniques, design new ones." Yuchen's expression shifted into something akin to wonder. "We would be reverse engineering the language the sages used to speak to reality itself." "Not predicting," Yu Liang said from the doorway, making them both jump. He'd entered silently. "Creating. If you truly understand the framework, you're not discovering what the sages knew. You're using their principles to birth new knowledge. The distinction matters." He looked at Lin Xian. "Continue." After the patriarch left, Yu Chun said, "He's taking a significant risk, letting us pursue this." "Why do you say that?" Lin Xian asked, though he suspected he knew. "Because knowledge like this is usually kept in a single vault, with one elder to guard it. What we're doing, building it ourselves, understanding it from fragments, that's either revolutionary or dangerous, and I'm not entirely sure he cares which." Lin Xian thought of his mother in her sealed chamber, thought of the way Yu Liang had never once asked him about his rewind sense or its limits. The patriarch was a man who understood that some gifts were worth protecting, and some protections were worth risks. "We continue," Lin Xian said. "We'll finish understanding the 5 foundations." Yuchen nodded slowly, then smiled. "Good. I had no intention of stopping." They bent back over the texts, the framework taking shape in the space between them like something being carved from darkness. Neither of them knew yet that understanding would change everything. Chapter 27. The visitor arrived on a morning when the mountain mists hadn't fully cleared, giving the sect's main courtyard the appearance of a place slightly unmoored from the world. Su Song emerged from the fog like a character stepping onto a stage after a long intermission. Elderly, with wild white hair that seemed to belong to 3 separate men's heads, dressed in robes that had been stitched by someone more interested in function than fashion. "Well," he announced, spreading his arms as Lu Tao led him toward the guest quarters. "This is either exactly as advertised or completely different. I suppose either one is fine." Lu Tao, perpetually composed, seemed mildly unsettled. "Master Su, if you need anything during your stay, archives," Su Song interrupted, his bright eyes suddenly focused with the intensity of a hawk. "Tell me where you keep the foundational texts, and then I can be left mercifully alone until dinner time." By late afternoon, Su Song had found his way to the record room, where Lin Xian and Yu Chun were comparing cross-references. He didn't knock. He appeared the way the patriarch appeared, though with considerably more audible creaking of old joints. "The 5 foundations," he said, looking at Yu Chin's notes with an expression of such unguarded delight that for a moment he seemed decades younger. "Someone finally convinced themselves to look for it. And you're not even the sect's official elder keeper, which is either a brilliant organizational choice or a catastrophic security oversight. You can read our notes?" Yu Chin asked, neither defensive nor welcoming, simply factual. "Young woman, when you've spent 63 years in archive work, you develop an instinct for when someone's stumbled onto something forbidden and delightful." He pulled up a chair with the unself-consciousness of someone accustomed to inserting himself into situations. "I'm Su Song, keeper of records for the Crimson Pine sect. I'm here ostensibly for a knowledge exchange. In reality, I'm here because I've been working on the same problem for 15 years and my sect is too conservative to let me finish. You, however, appear to have a patriarch who's willing to let his archivists think dangerous thoughts. So," he looked at Lin Xian directly, "show me what you have." Something in the man's gaze was different from every other person Lin Xian had encountered, even Yu Liang, even Yu Chun. There was no measuring, no assessment of threat or potential. Su Song was looking at him the way he might look at an interesting manuscript, with genuine curiosity about what was written inside. Lin Xian laid out the framework, the 5 foundations, the structural patterns, the hypothesis about technique generation. Su Song listened without interrupting, his hands folded over his belly, his eyes moving from one speaker to the other like a conductor following an orchestra. When they finished, He was silent for a long moment. This is good work, he said finally. Better than good. You've done in weeks what took me years because you started with the right question. I came at it sideways, comparing techniques across different schools, assuming the diversity meant more diversity at the foundation. You came at it structurally. Much faster. He sat back, clearly delighted. But you're missing something. What? Yuchen asked sharply. The reason the sages obscured the 5 foundations wasn't academic caution. It was something they were trying to prevent. Su Song stood and began pacing along the shelves like a man in a familiar garden. Technique is, at its heart, a way of imposing will on reality. The more refined your understanding of fundamental technique, the more efficient that imposition becomes. An efficiency of imposed will tends to make those holding power very nervous. He pulled down a volume that Lin Xian had examined 6 times without finding anything relevant. This text was written by a disciple of the 4th sage, someone who understood the foundations. He wrote it explicitly as a way to preserve the knowledge in case the higher authorities tried to destroy it. See here? The references are broken into different sections of the book. You have to know the framework already to retrieve the knowledge. It's encrypted in the only way that matters, with intent. So the foundations were suppressed, Lin Xian said slowly. Yes and no. They were distributed, hidden in fragments. The thinking was that no single person could reconstruct them without the help of others, and the act of collaborating would create witnesses, people who could confirm that the knowledge had been preserved. Social redundancy. Su Song turned to face them. But you 3, or rather, you 2 and your patriarch, have essentially rediscovered them through pure analysis. Which means the suppression worked and failed simultaneously. The knowledge survived, but in a form so hidden that only the brightest minds, given time and freedom, could resurrect it. Why are you telling us this? Yuchen asked. You work for another sect. Doesn't this knowledge belong to your sect? Su Song laughed, a real laugh, unguarded and genuine. My sect thinks I'm an eccentric old man they humored until I stopped making problems. I've been trying to reconstruct the 5 foundations for 15 years in a sect that considers speculation on foundational principles to be dangerous vanity. You have a patriarch willing to let you think. That's worth more than any official authority. He looked at Lin Xian. And because I recognize the look of someone who thinks the way I do, we're rare enough that we should probably help each other. What do you want in exchange? Lin Xian asked. Knowledge, Su Song said simply. Your 5 foundations will probably be slightly different from what I've reconstructed, fresh eyes, different sources. I want to compare notes. I want to see what you noticed that I missed. And if you're willing, I'll share what I've learned. He sat back down. I'm too old to pretend this is about sect loyalty anymore. I'm old enough that it's just about getting it right. Over the next days, Su Song became a fixture in the archive room. He arrived early, left late, and spent most of the intermediate hours asking questions that seemed tangential until you saw how they restructured everything. He had a habit of saying, no, that's not what that text means. Listen to the rhythm of the language. And then his fingers would trace the meaning from the ideograms like someone reading music from sight. He treated Yu Chen's analytical work with the respect a master architect might show another architect, and he looked at Lin Xian's rewind sense insights with something approaching reverence. This gift, Su Song said one evening, as they were comparing notes on how different techniques initiated their primary movements. It's not something you were born with, is it? I don't know, Lin Xian admitted. I've had it for as long as I remember. But not like others have their gifts. Most cultivators with innate talents feel them as natural extensions, like their hands or eyes. This is something you've had to learn to live with. I can tell by the way you use it. You're not unconscious with it. Most people never achieve that kind of deliberate control. Su Song looked at him directly. Where does that come from? That control. Lin Xian thought of his mother writing her notes, of learning to hide, of watching other people's faces to understand what was safe and what was dangerous, of treating his own gift like something to be managed rather than expressed. Necessity, he said. Su Song nodded slowly. Yes, that'll do it. The best cultivators are made by necessity, not talent. Talent is just potential. Necessity is what makes you forge it into something real. He returned to the texts. All right, now let's see if we can understand the 3rd primordial movement better. I have a theory about why the sages called it the movement of emptiness rather than absence. Working with Su Song was like working in a space suddenly expanded. The old man's mind didn't move in straight lines. It circled, spiraled, dove unexpectedly into tangents that somehow always led back to the central question, but through richer territory than Lin Xian would have explored alone. And he asked nothing of Lin Xian except honesty and intelligence. There were no agendas, no tests of loyalty or strength. Just an old eccentric genuinely fascinated by ideas. Yuchen noticed it too. One evening, As they were walking back to the dormitories and Su Song had retired to his guest quarters, she said quietly, "You're different around him." "How?" Lin Xian asked. "Less guarded. You smile more when he says something particularly clever. You're not checking our conversation for what it means about your status here." She glanced at him. "It's nice seeing that." Lin Xian realized she was right. With Su Song, his intellect wasn't a liability to manage or a gift to weaponize. It was simply interesting. There was no measurement, no political calculus. Just two minds meeting in the space of ideas. "Your family's good at making people feel safe," Yuchen continued. "But Su Song is different. He's not making you feel safe because he's protecting you. He makes you feel safe because he's genuinely not interested in anything except whether you can think well." "That's a kind of protection too," Lin Xian said. Yuchen smiled. "Yes, I suppose it is." They walked the rest of the way in comfortable silence, while behind them the archive room glowed with lamplight, and somewhere in its depths, the 5 primordial movements waited in fragments, slowly being reassembled by 3 people who had forgotten to be afraid of the knowledge they were handling. Chapter 28. The tea was cold by the time Yu Chun started talking, which was fitting, because she seemed to be steeling herself for something that required the chill of already spoiled comfort. They were alone in the archive room. Su Song had retired early, complaining of the kind of profound tiredness that even old scholars couldn't fight, and the evening lamps cast their small section of the world into an island of light. "I'm not born into this," Yuchen said without preamble, her eyes on the text she wasn't reading. "I know how I appear, skilled, naturally talented, at home here. But my family doesn't cultivate. They never did." Lin Xian didn't respond. He had learned that silence was her grammar when she needed to communicate difficult truths. "We were merchants. Silk traders, actually, which is probably why I think the way I do. My father used to talk about business the way cultivators talk about technique. You have to understand the flow of money the way you understand the flow of qi. You have to know where it's going, where it's been blocked, what forces are moving it." She finally looked at him. "We went bankrupt. Not gradually, catastrophically. Bad investment, failed speculation, a contract that turned out to be a trap. Within a year, we went from comfortable to owing money to people who start conversations by threatening your life." "How old were you?" 14. "I was studying martial arts," my mother insisted. "Nothing mystical, just physical training. She said it was good for discipline. What it actually did was teach me to move efficiently and think about angles." Yu Chen's expression remained distant, as if she were narrating someone else's history. "A sect scout came to our town. They do that sometimes, looking for potential in families who can't afford to offer their children to a sect voluntarily. The scout noticed me, said I had talent, said my family's debts could be resolved if I joined as a disciple." "You agreed," Lin Xian said. "My father cried about it for a week. My mother was more practical. She said it was the best outcome we could hope for. And it was, I suppose. In exchange for my labor and obedience, they cleared the debts and took the pressure off. My siblings got to grow up. My parents got to start again in a different town." Yu Chen's fingers traced the spine of the book before her. "So here I am. Pure talent, pure dedication, rising through the ranks as a cultivator. Except the only reason I'm here is because my family was poor. Is that what you think I think?" Lin Xian asked carefully. "I think most people would. I've heard the assumptions." "Where's your family from?" "Ah, they're not cultivators." "Ah, that explains the hunger in her training. As if necessity is a disadvantage, something to overcome rather than understand." She finally looked at him fully. "I'm telling you because you treat intelligence like something valuable in itself, not like something you're measuring against a standard of bloodline purity or inherited status. And because if this," she gestured vaguely at the research between them, "goes badly, I want someone to know that I earned every piece of this knowledge, that I didn't stumble into it as some natural prodigy, that I built it with analysis because I had to be better than someone born to this." Lin Xian thought of his mother in her sealed chamber, of the way her gift had been treated as something dangerous rather than valuable. He thought of the categories people use to understand others: born talent, natural ability, proper lineage, and the way those categories crushed people who didn't fit. "There's a hierarchy," he said slowly. "In cultivation worlds. You're born to it, or you're not. You have innate talent, or you're a worker. You come from the right family, or you're always slightly suspect." "Yes," Yuchen said flatly. "It's corrupt," Lin Xian said. "Not in the way that some people are corrupt. In the way that a foundation is corrupt. It's built on a rotten assumption. That talent is inherited. That cultivation is for the naturally gifted. But the 5 foundations prove that's wrong. Every technique is learnable. Every principle is available. The hierarchy only exists because people decided it existed. That's a very convenient philosophy for someone who seems naturally talented at everything," Yuchen observed. But there was no bite in it. I'm naturally talented at seeing patterns, Lin Xian corrected. That's useful in research. It's not useful in farming, or cooking, or most of the actual work that keeps a sect running. You're naturally talented at analysis, at seeing how things relate when they appear unrelated. That's rarer, actually. More valuable. Easier to teach someone to fight than to teach them to think the way you do. I've spent years believing that if I just worked hard enough, if I just became skilled enough, the suspicion would go away, that I'd be able to belong fully. Yu Qin's voice was quiet. But that's not how hierarchy works, is it? It doesn't care how good you are. It only cares about where you came from. Then we break it, Lin Xian said. Through the research. If we can show that the foundations are available to anyone who understands them, that technique is not some exclusive gift but a language that can be learned, then the hierarchy doesn't just become less important. It becomes irrelevant. That's an elegant theory, Yu Qin said. In practice, people are very invested in their hierarchies. Then we'll have to be more clever than they are, Lin Xian said. Which, if I'm honest, shouldn't be difficult. Yu Qin smiled. A real smile, not the sharp one she usually wore. There's some arrogance there. Some, he acknowledged. But justified arrogance is just confidence. She reached across the desk and squeezed his hand briefly, a gesture so unexpected and so casual that it took him a moment to process it had happened. Thank you, she said, for not making me less because of where I come from. Thank you for letting me see what I was blind to, Lin Xian replied. I've been operating under those same assumptions without questioning them. You're making me think better. After that evening, something shifted. The research continued with the same intensity, but there was less pretense between them. Yu Qin began asking him directly about his mother, about what it had been like to grow up with a gift that people feared. He asked her about her family, about what her father did now, about the small details of life before the sect. Su Song, observing their increased comfort with each other, seemed delighted in a way that had nothing to do with the 5 foundations. This is good, the old scholar said one morning, looking at the way they were now working in tandem, her analysis feeding his intuition confirming her theories. This is what real collaboration looks like. Not hierarchy pretending to be cooperation. Just 2 minds that respect each other, trying to see more clearly. It was the kind of thing that should have felt fragile, this new understanding between them. But it proved durable in a way that surprised Lin Xian. The research accelerated. Their insights became sharper. And for the first time in his conscious life, Lin Xian found himself less interested in hiding what he was and more interested in simply understanding what they were building together. Chapter 29 The breakthrough came at midnight, which seemed fitting for something that had been living in darkness. Lin Xian was meditating in his private chamber, the one place in the sect where he didn't have to be careful about his expression or his movement. The 5 primordial movements were a constant hum in his awareness now, not separate from his rewind sense, but integrated with it. Each foundation a lens through which to understand technique. He had pushed harder these past weeks, driven by something he couldn't quite name. Yu Qin's trust, perhaps. Susong's confidence. The weight of understanding that what they were building mattered. His cultivation was advancing rapidly. He could feel it in the way his qi moved through his meridians, smoother, more refined, more conscious. Foundation establishment tier was becoming exhausted of its potential. There was a threshold approaching. He closed his eyes and let his mind drift deeper, following the sensation of qi the way he had learned to follow technique beginnings. And then, like a door swinging open, something shifted. Essence condensation tier. The breakthrough was less violent than he had expected. No explosion of power, no sudden surge of strength. Instead, it was like achieving clarity about something that had always been true. His consciousness expanded slightly, his connection to his own qi became more nuanced, and most importantly, his rewind sense evolved. He could see more than first movements now. He could perceive the second movement, the pivot point within a technique where the initial commitment could be altered, interrupted, redirected, where a practitioner had to decide what came next. Every technique, he realized, was not one movement but a sequence of them, each one a new choice, a new commitment. If he could see the first movement and predict the second, he could interrupt techniques mid-execution. The implications spiraled outward. Most practitioners couldn't interrupt techniques in progress. Doing so required perfect understanding of what was being interrupted. But he could see the points of inflection, the moments where technique became vulnerable. Lin Xian opened his eyes, feeling the subtle difference in how the world appeared. Everything was still itself, but he could perceive the technique's underlying movement with greater precision. There was a framework visible now that hadn't been before. He needed to test it. He requested a private duel with Yu Qin the next morning, offering no explanation beyond that he wanted to spar. She accepted with the kind of immediate confidence that suggested she'd been waiting for him to ask. They met in one of the training courts, empty at this hour, just the two of them and the morning light coming through the high windows. Yuchen rolled her shoulders once, loose and ready. What did I miss? She asked, because she saw something different in him immediately. You'll see, Lin Xian said. The match began with her executing a form he had seen 100 times, a foundation stance meant to lead into an aggressive strike. He let her commit to the first movement, let her energy build. Then, at the precise moment when she was moving into the second movement, the actual strike, he reached out and touched the point on her wrist where her chi was turning into directed force. Her technique didn't shatter. It didn't fail catastrophically. It simply stopped. Mid-flow, she couldn't continue. The energy she had committed to the strike had nowhere to go. Yuchen stumbled forward, half laughing in surprise. You can interrupt mid-technique? Yes, Lin Xian said, feeling something in his chest that might have been pride or might have been something stranger. The joy of showing someone you cared about something you could do. My perception improved. I'm essence condensation now. She came at him again, and he let her get further this time. Let her commit to a more complex combination before interrupting at the second pivot point. The growth was intoxicating in a way he hadn't expected, the clarity of understanding, the ability to see her movements before she made them. Then Yuchen grinned and said, "All right, show off. Let's see what else you've got." They sparred for an hour, and something happened that Lin Xian had never experienced in a duel. He was having fun, not in the calculating way of testing strength or demonstrating superiority, but in the genuine, unself-conscious way of two people who trusted each other well enough to play seriously. When they finally stopped, both breathing heavily, Yuchen sat down on the edge of the training circle and looked up at him. "You're happier," she said. "What? I can tell. You came back from your breakthrough different. More human." She tilted her head, studying him. Less like a machine calculating optimization. More like someone who's figured out something that delights him. Lin Xian sat down next to her, not quite close enough to touch, but closer than he would have sat with anyone else. "I think I've been treating my gift like a problem to solve. Something to understand so completely that it became safe. But it's not a problem. It's just another way of seeing." "And now you're seeing?" Yuchen asked. "I'm seeing you better," Lin Xian said simply. "I'm seeing how you move, how you think. I'm seeing how every choice has a possibility underneath it. I'm seeing," he paused, searching for the right words. "I'm seeing that I don't have to be perfect to be valuable. I just have to be thoughtful." "That's a good thing to see," Yuchen said quietly. They sat in the morning light, the training court empty around them. The work of deconstructing the 5 primordial movements waiting in the archive room. For the first time since joining the sect, Lin Xian felt like he wasn't performing a version of himself designed to be acceptable. He was simply here, simply present, simply himself. It was a small breakthrough compared to reaching essence condensation tier, but it was the one that mattered most. That evening, Su Song found him in the archive room and took one look at him before saying, "You broke through." "How can you tell?" Lin Xian asked. "Because you stopped concentrating on hiding and started focusing on understanding. It's written all over your face." The old scholar sat down with a satisfied sigh. The second breakthrough is always the important one. The first is just power. The second is perspective. Good for you. How did you know it would happen? Lin Xian asked. "Because you were ready. Because you had people around you who made it safe enough to actually think instead of just observe. Because the research mattered to you for reasons beyond survival." Su Song picked up one of their combined notes. "The 5 foundations are becoming clearer every day. When you finish, and you will finish, you're going to understand something fundamental about how power and knowledge relate. That understanding will change you in ways even greater than achieving essence condensation. Prepare yourself." Lin Xian wanted to ask more, but something in Su Song's expression suggested the old man had already said what needed saying. Instead, he returned to the research, feeling the weight of potential like a stone in his chest. Heavy, but not unpleasant. The kind of weight that meant something real was being built. Chapter 30. The summons came from Elder Li Changming 3 days later, delivered with enough courtesy that its edges were lethal. Lu Tao brought the message personally, and the regret on his face told Lin Xian everything he needed to understand about what was happening before the words were even spoken. "He's called for an Elder Committee review of the archival project," Lu Tao said quietly, closing the archive room door behind him. "He claims the research is proceeding without adequate oversight. He's arguing that the patterns you've discovered could constitute dangerous knowledge, and that decision about whether to continue should go through proper channels rather than the Patriarch's personal authority." Lin Xian set down his writing brush with the care of someone handling something fragile. "Is this the beginning of a faction war?" "This is the middle of one," Lu Tao corrected gently. The beginning was when the patriarch refused to let anyone audit your findings. This is the escalation point. The old servant looked exhausted in a way that suggested he had been expecting this. You need to understand what's happening. Li Changming has been building a case for months. Every time you made a discovery, every time the patriarch supported your work without committee approval, Li Changming was documenting it as evidence of overreach. This review isn't about your safety or the sect's interests. It's about power. What's the patriarch's position? Lin Xian asked. He'll refuse the committee. He has the authority to do that. The archives are under his direct control. Elder committees have no jurisdiction over his personal research projects. But refusing creates conflict. It makes him look like he's hiding something, which, from a political perspective, is almost as damaging as actually hiding something. Yu Chun, who had been reading in the back of the room, appeared at Lin Xian's shoulder. So the patriarch wins the battle but loses ground in the broader war. Exactly, Lu Tao said. That's why you need to decide something right now, both of you. You can step back. Claim the research was preliminary. Suggest you found nothing of real importance. Let this fade as an internal dispute about nothing. Or you can continue, knowing that doing so makes you the focal point of a larger conflict. My mother, Lin Xian said, thinking of the sealed chamber, of the notes about her restriction. This isn't just about the research, is it? No, Lu Tao said quietly. Li Changming has been very careful about this. He's building a case that power is concentrating too much in the patriarch's hands. That the archival project is an example of Patriarch Yu Liang using his authority to pursue personal research without oversight. And that you are the evidence, an untested disciple given unusual access to restricted knowledge, protected by Patriarch's personal favor despite not coming from an established family. The accusation was clearly not about the research at all. It was about status, about whether a person like Lin Xian, gifted but without proper lineage, favored but not born to the sect, should be given authority and trust. It was, Lin Xian realized, exactly the kind of hierarchy that Yu Chun had been describing. A system that could never be safe, no matter how good you became, because the system itself was designed to undermine you. What would happen if I left? He asked. The research continues, but without its most important contributor. The political case against the patriarch becomes weaker. You can't build a story of favoritism around someone who isn't here. But it also means you lose access to the very thing you came here to find. My mother, Lin Xian said again. Yes, Lu Tao confirmed. Her restriction is connected to this. The notes in the archives, the reasons for her imprisonment. Those are all things the patriarch has been allowing you to research because he's sympathetic to your position. Walk away now, and that access stops. Li Changming wins. Your mother remains sealed. Lin Xian looked at Yu Chun. She was watching him with the same intensity she brought to analysis, not urging him in any direction, simply observing to see what he would choose. I need to talk to the patriarch, Lin Xian said. He's expecting you, Lu Tao said. The patriarch's reading chamber felt smaller today, or perhaps Lin Xian had simply grown. Yu Liang was sitting in the same position he'd been in before, contemplative, present, waiting. You know what's happening, Lin Xian said. Of course. Li Changming is competent, which is why he's dangerous. He's not making accusations he can't defend. He's building a narrative. It's a good narrative, from his perspective. The patriarch set aside his book. But it assumes I care about my political position as much as I care about my research. That assumption is his weakness. What does that mean? Lin Xian asked. It means I refuse the committee. Absolutely, and without compromise. The archives are mine. What happens within them is my decision. Li Changming can challenge that decision, but he has to be willing to fracture the sect doing it. And he's not quite brave enough for that. Yu Liang's expression was mild. But the real question isn't about me. It's about you. Why are you here? Lin Xian thought about how to answer that. Not the political answer. That would be lying. The real answer. My mother is sealed in a chamber with notes about her restriction written by Li Changming. The archives may have explanations. Reasons. I need to understand why she was imprisoned and who ordered it. And you're willing to be the focal point of a sect conflict to find that answer, Yu Liang said. Not a question. Yes, Lin Xian said. The patriarch nodded slowly. That's what I was waiting to hear. Not whether you're talented enough or brilliant enough, but whether you were willing to pay the price for what you wanted to understand. He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the compound. Li Changming is betting that I'll sacrifice you to protect my position. It's a reasonable bet. Most people in power do exactly that. But I'm not betting that way. I'm betting that you want the truth more than you want safety. And if that's true, you'll continue this work even when it becomes difficult. What about the sect? Lin Xian asked. The sect is large enough to contain disagreement. Li Changming believes you're a threat because you represent knowledge available to the talented rather than the born. That's threatening to his entire worldview. But it's not actually threatening to the sect. The sect survives by training the best people it can find, regardless of where they come from. Yu Liang turned back to face him. So, do you continue? Lin Xian thought of Yu Chun, working late in the archive room, her brilliance earning no recognition because she came from a merchant family. He thought of his mother, sealed and restricted for reasons no one would explain. He thought of Su Song, an old man who had learned that his own sect would never let him finish his work, and who was collaborating with outsiders because the truth mattered more than loyalty. I continue, he said. Then understand what comes next, Yu Liang said quietly. Li Changming is patient. He will use this review to gather allies. He will present the findings in a way that makes refusal look suspicious. He will suggest, without ever quite stating, that I'm using you to pursue research that the sect's leadership would not approve. And none of it will be false, exactly. The sect's leadership is more conservative than I am. The research is important. You are important to it. These things are all true, but they're being assembled into a shape that means something different from what they actually are. What do I do? Lin Xian asked. You keep working. You let the truth you uncover speak for itself. And when the time comes, if it comes, you understand that sometimes the cost of knowledge is higher than the cost of ignorance. You're choosing knowledge. Be certain you're willing to pay the price. As Lin Xian left the patriarch's chamber, Lu Tao was waiting in the corridor. The old servant's face was grave. This is what escalation looks like before it becomes something you can't walk back from, Lu Tao said. You should know that, going in. Li Changming doesn't forgive. Once you've made an enemy of him, he doesn't stop until he's proven his point. What was his point originally? Lin Xian asked. That people like you shouldn't have power. That the sect's hierarchy exists for a reason. That knowledge is dangerous in the hands of those without proper status. Lu Tao's voice was steady, but his eyes were sad. He's going to spend years proving you're a threat, just to prove he was right to believe it from the beginning. Lin Xian nodded slowly. He understood now what the patriarch had been testing all along. Not his brilliance or his gift, but his willingness to be hated for knowing the truth. Whether he could bear to be dangerous because he understood too much. That evening, in the archive room, he told Yu Chun and Su Song what had happened. Yu Chun's response was characteristic. Then we'd better work faster. If he's going to make us the focal point anyway, we might as well make sure there's actual knowledge at the center of the conflict. Su Song simply nodded and returned to his work, as if escalating political conflict was merely the backdrop to actually important things like understanding the 5 primordial movements. But Lin Xian felt the weight of choice settling over him like a stone. He had chosen, not the safe path, but the true one. Lin Xian had never been skilled at direct confrontation, but the archives were his domain now. He stood without sound and made his way between the towering shelves, his footsteps a whisper against the stone floor. The figure, he recognized her silhouette now, the slope of her shoulders, was Su Mei, the junior archivist who was supposed to be resting in her dormitory quarters. She held a small brush and an inkstone. Her hands trembled as she wrote something on a slip of rice paper, her eyes darting toward the restriction seal she'd somehow managed to bypass. Lin Xian stepped forward. What are you doing? Su Mei's entire body convulsed. The brush flew from her hand, scattering ink across a dozen ancient volumes. She spun, her face draining of color, and for a moment Lin Xian thought she might bolt deeper into the archives. Her voice cracked. You were leaving a message, Lin Xian said quietly. He'd seen this pattern before, in his study of techniques, the distinctive signature of someone repeating the same movement over and over until it became muscle memory. Su Mei had made this trip multiple times, in the governance records, to be found by someone who knows where to look. Su Mei's eyes filled with tears, her hands balled into fists, but there was no defiance in her posture, only a terrible, cornered exhaustion. Please, she whispered. Please don't tell anyone. Lin Xian gestured for her to step away from the shelves. She obeyed mechanically, and he picked up the slip of rice paper she'd been writing on. The ink was still wet. He didn't read it. Not yet. Instead, he looked at her. How long? He asked. Since before you came to the archives, Su Mei said. Her voice was barely audible. Elderly Changming. He had a hold on me. My father borrowed money from one of his creditors. The debt was going to destroy my family. Elderly offered to pay it in exchange for. She gestured helplessly at the paper in Lin Xian's hand. My eyes. My ears. Whatever I could report from the restricted sections. And now? Lin Xian asked. Now I wish I'd let my family starve, Su Mei said bitterly. Because at least then I wouldn't have this poison running through my veins every moment. Elderly is done with mere debts, Lin Xian. He wants you. He wants your work stopped. And if you tell anyone that I've been compromised. She trailed off, but the implication was clear. Her family's debt would be called in. Worse things might happen. Lin Xian understood then, with a clarity that felt almost painful, that Su Mei wasn't his enemy. She was trapped in the same institutional machinery that was closing around his own mother's memory. Different chains, but chains nonetheless. I'm not going to report you, he said. Su Mei's head snapped up. What? I'm not going to report you, Lin Xian repeated. But you're going to help me. Over the next hour, kneeling in the archives with the soft glow of the restriction seals around them, Lin Xian and Su Mei made a compact. She would continue to send messages to elderly Changming, but they would be crafted by Lin Xian. False trails about the archival work, misleading information about his research direction. Nothing so obviously false that it would raise suspicion, but enough to misdirect Li's actions. Su Mei agreed, though Lin Xian could see the terror in her eyes. You'll hold to this? She asked. Even if elderly discovers what I've done. Even then, Lin Xian said. He hoped he could keep that promise. He'd learned enough about sect politics to know that promises made in the darkness of the archives might be as fragile as rice paper when sunlight came. But he meant it when he said it, and perhaps that was enough. As Su Mei left the archives that night, he caught her wrist gently. Your family, he said. Where are they? 300 li south. A merchant house in Lingzhou City. Lin Xian nodded. Patriarch Yu Liang was powerful. Not more powerful than elderly Changming, perhaps, but powerful enough. It would require finesse, but it was possible. A letter of introduction. A promise of patronage to a reliable merchant family. A slow, careful dismantling of the leverage Li held over Su Mei. It would take time, but time was something Lin Xian had learned to work with. Chapter 32. The news arrived like a stone dropped into still water, ripples radiating outward from a single point of impact. The Crimson Blade Master has come to Flowing Jade Sect. He wishes to duel with you, specifically. Patriarch Yu Liang delivered this information with the tone of a man who had just heard something vastly entertaining. He was standing at his study window, watching the morning mist burn away from the sect grounds, when he'd summoned Lin Xian. The old cultivator's eyes gleamed with something between delight and calculation. The Crimson Blade Master? Lin Xian's throat felt suddenly very dry. I've heard the name in merchant tales. Stories. Not real, very real, Yu Liang said. I saw him duel twice, 300 years ago, when I was younger and more foolishly inclined to travel the cultivation world hunting for strong opponents. He was extraordinary then. If the rumors are true, he hasn't aged a day since. The patriarch turned from the window. He's been wandering the cultivation sects for decades, challenging their best disciples. I've never known him to lose. Why would someone like that want to duel with me? Lin Xian asked. The question came out nearly incoherent. I'm Essence Condensation Tier. He's Core Formation. Because he's heard stories about you, Yu Liang said simply. A disciple who can perceive the birth movements of techniques. A site-based cultivator of unusual potential. The news has carried beyond these walls, Lin Xian. You should be proud of that. You should also be terrified. The patriarch gave him 3 days to prepare. The Crimson Blade Master was a striking figure, tall, with skin the color of aged bronze and eyes like molten copper. He wore robes of deep crimson and carried a blade that looked as though it had been forged from a piece of sunset itself. When he watched Lin Xian spar with Yu Chun in the outer courtyard on the second day, he stood with perfect stillness, his expression never changing. Yu Chun was holding back. Lin Xian could sense it in the precise way she controlled her movements, never quite pressing for a full combination. But even her restrained technique was extraordinary. She moved like water finding its way around stone, her strikes and counter-strikes flowing from one transition to another with liquid grace. When they finished, both breathing hard, the Crimson Blade Master approached. I have heard legends, he said, his voice carrying the accent of a place Lin Xian didn't recognize, of a cultivator who could see the first movement of any technique. I wanted to know if the rumors were truth. He smiled, and there was nothing unkind in it. I think perhaps I will enjoy our duel. That night, alone in his dormitory, Lin Xian tried to practice. But his concentration shattered like ice under pressure. His techniques faltered. His applications became scattered and inefficient. The terror he'd managed to contain during the day broke loose at nightfall. How was he supposed to fight someone who had never lost? Someone who carried core formation power, like other men carried swords? What good was seeing the first movement of a technique when his own body couldn't yet generate the cultivation base to match what his eyes perceived? He was caught in this spiral of doubt when Yu Chun appeared at his door. Come with me, she said. She didn't ask. She simply took his sleeve and pulled him out into the night. She led him away from the sect grounds, down the winding path toward the lower gardens, and then beyond the cultivated rows of medicinal plants into the natural wildness that bordered Flowing Jade Sect. The moon was high and full, and it painted everything in shades of silver and shadow. Sit. Yu Chen commanded, and Lin Xian obeyed. They sat on a moss-covered stone overlooking a stream that cut through the quiet forest. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Then Yu Chen began to talk. She told him about her family, a merchant house that had risen to prominence through careful trading and careful marriages, not cultivation power. She told him about her mother, who had wanted her to remain a merchant, who had worried that the sect would consume her daughter and leave her hollow. She told him about her fear that she would never be strong enough, that no matter how hard she worked, there would always be someone faster, someone deadlier, someone more naturally talented. I joined the sect because I wanted to prove something, Yu Chen said quietly. To my family, to myself. I wanted to show that I could become something more than what they expected. She looked at him. But every day I'm terrified that I'm going to fail, that I'll invest everything in this path and discover I don't have the talent for it. Lin Xian had never heard her speak like this. Yu Chen was always steady, always certain, always moving forward with purpose. To hear her admit fear felt like watching a mountain confess to trembling. You're not going to fail, he said. You don't know that, Yu Chen replied. You can't promise that. But she leaned against his shoulder. What I mean is, you're spiraling into panic about someone you've never fought. You're trying to predict an outcome before it's even happened. But what if you just fought? What if you trusted that your training, your sight, your work in the archives? What if you just trusted that it's been enough preparation? It might not be, Lin Xian said. It might not be, Yu Chen agreed. But worrying about it won't change the result. It will only make you weaker going in. They sat like that for hours, until the moon began its descent toward the horizon. Yu Chen told him stories about the merchant roads, about the cities she'd traveled through, about dreams she'd had before she joined the sect, dreams of building something, creating something, mattering in some way that the world would remember. And Lin Xian, for the first time since they'd met, let himself acknowledge what had been growing in his chest for months. This woman who sat beside him in the darkness, who trusted him enough to admit her fears, who pulled him away from his own spiral simply because she knew he needed saving. He was in love with her. He didn't say it aloud. Not yet. But as the dawn began to break over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, he reached over and took her hand. She didn't pull away. She simply held his hand, and together they watched the sun rise on the day before his duel. Chapter 33 Morning came with the weight of inevitability. Lin Xian woke to find that his nerves had settled into something quieter, something almost meditative. The terror hadn't disappeared entirely, but it had transformed into a sharp, focused clarity. This was the fight he was meant to face. This was the challenge that would measure him. The duel was scheduled for midday, in the grand arena at the heart of Flowing Jade sect. By the time the sun reached its zenith, nearly every cultivator in the sect had gathered. Word of the Crimson Blade Master's challenge had spread like wildfire. Disciples who rarely left their cultivation halls came to witness the spectacle. Yu Chen was waiting near the sand-dusted arena, her expression tightly controlled. But when she saw him, something in her face loosened. She nodded once, a gesture so small that only someone who'd spent months watching her would have noticed it. It was her vote of confidence. The Crimson Blade Master was already waiting in the arena, his blade planted point first in the sand, his arms crossed calmly across his chest. Patriarch Yu Liang stood on the elevated platform reserved for judges, his expression radiating satisfaction. This was a spectacle, Lin Xian understood. This was entertainment for the sect elite. As he walked toward his position in the arena, Lin Xian's senses expanded. He'd spent months learning to perceive the fabric of techniques, the microsecond when a cultivator's center of gravity shifted, when their breathing changed, when intention crystallized into movement. Now, as he stood before the Crimson Blade Master, he activated that perception fully. The Crimson Blade Master was a tapestry of potential movements. Even standing still, his body contained a dozen different attack sequences, 100 different variations on the basic principles of swordcraft. It was like looking at a map with 1,000 different roads leading in 1,000 different directions. But there was a pattern, an architecture to his movement possibilities. Lin Xian focused on that pattern, letting his analytical mind categorize the fundamental principles that seemed to underlie everything this legendary cultivator could do. Begin. Yu Liang's voice rang across the arena. The Crimson Blade Master drew his blade in a motion so smooth and fast that it seemed to exist in two states simultaneously, sheathed and unsheathed, with no transition between them. He moved forward with the easy grace of a man who had fought countless battles and won them all. Lin Xian sidestepped the first strike and, more importantly, saw the exact moment the Crimson Blade Master's weight shifted to his right foot, the microsecond his shoulder began to rotate, the singular point where intention became commitment. It was a technique of staggering complexity, layered with secondary movements and contingent variations. But it had a first movement. Everything did. Lin Xian had trained with Yu Qin's blade style, had meditated on the fundamental principles of combat, had spent countless hours in the archives absorbing the accumulated wisdom of generations of cultivators. He used all of that now, moving not to defeat the Crimson Blade Master. He knew that was impossible, but to survive, to endure, to test his understanding against a legendary force. The battle raged across the arena, sand flying beneath their feet. The Crimson Blade Master was faster, stronger, more refined in every technique. But Lin Xian had something else, an ability to see the structure beneath the movement, to anticipate not through prediction but through perception. He lasted far longer than anyone expected. His defensive movements were precise, economical, perfectly timed. When he countered, his attacks came from unexpected angles, exploiting the microseconds between one movement and the next. It was not enough to harm the Crimson Blade Master, but it was enough to surprise him. On the 37th exchange, the Crimson Blade Master's blade found Lin Xian's shoulder. Not a killing strike, a measured cut that sent him spinning backward, blood blooming across his robe. The duel was over. Lin Xian fell to one knee, but he was smiling. The Crimson Blade Master lowered his blade. "You are indeed exceptional," he said. "That was one of the most educational duels I have had in 100 years. Thank you, young disciple." As the arena erupted in applause, Lin Xian understood something fundamental. He had not lost this duel. He had survived it. And in the eyes of a legendary master, that was a kind of victory. Chapter 34. Elderly Changming summoned him 3 days later, his message carried by one of the sect officiants who looked deeply uncomfortable with the task. Lin Xian reported to the Elder Council chamber, where Li waited with 2 other council members whose names Lin Xian knew, but whose allegiances he'd never fully understood. The chamber was a display of institutional power, carved stone, intricate seals, the accumulated authority of decades compressed into a single room. Li Changming was a man of perhaps 70 years, his hair entirely white, his face mapped with the lines of someone who had spent a lifetime pursuing power. He regarded Lin Xian with the cool attention of a predator examining potential prey. The archival research, Li began without preamble, has extended beyond appropriate bounds. You are a disciple, not a scholar. You have been granted access to restricted materials under the Patriarch's patronage, and you have used that access to conduct investigations into matters that do not concern you. I've been cataloging and preserving knowledge, Lin Xian said carefully. With permission from Patriarch Yuliang. Permission that I question, Li continued smoothly. Particularly regarding your extensive review of records pertaining to your mother, Linya, a disciple who died in this sect some 20 years ago under circumstances that were carefully sealed by order of the then Patriarch. Li's eyes gleamed. You have been searching for information about her death, trying to find out why her records were restricted, trying to uncover something that was deliberately hidden for the sect's own protection. Lin Xian's blood had gone cold, but he kept his voice steady. My mother's records are part of the sect's history. Knowledge should not be hidden without reason. Knowledge should be hidden when it serves the sect's stability, Li said coldly. Your mother was a danger to that stability, Lin Xian. She pursued forbidden research. She endangered other disciples. When she became a threat to the sect's order, she had to be removed from active participation in sect life. Those are the facts, whether you like them or not. But it was what he said next that struck deepest. And you are becoming the same, Li Changming said. You pursue forbidden knowledge. You form inappropriate attachments to resources that should remain restricted. You involve yourself in matters that are not your concern. I will not allow this sect to be destabilized a second time by the ambitions of the Lin bloodline. He leaned forward slightly. The Patriarch may indulge your research now, but he is old. Eventually, the seat of power will change hands. When it does, I want assurances that you will cease this pursuit, that you will accept the necessity of certain knowledge remaining hidden. Lin Xian understood then that this was not a threat issued in the heat of conflict. This was something deeper, an institutional antipathy, the accumulated weight of some old decision made long ago, the fossilized enmity of someone who had decided, years before Lin Xian was even born, that the entire Lin family was a threat to the sect's well-being. I want to know what happened to my mother, Lin Xian said quietly. I won't stop looking. Li Changming's expression didn't change, but something cold passed through his eyes. Then we are at odds, and you should prepare yourself for the consequences of that opposition. Later, when Patriarch Yuliang heard about the confrontation, he summoned Lin Xian to his private study. Li Changming is old, Yuliang said without preamble, and he has never forgiven the sect for decisions made before he had full power. He blamed your mother for a schism in the council 40 years ago. He blamed her for the reforms that weakened his position. Whether those accusations were fair is irrelevant now. What matters is that he has never let go of that resentment. What happened to my mother? Lin Xian asked directly. Yu Liang was quiet for a long moment. Then, that is a conversation for a different time, when you are older and more able to bear the weight of that knowledge. For now, know that you have my protection. And know that Li Changming's opposition to your research is rooted in something personal, something old. Do not let it deter you from your path. But as Lin Xian left the patriarch's study, he felt something shift inside him. The abstract knowledge that his mother had been important, that her death had mattered, had transformed into something personal, something burning. Elder Li Changming's cold certainty that Linya had been a danger, that the Lin bloodline carried some inherent instability, it became a seed of determination, a seed that would grow into the need to know the truth, no matter the cost. Chapter 35. Yu Chun came to his quarters on the evening before the Crimson Blade Master's formal departure from Flowing Jade Sect. She didn't ask permission. She simply entered, closing the door behind her quietly and standing with her back against it, as though preventing something from escaping. You're still hurt, she said, noticing the careful way he was moving, the bandages still visible beneath his sleeve. It's only a surface wound, Lin Xian replied. A few more days and the restoration pills will have it fully healed. That's not what I meant, Yu Chen said. She moved into the room and sat on the edge of his bed with the familiarity of someone who had decided that propriety no longer mattered between them. I meant from what Li Changming said, from learning something about your mother. Lin Xian had underestimated how quickly news traveled through the sect. Of course Yu Chen knew. Half the disciples probably knew by now. I don't know what's true anymore, he admitted. I thought understanding my mother's work would give me answers. Instead, it's just raised more questions. And now Li Changming is saying she was dangerous, that the sect had to stop her, that. He trailed off. That maybe you're in danger of becoming the same thing. Yu Chen finished softly. She understood. Of course she understood. She'd been working alongside him in the archives long enough to know what he was pursuing. Do you believe him? I don't know, Lin Xian said. Yu Chen reached over and took his hand. Her palm was warm, her grip steady. I believe in you. I believe that whatever your mother was searching for, whatever led her to conflict with the sect, you're capable of finding a better path. You're capable of being more than just a reflection of the past. They talked through the night. Not about techniques or cultivation theory or the politics swirling around them. Instead, they talked about small things. The kinds of moments that built a foundation beneath everything else. Yu Chen told him about the first time she'd wielded a sword, about the merchant caravan where she'd learned to navigate by the stars, about her fear that she would never be brave enough for the life she wanted. Lin Xian told her about his childhood memories of his mother, about the way she'd laughed, about a technique she'd been developing that involved the precise coordination of breath and movement. He told her about his terror when facing the Crimson Blade Master, and his surprise at discovering he could survive something he thought would destroy him. You're stronger than you believe, Yu Chun said as the hours wore on and the darkness outside his window began to shift toward dawn. Not just in cultivation. In here. She tapped his chest, directly over his heart. The strength that matters is how you respond when everything is falling apart. And you keep moving forward. You keep seeking answers. You don't let despair lock you down. In the hours before dawn, they lay side by side on his narrow bed, not in any physical way that would have scandalized the sect, but close enough that he could hear her breathing, could feel the warmth radiating from her body. It was more intimate than any passionate embrace could have been, because it was built on something deeper, on the mutual recognition that they had seen each other's fears and chosen to stand beside them anyway. As the first light of dawn began to creep through his window, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Lin Xian felt something settle in his chest. It was a feeling he'd never experienced before, not quite peace, because uncertainty still thrummed beneath it, but something close. A sense of being rooted, of belonging somewhere not because of his power or his potential, but because someone had chosen to believe in him. The morning of the duel had tested his understanding of combat and technique. But the morning after, the morning when Yu Chun left his quarters as the sun cleared the mountain peaks, their fingers briefly intertwined in the moment of parting, that was the moment that truly changed him. He stood at his window and watched the disciples beginning their daily routines below. The Crimson Blade Master would depart today, carrying stories of the disciple with the extraordinary sight to whatever other sects awaited him. Elder Li Changming would continue his quiet campaign to stop the archival work. The mysteries of his mother's past would remain shrouded, for now. But Lin Xian was no longer afraid. He had faced a legendary master and survived. He had witnessed someone he cared about surrender her own armor and trust him with her unguarded self. He had begun to understand that the path forward didn't require having all the answers. It only required the courage to keep asking the questions, no matter how dangerous they might be. The sun rose fully above the mountains. The day began, and in his quiet dormitory, Lin Xian felt something kindle in the space where his fear had been. Not confidence exactly, but something stronger. Determination. Purpose. The understanding that he had become someone worth fighting for, not because of his power, but because he had learned to fight for others. Chapter 36. The dawn light caught the dust in the sect's main courtyard as nearly 300 disciples gathered along the perimeter. Word had spread through the night, not through official channels, but through whispers that moved faster than proclamation. The Crimson Blade Master had accepted the Essence Condensation Disciples Challenge. Everyone would see. Lin Xian stood alone at one edge of the marked circle, wearing the plain gray robes of a junior scholar. The courtyard stones beneath his feet were worn smooth by centuries of cultivation footwork. He'd walked this ground 1,000 times, never thinking he'd stand in the center of it for something like this. Jianhua arrived without ceremony. The Crimson Blade Master was smaller than legend suggested, no taller than Lin Xian, lean in a way that suggested sinew rather than bulk. But there was something about the way his robes moved that made the air feel fragile. His hands were calloused, stained faintly red at the knuckles. The scar along his jaw caught the sunlight, a pale line that aged him and made him seem more real than any face had a right to be. "You're the one who saw my first movement," Jianhua said. Not a question. His voice was warm, almost conversational. "In the market, 3 weeks ago, you were watching the merchant's son learn footwork." Lin Xian nodded. "You were teaching him without knowing he was watching." "Was I?" Jianhua's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his posture, a subtle settling, as if he'd found the exact center of gravity he needed. "Let's see if you can see more than that." The first exchange happened without preliminary fanfare. Jianhua moved, not with the precise, telegraphed grace of sect technique, but with something older. His sword came from its sheath with an opening cut that Lin Xian's perception immediately froze and catalogued. Weight distributed to the rear leg, blade approaching from the lower left at a 45-degree angle, intention to slice upward and across the chest. The first movement, clear as always. Lin Xian's counterattack was already forming when Jianhua's wrist flicked. The blade's path changed mid-execution. Instead of completing the upward slice, it pivoted downward, became a horizontal thrust at stomach height. Lin Xian's sword, which had been moving to intercept the original technique, met empty air. Jianhua's blade slid past his left arm, close enough that he felt the wake of it on his skin. Lin Xian spun left, but Jianhua had already withdrawn, already reset. His breathing was unchanged. "You see the beginning," Jianhua said, moving back into stance. "But the beginning isn't where I actually am." The second exchange was faster. Jianhua advanced with a combination that looked, at first glance, like the standard double strike taught in the outer sect. A thrust followed by a horizontal cut. Lin Xian perceived both movements clearly, both vulnerable points, and positioned himself to intercept. But Jianhua didn't complete the thrust. His sword arm extended, then folded, and the weapon became a feint that brought his entire body closer. He was inside Lin Xian's guard before the counter could properly form. Lin Xian twisted away from the horizontal cut, but Jianhua's elbow came up, a purely physical attack that he'd never telegraphed in any movement. It caught Lin Xian on the shoulder, not hard, but enough to send him stumbling backward. "You're reading the technique," Jianhua said, still moving. "That's good. But a technique is only an idea about how to move. I'm not bound to the idea." The third exchange changed everything. Lin Xian made a decision. Instead of trying to preempt Jianhua's movements, he stopped moving backward. Jianhua came forward with an overhead strike, the kind of kill-intent blow that demanded immediate retreat. Lin Xian didn't retreat. He raised his sword vertically to block, and the impact of Jianhua's blade on his own threw him backward several feet, his arms screaming from the transmitted force. But he'd felt it. Not just the movement, but the moment before the movement. There was a fraction of a second, less than a heartbeat, where Jianhua's chi coalesced before the action. It wasn't the first movement, it was earlier. It was the decision. The next time Jianhua attacked, Lin Xian was ready for that moment. Jianhua advanced, sword raised for a side cut. Lin Xian felt the chi gather, felt the microsecond of intention before the body committed. He moved not to intercept the technique, but to intercept Jianhua himself, closing the distance before the full force could build. Their sword hilts met, and instead of trying to overpower the strike, Lin Xian moved with it, redirecting the blade's momentum so it passed harmlessly to his right. In that instant of near contact, Jianhua's eyes widened. "There," he said with something like joy. "There you are." The duel accelerated beyond reasonable observation by normal disciples. What happened next was a series of blurs punctuated by moments of crystalline clarity, moments where Lin Xian's perception caught something real and held it. Jianhua threw a feint within a feint, a technique that began as a thrust, transformed into a cut, then revealed itself as a positioning move for a thrown kick. Lin Xian read the qi coalescing and moved to intercept not the sword, but Jianhua's body as it repositioned. They collided shoulder to shoulder. Neither fell. Jianhua spun, his blade trailing behind him in a horizontal circle meant to drive Lin Xian back. Lin Xian stepped into the spin instead of away from it, accepting a line cut across his upper arm rather than a full-force sweep. Blood darkened his gray robes. The crowd gasped, a real wound. A mortal strike, only partially deflected. The pain cleared something in Lin Xian's mind. This was real. Jianhua was real in a way that no opponent had been before. Lin Xian pressed forward without thinking, letting his body move in response to what his perception was telling him. For the first time, he wasn't trying to rewind techniques or predict pivots. He was fighting. His sword moved with a kind of reckless precision that surprised him. A counter-thrust that forced Jianhua to yield ground. A rising cut that came within inches of the Crimson Blade Master's throat. A spinning strike that should have been exhausting, but felt like it contained all the energy he had left to spend. Jianhua matched him for 5 exchanges, then 6. Their qi began to leak into the courtyard, visible now as faint traces of red and blue light spiraling around the combat circle. The disciples watching had gone completely silent. On the 7th exchange, something changed. Jianhua's strike came at Lin Xian's midsection, a thrust that was, for once, exactly what it appeared to be. No hidden second movement, no adaptation. Lin Xian perceived it with perfect clarity and moved to counter. But as he did, he felt a moment of hesitation in Jianhua's qi, a fractional uncertainty about whether to commit to the attack or pull back. Lin Xian understood. Jianhua was tired. His qi reserves were depleting faster than his body could replenish them, and he was rationing what remained. The adaptation that had made him nearly impossible to predict was becoming too expensive. Yes, Lin Xian breathed and pressed the advantage. The final sequence lasted perhaps 3 seconds. Lin Xian moved forward with controlled aggression, meeting each of Jianhua's increasingly desperate blocks with the kind of steadiness that only came from knowing exactly where each attack was coming from before it arrived. He didn't try to strike. He simply created a wave of unavoidable counters that pushed Jianhua backward step by step until the Crimson Blade Master's heel struck the boundary line of the circle. Jianhua stopped. He lowered his sword. "I yield," he said, and his voice carried across the silent courtyard. Lin Xian stood breathing hard, his arm bleeding, his entire body trembling from the expenditure of qi and will. The crowd erupted in noise, cheering, shouting, the sound of 1,000 reactions crashing together at once. But he was watching Jianhua's face, and Jianhua was smiling. Chapter 37. The duel might have ended in the courtyard, but it continued in Lin Xian's mind through the rest of the day. Yu Chun insisted on treating his wound herself, a clean line cut across the upper arm that would scar, but posed no danger to the underlying muscle. She worked in careful silence, using herbal poultices that smelled of gentian and copper, wrapping the wound with silk that she'd apparently prepared specifically for this purpose. "You knew this would happen," Lin Xian said. "I knew you might be hurt, yes." She tied the final knot with more force than the medical work required. "Did you learn what you needed to?" That was the question, wasn't it? Lin Xian replayed the duel in his mind, examining each moment of perception. Jianhua had been right. Reading the first movement was insufficient against an opponent willing to abandon technique entirely. The Crimson Blade Master had fought not with the precision of sect training, but with the raw adaptability of someone who'd spent a lifetime in true combat, where survival mattered more than form. But somewhere in those exchanges, Lin Xian had found a different approach. He was changing his techniques mid-execution, Lin Xian said slowly. Because the orthodox responses were too predictable. I was looking for the pattern of technique, and he was avoiding exactly that. So I stopped looking for what he was doing and started looking for the moment before he committed to doing it. Yu Chen finished her wrapping and looked at him directly. The qi coalescing. Yes, that moment where intention becomes action, where the path of the attack is no longer negotiable. That moment comes before the first movement, and it comes from his qi responding to his will. If I could anticipate that, you could be anywhere his will was planning to send him. Yu Chen finished. She sat back, satisfied with the bandaging. That's not rewinding his technique. That's reading him. He was still faster in pure speed, Lin Xian said. I only won because he was exhausting himself maintaining constant adaptation. If we'd fought again immediately, he might have beaten me. But you didn't fight again immediately, Yuchen pointed out. And he yielded instead of pushing to a true conclusion. Why do you think he did that? Lin Xian hadn't articulated this to himself yet, but now that she asked, he knew. Because he got what he came for. He found someone who could see him, not just react to his movements, but actually perceive the thinking behind them. Yuchen nodded slowly. Then you'd better figure out what you're going to do about that, because he's waiting for you in the Eastern Garden. Lin Xian found Jian was sitting cross-legged on a stone bench beneath a twisted pine tree, his sword across his lap. The Crimson Blade Master didn't acknowledge his approach until Lin Xian sat down beside him, maintaining a careful distance. You changed your strategy during the fight, Jianhua said without preamble. Halfway through, you stopped trying to interrupt my techniques and started reading my intent. That's a higher level of perception than most core formation cultivators ever achieve. You were better than me in pure combat, Lin Xian replied. So I had to use what I was good at. Yes, but most people would have gotten angry, would have pushed harder, relied on strength instead of wit. Jianhua turned to look at him for the first time. You adapted because you were trying to survive, and your mind is sharp enough to recognize when your initial approach was failing. That's rare. That's exactly what I spent 20 years looking for. The admission hung between them. Lin Xian could feel what was coming before Jianhua spoke it. Come with me, the Crimson Blade Master said. Leave this sect. There are others like us, cultivators who've pushed past the artificial boundaries that most schools impose. We gather sometimes, in the borderlands between territories. We test ourselves against each other. You could grow there. You could become something greater than you'll ever be confined within one sect's doctrine. It was tempting in a way that surprised Lin Xian with its intensity. The appeal wasn't to ambition or power. It was to the thing that had driven him from the first day he'd ever held a sword. The desire to understand. To test himself against equals. To grow through genuine opposition rather than the predetermined patterns of sect advancement. I can't, Lin Xian said. You can. Jianhua's voice was patient, unsurprised. You think you have obligations here. The archives work, perhaps. Or the girl. She's good, by the way. I could smell her on you before the duel started. Heat crept up Lin Xian's neck. It's not about obligations. Then what? Lin Xian tried to answer honestly. Because I want to know why the archives are the way they are. Because I want to understand what's happening here, in this sect, in my family. Because there's something underneath everything that I'm starting to perceive, and I'm not willing to stop looking for it just yet. Even if stopping would make you stronger? Jianhua asked. Especially then, Lin Xian said. Strength that comes from leaving would be hollow. It would be running toward something instead of toward understanding. Jianhua was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled. A real smile. Not the expression of someone tasting victory, but something closer to resignation tinged with genuine respect. You're going to make this sect dangerous, he said finally. Not yourself, necessarily, but the questions you're going to force them to answer. He stood, keeping his sword across his lap. If you change your mind, I'll be moving west through the Shattered Mountains in about 6 months. There's a cultivation sect in the high peaks, neutral territory. You could find me there if you wanted. I might, Lin Xian said, and meant it. Good. Jianhua extended his hand in the martial scholar's greeting, forearm to forearm. Lin Xian stood and met it, and for just a moment, they stood like that, equals acknowledging each other's existence, recognizing that something genuine had passed between them. When Jianhua left the sect, he did so without fanfare. The patriarch had already arranged his departure, and he rode out with the same quiet that he'd fought with. No grand farewell, no announcement. Just a figure on horseback disappearing down the mountain path at dawn. Lin Xian watched him go and felt the weight of the choice he'd made settle into his bones. Chapter 38. Word of the duel spread through the sect like qi through a cultivation channel. Instant, pervasive, transforming the landscape it touched. Within 3 days, Lin Xian couldn't walk across the inner courtyard without disciples stepping aside, their body language shifting into the careful politeness reserved for someone acknowledged as dangerous. The market where he'd bought tea with Yuchen suddenly felt like a performance, where every eye tracked his movements, assessing. The archival work became his refuge from it. Su Song, the mentor scholar, began leaving more complex assignments on his desk, texts that required actual interpretation, not just transcription. Ancient cultivation manuals written in archaic characters, philosophical treatises on the nature of technique and will. Su Song said nothing directly about the duel, but the increased complexity of the work felt like a benediction. You're thinking deeper now, Su Song said one morning as he reviewed one of Lin Xian's translations. This character here, you're translating it as adaptation, but the original sense is closer to the body's memory of paths not taken. It suggests that technique isn't something executed once, but something that contains within it all the possible variations the cultivator has ever considered. Lin Xian felt something click in his understanding. So a technique isn't one thing. It's a family of possible things, and the first movement commits the body to which branch it's actually taking. Exactly, Su Song said with evident satisfaction. Most cultivators never think about it that way. They learn the technique and think the learning is finished. They don't understand that mastery is the cultivation of choice within the execution. It was just scholarly discussion, but it felt like Su Song was reaching him something more fundamental than ancient language. The issue became apparent a week after Jianhua left. A disciple named Chun Run, one of the promising ones from the outer sect, approached Lin Xian in the library. I saw what you did to the Crimson Blade Master, Chun Rin said without preamble. I've been practicing a technique to perceive first movements. I think I can use it to improve my combat efficiency. Lin Xian felt a chill run through the air before he even responded. That's not what I was doing. I know, but it's the closest framework I have. I've been watching disciples who trained with you, trying to understand what made your perception different. If I can just get the focus right. You can't, Lin Xian said more sharply than he intended. What you're trying to do will make you rigid. You'll be so focused on perceiving the first movement that you won't be able to adapt when your opponent does. Chen Ren's expression hardened. So you're saying you have an advantage that no one else can replicate? I'm saying what works for me might not work for someone without the same natural gifts. And attempting to force it could be dangerous. But Chunren wasn't alone. Over the next 2 weeks, Lin Xian noticed at least 8 disciples attempting variations of the same technique. They would stand in the practice yards, eyes narrowed in concentration, trying to catch the precise moment when a movement began. Some were better at it than others, but all of them were missing the point that Jianhua had made clear. The first movement was just the beginning of the story. The failure wave crested when a young disciple named Jun Chun attempted to use the perceived first movement technique against a senior during a standard practice bout. The senior, aware of what Jun Chun was trying, made a subtle adaptation mid-technique exactly like Jianhua had. Jun Chen's counter missed entirely, and he took a full-force strike to the chest that dislocated his shoulder. This is your fault, Li Changming said, appearing before Lin Xian in the archives with the kind of fury that made the junior scholars scatter like water. You're encouraging them to fight with techniques they haven't been trained in. A disciple is injured because of your arrogance. I explicitly told them not to attempt it, Lin Xian said calmly. Your existence is the encouragement, Li Changming spat. You defeat the Crimson Blade Master, and immediately every ambitious disciple thinks they can replicate your gift. You're creating chaos. Lin Xian said nothing. The elder was right in a way that went deeper than the specific accusation. By winning the duel, he'd become proof that an alternative path to power existed. And that proof was more dangerous than any technique he could teach. When Yu Qin found him that evening, sitting alone in the archival study chamber, she already knew what had happened. The politics are moving faster now, she said, sitting across from him. Your victory validated Yu Liang's confidence in you, but it also made you a target for everyone who saw in that duel something they wanted to claim for themselves. You showed them a possibility, and now they're all trying to walk into it. I didn't do anything wrong, Lin Xian said, but even as he spoke, he wondered if that was true. He'd won a duel. He'd survived, and in that survival, he'd become a mirror that reflected everyone else's hidden ambitions back at them. The duel itself was right, Yu Qin said quietly. Everything else that's happening is just the consequence of being alive in a system that fears what you represent. You can't prevent that. You can only decide whether you'll let it distract you from what actually matters. And what does actually matter? Lin Xian asked. That, Yu Chun said, is what we're going to find out together. Chapter 39. 2 weeks after the duel, Yu Liang summoned Lin Xian to the Patriarch's private study. The room was unlike any other space in the sect, not decorated with martial implements or cultivation paintings, but lined with ancient instruments, astrolabes, crystalline prisms, devices of unknown purpose that seemed to hum with dormant qi. A window opened onto a garden that shouldn't have been visible from this height, showing a perspective of the sect that implied geometry Lin Xian's eyes couldn't quite reconcile. The archival work has accelerated significantly since the duel, Yu Liang said without preamble. Su Song had indeed begun giving him more comprehensive assignments, and Lin Xian realized now that this had been intentional. I've received translations you completed of the foundational texts. They're correct, but more importantly, you've begun asking questions in your notes. Questions about the origin of the techniques, about the relationship between first movements and what you call fundamental patterns. I was just trying to understand the material, Lin Xian said. Yes, Yu Liang agreed. You have a genuine scholar's mind. Most cultivators learn technique and think the work is finished. You learn technique and want to understand why the technique is the way it is. That's rarer. The patriarch walked to the window and looked out into the impossible garden. Let me be candid with you about what you've been searching for without fully knowing it. Lin Xian's breath felt shallow in his chest. The techniques in our library, Yu Liang continued, are not ancient knowledge preserved from some golden age of cultivation. They are carefully constructed constraints. Each technique is designed with specific limitations built into its form. A sword strike that appears to have infinite variation, but actually all variations lead to predictable states. A footwork pattern that seems to grant freedom of movement, but actually channels the cultivator into paths that can be anticipated and countered. Chains, in other words. Elegant, beautiful chains, but chains nonetheless. Why would anyone do that? Lin Xian asked, though part of him already understood. Control, Yu Liang said simply. If you control what techniques are available, if you ensure that all taught techniques have built-in limitations, then you control the ceiling of what cultivators can achieve. You ensure that no individual becomes too unpredictable, too dangerous, too free. Lin Xian's mind raced back through everything he'd learned. The conversations with Su Song about technique as choice. Jianhua's ability to abandon technique entirely in favor of pure adaptation. The way his own power lay in perceiving the decision behind the movement, not the movement itself. The primordial movements, Lin Xian said slowly. That's what we've been cataloging. They're not ancient techniques at all. They're the originals. The movements before the chains were imposed. Yes, Yu Liang confirmed. Somewhere in that library, there are records of how to move, to fight, to cultivate, without those constraints. Someone very old, very powerful, very careful, created those chains. And I have spent decades trying to understand who and why. My mother, Lin Xian said. It wasn't a question. Yu Liang turned from the window. His expression was neither kind nor cruel, simply honest in a way that made him look older than he'd seemed before. Your mother, Linya, asked the same questions you're beginning to ask. She found evidence in these archives that the constraint techniques could be undone if someone understood their underlying structure. She wanted to prove that liberation was possible. The sect couldn't allow that. They tried to kill her. They tried to silence her, Yu Liang corrected. I protected her by convincing them that exile was sufficient, that she posed no more threat from outside the sect. But the fact that you're here, that you have her gift for seeing through to the first movement and beyond, it suggests that the threat never actually ended. It just changed form. Lin Xian tried to process the magnitude of what he was hearing. Every piece of his life suddenly had a different weight. The archival work wasn't just preservation, it was preparation. His mother hadn't abandoned him. She'd set him up to finish what she'd started. What do you want me to do? He asked. I want you to keep translating the library, Yu Liang said. I want you to find the record of who created these chains. Because if we can understand who imposed the constraints and why, we can understand what breaking them would mean. And before we break them, we need to know if breaking them would truly liberate cultivation, or if we'd just be replacing one set of chains with another. Yu Liang returned to his desk and sat with his hands folded before him in a pose of contemplative patience. Your mother believed that freedom always comes at a cost. She wanted to understand what that cost would be. I share her caution. And if I find the answer, then we'll have to make a choice that might reshape the entire foundation of what cultivators believe about power, technique, and the path of self-improvement. That's not a small thing. That's not a thing you can unchoose once you've chosen it. And if I refuse? Lin Xian asked, though he already knew he wouldn't. Then you'll spend your entire life wondering what you might have prevented or enabled by silence. That's its own kind of chain. Yu Liang stood and walked him to the door. Before Lin Xian left, the patriarch said quietly, the duel you won revealed something to everyone else, that alternatives exist, that power doesn't have to follow the prescribed path. What happens next will determine whether that revelation becomes liberation or chaos. Choose wisely. Lin Xian walked out of the study into the courtyard where disciples were training, and for the first time, he understood that he was no longer one of them. He was something else now, a translator of secrets, a reader of chains, and perhaps, if the path revealed itself, something far more dangerous than any fighter who'd ever stepped into that circle. The question wasn't what would happen next. The question was whether he would survive knowing what he now knew without being destroyed by the knowing. Chapter 40. Over the next 3 weeks, the sect fell into an uneasy rhythm. Disciples continued their training, unaware that the entire framework they were training within was slowly being revealed, in Lin Xian's mind, as an elaborate construction. The war between Yu Liang and Li Changming continued, but the tempo had changed, less overt confrontation, more subtle positioning. Su Mei continued to feed false intelligence to the elder, buying time for something, though Lin Xian still didn't fully understand what. Yuchen began bringing him texts that weren't in the official archives, old papers hidden away in the spaces between legitimate catalogs. Together, they traced references backward through generations of scribes, each one adding layers of obfuscation, each one clearly aware that they were protecting knowledge that was dangerous to the structure of the sect itself. The breakthrough came on a night that Lin Xian almost missed. He'd been translating a particularly archaic text about the original cultivation schools, a document that predated the sect's official history by what appeared to be several centuries. The calligraphy was elegant but strange, the characters occasionally arranged in patterns that suggested esoteric meaning beyond simple translation. One passage, when decoded, read, "The maker of chains bound all things in deliberate limitation, fearing that cultivators who touched the primordial movements would ascend beyond his control. He was not a tyrant, but a guardian who became a jailer. His name was..." And there it stopped. The page was incomplete, the name cut away as if deliberately removed. "Someone destroyed this intentionally," Su Song said when Lin Xian brought it to him. "Not recently. Long ago. Someone who understood what this text contained and wanted to ensure the knowledge remained incomplete." "Do we have other copies?" Lin Xian asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "No," Su Song said. "And that's significant. It means that whoever removed this wanted the name to stay hidden. They were willing to let the story survive, the idea of chains, the concept of liberation, but not the identity of the one who created the chains." That night, Lin Xian couldn't sleep. He stood in the courtyard where he'd fought Jianhua, looking up at the stars, and tried to understand the shape of the question that had just formed itself in his mind. If Yu Liang had been searching for the identity of the maker of chains for decades, and if that identity had been deliberately removed from multiple sources, then either 1. The secret had been successfully hidden and they would never find it, or 2. The secret had been hidden by someone still alive, someone still present in the sect, someone with enough power to excise an ancient name from historical record, someone with enough control to ensure that even the patriarch hadn't found the answer despite decades of work. Someone like Patriarch Yu Liang himself. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Yu Liang wasn't searching for the maker of chains. He was the maker of chains. Or he had been. Or he was descended from whoever had been. The entire archival project, the careful cultivation of Lin Xian's gift, the protection of his mother, the revelations in the study, it was all a confession dressed in the language of investigation. Yu Liang wanted to be understood. He wanted someone to see him, truly see him, with the same clarity that Lin Xian had seen Jianhua's intent in the duel. And he'd chosen Lin Xian specifically because Lin Xian had the gift to do it. Lin Xian returned to his chamber and found a letter waiting on his desk. The handwriting was Yu Liang's, but the style was older, a script that belonged to someone practicing calligraphy from centuries past. If you're reading this, you've begun to understand that the answers you seek are not mysteries to be solved, but truths to be witnessed. Come to the archives vault at the third watch. Bring your mother's token if you still have it. Come alone. The time for partial truths is ending. Lin Xian checked his possession. The jade pendant his mother had left him, untouched since he'd arrived at the sect months ago. He held it now and felt the truth moving through him like underground water, inevitable and cold. Yu Chun was asleep in her study chamber when he passed it. He thought about waking her, but something in him knew that this next step was meant to be walked alone. Whatever waited in the archives vault, whatever Yu Liang intended to reveal, it was something that had to be encountered without witnesses. The vault was sealed by doors of blackened jade inscribed with characters so ancient that Lin Xian couldn't read them. Yu Liang stood before the doors, and in the moonlight filtering through the high windows, he looked ageless, neither young nor old, but something that existed outside of time's normal progression. "Your mother reached this door," Yu Liang said, "but she chose not to open it. She understood that once you know what's inside, you can't unknow it. You can't return to the peace of not knowing. You lose something precious when you cross this threshold. Why are you telling me this?" Lin Xian asked. "Because," Yu Liang said, and there was genuine sadness in his voice, "I am old beyond your comprehension, and I have been alone with this knowledge for longer than the entire history of your sect. I made the chains. I created the constraints. I did it because I genuinely believed, and still believe, that unconstrained power leads to destruction. But I've watched cultivators stumble toward understanding for generations, watched them create new variations, new ways around the constraints, new possibilities. And in watching them, I've come to wonder if I was wrong. You want me to decide for you," Lin Xian said. "I want you to see what I've done and tell me what you truly think it means. Not with the eyes of a disciple, not with the limitations of the sect's doctrine, with the clarity you brought to the duel. with the perception that reads intent before movement. Yu Liang placed his ancient hands on the blackened jade doors. But know this before you choose to enter. The man who made the chains still believes they might be necessary. If you prove him wrong, if you convince him that the constraints were a mistake, then liberation will come. But liberation without wisdom is violence. And violence born from suddenly released power. I've lived long enough to know what that looks like. The doors began to open, revealing darkness so complete that it seemed to absorb the moonlight itself. Will you enter? Yu Liang asked. Lin Xian thought of his mother, exiled for asking the wrong questions. He thought of Jianhua, who had found freedom by abandoning constraint entirely. He thought of the disciples struggling to replicate his gift, trapped by their inability to perceive what he could see. He stepped toward the darkness. And as the doors closed behind him, cutting him off from the moonlit courtyard, Lin Xian understood that everything he'd been learning had been preparation for this moment. The duel, the archival work, the revelation about the chains, they were all doorways to a single question. What does it mean to be the one who finally sees? And what cost comes with that clarity? The archives vault waited. Yu Liang waited. His mother's shadow waited somewhere beyond exile. And Lin Xian, at the threshold of true understanding, carried his mother's token into the darkness. Chapter 41. The revelation consumed Lin Xian like fire through dry brush. He couldn't sleep. That night, after Yu Liang dismissed him from the archive chamber, Lin Xian climbed to the highest point of the sect's eastern tower and sat in the dark, tracing the constellations with unsteady hands. Chains. Deliberately designed chains. Someone old, ancient, possibly, had woven limits into the very foundation of their cultivation practices, and his mother had died trying to understand why. Not an accident. Not a natural limitation. Intentional. The implications cascaded through him, each one worse than the last. If the recorded techniques in the library of 10,000 movements were deliberately constrained, then every cultivator in the sect, in the world, was unknowingly hobbled, practicing within boundaries that some long-dead architect had decided they should never escape. The elegance of the trap made him want to scream. He made his way to the restricted archives before dawn, moving through the corridors with the confidence of someone who had stopped caring about discovery. The Night Watchers knew him now. Elder Su Song's pet scholar. The Patriarch's personal project. They nodded as he passed. The archive was tomb quiet, lit only by the bioluminescent moss Su Song cultivated in clay bowls. Lin Xian moved directly to the section where Yu Liang had been working, the coded fragments, the ancient texts written in scripts that predated the current sect nomenclature. His hands shook as he pulled volumes from the shelves. Not from fear. From the desperate, urgent need to find something that made sense. If the techniques were chains, then the primordial movements were the key. But keys required something to unlock. A lock. A mechanism. A purpose. He found a passage, written in archaic script, buried in a commentary on movement theory. Asterisk. The first architect understood that power without direction is chaos. The movements were thus designed not to prevent ascension, but to ensure that ascension took the form least threatening to the celestial hierarchies. When a cultivator practices the hundredfold heavenly step, they practice exactly what the architect wishes them to practice. They run along roads laid before them by hands they will never see. To rewind to the first movement is to see the roadmaker's intent written in the very stones. Asterisk. Lin Xian read it 3 times. His breath came faster each time. You're getting worked up again. Yu Chun emerged from between the shelves, holding a stack of jade slips that glowed faintly with encoded text. She looked exhausted. There were shadows under her eyes that hadn't been there a week ago. She'd been spending nearly as much time in the archives as he had. The architect, Lin Xian said, ignoring her observation. There was a single figure, or possibly a faction, that designed the entire framework. The techniques aren't just limited, they're purposefully shaped. Every single practice in our library pushes cultivators toward specific breakthroughs while closing off others. I know, Yuchen said quietly. She set down her slips. I found 4 separate references to hierarchical constraints in the old materials. They're not hiding it, Lin Xian. They just hid it well enough that no one looked closely for 2,000 years. My mother looked closely, he said. The words came out sharp, almost accusatory, though he didn't know who he was accusing. She died for it. Yuchen was quiet for a moment. Then, what exactly are we doing here? At what point did we become revolutionaries? The question landed like a stone in still water. Lin Xian opened his mouth, closed it again. She was standing in the pale archive light, covered in dust from ancient texts, her expression neither confrontational nor uncertain, just utterly steady and serious. She was asking not out of fear, but genuine philosophical confusion. They had stumbled forward from intellectual pursuit to something else, and neither of them had consciously marked the transition. I don't have an easy answer, he said finally. Then give me a hard one, Yuchen replied. Because if we're going to keep digging into this, I need to understand what we're actually trying to do. Are we trying to expose the architect? Challenge the sect's authority? Teach ourselves the primordial movements and become something uncontrollable? She stepped closer. Or are we just looking? Because those are very different things, and they carry very different prices. Lin Xian stood, leaving the archaic fragment on the table. His essence thrummed in his core, essence condensation stage, advanced enough that his agitation was physically manifesting. The bioluminescent moss flickered in response to his unsettled aura. I'm trying to understand why my mother had to die, he said. His voice was steadier than he felt. I'm trying to understand what she found. And yes, I'm trying to understand the movements, because they're the only thing that makes sense of what she discovered. But I don't have a goal beyond that, Yuchen. No manifesto. No plan to topple anything. Just need to know. She regarded him carefully. That's honest. But it's also incomplete. Need and action aren't the same thing. And in a sect with factions, with politics, with elders who are already suspicious, incomplete answers get filled in by other people. You understand that? He understood. It was exactly what had happened with his research. The patriarch had adopted it as proof of his forward-thinking direction. Elderly had begun using it as evidence of dangerous radicalism. And somewhere in the middle, Lin Xian had simply been trying to read books. Then what do you suggest? He asked. I suggest we decide what we actually want, Yuchen said. And I suggest we do it together, because I'm not leaving. You're not the only one who needs to know things. She retrieved her jade slips, tucked them back into the shelves with careful attention to their placement, and looked at him directly. I'm choosing to stay in this. But I need you to understand that that's what I'm doing. I need you to understand the weight of it. So when it gets difficult, and it will, we're not confused about why. Lin Xian found himself unable to respond. Not because he didn't know what to say, but because saying it would make too much real. Instead, he turned back to the fragments on the table and continued reading. Yu Chun took a seat across from him, drew a jade slip into focus, and began making notes in her meticulous hand. The morning light found them still there, surrounded by the architecture of an ancient mystery, both of them now consciously aware that they had crossed some invisible threshold. The research continued, but it was no longer simple. Chapter 42, The Political Fracture, appeared as a formal petition, stamped with the Elder Council's seal and read aloud during morning assembly. Elderly Changming stood before the sect's gathered cultivators, nearly 500 of them, arranged in hierarchical tiers according to advancement, and spoke with the careful precision of a man moving pieces on a board he had been studying for years. The patriarch has lost his perspective, Li said, his voice carrying no rancor, only the weightless tone of someone stating objective fact. His sponsorship of dangerous research into foundational practices, into techniques marked restricted for 2,000 years, demonstrates a loss of the principled restraint that the sect requires. I petitioned the Elder Council to assume temporary authority over strategic direction, pending a formal review of the Patriarch's judgment. Silence fell like a dropped cup. Lin Xian, positioned with the other junior scholars toward the back of the assembly, felt Su Song stiffen beside him. Around the gathered tiers, cultivators began to whisper. Carefully, because drawing attention was dangerous, but inevitably, because this was the kind of political theater that demanded commentary. 3 days later, the Patriarch's response came through Yu Liang, presented to the council in a closed session but summarized in a decree that seemed almost gleeful in its counterattack. The council has become consolidated in conservative ideology. The elderly seeks to restrict not merely dangerous research, but the very pursuit of understanding itself. This is the path to stagnation. The sect's strength comes from cultivators who ask hard questions, not from cultivators who accept the answers given by their predecessors. The council fractured visibly. Of the 9 elder seats, 3 aligned with Li Changming, tradition forward, stability first. 3 appeared to support the patriarch's position, growth-oriented, ambitious, and 3 remained aggressively neutral, waiting to see which side was likely to win before committing significant political capital. The air in the sect changed. Suddenly, casual conversations in the corridors carried weight. Lineage assignments became political. A promising junior cultivator would suddenly be reassigned to a different mentor, and whispers would follow about which faction the senior had favored. The library's access logs began being scrutinized. Researchers were quietly asked which aspects of cultivation theory interested them most, as though personal intellectual curiosity was now a declaration of faction loyalty. Yu Liang moved through the sect with a new tension to his bearing. He remained cordial with everyone, but there was a calculation to his attention now. He spent more time in the archives, and occasionally Lin Xian would catch him in conversations with other cultivators that stopped abruptly when students approached. It was during one such moment, in a corridor outside the meditation pavilion, that Yu Liang pulled Lin Xian aside and spoke in a low voice. You understand that you're the stated cause of this conflict? Lin Xian blinked. What? My research into your mother's work. Your access to the restricted archives. Your progress with the primordial movements. These are the specific evidence points that Elder Li has been using to justify his petition. You are the flashpoint, Lin Xian. Personally, deliberately, you've become the thing that everyone is arguing about. I didn't choose that, Lin Xian said immediately. His essence spiked with agitation. I was just reading, I know. Yu Liang interrupted, not unkindly. And Li Changming knows. He doesn't care about your intentions. He cares about the fact that you exist, that you're talented, and that your research is proving his argument about dangerous radicalism for him. You've become a symbol. It was exactly what Yu Chun had warned about. The gap between intention and interpretation, between private pursuit and public narrative. Lin Xian realized, with a cold clarity, that he had been complicit in this transformation simply by continuing to exist and research within the sect structure. Every day he spent in the archives, he was confirmation of Li's warnings to neutral factions. Every breakthrough he made was ammunition. What do you want me to do? He asked. Stop. Yu Liang looked at him with something like pity. If you stop, it doesn't matter. The conflict is already real. But it does matter which direction it moves. Lin Xian, I need you to understand something. The Patriarch and I believe the sect's future depends on uncovering what your mother found. But that belief won't matter if we lose the political war. I need you to keep working. But I also need you to understand that every discovery you make is a move in a game that's being played at levels far above where you're standing. So I'm a tool, Lin Xian said flatly. You're a researcher whose work happens to matter, Yu Liang replied. That's not the same thing. But it's also not innocent. He released Lin Xian's shoulder and walked away, leaving the younger man standing alone in the corridor with the weight of factions pressing down on him from invisible directions. Chapter 43. Lu Tao found him in the practice courts at dusk, working through a basic footwork pattern with methodical precision. I need to talk to you, Lu Tao said without preamble. His expression was troubled in a way Lin Xian had never seen before. Lu Tao was a creature of certainties. He knew what he was good at, knew where he stood, knew exactly how to navigate the sect's social structures with minimal friction. This version of Lu Tao looked unsettled. About the factions, Lin Xian said. It wasn't a question. I've chosen a side, Lu Tao said. I'm with the Patriarch. With Yu Liang. Not because I care about your research. Honestly, I barely understand it. But because the conservative faction is wrong about what the sect needs. And I can't just stand neutral when I know that. Lin Xian completed the footwork pattern and turned to face his friend directly. So now you're at odds with the elders who taught you? 5 elders have already tried to approach me, Lu Tao said bitterly, suggesting that my affiliation with Yu Liang's project might limit my advancement prospects, suggesting I'm young enough to reconsider my loyalties, suggesting that picking the wrong side of a sect-wide conflict is an excellent way to end up on the outskirts of sect life for the next 30 years. There was anger in his voice, but also something else, a kind of exhausted resignation. Lu Tao was learning, as Lin Xian had learned, that the sect was not a simple hierarchy of skill and advancement. It was a political organism, and what you could achieve had as much to do with whose favor you held as with how much power you could generate. I'm sorry, Lin Xian said. The words felt inadequate. Don't be. I made the choice consciously. But I need you to understand something. You didn't start this war, but it's being fought because of you. Not because of your fault exactly, but because you exist, because you're talented, because your mother died under suspicious circumstances, and because that death happened to intersect with exactly the kind of secrets that different factions want to control. You've become a symbol, and symbols don't get to opt out. It was essentially Yu Liang's warning, but delivered from a different angle, from someone who had given up comfortable neutrality specifically to support Lin Xian's work. It landed harder because of the sacrifice implicit in it. What am I supposed to do? Lin Xian asked. The question came out almost helpless. Continue, Lu Tao said. Because the only way this war resolves is if the thing being fought over actually matters. If you stop, if you abandon the research, then the Patriarch loses the justification for his position. But if you continue, if you keep pushing forward, then there's at least a chance that we reach the truth. And the truth, whatever it is, will matter more than the political maneuvering. He clapped Lin Xian on the shoulder, a gesture that seemed to carry all the awkward affection Lu Tao never quite knew how to express with words. Also, Lu Tao added before leaving. Elder Li approached me yesterday and tried to recruit me. He asked what it would take for me to encourage you to pursue a less inflammatory direction. So be aware that you're now valuable enough that people are trying to buy your friends. That's a weird spot to be in. After Lu Tao left, Lin Xian stood alone in the practice courts as the sun slipped below the sect's walls. He understood, finally, that he had never been in control of the narrative around his own work. From the moment Yu Liang had taken him seriously, from the moment the patriarch had recognized his potential, he had been caught in a current far larger than his intentions. The research was real. The questions were real. But the answers would now be delivered through a filter of political necessity. He had to decide, continue knowing he was being used, or stop knowing that stopping didn't actually change the game. He walked to the archives and found Yuchen waiting, as he somehow knew she would be. Third path, he said without preamble. What, she asked. You asked if we should continue regardless or find a third path. I'm saying, we find the third path. We don't stop researching because of politics, and we don't continue purely as tools for factions. We pursue the truth for its own sake, on our own terms, and we accept the political consequences of that without either fighting them or hiding from them. Yuchen smiled for the first time in days. All right, she said. Then let's find out what your mother died knowing. Chapter 44. The emissary arrived during morning assembly, carrying documents sealed with merchant house sigils and an expression of professional neutrality that suggested this was a matter of business, not sentiment. She requested a private meeting with Yuchen. The sect's masters arranged it in a formal reception chamber, one of the few spaces within the compound designed for negotiation between the sect and outside powers. Lin Xian learned what had happened when Yuchen found him in the library an hour after the meeting concluded. She was remarkably composed. That was the first thing he noticed. Not upset, not agitated, just profoundly calm in a way that suggested she had spent the entire intervening hour reaching an internal decision and settling into it. My family is solvent again, she said without preamble. The merchant ventures recovered. 3 years ahead of schedule, apparently, due to some successful ventures in the southern provinces. They've come to collect their investment. Lin Xian's stomach went cold. What does that mean? It means my debt is satisfied, Yuchen said. The contract that bound me to the sect is technically nullified. My family offered me a position in the business. Significant authority, good prospects, the kind of practical power that merchants pursue instead of spiritual cultivation. The emissary stayed for 2 hours making the case that it was my duty to return, that I'd proven myself capable and ambitious, that the family had great plans for me. And, Lin Xian asked, though he found he already knew the answer by the way she was standing, by the absolute certainty in her voice. Yuchen withdrew the documents from her sleeve, formal contracts, bearing her signature from years ago. She held them over one of the library's burning braziers until the paper caught flame, until the merchant house seals blackened and crumbled into ash. And I told them I declined, she said. I told them that I had chosen a path, and I was continuing on it. I told them that freedom is the ability to choose what matters to you, and I chose this. I chose the sect. I chose the research. I chose you. She let the final piece of paper fall into the flames, watching it burn completely before speaking again. I want you to understand something, she said, her voice steady in the way that suggested this had been carefully thought through rather than impulsive. This wasn't emotional. This wasn't a moment of passion where I did something I'll regret. I spent that entire meeting in the reception chamber thinking about what I actually wanted, what I actually believed in, and whether the life my family was offering me mattered more than the life I've built here. And it doesn't. The sect is dangerous and political and caught in factions and insane right now. But it's mine. You're mine, not in the possession sense, but in the choice sense. I'm choosing to stay. I'm choosing all of it. Lin Xian reached for her, and she met him halfway across the library floor. The kiss was deliberate, careful, conscious. Not the passionate declaration of feeling it might have seemed from outside. Rather, the physical confirmation of a decision already made and thoroughly considered. I should have let you burn the contract before I kissed you, he said when they separated. No, Yuchen replied. This is the right order. Commitment first, then the physical acknowledgement. Otherwise it's just romanticism, and we're past that. They stood together in the archive light, surrounded by the books and fragments that represented their shared work. And for the first time since Yu Liang's revelation about the architect, Lin Xian felt something other than dislocation. Not peace exactly, but the sense of having foundations beneath him. Yuchen returned to the archives an hour later with a determined expression and pulled out 3 new jade slips that she'd been holding from him. I found something, she said. References to a figure called the First Gardener. Someone who supposedly lived at the sect's founding and vanished approximately 1800 years ago. There are 4 mentions across different texts, and they're all cryptic, but the gardener, Lin Xian interrupted. Old Su Liang. He tends the meditation gardens. What? Yuchen set down the jade slips. He's odd, Lin Xian said slowly, the realization crystallizing as he spoke. I've never thought about it until right now, but he's old. Not old in the way old people are old, but in the way something ancient pretending to be human is old. He speaks like someone from a different era. And he gave me a warning about the primordial movements. What warning? Yuchen asked. That the first movement was a door to something that had no first movement. That retracing movements could reveal intent, but also reveal danger. Yuchen's hand went still on the jade slip. We need to talk to him. I know, Lin Xian said. And I'm going to. But I'm going to do it carefully. Because if he really is the first gardener, if he's been here since the sect's founding, then what he knows about the architect is primary source material. And he's been waiting for someone to ask. Chapter 45. The meditation gardens occupied a space slightly apart from the main sect complex, not quite removed from sect authority, but existing in a liminal space where the rules seem to operate differently. The paths curved through cultivated spaces of remarkable beauty, stone arrangements suggesting mountains, water channels that moved through the garden in patterns that seemed to correspond to cultivation theory, and plants that existed nowhere else in the known world. Lin Xian found the old gardener in the pre-dawn silence, tending to a section of rare moonbloom flowers that only opened under starlight. Su Liang looked exactly as he always did, neither old nor young, moving with a deliberate grace that suggested no effort was required, but that he chose to move slowly anyway. He wore the sect's plain gardener's robes, and his hands were stained with soil. I was wondering when you'd come back with questions, Su Liang said without looking up from his work. Are you really the first gardener? Lin Xian asked directly. He had decided on the way here that subtlety was pointless. Either the old man would tell him truth or would dismiss the question entirely. I am the gardener who was here first, Su Liang replied. That's as honest as any name becomes when you've lived as long as I have. Names change. People change. Purpose changes. But someone has to tend the gardens, and I have always found it clarifying work. He finally looked at Lin Xian directly. His eyes held the weight of centuries, not metaphorically, but as a tangible presence. The looking back across so much time that individual moments seemed to blur together into pattern. You're getting closer, Su Liang said. To the first movement. To the door. To what your mother found. Will you tell me? Lin Xian asked. No, Su Liang said simply. But I can tell you what to do when you find it. That's the responsibility of the gardener, to prepare the ground, to clear the path. But the cultivator must walk the path themselves. He returned to the moonbloom flowers, his hands moving through the delicate work with absolute attention. The architect was not evil, Su Liang continued. That's important to understand. The architect was terrified. Someone, something, existed before the sect was founded. Something that wore the shape of a human being, but moved with a will that predated human civilization. The architect came to the celestial sect because it was the only place where enough cultivators gathered to create a unified response. Lin Xian listened with the sense of pieces aligning, but not yet into comprehensible patterns. The techniques were chains, Su Liang said, because chains were necessary. Every cultivator practicing the techniques was, in effect, armoring themselves against influence. The primordial movements were the first version of those techniques, before they were compromised. And they can undo what was done. That's the danger. That's also the possibility. If I rewound every technique in our library to its first movement, Lin Xian said slowly, I would see the original intent, the chains as they were built, and potentially understand how to remove them. You would see the roadmaker, Su Liang said. And the thing that terrified the roadmaker enough to build roads in the first place. A technique without a first movement would be the death of all analysis. There is something in your cultivation library that predates the first movement. Something that shouldn't be accessible, but is still present, like a root growing through stone. That's what your mother found. That's what your mother died trying to understand. He set down his tools and straightened, the movement revealing just how tall he was, how his frame seemed to contain more space than ordinary human geometry should allow. The choice before you is not whether to pursue the truth, Su Liang said. That choice is made. The choice before you is whether to pursue it with allies or alone. The sect is fracturing. The political war is real. And very soon, both factions will demand that you give them what they need. The patriarch will want you to weaponize the primordial movements. Elderly will want you to abandon them entirely. Both will be partly right and wholly catastrophic. Then what should I do? Lin Xian asked. Survive the war, Su Liang said simply. Learn what you can learn. And when the moment comes, when you've rewound enough techniques, when you've seen enough of the pattern, you'll know what the door looks like. And you'll make a choice that none of us can make for you. He retrieved a single moonbloom flower from the garden and held it out to Lin Xian. Your mother left a gift, Su Liang said. Before she died. A final research note, encoded in a way that only someone who understood her methodology could decrypt. It's hidden in the place where she was happiest in the sect. The library, of course, but specifically in the section on meditation theory, in a volume titled The 17 Paradoxes of Stillness. Inside, between pages 47 and 48, she left something for you. Lin Xian took the flower, understanding that what had been exchanged was more than an object. It was a line connecting him to his mother, to the choice she had made, to the door she had been approaching when her life ended. Will I see you again? Lin Xian asked. You'll see me, Su Liang said, returning to the flowers. I'm always in the garden, but you won't need to ask questions next time. You'll already know what needs to be done. The old gardener became absorbed in his work again, and Lin Xian understood that the conversation had ended. He walked back through the meditation gardens in the pre-dawn light, the moonbloom flower resting in his palm, his mind cycling through implications and possibilities. By the time he reached the archives, Yu Chun was waiting. She had already found the volume on paradoxes. She had found the hidden slot between pages 47 and 48. She had not looked at what lay inside. She waited for him. Together, they withdrew a slim jade slip from its hiding place. It was warm to the touch, and the script on its surface was his mother's handwriting. The distinctive characters she had left preserved in exactly 3 places in the sect, all of which Lin Xian now recognized he would have to visit. The message was brief. Asterisk, if you're reading this, I've run out of time. The thing without a first movement lives in all of us, waiting. We were made to contain it. The architect knew. Break the chains, and you break the containers. But something must hold it. The door opens both ways. Choose wisely. Asterisk Lin Xian read it 3 times, and with each reading, the weight of his mother's burden became tangible. Not a mystery to solve, a responsibility to carry, and the terrible clarity that no one could do it but him. The political war above would continue. The factions would press their demands. The sect would fracture or reform or discover some new equilibrium. But Lin Xian, standing in the archive light with Yu Chen's hand steady in his, had moved beyond the point of return. The door was opening, and on the other side of that door, something waited that predated human civilization, that had terrified the architect into building chains across centuries, that his mother had touched and not lived to fully understand. He would walk that path, not as a tool for factions, not as a symbol for political wars, but as himself, carrying the weight his mother had carried, preparing to find what lay behind the first movement. The research continued, but it was no longer academic. It had become, finally, personal. Chapter 46. The archive basement was cold, lit only by the pale luminescence of Lin Xian's cultivated handlight. He, Yu Chun, and Su Song had been sifting through fragments for 6 hours, not the neat scrolls and bound texts of the upper archive, but loose records, margin notes, and the kind of documentation that clerical workers scribbled when they didn't expect anyone to read it again. Su Song held up a water-damaged ledger, its spine cracked with age. This is from the founding era. Look at the handwriting, 3 different hands, all making corrections on top of each other. He laid it open. The entries were brief, utilitarian, requisitions for materials, notes on transmission ceremonies, mentions of disciples lost in early expeditions. What about those fragments you found earlier? Yu Chen asked. She was cross-referencing 3 different documents on the floor, her calligraphy brush hovering over a notepad. Her pattern-finding mind worked differently than Lin Xian's. She built webs of connection, whereas he saw individual movements stripped of their context. The ones about the 7 techniques, Su Song said, setting down the ledger carefully. They keep mentioning the original form and the breaking. Always that word, breaking, shattering, fragmenting. He pulled a thin silk manuscript from a protective sleeve. This one is the clearest. Listen, he read aloud, his voice dry and precise. The original 7 techniques cannot be rebound or analyzed. They exist beyond form. Only the sage kings of the first age could execute them without shattering their own vessels. We have broken them into 10,000 pieces, that mortals might learn cultivation without glimpsing divinity. This was the necessity of the descent. The original forms must remain sealed, or the chain of reincarnation will fail. The silence that followed was profound. Lin Xian felt something cold move through him, not fear, but the sensation of touching a gap in his understanding so vast that even acknowledging it left him dizzy. Sealed, Yu Chen repeated. Not just hidden, sealed. Su Song's hands trembled slightly as he set the manuscript down. I've worked in these archives for 14 years. I've never seen this referenced in any official teaching. It's been purged, almost. Except these fragments survive because they were notes, margin comments, things no one classified formally. He looked at Lin Xian. Your pattern recognition. Can you see the structure here? The way they're talking about it. Lin Xian leaned forward, not looking at the documents themselves, but at the space between them. He was tracing the conversation across centuries, one record responding to another, later scholars adding corrections and warnings. It was like reading a technique executed in fragments, each generation handling a piece of the true form without ever seeing the whole. They didn't want to understand it, Lin Xian said quietly. The founding Sage Kings, they made a deliberate choice to break something down. And then every generation after, the sect has been maintaining that choice, keeping the pieces scattered. But why? Yu Qin's voice carried an edge. What kind of knowledge is dangerous enough that 10,000 years of cultivators has to pretend they don't have it? Su Song adjusted his glasses, a nervous habit. That's where it gets more complicated. There's a reference I found 3 days ago that I've been hesitant to mention. He retrieved a single sheet, heavily annotated. It's a question, really, written in the margin by someone who had access to restricted materials. If the original 7 cannot be rebound, how does the current patriarch maintain the seal? Is he still using fragments? Or does he carry something from the breaking itself? The question hung in the stale archive air. Lin Xian felt understanding crystallize, sharp as breaking glass. Each patriarch, for 10,000 years, has been maintaining a seal. Not just a barrier or a ward. A living seal. Something that requires continuous effort, continuous knowledge. He looked at Su Song. The one thing a patriarch passes on completely, with no other record, no teaching text, no transmission outside the succession, the hidden knowledge of the seal, Yu Qin finished. It's not in writing because it can't be written, because writing it would require understanding the original form. Su Song nodded slowly. And if the current patriarch doesn't know why he's maintaining it, if the reason's been lost somewhere in the descent, then he's just doing what his predecessor did, and what their predecessor did before them. Following a pattern without comprehending its purpose. That's not a seal, Lin Xian said. That's a chain. He stood and began pacing the archive aisle, his mind moving through the geometry of it. The original form, vast, dangerous, capable of shattering a cultivator's vessel. The deliberate fragmentation into 10,000 pieces. The creation of 1,000 lineages, each holding a fragment. The patriarch maintaining something they don't fully understand. And now, old Su Liang, possibly as old as the sect itself, warning him, something on the other side of that door has no first movement. There's a pattern here, Lin Xian said. Not in the movements themselves, in the pattern of secrecy. The original 7 techniques exist on the other side of a door. The door has chains. The chains are maintained by a patriarch who doesn't know why he's maintaining them. And someone, or something, is trying to get us to understand how to open that door. Yu Qin looked up from her notes. And what happens when someone does? Lin Xian didn't answer. He couldn't. But old Su Liang's words resonated in his mind with terrible clarity. Be careful when you find it. The archive basement seemed smaller suddenly, as if the walls were pressing in. Somewhere above them, the flowing jade sect carried on with its 10,000 routines, its ceremonies and teachings, all of it orbiting a secret so fundamental that no one in the present day truly understood it. They had inherited the burden without inheriting the wisdom. We need to document this, Su Song said, his voice firmer now. All 3 of us have seen it. If something happens, nothing is going to happen, Yu Qin said, but her tone said she didn't believe it either. Lin Xian knew better. Things had already begun to happen. The assassination attempt was proof of that. Somewhere in the sect, someone knew that he was asking questions, digging in the archives, finding threads that led back to the original form. And they were frightened enough to try to kill him. Chapter 47. The attack came 3 nights later, when Lin Xian was leaving the archives after midnight. He hadn't been careless. He'd taken the long path through the outer courtyards, kept his awareness extended, noted the positions of the night guards. But carelessness wasn't what mattered. What mattered was that 4 cultivators, working in practiced coordination, came at him from angles that turned the empty courtyard into a cage. They were skilled. Not masters, not foundation seed, but solid core formation. The kind of cultivators who'd been hired for precision, not spectacle. The first one came from the colonnade to his left, a spear thrust aimed at his ribs. The second dropped from the roof behind him, driving downward with a palm strike. The third came from the front, sword first. The fourth hung back, and Lin Xian understood immediately. Archer, keeping distance. He had perhaps a second and a half to process the pattern before impact. The spear thrust came fastest. Lin Xian didn't dodge. He couldn't move fast enough to clear 4 attacks simultaneously. Instead, he reached out with his left hand, fingers spread, and caught the memory of the movement. It was a technique called rift thrust, a core formation standard, the kind of thing you learned in your 3rd year. He ran the movement backward in his mind, stripping away the final acceleration, watching how the spear wielder's arm wound up, and then he rewound it further to the moment of initiation. The cultivator's muscles locked mid-execution. The spear tumbled from fingers that couldn't complete their arc. But there was no time to appreciate it. The palm strike was already falling. Lin Xian rolled right, felt the wind of it pass, felt the stone courtyard crack beneath fingers he didn't want to measure up against. He caught the second movement as well, a mountain collapse palm, one of the sect's core techniques. Simpler than the spear thrust, more brute force. He rewound it, but not all the way, just enough to disrupt the cultivator's timing. The second attacker went flying backward as their own force inverted. The sword wielder didn't give him time to breathe. This was someone with real training, someone who understood that you pressed advantage. The blade came in a series of cuts designed to box him in, to take away options. 7 cuts, 8. Lin Xian was forced to backpedal, his hands up, trying to read the pattern while the archer, the fourth one, loosed a chi arrow. It grazed his shoulder. The pain was sharp, immediate, grounding. Blood. His blood. That meant the archer was good enough to measure distances while moving targets. That meant they were all professionals. He couldn't rewind the sword wielder's movements in detail. They were too rapid, too complex, the kind of signature technique that came from years of personalization. So instead, he did something harder. He watched the flow of the movement, the weight shifting through the cultivator's body, the way each cut fed into the next. And instead of rewinding the technique itself, he rewound the cultivator's balance. It was like watching someone stumble. The swordsman's form fractured for just a moment. Lin Xian used it, closed distance, and drove his own palm strike into the cultivator's chest. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't refined. But it was hard enough to crack ribs. 3 down. But the archer had repositioned, and now Lin Xian was bleeding from the shoulder, and his breathing was ragged. The spear wielder was recovering, forcing their locked muscles to move. The second attacker was still on the ground, but moving. And the archer was already knocking another arrow. Lin Xian ran. He didn't run away. He ran toward the archer, which was the last thing they expected. The arrow came anyway, faster than before, aimed at center mass. He twisted, felt it pass beside his ribs, close enough that he heard the whistle of it. Then he was inside the archer's guard, and the archer was pulling a dagger, and Lin Xian caught the dagger draw movement and rewound it halfway, leaving the cultivator's hand empty and confused. He struck once, deliberate and dispassionate. The archer went down. Behind him, footsteps. The spear wielder had recovered enough to charge. Lin Xian turned to face them, planted his feet, and called up every variation of defensive stance he'd ever learned. The spear came at his face. He read it, didn't rewind it, just moved his head and caught the shaft, used it to lever the spear wielder's balance. The second attacker hit him from the side. It was the kind of coordination you only achieved with multiple jobs, multiple contract completions. He'd been feigning worse injury than he'd taken. Lin Xian felt the tackle, felt his back hit stone, felt the air explode out of his lungs. The world went white with impact pain. He rewound instinct, pushed back against the moment of impact, subtly, enough to get his knees up, enough to trap the attacker's weight. The second cultivator tried to drive them both downward, but momentum had turned against them. Lin Xian twisted, got an arm around their neck, and applied pressure with the casual certainty of someone who'd been trained by Lu Tao. The cultivator went limp. The spear wielder was coming back in. Lin Xian was exhausted, bleeding, operating on fumes and desperation. The next spear thrust came in a different angle, and he caught it, read it, rewind, control, but slower than before. Much slower. His hands were shaking. The cultivator smiled. They could taste the end. Lin Xian rewound their last 3 movements at once. The cultivator convulsed, caught in a cascade of reversed momentum, and fell hard enough that the spear skittered away. He didn't get up again. Lin Xian stood in the courtyard, breathing in ragged gasps, his shoulder bleeding freely, his robes torn. The 4 cultivators were disabled, breathing hard, and the one he'd struck hardest, the one he'd crushed the chest of, was whimpering. He knelt beside the archer, the one with the broken dagger hand. The cultivator's eyes were wild with pain. "Who hired you?" Lin Xian asked quietly. "Don't. Who hired you?" The cultivator tried to stay silent, but the pain was too intense, the wound too immediate. The words came out in gasps. "Li Changming. Elderly. He said you were a threat. He said you wouldn't stop digging. He said..." The cultivator coughed blood. "He said if we didn't stop you, he'd stop us. Permanently. Li Changming. Elderly." The man who'd been slowly accumulating power, consolidating followers, positioning himself as the successor to Yu Liang. The man who saw in Lin Xian the seed of some threat he couldn't articulate, couldn't tolerate. Lin Xian stood. His hands were still shaking. He'd never killed anything before. He'd rewound movements, disabled cultivators, but these four, they would heal. Eventually, the archer would lose the hand. The second cultivator might never walk quite right again, but they would live, and they would carry the story of how they'd failed. More importantly, they would carry proof. Elderly had moved from political maneuvering into direct violence. He'd crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. And somewhere in the sect, someone else was calculating the implications of that crossing. Chapter 48. The report reached Patriarch Yu Liang within the hour. Lin Xian found himself summoned not to the disciplinary courts, but to the Patriarch's private study, a chamber he'd never been permitted to enter before. Yu Liang was not behind a desk. He was standing at a window that overlooked the night-dark sect grounds, and his expression, when he turned, was something between fury and control. The fury was evident. The control was absolute. "You're not injured critically," Yu Liang said. It wasn't a question. He was reading something in Lin Xian's stance, the way he held himself. "No, Patriarch. But you will be scarred." The archer's arrow. Yu Liang gestured to the bandage visible at Lin Xian's shoulder. Was well placed. A finger's breadth to the right, and you'd have bled out before reaching the hospice. "Yes, Patriarch." Yu Liang turned back to the window. His hands were clasped behind his back, knuckles white with tension. Elderly Changming has been confined to his quarters pending investigation. The 4 cultivators he hired are in the medical wing. 3 will recover. The one you crushed will require extensive healing and may not regain full function of his right arm. Lin Xian said nothing. There was nothing to say. "You're not a weapon, Lin Xian," Yu Liang said after a long silence. "I need you to understand this. In the years to come, as the sect's factions continue to fracture, many people will try to position you as a tool, a thing to be wielded, used, exhausted." He turned back. His eyes were older than Lin Xian remembered, worn in a way that suggested he'd been carrying weight for a long time. "You're not a weapon. You're a key. Keys must be kept safe." The words were meant to be protective. They landed like a curse. "Effective immediately, you are appointed to my personal guard," Yu Liang continued. "You will have a residence adjacent to my chambers. You will be escorted in the daytime, within the sect. You will not be permitted to leave the administrative sector without explicit approval." He paused. "This is a promotion and also a cage. I want you to know that I know this. But the cage is safer than the world outside it will be, for some time." Lin Xian felt the walls of the Patriarch's study press in. "How long?" "Until the succession is settled. Until the matter of what you've been searching for in the archives is resolved one way or another." Yu Liang's gaze was penetrating. "You think I don't know? Lin Xian, I've been Patriarch for 37 years. I know every scholar in the archives. I know what Yu Chun has been researching, what Su Song has been uncovering. I know that you've been asking questions that the sect decided, 10,000 years ago, not to have answered." Something in Lin Xian's chest seized. "I'm protecting you," Yu Liang said quietly. "And in protecting you, I'm protecting the sect from something I don't fully comprehend. Old Su Liang came to me before he came to you. He suggested, very carefully, that you needed both guidance and safety. He said that you were beginning to understand the nature of things, and that understanding could be very dangerous." "What is the nature of things?" Lin Xian asked. "What is the door? What are the chains?" Yu Liang looked away. "I was hoping not to have this conversation. I was hoping to keep you safely ignorant, the way I've kept myself. But circumstances have determined otherwise." He walked to a cabinet, opened it, and withdrew a scroll, ancient, bound in crimson silk that had faded to rust. "This is what I know. This is what every Patriarch knows, and it dies with them. The only written record, and even this is so old that I can't determine who wrote it." He didn't hand it to Lin Xian. Instead, he spread it open on a table, and Lin Xian saw the handwriting. Perfect, classical, written in a style that predated even the sect's founding by centuries. He didn't read it. Not yet. He was waiting for Yu Liang's permission. "Read it," the Patriarch said, "and understand why I'm keeping you in a cage, even though the cage will break your heart." Lin Xian stepped forward and began to read. The scroll spoke of a door, of a seal, of 7 original techniques that had been fragmented deliberately, of a Patriarch's duty not to open that door, but to keep it closed, even when, especially when, understanding of the original form began to coalesce in the world. And at the bottom, in different handwriting, added much later, "I do not know why the door must remain sealed. I only know that every Patriarch has paid in blood and madness to keep it closed. Whoever reads this after me, resist the urge to understand. You will not like what you find." When Lin Xian looked up, Yu Liang's expression was heavy. "A key must be kept safe," the Patriarch repeated, "because keys can open doors. And some doors, Lin Xian, were locked for reasons that survive only as echoes. The chain that binds us is so old that we've forgotten why it was forged. But we maintain it anyway, because the alternative is unthinkable. Chapter 49. Qin Yuan found him 3 days into his confinement, slipping a note into his quarters through a window. It was a risk that would have gotten the logistics aide executed if discovered. The note read, "Basement. Storage level 4 deep. Midnight. Come alone." Lin Xian knew it was a trap the moment he read it. Or rather, he knew it might be one. But he also knew that Qin Yuan had been taking quiet risks for years, moving resources, facilitating his and Yu Qin's work, asking nothing in return except that they succeed. He went. The sector beneath the main archive was colder than he remembered, and older. These weren't storage rooms anymore. They were vaults, layered with protective seals, covered in notation so complex that even Lin Xian couldn't parse it at a glance. Qin Yuan was waiting in an alcove, holding a lantern that cast wild shadows. "This wasn't easy," Qin Yuan said without preamble. "I've been mapping these lower levels for 6 months, looking for inconsistencies. Every administrative record, every storage manifest, every duty roster. And I found something that doesn't match." He pulled out a scroll, hand-drawn maps, annotated densely. Section 7 deep, directly below the archive's main floor. According to the records, it's empty storage. According to the actual topology, there's a chamber there. A large one, about 40 meters across, sealed with barriers that predate the current ward array. Lin Xian took the map, studying it. The layout was precise, meticulous. Qin Yuan had the mind of a true administrator. He could see structural contradictions the way scholars saw logical ones. "How many people know about this?" Lin Xian asked. "The ones who sealed it 10 centuries ago. And maybe the patriarch." Qin Yuan's voice was very quiet. "I didn't come to you with this lightly. If Elderly had succeeded, if that ambush had killed you," he stopped himself. "I needed to know it was real. I needed to know there was something to find that was worth the risk." "It's a risk for me," Lin Xian said gently. "You have no cultivation, no way to defend yourself if this is a trap." "It's not a trap," Qin Yuan said. "But it might as well be. I've signed my own death warrant by telling you this. If the wrong people find out that I knew, I'm finished. My family, if they're still alive somewhere outside the sect, they're finished too." He met Lin Xian's eyes. "But something is very wrong with the sect, and nobody else is going to look. So I'm looking. With no cultivation, no power, no authority. Just maps and attention to detail." Lin Xian felt something shift in his chest. Courage wasn't always about qi and technique. Sometimes it was about a logistics aide, methodically checking records, knowing that discovery meant death, and doing it anyway. "I won't let that happen," Lin Xian said. "You can't prevent it," Qin Yuan said quietly. "But you can make sure it means something. That's all I'm asking." They stood in the cold basement, surrounded by the layers of secrecy that 10,000 years had built. Somewhere above them, the sect carried on with its routines, unaware that someone had finally mapped the geography of what was hidden. "Can we open it?" Lin Xian asked. Qin Yuan hesitated. "That's the question I couldn't answer. The barriers are old, older than I expected, but they're not locked, they're maintained. Which means if you understand the pattern of their maintenance, you might be able to rewind them," Lin Xian finished. "If you wanted to. If you were willing to take that step." Qin Yuan looked away. "After this, there's no going back. You know that, right? Once you see what's in there, you can't unknow it." "I know. And you're still going to do it?" "Yes." Qin Yuan nodded slowly. "Then I should give you the full map. The entry points, the guard routes, everything you need to reach that chamber without being seen." He unrolled the complete scroll, and Lin Xian began to memorize a route that would take him into the deepest heart of the Flowing Jade sect, into a place that had been sealed and forgotten for over 1,000 years. Chapter 50. The chamber itself was smaller than the maps had suggested, or perhaps the centuries of accumulated darkness just made it feel compressed, claustrophobic. Lin Xian, Yu Chun, Su Song, and Qin Yuan stood before it in the pitch-black depths of the archive, their handlights casting sharp shadows against stone that looked older than the sect itself. The barriers were obvious immediately. They weren't the neat, cultivated wards you found in contemporary seals. They were crude, almost desperate, layer upon layer of qi reinforcement that had been added and repaired so many times that the original intent had become obscured beneath subsequent work. "Su Song," Lin Xian said quietly, "you told me you were trained in barrier recognition before you became an archivist." The old scholar stepped forward, his fingers trembling slightly as he reached toward the seal. He didn't touch it, just held his hand an inch away, feeling the subtle pressure of the cultivation within. "Trained 50 years ago," he murmured, "by someone who's long since dust. But yes, I can feel the structure." His hands moved slowly, tracing invisible lines, reading the pattern of the seal like he was reading calligraphy in the dark. After a long moment, he lowered his hands. This isn't sect work, Su Song said. I'm certain of it. The style, the compression of qi, the maintenance pattern, this is older. Much older. This seal was created by someone who understood techniques we don't. And then the sect, our sect, built itself around it. Lin Xian felt the weight of that statement settle. You're saying the Flowing Jade sect didn't create this seal. I'm saying the seal created the sect, Su Song said. Or rather, the seal was here first. Someone, something, sealed this chamber. And then centuries later, someone else decided to build a sect on top of it, to maintain it, to keep the secret of it alive without understanding what they were keeping alive. Yuchen had gone very still. Can we open it? I don't know if we should, Su Song said. But his voice held a question, not a refusal. Lin Xian stepped forward. The barriers felt different than normal wards, less cultivated, more woven. Like the person who created them wasn't trying to lock something away, but to keep it from changing, from existing in the world in a way that mattered. He reached out with his awareness, not touching, just feeling the structure of the seal. It wasn't a lock. It was a pause, a moment of compression, held in place. And if he rewound it far enough, back to the moment before it was created, Lin Xian, Yu Qin said sharply. Don't. We don't know what happens when you open it. But he could already feel the shape of it. The seal was a technique, in a sense. The most fundamental kind of technique, the kind that froze a moment in time and held it. If he could rewind it to the moment before its creation, the seal would fall away. Old Su Liang told me something, Lin Xian said. He said that something on the other side of a door has no first movement. Be careful when you find it. I think this is that door. He began to rewind. The process was slower than any technique he'd ever unwound. The seal had been in place for over 1,000 years, layer upon layer of maintenance, each patriarch adding their own qi to the structure, reinforcing what they didn't understand. The compound of all that cultivation pressed against him as he worked backward, and it was like pressing against something immense, something that had weight measured in centuries. But he was Lin Xian. He had been taught to see the first movement of all things. And he could see the first movement of this seal, reaching back, back, back. Something shifted. The barriers didn't fall. Instead, they changed. The light in the chamber shifted, and suddenly Su Song made a sound, a gasp of recognition and horror. The stone, he whispered. The stone of the walls. It's not carved. It's grown. Lin Xian looked. Su Song was right. The chamber walls were smooth, not because they'd been worked, but because they were organic in a way that defied definition. The surface seemed to shift slightly when you weren't looking directly at it, and the air within the sealed chamber was different, colder, older, carrying a weight that didn't have a name. There's something written on it, Yuchen said. Her voice had gone very small. The walls held markings. Not carved, not written, impressed into the substance of whatever they were made of. The characters were in a script that predated the sect, predated even the classical language. But Lin Xian could read them, because he'd learned to read the first movement of all things, and the first movement of language was always the same. He read them aloud, slowly. This seal was set before the world forgot. The 7 techniques will not remain broken. One will learn to rewind them all. And when they do, the text ended there. The walls of the chamber carried no more words. But the implication hung in the darkness like a suspended breath. The Flowing Jade sect hadn't been built to understand the seal. It had been built to maintain it. To keep something hidden that the sect itself had never been permitted to comprehend fully. And that something was awakening. Lin Xian stood in the sealed chamber, his handlight casting his shadow enormous against walls that had grown, not been built, and understood finally why old Su Liang had warned him so carefully. The door was real. The chains were real. And the first movement, the first moment when something on the other side had begun to exist, to reach, to prepare, that moment was only now arriving. He had rewound the seal, and in rewinding it, he had started a clock that could not be stopped. Chapter 51. The cryptic inscription hung in the air between them, its final words a fragment. One will learn to rewind them all. And when they do, Lin Xian stood motionless before the sealed chamber, the weight of understanding settling across his shoulders like a garment tailored specifically for him. Yu Liang watched him from the shadows of the archive corridor, neither moving nor speaking, giving the younger man space to arrange the pieces he'd finally gathered. You knew, Lin Xian said. Not a question, a recognition. Yu Liang stepped into the dim light cast by the archive's eternal lamps. His weathered face was calm, but his eyes held something Lin Xian had never quite seen before. Not approval exactly, but something closer to acknowledgement. Recognition of kind. I knew you would find it, Yu Liang said quietly. The question was whether you would understand what you were looking at. Lin Xian turned to face the elder directly. This is what my mother was investigating. This is why. He trailed off, but the accusation was implicit. This is why she was killed. This is why you've been protecting a seal that predates the sect itself. Yes. Yu Liang's voice was steady. Your mother was brilliant. She was cataloging the earliest records in our library when she began noticing inconsistencies, gaps, sections of stone that didn't match the age of the surrounding walls. She was tracing the shape of something hidden. He paused. She came very close to this chamber. Lin Xian felt the archive around him shift into new proportions. Every scroll he'd read, every fragment of history he'd assembled, he'd been following a path his mother had already walked. The archives weren't a labyrinth he'd navigated independently. They were breadcrumbs she'd left. And Yu Liang had known all along, letting him discover them one by one, allowing him to climb toward this exact moment. The realization was not comforting. It was, in fact, destabilizing. Why? Lin Xian asked. Why let me chase her steps instead of simply telling me? Because you needed to believe you were choosing this, Yu Liang said. If I had simply told you about the seal, about your mother's investigation, you would have questioned my motives. The Patriarch's personal guard, kept close, groomed. Would you have trusted that what you were seeing was real or manipulation? Yu Liang gestured toward the sealed stone. This way, you found it yourself. The weight of discovery is your own. The choice to continue is yours alone. Lin Xian understood the logic. He also understood that it was a form of manipulation nonetheless, just a more elegant one. But his anger at that distinction was hollow. What mattered now was not how he'd arrived here, but that he had. I need your sight, Yu Liang continued. This seal predates the Flowing Jade sect by centuries. Something was placed here, then hidden, and then forgotten by everyone except a select few. When I inherited the role of guardian, I was told only the barest facts, that a future disciple would emerge with the ability to perceive rewinds. That when they did, they would be able to see what lies beneath this seal without breaking it. Without breaking it, Lin Xian repeated. The seal still glowed faintly, its pattern intricate beyond mortal carving. You mean? I can perceive what's sealed without opening it. You can rewind the technique or sequence that created the seal, Yu Liang clarified. Trace it backward to its first movement. See what principle holds it in place. And from that, understand what lies within. The scope of what Yu Liang was asking suddenly became clear. This wasn't about curiosity. This wasn't about historical knowledge. Whatever was sealed in this chamber had shaped the entire trajectory of the Flowing Jade sect. Its revelation could destabilize everything, perhaps even the succession of the patriarchs themselves. And Yu Liang was asking him, a disciple barely essence condensation tier, to be the key to it. Lin Xian looked at the elder, and in the play of archival light across Yu Liang's aged features, he saw something he'd never quite noticed before. Yu Liang was not protecting the seal out of duty alone. He was protecting it because someone had asked him to, long ago. Someone had placed that chamber here and entrusted its guardianship to a chain of protectors across generations. His mother had been part of that chain. And now, so was he. Is my mother still alive? Lin Xian asked. The question emerged from a place deeper than his training, older than his cultivation. It was the question that had lurked beneath everything. Beneath his dedication, his discipline, his willingness to become whatever the sect needed him to be. The one question that, if answered wrong, would hollow him out entirely. Yu Liang was silent for a long moment. In that silence, Lin Xian felt something shift in the architecture of his own existence. Your mother is alive, Yu Liang said finally. But she is no longer here. She made a choice to leave the sect after her investigation grew dangerous. The patriarch at that time, your current patriarch's predecessor, determined that her knowledge was a liability. Rather than have her sealed or silenced, I negotiated her exit. You let her leave, Lin Xian said. I helped her leave, Yu Liang corrected. She chose a path away from the sect, away from you, because she believed it was the only way to keep you safe. If you remained connected to her, you would have become a target as well. Instead, she allowed you to be raised within these walls, under my watch, protected by your own obscurity. Lin Xian felt the ground shift beneath him. His entire childhood, his cultivation path, his relationship with the patriarch himself, all of it had been shaped by a mother's choice to abandon him. Not out of cruelty or indifference, but out of love. Protection through absence. Where is she? Lin Xian whispered. That, Yu Liang said gently, is a question I cannot answer. Not because I don't know, but because knowing could put you both in danger. Your mother protected you by distance. I protect you by ensuring that distance remains real. He paused. But know this, she is alive. She watches your progress through channels she's cultivated. And when this seal is opened, and when you understand what lies within, you may, finally, have the leverage to find her safely. The words were meant as comfort. Instead, they settled in Lin Xian's chest like a promise that cut both ways. The hope of reunion, and the acknowledgement of why that reunion had never happened. Lin Xian stood before the sealed chamber, and for the first time, he was not the patriarch's pet project, not a tool being shaped for future utility. He was a son continuing his mother's work, a guardian stepping into a role that had been waiting for him since before his birth. The inscribed words seemed to glow brighter in the darkness. One will learn to rewind them all. He was that one. Chapter 52. The news of the dual trial challenge reached Lin Xian through Su Song, the elderly mentor appearing in his quarters at dawn with the formal summons in hand. The scroll was heavy with the weight of tradition, yellow paper, red seal, the language ancient and inviolable. Elderly Changming invokes the right of champions, Su Song said, reading aloud. He challenges the current patriarch's legitimacy to lead, claiming gross negligence in personal security and strategic decision-making. The trial will be adjudicated by champions in single combat. The victor's sponsor gains authority. The loser's judgment is annulled. Lin Xian sat on the edge of his bed, understanding unfolding like a fan with each word. Li survived the investigation into the assassination attempt, Su Song continued. The evidence was inconclusive, deniable. But he's made a calculation. He can't deny trying to kill you through conventional means. So instead, he's attacking Yu Liang's judgment and choosing you as his guard, questioning Yu Liang's discernment, making it a matter of suitability rather than direct guilt. Who's his champion? Lin Xian asked. Bai Xian, core formation tier, swordsman of some renown. Li is sending a message. He's serious about this. Lin Xian felt the information settle into his bones. Core formation. That was 2 full tiers above him. It was the kind of gap that should have been insurmountable, except for one crucial detail. Bai Xian was likely a conventional fighter. He would have technique, discipline, experience. He would not have the one thing Lin Xian possessed, the ability to see the first movement of any technique and rewind it. And my opponent? Lin Xian asked, though he already knew. Yu Liang chose you an hour ago, Su Song said. The patriarch formally endorsed the choice. You are to be Yu Liang's champion. The words landed with a particular weight. This was no longer the shelter of being a personal guard, of standing behind an elder and following orders. This was being thrust directly into the center of sect politics. This was being made into a weapon, not incidentally, but deliberately, with full awareness of what was being asked. Lin Xian stood and walked to the window overlooking the inner courtyard. Morning light was beginning to creep across the training grounds where disciples practiced their forms. They had no idea that the very structure of their sect's governance was being contested through proxy combat. Did Yu Liang say anything? Lin Xian asked. Only that you were the only suitable choice, Su Song said. That if he picked anyone else, it would look like fear. And fear, in a trial of champions, is death. Lin Xian could feel Su Song watching him, waiting for some sign of distress or doubt. Instead, he felt something like clarity settling over him. The sealed chamber, his mother's path, the revelation in the archives, and now this trial. It was all connected. Yu Liang was protecting something, and the price of that protection was becoming visible now. Lin Xian was that price. When is the trial? He asked. 3 days, Su Song said. Enough time to prepare, not enough to grow complacent. 3 days. Lin Xian spent the first day in meditation. He centered his breathing, aligned his essence, reviewed the principles of his swordsmanship. The second day, he spent sparring with Su Song, testing variations against an opponent who moved unpredictably. The third day, he spent alone, walking the peaks of the sect's mountain, feeling the autumn air and the weight of expectations settling over the stone beneath his feet. And when the morning of the trial arrived, he discovered that fear had a particular quality. It was not the panic he might have expected. It was cold and clean, like a blade newly sharpened. It kept him focused. The trial grounds were set up in the sect's central arena, a wide stone platform overlooking the inner courtyard. Disciples, elders, and cultivators filled the surrounding terraces. The patriarch himself sat in the elevated position, face unreadable. Yu Liang stood alone in the elders' section, his expression calm, but his hands gripped the railing with visible tension. Bai Xian was already waiting on the platform, moving through warm-up forms with the ease of someone completely at home in such situations. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with an air of natural confidence. His sword was elegant and well-maintained, not ornate, not flashy. The weapon of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. When Lin Xian stepped onto the platform, Bai Xian stopped his warm-ups and turned to face him directly. For a moment, the elder merely observed the younger disciple, taking measure, reading posture and presence. Then Bai Xian inclined his head, a gesture of respect. I don't know what elder politics actually mean, Bai Xian said, his voice low enough that only Lin Xian could hear. I was hired for this, but I respect you as a fighter. I've heard the stories about your perception. So let's make this good. Let's make this something worth watching. The words were unexpectedly generous. Lin Xian found himself nodding, grateful for the courtesy, even as he understood that courtesy meant nothing once the trial began. The challenge horn sounded. The arena fell silent, and the trial commenced. Chapter 53 Preparation was a discipline of its own, different from the discipline of combat. Yu Chun found Lin Xian in one of the sect's quieter training pavilions on the morning before the duel trial, running through sword forms with mechanical precision. She watched him complete 3 full sequences before approaching. You're overthinking it, she said, stepping into his line of sight. Lin Xian stopped mid-form, sword held at a distance. Am I? You are. Yu Chun moved closer, studying his posture. Your shoulders are tight. Your breathing is shallow. You're treating this like it's some impossible problem to solve instead of what it actually is, something you're excellent at. I'm facing someone 2 tiers above me, Lin Xian said. You're facing someone with straightforward technique and a conventional cultivation approach, Yu Chun corrected. You've faced harder opponents in sparring. You've perceived rewinding patterns against disciples with more varied arsenals. This is what you do, Lin Xian. You just need to remember that. She took his sword from his hands and set it aside, then placed both her palms against his shoulders, pressing downward until his spine relaxed against the pressure. Your perception is perfect, she said. Your speed is exceptional. Your adaptation in real time is the best I've seen from anyone your tier. So what you're actually afraid of isn't whether you can win. It's what happens after you do. Lin Xian felt the truth of that land in his chest. Yu Chun had always seen through him with surgical precision. Elderly won't forgive losing, he said quietly. Whether I win or not. This creates an enemy at a high level of the sect. Yes, Yu Chun agreed. But Yu Liang will have solidified his authority. And you'll have become something more than a personal guard. You'll have become a person with power of your own. She removed her hands from his shoulders. Are you prepared for that? The question was genuine, not rhetorical. Yu Chun was asking if he could carry the weight of expanded status, of being seen as a political entity in his own right. I don't know, Lin Xian admitted. Then just focus on the fight, Yu Chun said. See the first movements. Do what you do. The rest will follow. Over the next 2 days, Lin Xian meditated more deeply than he had in months. He worked through breathing exercises with Su Song, building endurance and mental acuity. He spent hours in the forms, not trying to perfect them, but simply moving until the motions became natural enough that his mind could be elsewhere during the actual combat. And on the evening before the trial, he accepted an unexpected visitor. Bai Xian arrived at his quarters with formal courtesy, presenting himself at the threshold. Lin Xian invited him in, curious and slightly wary. I wanted to see you before the trial, Bai Xian said without preamble. Not as rivals, but as fighters. I heard about your perception gift, the ability to rewind what you see. That's remarkable. Your technique is precise, Lin Xian replied. You've trained for a long time. 20 years, since childhood, Bai Xian confirmed. He sat when Lin Xian gestured. I was actually trained by a former Flowing Jade sect member, which is probably why Elderly chose me. He thought I might have some advantage here. Do you? Lin Xian asked. No, Bai Xian said simply. Your perception changes the entire mathematics of combat. I'll be fighting blind to certain things you'll see clearly. He paused. I'm not mentioning this to intimidate you. I'm mentioning it because I respect you enough to be honest. You're going to win this trial, Lin Xian. The question is how you handle winning. The conversation hung in the space between them, heavy with implication. How do you think I should handle it? Lin Xian asked. With mercy, Bai Xian said. There's a difference between winning and humiliating. If you're going to beat me, and you are, make it quick and clean. Make it something I can respect losing to. He stood to leave. I'm saying this partly because I have personal honor to maintain, but also because I think you do too. And I think the sect will be watching for that. After Bai Xian left, Lin Xian sat alone in his quarters, contemplating the strange courtesy of a man he would face in mortal combat the next morning. It was not the courtesy of weakness. It was the courtesy of someone secure enough in their own strength to afford magnanimity. It was also, Lin Xian realized, exactly the kind of person he wanted to defeat, someone who lost with grace, who didn't allow the loss to corrupt their character. That night, Lin Xian slept better than he expected to. Chapter 54 The trial began with the sound of the challenge horn, and from the moment Bai Xian moved, Lin Xian understood why he'd been selected. The older fighter's opening was perfect, stance impeccable, guard flawless, sword angle ideally positioned for both offense and defense. It was the work of someone with 2 decades of disciplined practice. It was also textbook. Lin Xian could see the first movement before it happened. Bai Xian's shoulder would drop first, a fraction of a degree, which meant a thrust was incoming. The weight shift would be slight, but detectable. The commitment to the technique would be absolute. Lin Xian sidestepped and let the blade pass a hair's breadth from his torso. Bai Xian's eyes flickered, surprised that Lin Xian had read the move, not shock, but a recognition that the fight would be more difficult than expected. The second exchange followed similar patterns. Bai Xian opened with a high-line slash. Lin Xian perceived the first movement, the breath intake, the shoulder rotation, and moved inside the technique's arc before the sword ever achieved its full extension. He could have countered, could have struck. Instead, he withdrew, moving to the edge of the arena, keeping distance. Bai Xian was adapting. Lin Xian could see it in the subtle changes to his stance, the way he was now telegraphing less obviously, economizing his movements. He was fighting against an opponent whose perception was forcing him to eliminate the small tells that normally served as precursors to his techniques. The third and fourth exchanges became increasingly intense. Bai Xian began using combinations, a slash followed immediately by a thrust, designed to catch Lin Xian in transition between defensive states. But every technique in the sequence had a first movement, and Lin Xian could perceive them in sequence. He began to develop a picture of Bai Xian's arsenal. How many variations of each technique, how he assembled them, what patterns governed his tactical choices. In the fifth exchange, something shifted. Bai Xian opened with what appeared to be a standard overhead slash. Lin Xian perceived the shoulder drop and prepared to move inside the arc. But as the sword came down, Bai Xian's footwork changed. His weight didn't distribute normally. There was a slight hesitation on his left side, a compensatory shift to his right. An old injury. Favoring the left side meant it was weaker, more vulnerable. Lin Xian abandoned his defensive positioning and moved instead toward Bai Xian's left flank. Bai Xian tried to adjust, but the injury made the adjustment slower than it needed to be. Lin Xian's sword arrived at Bai Xian's left shoulder guard a fraction of a second before Bai Xian could fully reposition. Bai Xian flinched, not enough to lose control, but enough that Lin Xian felt the opening. One more strike at that same location, and he could force a yield. He executed the second strike with precision and speed. Bai Xian's guard faltered. His sword dropped a critical few inches. Lin Xian could feel the victory materializing. All he had to do was follow through. Instead, he stopped. His sword point hovered an inch from Bai Xian's throat, and Lin Xian found himself suddenly uncertain whether this was mercy or just a delay in the inevitable. Bai Xian's eyes met his. No fear there, just a kind of grim acceptance. An acknowledgement that he'd been beaten. Yield, Lin Xian said quietly. Bai Xian yielded. His sword dropped. He stepped back with the formality of someone completing a ritual. The arena erupted. Disciples shouted. Elders rose from their seats. Yu Liang's expression shifted from tension to relief to something approaching satisfaction. The patriarch simply nodded, a gesture of approval. But Lin Xian felt something hollow moving through him as he lowered his sword. He had won. That was undeniable. And he had won by exploiting Bai Xian's injury, by recognizing a weakness in the body and targeting it repeatedly until the opponent's defenses broke. That was, technically, perfect combat tactics. It was also, somewhere in a part of himself that he couldn't quite rationalize away, fundamentally dishonorable. Bai Xian had fought him with complete integrity, offering courtesy and respect even knowing he would likely lose. And Lin Xian had repaid that courtesy by finding the one thing in the man that was vulnerable and pressing it until he broke. As the trial officials stepped forward to formally declare the victory, Lin Xian found that the taste of winning felt considerably more complicated than he had expected. Chapter 55 Elder Li Changming's expression, as the trial was formally concluded in Yu Liang's favor, was not one of defeat. It was the expression of a man who had lost a move in a larger game that was far from finished. He inclined his head to the patriarch with perfect formal respect and withdrew from the arena without a word. The message was clear. This was a temporary setback, not a conclusion. But for now, Yu Liang had won. The dual trial invalidated Li's challenge. The legitimacy of the patriarch remained unchallenged. And Lin Xian, in victory, had become something more than a personal guard. He had become a symbol. A protege who could defeat core formation cultivators. A rising power within the sect itself. The feast that followed was celebratory, but Lin Xian found himself unable to enjoy it fully. He moved through conversations, accepted congratulations, delivered the expected displays of deference and modesty. Somewhere around the third cup of ceremonial wine, Bai Xian found him. The older man appeared at his shoulder without fanfare, holding a single cup of wine. Up close, Lin Xian could see how carefully Bai Xian was moving. The left shoulder was painful, the injury clearly inflamed from the combat. That strike you landed on my shoulder, Bai Xian said without preamble. That was perception, wasn't it? You saw an injury in my technique and exploited it. Lin Xian met his gaze directly. Yes. Good, Bai Xian said. He raised his cup in a gesture of respect. If you'd beaten me with conventional swordsmanship alone, it would have been impressive. But instead, you beat me by understanding what I was actually capable of and what I wasn't. That's what separates good fighters from great ones. He drank, and Lin Xian drank with him. I would be interested, Bai Xian continued, in training with you sometime. Not as rivals. As practitioners. You have gifts I've never encountered. I have experience I suspect might be useful to you. It seems wasteful for us to part ways as mere opponents. The offer was genuine. Bai Xian had lost without bitterness and was genuinely interested in seeing Lin Xian develop. It was an act of grace that Lin Xian found he deeply respected, even as he remained troubled by how he had achieved his victory. I would like that, Lin Xian said. Bai Xian smiled and drifted back into the crowds of the feast, leaving Lin Xian alone with his thoughts. Later that evening, as the celebrations were winding down, Yuchen found him on one of the quiet balconies overlooking the night-dark mountain slopes. You're troubled, she said, settling beside him on the stone railing. I won, Lin Xian said. That's what I was supposed to do. And? Yuchen prompted. And I won by identifying a weakness and attacking it until it broke, Lin Xian said. Bai Xian was honorable, courteous, and I used his injury against him. Yuchen was quiet for a moment, considering. Did you have another choice? I could have won cleanly. One without exploiting a weakness. Could you? Yuchen asked. Or would that have been a choice that risked losing a trial where the stakes were far higher than your personal ethics? Yu Liang's authority was on the line. The sect's stability was on the line. That doesn't make it right, Lin Xian said. No, Yuchen agreed. But it makes it necessary. And there's a difference between those things. She turned to face him directly. Do you know what's being said about you now? That you're the patriarch's most promising disciple. That you'll likely be in succession consideration in another decade. That you might shape the future of the entire sect. Lin Xian understood the implication. This wasn't a congratulation. This was a warning. That's a poison chalice, Yuchen said. Everyone will start seeing you as a symbol instead of a person. They'll project their hopes and expectations onto you. They'll judge every action against whether it advances their vision of what you should be. And you, she paused. You'll lose yourself in being what they need you to be. The words echoed something she'd said long ago, when he had asked her to stay, to keep her distance, to accept the protection he could offer rather than fighting alongside him. She was reminding him of that moment, of her own warning about the difference between choosing your path and allowing the sect to choose it for you. What should I do? Lin Xian asked. I don't know, Yuchen said honestly. But I know this. The moment you stop thinking about what you want and start thinking only about what the sect needs you to be, you become what happened to your mother. Trapped, constrained, unable to choose freely. She stood, preparing to leave. So whatever you're thinking about that sealed chamber, whatever Yu Liang has asked you to do next, make sure it's something you're actually choosing. Make sure it's not just another version of becoming a tool. She left him alone on the balcony, and Lin Xian sat watching the distant lights of the sect's buildings flicker against the darkness. He had won. He had proven his worth. He had validated Yu Liang's faith in him. And somewhere in that victory, he could feel the weight of expectation settling more heavily on his shoulders. Not the weight of being a guard, but the weight of being a symbol. A possibility. A future patriarch. His mother had walked this same path once. She had walked it until it demanded a choice that cost her everything. And now, Lin Xian understood, he was coming to his own crossroads. The sealed chamber was waiting. His mother's legacy was waiting. And the question of whether he could navigate both while remaining himself was becoming increasingly urgent. The night deepened around him, and somewhere in the darkness, he felt the first real stirring of uncertainty about the path that lay ahead. Chapter 56. The first training session with Bai Xian happened 3 days after the feast, on a clear morning when the mountain peaks were sharp-edged against an azure sky. Lin Xian had expected awkwardness, the residual tension of combat, the careful politeness of rivals forced into proximity. Instead, he found something unexpected, clarity. Bai Xian arrived at the training pavilion alone, carrying 2 practice swords instead of 1. His left shoulder was still visibly stiff, the movement constrained by injury, but he moved with the ease of someone comfortable in pain. He had probably carried injuries before. Combat artists accumulated them the way mountains accumulated stone. I want to show you something, Bai Xian said without preamble, handing Lin Xian one of the practice swords. Your perception, it's giving you the ability to read the first movement of any technique. But it's also giving you a problem you probably haven't thought about yet. What problem? Lin Xian asked, accepting the sword. You're seeing the movement as it emerges, which means you're reacting to a decision that's already being made, Bai Xian said. That works perfectly against opponents who commit fully to their techniques. But what if your opponent is someone who can hold multiple intentions simultaneously? Someone who starts a movement and then cancels it mid-execution? He demonstrated, beginning a thrust, and then, halfway through the commitment, shifting fluidly into a horizontal slash. If they're thinking about multiple options at once, your perception sees the intention that emerges first. But intentions can change faster than movements complete. Lin Xian watched, understanding. So reading the first movement isn't enough. I need to be able to read what comes after. Exactly, Bai Xian said. Your gift is remarkable, but it's also taught you to trust your initial read. And that trust can be a vulnerability. He set down his sword. That's why I want to train with you. Not to make you a better fighter, you already are one, but to help you understand the limitations of your own strength. Because eventually, you'll face someone who understands those limitations better than you do. They spent the next 2 hours exchanging patterns. Bai Xian would begin techniques, and then deliberately shift his intention mid-movement, creating layers of false commitment that made reading the true first movement increasingly complex. Lin Xian found himself working harder than he had during the actual duel trial, not because Bai Xian was faster or stronger, but because the older man was teaching him to think differently about perception itself. The work was exhausting in a way that invigorated rather than depleted him. Each failed read was a small lesson in the difference between seeing and understanding. Bai Xian never criticized, never made the corrections condescending. He simply presented variations and allowed Lin Xian to discover the gaps in his own logic. Between exchanges, they sat on the stone steps of the pavilion, and Bai Xian shared fragments of his history. He had been trained outside the sect by a master who had left the Flowing Jade organization decades earlier. That master had taught him not just technique, but philosophy, the understanding that combat was less about winning and more about understanding the principles that made winning possible. I spent 20 years learning to be a weapon, Bai Xian said, his voice calm and reflective. And I discovered that weapons are ultimately hollow. They're shaped by the hands that hold them, and when those hands release them, they're nothing but shaped steel and a history of impact. What matters is whether you're something more than a weapon when you're not being wielded. Lin Xian sat with that statement, feeling its weight settle across him like a layer of understanding he hadn't possessed before. Are you? I'm trying to be, Bai Xian said. That's why I lost to you gracefully instead of letting the loss corrupt me. That's why I'm teaching you instead of hating you. And that's why I'm telling you now, before you become too invested in being whatever they want you to be. The sect will try to make you a weapon. You're going to have to decide whether you let them. The observation hit with particular force because it echoed something Yu Chun had said, something Lin Xian had been avoiding thinking about directly. The sect did want to make him a weapon. It had been making him one since the beginning, shaping his training, directing his development, positioning him exactly where he was needed. How do you not let them? Lin Xian asked. By having something you care about more than being useful, Bai Xian said. Something uncomplicated. Something that's yours alone and has nothing to do with sect politics or advancement or being indispensable. He stood, stretching his shoulder carefully. That's why I'm doing this training with you. It's uncomplicated. You're an excellent fighter, and I respect that. So I teach, and you learn, and neither of us is asking the other to be anything except what you already are. They continued training into the afternoon, and for the first time since discovering his rewind perception, Lin Xian felt something like peace during combat. This wasn't about proving anything. It wasn't about being useful or living up to expectations. It wasn't about strategizing or calculating future advantage. It was simply two practitioners exploring the boundaries of their craft together, asking questions and testing assumptions. When they finished, both exhausted and satisfied in equal measure, Bai Xian extended his hand in the gesture of shared respect. Same time tomorrow, the older man asked. Every day you're willing to teach, Lin Xian said. And in that simple exchange, something shifted in Lin Xian's understanding of friendship. It wasn't something that had to be complicated by politics or obligation. It could be as straightforward as two people choosing to make each other better. It could be uncomplicated. It could be theirs. As Bai Xian was leaving, he paused at the threshold of the pavilion. One more thing, he said. The way you're starting to become known in the sect, it's going to accelerate. People are going to need you more and more. And when that happens, he gestured to the training space, will become harder to justify. It'll seem self-indulgent to spend time on something that doesn't advance the sect's goals. But it's the most important thing you can do, because it keeps you human instead of letting you become a tool. Protect it. After Bai Xian left, Lin Xian remained in the pavilion for a long time, sitting on the steps and watching the light change across the mountains. Bai Xian had just confirmed what Yu Chun had been warning him about. And more importantly, he'd offered something concrete. A way to remain tethered to his own humanity was to cultivate something uncomplicated, something purely his own. Lin Xian made a mental note. Tomorrow morning, same time. Training with Bai Xian. Uncomplicated. Sacred. Chapter 57. The effects of the trial victory rippled outward in ways Lin Xian hadn't anticipated. Within a week, disciples who had previously trained alongside him began keeping distance. Not hostile distance. They remained polite, still respectful. But there was a new quality to the distance, uncertainty. They were no longer looking at a peer who had distinguished himself. They were looking at a potential future leader. And the calculus of how to interact with someone who might one day hold authority over your entire existence changed everything. Lin Xian found himself eating alone more often. When he walked through the sect's courtyards, conversations would pause, not out of disrespect, but out of a new kind of caution. What would it mean to be too familiar with someone so visibly elevated? What would it cost later if you'd been too casual now? What alliances were being forged in the shadows by disciples who understood that proximity to rising power could determine their own trajectories? The isolation was different from the kind he'd known before. As the Patriarch's guard, he had been set apart by function. Now he was set apart by possibility. The invisible gulf of a future that might contain his ascendancy, his authority, his ability to make or destroy careers. Su Song had begun treating him differently, with a formality that hadn't existed before. Even the kitchen staff seemed to cook with extra care when food was intended for him. Small shifts, each barely perceptible on its own, but together they added up to a profound experience of separation. He was being elevated out of ordinary existence, and in being elevated, he was being removed from the normal rhythm of sect life. Yu Chen noticed, because Yu Chen always noticed. She sought him out 2 weeks after the trial, finding him in one of the quieter garden spaces where he had been sitting alone. "They're afraid of you now," she said, settling beside him on the stone bench. "Not afraid of your power. Afraid of what your power means for them." "That wasn't my intention," Lin Xian said. "Intention is irrelevant," Yu Chen replied. "You won a trial that determined the Patriarch's authority. You did it by demonstrating perception that no one else in the sect possesses. And now every disciple with ambitions is doing the calculus. If Lin Xian becomes Patriarch, what does that mean for my own advancement? If I'm too close to him now, will I seem like someone who benefited from favoritism? If I'm too distant, will I seem like someone who wasn't loyal?" She turned to look at him directly. "You've become a political entity. You're no longer just a person anymore. You're a symbol, a potential future, a possibility that everyone is trying to position themselves in relation to." The words were devastating because they were true, and Lin Xian could see it now in his daily interactions. When he walked past disciples in the courtyard, they didn't simply acknowledge his presence. They oriented themselves toward him, calculating distances and trajectories rather than simply existing in the same space. He was a gravitational center, pulling the lives of others into new configurations. "How do I stop this?" Lin Xian asked. "You don't," Yu Chen said quietly. "This is what success looks like when you succeed in a hierarchical system. This is what happens when you become indispensable to the people holding power. They elevate you, and in elevating you, they isolate you, not as punishment, but as a necessary precaution. They can't have someone too powerful also being too connected to the normal flow of sect life. That's dangerous." "You said this before," Lin Xian said. "On the balcony, after the trial. I'm saying it now because it's getting worse," Yu Chen said. "And I need you to understand. This is the path your mother walked. This is the isolation that eventually made her choose to leave everything behind. She became too important. She learned too much. She understood too many of the sect's secrets. And when the time came for her to choose between remaining and protecting what she'd discovered, she chose to leave." She reached over and took his hand, her grip firm and real in a way that cut through the increasing unreality of his social interactions. "I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly," Yu Chen said. "Are you still choosing this? Or are you just letting it happen because Yu Liang suggests it and the sect expects it? Are you the one steering your own path? Or are you a boat being carried downstream by currents you're not even acknowledging?" Lin Xian opened his mouth to answer. But the honest answer, he didn't know anymore, stuck in his throat. The distinction that should have been simple was becoming blurred. He was making choices, yes. He was actively participating in his own elevation. But was that choice, or was it just the acceptance of inevitability? "That silence is the answer I was afraid of," Yu Chen said. She didn't release his hand, but he could feel her beginning to withdraw from him emotionally, reorienting herself toward a future that might not include him. "I need you to start remembering that you have other choices besides being what everyone needs you to be. Training with Bai Xian is good. That's you choosing something uncomplicated, something that has value simply because it exists, not because it serves a larger purpose. But you need more than one uncomplicated thing, or you'll drown in the rest of it. You'll disappear entirely into the symbol the sect is making you into. After she left, Lin Xian sat alone in the garden and tried to remember what he had wanted before the sect needed him to be anything. The memory felt distant, like something from another lifetime. Had he ever wanted anything simple? Had he ever pursued a goal that was purely his own and had nothing to do with duty or expectation? He was still trying to grasp that memory when the knock came at his door late that evening. It was Su Mei, the intelligence gatherer who had been feeding Yu Liang false reports about Elder Li's activities. Her expression was controlled, but her hands trembled slightly as she asked to enter his quarters. Something in Lin Xian's chest seized. Nothing good ever came from a clandestine visit from someone who worked in shadows. Nothing positive was ever brought to your door by people who specialized in secrets. Chapter 58. Su Mei waited until the door was closed and the privacy wards were verified before speaking. When she did, her words came in a whisper-quick rush, the speech of someone terrified of being overheard even in what should have been a secure space. I'm compromised, she said. Elder Li is suspicious. He's been watching how I move, who I meet with, what routes I take through the sect. He's asking the right questions, and my answers aren't getting any better. She sank onto the nearest seat, her usual composure shattered entirely. I've been feeding Yu Liang intelligence about Li's activities for 3 months. But Li is starting to realize that the information reaching Yu Liang is always too accurate, always too specific, always arriving too quickly. He's narrowing down who his leak could be, and there aren't many people in his circle who have access to the information I've been reporting. How much longer do you have? Lin Xian asked, understanding immediately the danger this woman was in. Intelligence work was sometimes more dangerous than combat. A person discovered in espionage faced interrogation. An interrogation could break anyone given enough time and the right pressure. Days. Maybe a week if I'm lucky and he decides to wait for more evidence, Su Mei said. And I came to you because Yu Liang is going to want to protect his sources, which means he'll want to deny knowing me, deny having any relationship with me, deny ever receiving information from me. But if I'm interrogated by Li, and he will interrogate me if he confirms I'm a leak, I can't hold out against that kind of pressure. I'm not trained for it. I'm a gatherer of intelligence, not a specialist in resistance. He'll have me broken within hours. Lin Xian felt the weight of the choice descending. This was no longer an abstract problem. This was a person sitting in front of him, asking him to make a decision that would determine her fate. What did you learn? Lin Xian asked. What did you report that makes you so certain he's hunting you? Everything, Su Mei said. Li is in contact with the Azure Wind sect. They've been negotiating for 3 months, since before the assassination attempt on you. They're planning something larger than just sect politics, something that involves coordinated action between 2 major organizations. The Azure Wind sect wants access to something in the Flowing Jade organization, something valuable enough that they're willing to commit external military resources to acquire it. The sealed chamber. It had to be. Lin Xian felt the connection snap into place, understanding that the isolated historical mystery he'd been investigating connected directly to present-day threats. The inscription had promised that someone would learn to rewind all techniques. When they did, something would happen. And others in the world, the Azure Wind sect specifically, wanted to know what that something was. The plan is coordinated, Su Mei continued, her voice shaking slightly. External assault from the Azure Wind forces attacking from outside the sect, coupled with internal chaos created by Li's sympathizers who will attack from within. Yu Liang is supposed to be killed during the confusion. Eliminated. And you? She hesitated, clearly troubled by what she had to say next. You're supposed to be blamed for it. Made to look like you orchestrated it all as part of some bid for power. Made to look like you coordinated with the Azure Wind sect in exchange for control of the sect. When? Lin Xian demanded. The new moon, Su Mei said. 3 weeks. That's when the external forces will be in position. That's when Li will make his move. They've already been in communication, finalizing details. I have copies of the correspondence, encrypted, hidden in multiple locations. Lin Xian stood and walked to the window, his mind spinning through implications and consequences and the terrible mathematics of power. If he tells Yu Liang about this immediately, it exposes Su Mei. It reveals that there is a functioning intelligence network operating within the sect. It marks her for interrogation or immediate elimination. But if he doesn't tell Yu Liang, then the sect is moving toward a coordinated attack with no preparation, no defenses, no warning. And Yu Liang has shown throughout their entire relationship that he values knowledge above all other things. Not knowing about this threat would be worse to him than any conspiracy itself. I can't protect you, Lin Xian said quietly. If this becomes public, if Yu Liang has to act on this information, everyone will want to know how we know. And you'll be at the center of that exposure. Everyone will know that you were the source. Li will know. The council will know. The entire sect will know. I know, Sume said. Her voice was steadier now, as if naming the truth had given her some measure of control. But I can't hide either. Li's going to find me. My position is becoming less tenable every day. So I'm asking you to make the choice for me. Do we try to contain this? Do we try to protect me while you quietly act on this information? Or do we burn it all down now and hope that happens before Li can act against me directly? It was an impossible position. Lin Xian could see no path forward that didn't cost someone something fundamental. Sume would be exposed and interrogated. Or Sume would be discovered anyway and interrogated, and the sect would have no warning of the conspiracy. One way or another, someone would pay. Give me 2 days, he said finally. Don't do anything else. Don't make any more reports. Don't change your behavior. Just disappear into routine and don't let Li see you changing. Don't let him see any indication that you've shared what you know. In 2 days, I'll know what to do. I'll have a plan, and when I do, I'll bring it to Yu Liang directly. After Sume left, Lin Xian sat alone in his quarters and faced the reality that he had been avoiding. He had become someone with actual power now. Not the ceremonial power of being the patriarch's guard, not the symbolic power of being a prodigy disciple. Real power. The power to know secrets that could shake the sect's foundations. The power to make decisions that would determine whether people lived or died. And the responsibility that came with that knowledge was crushing, a weight that pressed down on him continuously, making it difficult to breathe or think clearly or remember what it felt like to be uncomplicated. He spent those 2 days in a kind of walking meditation, moving through the sect's routines while his mind worked on the problem that Su Mei had presented. He trained with Bai Xian without mentioning any of this, without letting any hint of the crisis show in his face or his movements. He maintained the appearance of normalcy while internally confronting the fact that normalcy was about to end. On the morning of the second day, as he stood in the training pavilion watching the sunrise paint the mountains in shades of gold and crimson, he made his decision. There was no way to protect Su Mei from what was coming. There was only the choice to ensure that her sacrifice, because that's what it would be, a sacrifice of her safety for the sect's survival, mattered. To ensure that Yu Liang acted decisively enough that the conspiracy was broken before Li could carry out his plan. He had to tell Yu Liang everything. Chapter 59. The summons to Yu Liang's private chambers came in the form of a message delivered by Su Song, simple and direct. The patriarch requests your presence immediately. Lin Xian knew from the phrasing that this was not a social invitation. Yu Liang only sent messages like this when he needed to discuss matters outside the normal channels of communication, matters of consequence. The patriarch's chambers were located in the highest tower of the sect, accessible only through a narrow winding staircase that seemed to climb forever. When Lin Xian finally arrived at the top, breathing heavily from exertion and anxiety both, he found Yu Liang standing at a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire sect. Buildings, courtyards, mountains, all spread below like a map of territories and power and the complex networks of human ambition. Close the door, Yu Liang said without turning around. And verify the privacy wards. Lin Xian did both. The wards flickered into visibility as they activated, complex layers of cultivation that would prevent any sound from escaping this room or any intrusion from breaking in undetected. I received a message this morning, Yu Liang said finally, turning to face Lin Xian. From someone I've had watching elderly Changming very carefully. Not formally. This was a personal arrangement from long before you joined the sect, from decades ago, when I realized that you can never have too much intelligence about the people who hold power near you. The message contains specific intelligence. Li is in contact with the Azure Wind sect. They're planning a coordinated assault on the Flowing Jade organization. The goal is to overthrow my authority, eliminate me, and gain access to resources within the sect. The timeline is the new moon, 3 weeks from now. Lin Xian remained silent, watching Yu Liang's expression carefully. The question that interests me, Yu Liang continued, is how you would know this information. And more specifically, who brought it to you, and when. He stepped closer to Lin Xian. I'm not angry. I want you to understand that. I'm asking because I need to know the full scope of what we're dealing with. I need to know if I have multiple sources confirming this information, or if this is coming from a single person whose reliability I need to evaluate. Lin Xian made his choice in that moment. Full truth, immediate, no hedging or attempts at self-protection. Sume had earned that much. Sume, he said. She's been your informant inside Li's circle. She came to me 2 days ago because Li is growing suspicious of her. She wanted me to know what she'd learned before she was discovered by him. She came to me because she knew that if she came to you directly, the exposure would be even worse. She was trying to give me a choice, to let me control how the information reached you. Yu Liang closed his eyes briefly, his expression shifting through several emotions in rapid succession. I see. And you're telling me this now because the threat is real, immediate, and we need to move before Li realizes we know, Lin Xian said. And because Su Mei is in danger. If we move without accounting for her safety, we're sacrificing an asset and a person who risked everything to bring this intelligence to us. She risked her life to protect the sect, and I won't let her be burned simply because she was useful. Yu Liang walked back to the window. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, you've been thinking of her as both an asset and a person. That's more than most people manage. It's also what will eventually cost you everything. This habit of valuing people as complete human beings rather than as tools to be used and discarded. He turned back to Lin Xian. But that's not today's problem. Today's problem is preventing a conspiracy that's had 3 months to mature, that probably has roots deeper than we currently understand. Yu Liang moved with sudden purpose, calling for Su Song. Within minutes, the quiet sanctuary of the Patriarch's chambers had become a center of rapid strategic planning. Yu Liang summoned trusted elders, not Li, not anyone with sympathies to the Li faction. He presented the intelligence carefully, managing how much information to reveal, presenting it in ways designed to build consensus rather than create panic. If we move too early, we warn them, one elder said. If we move too late, they act first. We don't move openly, Yu Liang decided. We consolidate our forces subtly, we increase security under the guise of routine rotation, and we prepare defensive positions that look like standard maintenance work and construction projects. When Li makes his move, when the external forces attempt to breach our walls, we'll be ready. But more importantly, when the Azure Wind sect realizes their coordination has failed, that their assault runs into prepared defenses and their internal allies are already contained, they'll be demoralized and exposed. The strategy was elegant in its simplicity. Don't prevent the attack, but rather prepare for it so thoroughly that when it comes, the attackers will find themselves walking directly into a prepared defensive position. Let them commit their forces fully, then crush them completely. But as Yu Liang was laying out the specifics of the plan, another elder raised a different concern. Li will realize we know, he said. The moment we start positioning forces defensively, he'll understand that his conspiracy has been exposed. He won't wait for the new moon then. He'll accelerate. He'll act immediately. Yes, Yu Liang agreed. Which is why we're going to move against him today, before he has time to react or accelerate or contact the Azure Wind sect to warn them about the compromise. He paused. But we can't move directly. If I accuse Li of conspiracy without evidence the council can see, it looks like political maneuvering. It looks like I'm using my power to eliminate a rival. And some of the council are already uncertain about my leadership. He turned to look directly at Lin Xian. This is where your victory in the duel trial becomes relevant. Li has already challenged my authority once and failed. He cannot do it again through official channels without appearing desperate and erratic. So instead, he's going to take a different action. He's going to declare, publicly and before the council, that I am unfit to lead, that my judgment has been compromised, that my reliance on unproven disciples has created security vulnerabilities, that I must step down immediately. He'll do that today? Lin Xian asked. He'll do it within hours, Yu Liang said. Because once we start moving our forces defensively, and we must move them, we cannot avoid that without leaving ourselves exposed. Li will know the intelligence is out. He'll know he's been exposed. He'll understand that he has only one move left, to accelerate his timeline and force a crisis before Yu Liang can prepare. He'll call for an emergency council session. He'll make his declaration. Yu Liang turned back to the window. And when he does, the council will face a choice. Do they support the sitting patriarch, or do they accept this challenge and hold a formal vote of no confidence? If they support me, Li loses everything. If they don't, if even a significant faction votes with him, then the sect splinters. And a splintered sect cannot defend itself against external forces. Lin Xian understood the mathematics of the situation. Yu Liang was betting everything on the council remaining loyal. But Li had had 3 months to cultivate supporters. 3 months to plant seeds of doubt about Yu Liang's judgment, about his attachment to old ways, about whether a patriarch in his declining years could truly manage a modern crisis. Send word through formal channels, Yu Liang commanded Su Song. Emergency council session, tonight. All elders, all high-level disciples to be informed. The patriarch will make a formal address. He paused. And increase the guard rotations immediately. I want defenders positioned in every key location, and I want them there before Li realizes what's happening. Make it look like routine maintenance if you can, but I want soldiers in place. The machinery of the sect began to move with sudden urgency. Orders went out through official channels and through informal networks. Disciples who had been idle moments before suddenly found themselves receiving new assignments. The normal rhythm of the organization fractured and reformed around new priorities. By evening, word had spread through the entire sect. Something was wrong. Something significant enough that an emergency council session had been called. Something that involved the stability of the organization itself. The light in the mountains had turned golden, then red, then the deep purple of approaching darkness. And as the sun set on the highest peaks, casting the sect in a shadow, Lin Xian found himself standing at the center of a crisis he had helped create by bringing Su Mei's intelligence forward. Chapter 60. The emergency council session lasted until midnight, the chamber illuminated by eternal lamps that cast everything in a cold, artificial light. Yu Liang opened by announcing that he had discovered evidence of a conspiracy, external forces coordinating with internal sympathizers to overthrow his authority and assault the sect from within and without. He presented the intelligence about Li's contact with the Azure Wind sect, about the planned assault, about the timeline of the new moon. He laid out facts carefully, methodically, building a case that even the most sympathetic council member would have difficulty dismissing. Li, confronted with this evidence presented so thoroughly and so publicly, could have either denied it or attempted to justify it as necessary political maneuvering for the sect's protection. Instead, he took the third path. He attacked. Before Yu Liang could finish his presentation, before the full scope of the evidence could be absorbed and processed, Li stood and addressed the council directly. The Patriarch speaks of conspiracy, Li said, his voice cutting through the chamber with practiced authority. But he presents no evidence that any council member can independently verify. He speaks of external threats, but offers only his own interpretation of intelligence gathered through means he refuses to name. And most critically, he sits before us as a man whose judgment has become so compromised that he sent a junior disciple, barely essence condensation tier, a child really, to face a core formation cultivator in a dual trial to settle political questions that should have been resolved through proper council deliberation. The council stirred. This was the exact attack Yu Liang had predicted, and yet its delivery was effective precisely because it was true. Lin Xian had defeated Bai Xian. That victory had been used to validate Yu Liang's authority, and that reliance on a young disciple's skills did, to some observers, seem like a failure of judgment. I stand before you today, Li continued, his eyes sweeping across the assembled elders, and invoke the right of council reformation. The Patriarch is unfit. His decisions have become erratic. His reliance on a child prodigy has elevated that child to positions of influence that undermine the normal hierarchies of our organization. And now he presents allegations of conspiracy that conveniently point to those of us who have questioned his leadership. Li looked around the chamber at each elder in turn, a gesture of inclusion that positioned himself as speaking for the council rather than against it. I call for a vote of no confidence. Let the council decide whether Yu Liang should remain as Patriarch, or whether we should hold a formal election to select new leadership. A vote determines whether we continue under the rule of an aging man who relies on his personal favorites, or whether we move toward a more collaborative form of leadership where decisions are made collectively. The declaration hung in the air like a physical force. Yu Liang remained seated, his expression unchanged. Around him, elders exchanged glances. Some looked shocked. Others looked as if they had been expecting this, as if they had already begun calculating their own positions in relation to the challenge. The vote was called. Ballots were cast in formal secrecy, and when the count was announced, Yu Liang had retained the majority, but only barely. 15 elders supported him. 12 supported Li. 3 abstained. It was a victory, but a fractured one. The sect was no longer unified under undisputed leadership. It was divided, and division was another form of weakness. A weakness that external forces could potentially exploit. Yu Liang stood slowly. The council has spoken. I remain Patriarch. Preparations for defensive measures will continue. Enhanced security protocols will remain in place. And those who wish to contest this decision are welcome to do so through formal channels once the immediate security threat has passed. It was diplomatic language. It was also a threat. The sect would deal with dissenters after the crisis was resolved. But the implicit message was clear. There would be a reckoning. As the council was dispersing, as elders filed out in small groups, discussing the vote and its implications and what it might mean for their own positions, Yu Liang called for Lin Xian to follow him to the private chambers at the top of the tower. Lin Xian expected discussion of strategy, further planning for the defense against the Azure Wind sect assault. Instead, when they reached the sealed chamber at the top of the tower, Yu Liang closed the door, sealed the wards, and turned to face him with an expression Lin Xian had never quite seen before, something between exhaustion and resolution, and the weight of carrying knowledge that should not rest on any single person. The council vote has given me authority, Yu Liang said, his voice carefully controlled. But it's authority purchased at a cost. I am old, Lin Xian. This conflict is mine to finish, but I cannot finish it alone. And I cannot finish it by being everywhere at once, making every decision, carrying the weight of every crisis. Lin Xian waited, understanding that something significant was about to be offered or demanded. I am making you acting patriarch, Yu Liang said. Effective immediately. The council cannot remove someone I name as my heir without calling for a full formal election, which takes 40 days. By the time they could move against you, the Azure Wind sect assault will have either succeeded or failed. If it fails, the sect will be unified again, and I can reassume full authority. If it succeeds, Yu Liang paused, his eyes holding Lin Xian's. Then it won't matter what the council decides. Lin Xian felt the world shift around him, reality rearranging itself into new configurations. This was an elevation. This was an honor. This was exposure at the exact moment when the sect was most vulnerable. This was making him the official face of the organization at its moment of deepest crisis. This was using him as a shield against council removal while simultaneously making him responsible for every decision made in the sect's defense. You're giving me, Lin Xian said slowly, his voice distant as he processed the implications, a position I cannot actually hold while you still hold the ultimate authority, but which I cannot escape without appearing to abandon the sect. You're protecting me from council removal, but you're also making me the symbol of whatever happens next. You're making me the visible leader while remaining the actual source of power. You're letting me carry the weight of failure while ensuring that success remains attributed to you. Yes, Yu Liang said simply, without apology or qualification. Because I need the elders to have someone to follow who isn't me, and I need you to be visible as the future of this organization, which means I need your name attached to whatever victories we achieve in the next 3 weeks. I need the disciples and lower-ranking elders to see continuity and youth and strength. I need them to believe that even if I fall, the sect has a viable successor. It was brilliant and terrible and exactly what Yu Chun had warned him about. The sect making him into a symbol, making him into a tool, making him into the visible face of power while stripping away his agency. I'll do it, Lin Xian said, hearing his own voice from a distance. There was no choice, not really. Refusing would mean winning. Refusing would mean the sect being vulnerable. Refusing would make him complicit in the conspiracy. But I want something in return. Name it, Yu Liang said, and something in his tone suggested he had expected this, that he had already calculated what Lin Xian might ask for. When this is over, when the Azure Wind sect is defeated, when the sect is stabilized, when the crisis has passed, I want information about my mother. Real information, not protection through ignorance. Not half-truths and careful omissions. I want to know where she is and how to find her. I want access to the channels she uses to watch my progress. I want to know her choice to leave me was truly her own, and not something you or the patriarch imposed on her for the sake of protecting your power. Yu Liang was silent for a long moment. Then, yes, you've earned that much at least. When this is over. The audience was over. Yu Liang turned back to the window, and Lin Xian found himself dismissed without further words. He left the patriarch's chambers as acting patriarch, and the weight of the title settled on his shoulders like a garment that had been tailored in advance of his arrival. It fit too well, which was the real problem. He moved through the sect's corridors in a daze, trying to comprehend the sudden shift in his status. Acting patriarch. The words felt unreal, borrowed from someone else's life. He passed disciples who immediately bowed or made gestures of deference. He passed elders who had voted against Yu Liang, and in their eyes he saw a new kind of calculation beginning. When he reached his quarters, he found Yu Chen waiting for him. She stood as he entered, and in her expression, he saw that she already knew. Word traveled fast through the sect, even information that should have been confined to the most secretive chambers. Congratulations, she said quietly. You got elevated. I got trapped, Lin Xian said. Same thing, Yu Chen replied. She stepped closer to him, and her eyes held a particular intensity. The gaze of someone confronting a truth she had been hoping to avoid. I need to ask you something important, and I need you to answer it honestly. Not to me, to yourself. Are you still the person I love? The one who trained with Bai Xian because it was uncomplicated? The one who wanted to choose his own path? Lin Xian opened his mouth to answer, but the truth was that he didn't know anymore. In accepting the position of acting patriarch, in moving to address the conspiracy and preserve the sect, in making decisions that affected the lives of thousands, He had been making choices. But he had also been allowing those choices to be made for him, stepping into roles that were waiting, fulfilling expectations that were already in place. The line between choosing and being chosen had become impossible to distinguish. Or have you become the sect? Yu Chen asked, and the question was almost gentle, which made it infinitely more devastating than any accusation could have been. Have you become so invested in being what everyone needs that you've forgotten how to be anything else? Have you let the symbol consume the person? Lin Xian could not answer. In his silence, Yu Chen saw the answer she had been afraid of. She looked at him for a long moment, and then she turned and walked toward the door. Don't leave, Lin Xian said, the words emerging from desperation rather than strategy. Please, I'm not, Yu Chen said, her hand on the threshold. But I need you to remember that I love the person you were, not the symbol you've become. And if you lose that person entirely before you figure out how to get back to him, if you become so absorbed in being the acting patriarch that there's nothing left underneath the title, then there's nothing left for me to love. She closed the door, and Lin Xian stood alone in his quarters as acting patriarch of the Flowing Jade sect, surrounded by authority and isolation and the crushing weight of expectations he couldn't meet while remaining himself. The sealed chamber was still waiting. His mother's legacy was still waiting. And the question of whether he could navigate both while remaining the person Yu Chen loved had transformed into a question he could no longer afford to consider. He was the sect now, or the sect was him. In his heart, he could no longer tell the difference. And in that loss of distinction, Arc 3 came to its devastating end. Chapter 61. The study was too large. Lin Xian had taken the patriarch's quarters 3 days ago, and every night he stood at the desk in the center of that cavernous room and felt the weight of it, not as pride, but as a kind of suffocation. The furniture was dark wood, antique, carved with scenes of the founding sect members ascending toward celestial peaks. There was no warmth in it, no sense of a person living here. The previous patriarch, decades dead, had chosen to live like a monument. He'd moved a second chair in. That was the only change he'd made. It was past midnight. The candles had burned low, casting shadow more than light. Lin Xian was still in his robes, still wearing the jade token that marked him as acting patriarch. A temporary title, Yu Liang had insisted, though the council had voted to make it absolute if no challenge was issued within the season. Lin Xian didn't feel absolute. He felt borrowed. The census reports were spread across the desk. The Azure Wind sect had been growing for 2 years on the eastern border, their disciples training in deliberate defiance of the pact that had kept the sects at distance. Yu Liang had brought intelligence that said they were 3 weeks from moving, probably toward the contested territories on the mountain's north face. Lin Xian was supposed to be organizing a response. Instead, he was reading the same line over and over and not seeing it. You're going to wear the paper thin. He looked up. Yu Chen had entered without announcing herself. She had that privilege now, as his closest advisor. She wore the night robes of the martial disciples, her hair loose, her face slightly flushed from the evening cool. She'd been training in the meditation gardens, probably, trying to work through her own thoughts. Since he'd taken the title, they developed a rhythm of late nights here, when the sect was sleeping and they could pretend the weight of it didn't exist. The troop rotations, Lin Xian said. I keep reading the same 5 lines. Because they're wrong, or because you're exhausted? Both. He set the paper down. The East Garrison thinks they can hold the ridgeline with their current numbers. But if Azure Wind brings cohesion to their assault, which Li Changming says they will, the numbers collapse. We'd need to pull reinforcements from the north, but that weakens our position there against the Crimson Blade disciples. Yu Chen moved around the desk and stood beside him. She didn't sit. She just looked at the maps and reports, her expression thoughtful, her presence a weight and a comfort both. You were never meant to do this alone, she said quietly. The patriarch does. You're not the patriarch. You're Lin Xian. She turned to him, and there was something in her eyes that made his chest hurt. You're the person who asked me for truth. Not position, not authority, just truth. He'd asked her that in the beginning, when they were young and the world was simpler. She'd given him truth in return, about herself, about what she wanted, about what she felt. And he'd discovered that someone knowing you completely, seeing you without the barrier of duty, was the most vulnerable and real thing he'd ever experienced. He reached for her hand. It was cool from the evening air. She let him hold it, standing there in the patriarch's study, where they shouldn't be, not like this. Not with his robes still bearing the insignia of absolute authority and her hand in his like a confession. I'm terrified, he said. The words came out without permission, without thought. I don't know the tactics. I don't know the politics well enough. The elders watch me like I'm going to fail. And I might. You might, she agreed. She didn't offer false comfort. That was why he'd held on to her. But you're asking the right questions. You're listening to the people who know. You're not pretending. I'm supposed to be sure. The patriarch is supposed to be sure. Yu Liang isn't sure either, she said. He just doesn't show doubt. There's a difference. Lin Xian pulled the second chair closer, and she sat, their hands still linked. This was where the exhaustion lived, not in his body, but in the constant pressure of needing to be the right version of himself for everyone else. The strong one, the wise one, the heir who would save the sect. Tell me something true, he said. Not about strategy, not about the Azure Wind sect. Just something true. Yu Chen was quiet for a moment. Then, I'm scared too. I'm scared that I'm not strong enough to stand beside you if this becomes a real war. I'm scared that I care about you in a way that might cloud my judgment when you need advice. And I'm scared that if you fail, I'll have seen it coming and not been able to stop it. The honesty in it was like a wound opening. He pulled her close, and she didn't resist. She rested her head against his shoulder, and for the first time in 3 days, since Yu Liang had named him heir and the weight had descended, Lin Xian breathed. Stay, he said. Just for tonight. Just sit here while I finish the reports. But stay. I'm not going anywhere, she replied. And in the darkness of the patriarch's study, with the weight still pressing down, Lin Xian felt something shift. The isolation remained. The danger remained. But alongside it, in the chair beside his, was someone who knew exactly how frightened he was and had chosen to stay anyway. He picked up the census report again. This time, the lines resolved. Yu Chen asked questions. He answered. Together, they built a strategy that didn't feel so much like drowning. The candles burned lower. The night deepened, and Lin Xian began to understand that the cost of power was not only what you lost, but what you risked letting others lose by staying close. Chapter 62. The sealed chamber was deep in the mountain, accessible only through passages that Yu Liang had shown Lin Xian in private, stone hallways where no disciples were permitted, marked with protective wards that hummed beneath his skin. The negotiation would take place outside it. That was the one concession Yu Liang had made to civility. Elder Li Changming arrived precisely at the appointed hour, without escort. He moved like a man who had already won, his steps measured, his expression calm. Lin Xian watched from a shadow behind Yu Liang, not hidden but present. This was deliberate. Yu Liang wanted him to see how these things were truly conducted. The sealed chamber, Li Changming said without preamble. The council votes tomorrow to remove you. You have one chance to stop it. Open the chamber and show us what's inside. Whatever you're protecting, whatever knowledge or artifact, the sect deserves to know. Give us that, and I withdraw my challenge. Yu Liang was silent for a long time. Lin Xian could see his face only in profile, but he recognized the expression, the careful blankness that meant he was sifting through consequences. Not hesitating. Calculating. No, Yu Liang said finally. No negotiation? No negotiation. What's sealed stays sealed, for reasons that predated us both. Before the Azure Wind sect became a problem. Before Lin Xian's mother saw what was there. Before even you, Li Changming, were born. He turned slightly, and his eyes were cold. The chamber is not your prize to bargain for. Li Changming smiled. There was no warmth in it, but neither was there anger. He smiled like a man who had been expecting exactly this answer and had already integrated it into his plan. Then the council will vote tomorrow, he said, and the sect will move forward under a patriarch who is transparent. That is all I'm asking for. Transparency. Truth. You're asking for dominion over knowledge that would destroy the balance this sect has maintained for 4 centuries, Yu Liang replied. And you know it. I know that you're hiding something. I know that Lin Xian's mother died searching for what's inside. And I know that a patriarch who guards power in darkness cannot lead disciples who crave light. Li Changming bowed, a gesture so formal, so respectful, that it felt like a declaration of war. The vote is tomorrow at dawn. He left. That was the moment Lin Xian's breath should have come back, but it didn't. He stared at the space where Li Changming had been, at the precise emptiness his absence created. He's angry, Yu Liang said quietly. It wasn't directed at Lin Xian, but at the sealed door itself, at the knowledge of what lay inside. No, Lin Xian said. The word came out of him without thought. He's not angry. Yu Liang glanced at him. He's calm, Lin Xian continued. He came expecting you to refuse. He wanted you to refuse. He knew the answer before he asked the question. Lin Xian's hands were shaking slightly. That means he has something. Something he's already prepared. For the first time, Lin Xian saw doubt cross Yu Liang's face. Not fear. Yu Liang didn't seem capable of fear. But the brief flicker of uncertainty, quickly suppressed, was worse. It meant that even Yu Liang didn't know what move came next. We move the vote forward, Yu Liang said. Tonight, I'll call an emergency council session. We'll force them to vote without time for Li Changming to consolidate his allies. But Lin Xian was still seeing it, the way Li Changming had smiled. Not triumphant. patient, like a man who had spent months laying groundwork and had finally seen the first stone fit into place. He's not challenging you, Lin Xian said. He's challenging me. Yu Liang went very still. He knows I'm the weakness, Lin Xian continued. I'm young. I'm untested. The elders don't respect me. And if he removes you, the council will look to me and see someone who can't hold the seat. It's not about the chamber. It's about proving that you made a mistake naming me heir. Yu Liang's expression hardened. Then we prove otherwise. How? By using the same power tactics he's using? By shutting down the vote and showing him he was right. That will bend the sect's own rules to keep power? Lin Xian felt the trap closing in real time. Felt the way that whatever he did now would confirm something someone wanted to believe. He came here calm because he's already won. The only question is which version of losing we choose. In the silence that followed, Lin Xian understood something about Yu Liang that he'd never fully grasped before. The ancient patriarch looked tired. Not physically tired. Existentially tired. Like a man who had spent so many years making the hard choice that he'd forgotten there might be another kind. Come, Yu Liang said finally. We'll face the council tomorrow. You'll stand beside me, and you'll speak for yourself. And whatever happens, you'll know it happened because you were honest. They walked back through the stone passages. Lin Xian's fear had settled into something crystalline and sharp. Li Changming's calm had clarified something. The battle was never about the sealed chamber. It was about whether a young, untested heir could prove he deserved the weight being placed on him. And in 3 weeks, the Azure Wind sect would come. That was the second trap Lin Xian could see forming. Li Changming didn't have to remove Yu Liang. He just had to let the conflict happen and watch Lin Xian fail. Chapter 63. The summons came at dawn. Su Song had collapsed during morning meditation, and the healers couldn't stabilize his fever. Lin Xian ran through the disciples' quarters before he was fully awake, Yu Chen close behind. The healer's room smelled of incense and something darker, an underlying sweetness that Lin Xian recognized but couldn't name. Su Song lay on the treatment table, his skin gray, his breathing shallow. Master Yao, the head healer, looked grim. Poison, Yao said without preamble. I don't recognize the mixture yet, but his organs are burning from the inside. It was introduced gradually, at least a week, maybe 2. By the time his body rejected it entirely, the damage was extensive. Who did this? Yu Chen's voice was sharp as a blade. Someone close to him. Someone with access to his food or drink. Master Yao continued working, her hands moving through a series of precise movements, infusing her qi into Su Song's chest. I'm trying to slow the progression, but without knowing the exact poison, I can only work partially blind. Lin Xian moved to Su Song's side. The scholar's eyes opened, barely, struggling. He saw Lin Xian, and something shifted in his face. Not fear. Recognition. Like he'd been waiting for this moment, and had finally arrived. Lin Xian, he rasped. His voice was like sand. You need to know, don't talk, Yao said firmly. Preserve your energy. No time. Su Song's hand reached out, and Lin Xian caught it. The skin was hot, papery thin. My private archives. Encrypted scroll. Use the cipher from the Foundation Techniques chapter. It contains what your mother found. What she discovered about the primordial movements. I kept it safe because she asked me to. I kept it. A fit of coughing seized him. It brought up blood. Lin Xian felt his stomach drop, felt the sudden terrible reality that Su Song was dying. Not eventually, but now, in front of him, in this room. The cough root, Yao was saying to one of the attendant healers. And the silver needle treatment. I'm preparing a mixture that might. But there was no might in the air. There was only the sound of Su Song breathing as though it took all his concentration, and the sight of a man Lin Xian had known for only weeks but had already begun to trust, being consumed from the inside by something invisible and deliberate. Lu Tao arrived, then Qin Yuan. Lin Xian found himself orchestrating things, sending for more herbs, asking the disciples to search Su Song's quarters for the evidence of who might have done this. But most of him was focused on the rhythm of Su Song's breathing, on the desperate mathematics of how long a body could burn before it burned out completely. The night came. Su Song fell into a restless sleep, and Master Yao finally allowed Lin Xian and Yu Chen to sit in the outer room. They didn't speak. There was nothing to say. The accusation was clear. Someone in the sect had decided that Su Song's knowledge was dangerous enough to kill him over. The sealed chamber, Yu Chen said quietly. It's all connected, isn't it? Your mother, the chamber, Su Song's poison, the Azure Wind sect. It's all pieces of the same thing. Yes, Lin Xian said. He was beginning to see the shape of it now, the way that events had been arranged, dominoes placed in careful sequence. Someone didn't want him talking. Someone in the sect knows what my mother found, and they're trying to keep it hidden. Li Changming, maybe, or someone serving him, or someone serving whoever is behind Li Changming. Lin Xian felt the paranoia settling in, the slow realization that the threat wasn't just external. The Azure Wind sect was coming, yes. But there was also a knife inside, and he couldn't yet see the hand holding it. The hours stretched. Yu Chen finally persuaded him to sleep in the chair, and he did, fitfully, waking every time there was a sound from the inner room. Once, just before dawn, Su Song called out clearly, as though he'd never been poisoned at all, and said something about cultivating light, about the first movements always containing the whole. Then he was gone. The breathing stopped. Master Yao came out, and her face told Lin Xian everything before she spoke the words. "I'm sorry," she said. "The poison was too advanced. I couldn't hold it back." Lin Xian nodded. He couldn't quite breathe. He stood, because sitting felt like surrendering, and he walked out of the healer's rooms and into the courtyard where the disciples were beginning their morning routines, unaware that one of them was dead, that knowledge had been lost, that another piece of the puzzle had been removed from the board. Yu Chen followed him. She didn't try to comfort him. She didn't offer words. She simply walked beside him as he moved through the sect's hallways without direction, and when he finally stopped in the meditation gardens, she sat beside him on the stone bench and was simply there. The sun rose. The day moved forward, and Lin Xian grieved for a man he had barely known, but who had shown him something true. That kindness without agenda was rarer than any technique, and once you found it, the loss of it left a hole that nothing could quite fill. Chapter 64. 3 days after Su Song's funeral, Lin Xian found himself in the gardens at night again. It had become his habit, the one place where he could be without the weight of being seen, being the heir, being the uncertain patriarch. The gardens were empty at this hour, the disciples sleeping, the sect quiet. He knelt by the meditation pond and looked at his reflection. The face looking back was harder than it had been a month ago. There were lines around his eyes that hadn't been there before. His skin had lost some of its clarity, worn down by late nights and the constant pressure of decisions that affected hundreds of lives. This is what power does, he thought. It ages you. It carves away the softness until there's only structure left. "You're going to kill your knees on that stone," Yu Chen said. She stepped out of the darkness, and it was so normal, so expected, that it broke something in him. Lin Xian had been holding it together through the funeral, through the council meetings, through the logistics of preparing the sect for siege. He'd been the heir. He'd been the leader. He'd been everything he was supposed to be. But Yu Chen didn't need him to be those things. She needed him to be the person who had asked her for truth. He started to cry. Not quietly. Not with dignity. The sound came out of him raw and broken, and he didn't try to stop it. He sat back on his heels, and he shook, and she sat beside him. On the stone, on the cold ground, not caring about her robes or the mud, and she held his hand. He was kind, Lin Xian said between breaths. He didn't have to be. He didn't gain anything from being kind. He just was, and someone killed him for knowing too much, and now he's just gone. "Yes," Yu Chen said. Her voice was steady, grounded, real. "That's the cruelty of it. That's what makes it real. I don't know how Yu Liang bears this. How does he stay standing, knowing that people he's responsible for die, and he can't always stop it?" "He doesn't stand," Yu Chen said quietly. "He just moves forward. But that's not the same as bearing it." It was the kindest cruelty anyone had ever offered him. No false promises. No comfort that didn't ring true. Just the acknowledgement that some things were hard and would remain hard, and that didn't mean he was failing. They sat there until his breathing leveled, until his hands stopped shaking, until he could almost imagine that grief was something you could metabolize and move through, rather than something that would consume you entirely. "Thank you," he said finally. "For what?" "For knowing what I need without me having to say it." He turned to look at her fully. "For not looking away." She smiled, not a bright smile, but something sadder, deeper. "I could never look away from you. Even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard." He wanted to tell her that he loved her, that she was the only true thing in a world that was becoming increasingly complicated and dark. But the words felt too large, too inadequate. Instead, he leaned against her, and they sat in the darkness together, watching the reflection in the pond flatten and reform with each breath of wind. The gardens held them. The night held them. And for a moment, the weight lifted just enough that Lin Xian could breathe. Chapter 65. Su Mei was brought before him in chains. It happened at dawn, in the patriarch's study, with Yu Liang and elder Li Changming both present. Lin Xian had known this moment was coming from the second Li Changming had smiled in that sealed hallway. He'd known, but he hadn't wanted to know. "Double agent," Li Changming said coldly. "Found communicating with Azure Wind agents 3 nights ago. Under interrogation. She's revealed her entire arrangement with you, Lin Xian." "How long have you known?" Lin Xian felt Yu Chen's eyes on him from where she stood in the shadows. He didn't look at her. 7 weeks, he said quietly. "Since the beginning." The room exploded. Elders were shouting, accusations flying like crows. Yu Liang remained silent, watching. Lin Xian realized in that moment that Yu Liang had known too. Possibly longer than Lin Xian. Possibly from the moment Su Mei had first been turned. You violated protocol, Li Changming said. His voice cut through the chaos. You conducted clandestine intelligence operations without council authorization. You used a disciple to spy on the sect and its enemies without informing the leadership. This is what happens when you lead a sect, Lin Xian said. His voice was steady, though his hands wanted to shake. You make impossible choices with incomplete information. You lie to some people to protect others. You become the thing you're trying to prevent. Exactly, Li Changming said. And his smile was patient again, satisfied. This is why you're not ready for this position. This is exactly why the council should vote to remove both Yu Liang and his compromised heir. Lin Xian moved before he could think. He was out of his chair and moving towards Su Mei, who was being held by guards near the door. She was trembling, terrified, her face blotched with tears and bruising. Let her go, he said. The command had teeth in it. The weight of the patriarch's authority, however temporary, however fragile. She's not a prisoner. She's a logistics coordinator who was doing her job. She was a spy, Li Changming replied flatly. She was a spy, Lin Xian agreed. Because I asked her to be. Because we needed intelligence, and we didn't have time for diplomatic channels or council authorization. She did what I asked, knowing it could cost her everything. He looked at the guards. Release her. There was a moment of hesitation. Then, because the weight of command, even temporary, carried force, they released her. Su Mei collapsed slightly, free but still bound by the chains on her wrists. Lin Xian immediately moved to her, cutting the restraints with a quick application of blade qi. Where can you go? He asked quietly, only to her. The logistics quarters, she whispered. Qin Yuan. He said if anything happened, I could hide there. There's an unused chamber, and he could provide cover with the supply rosters. Go now, Lin Xian said. Don't let anyone stop you. If they do, use the access codes I'll give you. He turned to Qin Yuan, who was still standing near the study's entrance, his face carefully neutral. Qin Yuan inclined his head, not approval, but acknowledgement. He moved, and Su Mei followed, and Lin Xian knew they would disappear into the logistics structure before the guards could even think to stop them. You've just harbored an enemy agent, Li Changming said conversationally. You've obstructed justice and violated your own authority as acting patriarch. The council will have no choice but to remove you now. You've handed them the justification you needed. He was right. Lin Xian could see it clearly. Every move he'd made to protect the people he'd asked to be loyal to him had now become the evidence that he was unfit for power. The intelligence advantage they'd gained from Su Mei was gone. The defense network Yu Liang had been building was compromised. And the one card Lin Xian had held, the surprise of knowing what was coming, had just been played, seen, and discarded. Yu Liang finally spoke. Call the vote. The sect will decide. In the silence that followed, Lin Xian understood something about the old patriarch that he'd never quite grasped before. Yu Liang didn't care about winning against Li Changming. He cared about whether Lin Xian would still try to be good, even when goodness was a losing move. And Lin Xian had failed that test by one measure and passed it by another. He'd tried to protect Su Mei. He'd admitted his intelligence operation openly. He'd chosen what was right over what was strategically sound. It was, Yu Liang's eyes seemed to say, exactly what he would have done. The council convened at midday. The vote was called. Lin Xian stood beside Yu Liang as 43 elders voted to remove them both, and 17 abstained, and 0 voted to keep them. The majority was overwhelming. Decisive. By sunset, Yu Liang had stepped down. The seat was offered to Li Changming, who accepted with the satisfied nod of a man who had always known how this would end. Lin Xian walked the hallways of the sect as a non-heir, as a disciple again, as someone with no authority and no position. And in the logistics quarters, hidden in the unused chambers beneath the supply stores, Su Mei lived because he'd chosen to save her, knowing full well what the cost would be. 3 weeks remained until the Azure Wind sect attacked, and for the first time, Lin Xian felt not the weight of power, but the peculiar freedom of having already lost it. Chapter 66. Yu Chen found him in the outer library, the one that held the non-restricted texts. He was sitting by the window, a book open in front of him that he clearly wasn't reading. The light was failing. He hadn't lit a lantern. You're going to strain your eyes, she said. Lin Xian looked up. For a moment, she saw him clearly. Not the heir, not the patriarch, not the swordsman. Just a person worn down to near translucence by the weight of choices. Then the expression shifted, and something harder settled into place. A wall went up so quickly she almost missed it. I'm fine, he said, and it was such an obvious lie that she nearly laughed. Instead, she closed the door behind her and sat across from him at the table. The library was empty at this hour. The disciples were at evening meditation or eating their meal. It was just the two of them and the books and the fading light. "You're not fine," she said. "You're sitting in the dark, holding a book you're not reading, and pretending everything is manageable when you just lost your position, your intelligence network was exposed, and a woman you asked to betray the sect for you had to be smuggled out of the compound." "All true," he said calmly, "and all still manageable. We adapt. We move forward. Do we?" She leaned back, watching him. "Or do we just keep performing until the performance is all that's left?" His jaw tightened. "That's not fair." "Fair." She felt something hot rise in her chest. "You want to talk about fair?" Fair is what happens when people are treated according to what they deserve. Fair isn't a category that applies to what we do. We make impossible choices and call it leadership. We hurt people to protect others and call it justice. You harbored a spy and lost your position for it, and I watched you make that decision knowing it would cost you everything. And somehow that's become my problem because you're not talking about any of it. You're just sitting here pretending that if you don't acknowledge that anything happened, then nothing has to change. He was quiet for a long moment. Then, quietly, "What do you want me to say? I want you to be honest about what you're becoming. I want you to tell me if you're still the person I love, or if you're someone I'm going to spend the next 3 weeks with while you turn into a calculation. I want to know if the man who asked me for truth on the mountain is still in there, or if he's been replaced by something harder and more useful." She could see the impulse to respond defensively, to armor himself with words about duty and necessity. She'd watched him do it a dozen times before, but something in her question must have landed, because he didn't. Instead, he closed the book with careful precision and set it aside. He looked at his hands. "I don't know," he said finally. "I don't know if I'm the same person, or if that person ever existed outside of my imagination. A month ago, I was wondering if I was good enough to be patriarch. Now I'm wondering if I'm capable of being anything other than what the moment demands." He met her eyes. "And I'm terrified that if I stop being useful, you'll realize you never actually loved me at all. You loved what I could do, the potential, the air. And when I'm just a person again, without position or authority or clarity, I'll lose you." The honesty of it shocked her. It was so raw, so exposed, that she couldn't look away. "That's not true," she said, but not harshly. "Isn't it? You're an elite inner disciple. You had options before I started showing interest. You could have chosen someone clearer, more certain. Someone who wasn't constantly fighting to understand something that probably shouldn't be understood. I chose you," she said firmly, "because you were willing to ask questions in a place where everyone else was content with answers. I chose you because you were kind, even when kindness was inefficient. I chose you because you felt guilty about Gan Rue's humiliation, and that guilt meant something." She paused. "What I'm afraid of is that you're choosing to make yourself into something hard enough to bear what's coming. And if you succeed, if you harden all the way through, then I will have lost you to something worse than death. I'll have lost you to yourself." He stood up, unable to stay still. He moved to the window and leaned his forehead against the glass. "Su Song was kind," he said quietly, "and someone killed him for knowing too much. Su Mei was loyal, and I asked her to become something that got her imprisoned and branded a traitor. Everyone around me either serves me or dies. That's not what happened, isn't it?" He turned to face her. "You're a disciple of an ancient sect. You're now spending all your time with a disgraced heir who just lost his position. You're tying yourself to me at the exact moment I've become worthless. How is that anything other than you following me down a path that's only going to damage you?" "Because I see you," she said, standing now, moving toward him. "I see the person you're becoming, and it's terrifying and painful, and sometimes I think I'm making the worst mistake of my life. But I see you, not as patriarch or heir or whatever title you might have. I see the person who wants to understand the root of everything, who cares about people more than about winning, who would rather lose his position than abandon someone. That's the person I love. That's not going to change because you lost a title." He reached for her without thinking, pulling her close. She could feel him trembling. "I don't know how to do this," he said into her hair. "I don't know how to hold on to myself and prepare for a war and stay in love with you at the same time." "Nobody knows," she said. "You just do it, badly, and hope that one of those things doesn't shatter completely before the other two manage to stabilize." He laughed, brittle and broken. "That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be true." She pulled back enough to look at him. "You've changed. Yes, you're harder in some ways and more uncertain in others. But you haven't stopped being you. You've just started understanding the cost of being you. And I'm still here. I'm still choosing this. Still choosing you. Even though I'm going to hurt you?" he asked. There was something almost desperate in the question, like he needed her to understand the consequences before she fully committed. "Especially because of that," she said. "Pain is the tax on maturing. You matter. So yes, pain. But also yes, staying. He kissed her then, and it wasn't tender or romantic in any storybook sense. It was desperate and anguished and grateful all at once. A man clinging to something true in a world that was constantly demanding he perform. A man being seen by someone who knew he was breaking and stayed anyway. The light faded entirely as they stood there in the library, the books surrounding them like witnesses to something that couldn't be named or made clean, but was nonetheless real. Chapter 67. He borrowed a disciple's robes, and they left the sect just after dawn, before the gates were fully open, moving like students heading for the outer cultivation grounds. No one questioned them. No one was watching for Lin Xian anymore. That was its own kind of freedom. The mountain valley was 3 hours' walk from the sect, tucked into the spine of the peaks that surrounded the cultivation grounds. It was technically forbidden. The valley was said to be the home of a sleeping spirit beast, though no one had actually seen one in a generation. But the forbidden made it perfect. No disciples ventured there. No one would think to look. They brought simple food, rice, dried fruit, a single jug of wine. Not much, but enough. The valley opened up as they descended, and it was exactly as beautiful as Lin Xian had remembered it from the sect maps. A stream ran through it, cold and clear. The grass was high and wild. There were flowers, pale purple ones that only bloomed on the northern slopes of the mountains, where the cold lasted longer than anywhere else in the region. It's perfect, Yuchen said, and something in the way she said it made Lin Xian understand that she wasn't talking about the landscape. They spent the morning walking, talking about nothing important. She told him about her family, about why she'd come to the sect. A younger sibling had died of an illness, and she'd been told that if she was strong enough, if she cultivated far enough, she might develop the power to heal instead of just watching. She'd spent 8 years on that goal before realizing that power and the ability to save people weren't the same thing at all. But you stayed, he said. Because it turned out that power wasn't the point, she said. Understanding was. And I was good at understanding. So I stayed, and I studied. And somewhere along the way I stopped trying to save my brother and started trying to understand how to live with the fact that I couldn't. He sat beside her by the stream, and for the first time in weeks, there was no weight of responsibility pressing down on him. The sect was behind them. The war was still 3 weeks away. In this moment, there was just 2 people in a forbidden valley, trying to be honest in a way they'd never been allowed before. I'm afraid that if I step back from everything, I'll realize how much of what I believed about myself was just a story, he said. That I'm not actually seeking truth. I'm just running from one thing to another, calling it enlightenment. Maybe, she said. Or maybe that's what seeking truth actually is, running from comfortable lies toward uncomfortable answers, and never being entirely sure which is which. That's a terrible definition of enlightenment. Yes, she agreed. But it's honest. And honesty is becoming the only thing I trust anymore. They lay in the high grass as the afternoon moved toward evening, and he told her about his mother, the fragmented memories, the sense that she'd known something dangerous, that her death was connected to the sealed chamber and the primordial movements and everything that was still hidden beneath the layers of the sect structure. He told her about Su Song, about the moment when he'd realized that you could do everything right and still watch someone die. He told her about the fear, constant and grinding, that he would fail everyone who depended on him. She listened, and she didn't try to fix any of it. She just held his hand and made space for the things that couldn't be solved or explained away. I love you, he said finally, and it was the simplest and most complicated thing he'd ever said. I don't love what I hope you'll become. I don't love what I think you might help me accomplish. I love the person you actually are, right now, in this moment. And I'm so afraid of destroying that, of turning you into something useful and hardened, that I don't know how to move forward. She turned to face him, her eyes serious. Then don't try, she said. Don't make me into what you need me to be. Don't love me because of what I could become or what I might help you understand. Just love me. Just see me. And let me do the same for you. She reached up and touched his face. I see you, Lin Xian. I see the person you are, not the person you're trying to become. And I love him. The confused one. The scared one. The one who still wants to be good, even though he's starting to understand how much goodness costs. He kissed her, and this time it was different. Not desperate, but certain. Not seeking something outside themselves, but finding something that had always been there, hidden beneath the need to be useful and whole and certain. They made love as the sun set, not with the perfection of a story, but with the awkwardness and realness of 2 people who had never done this before and didn't know exactly what they were doing, but didn't care, because the trying itself was what mattered. She was scared and so was he. There was tenderness and there was laughter, and there was a moment when they both understood that this changed something fundamental about what they were capable of. Afterward, they lay wrapped together in the darkness, watching the first stars appear above the valley. This has to end, she said quietly. We go back tomorrow. The reality is still there, waiting. I know, he said. But right now, it doesn't feel quite real. Right now it feels like we could stay here and the rest of the world would just go on without us. Would you want that? She asked. To stay here and let everyone else fight the war? He thought about it honestly. No, he said finally. Because if I stay here and the sect falls, if Li Changming sells them out to the Azure Wind sect, then I would have saved myself and let everyone else burn, including you. And I can't do that. I'd rather go back and fight and fail than gain the thing I love by losing everything else I care about. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, That's good. I was worried you might be the kind of person who would, if you thought you could justify it. I was, he said. Maybe I still am. I don't think that part of me goes away just because I'm in love. I think it just has to be outvoted constantly by the parts that aren't. Welcome to being human, she said, and he could hear the smile in her voice. They slept intertwined, and for the first time in months, Lin Xian didn't dream of sealed chambers or hidden truths or the faces of people he'd failed. He dreamed of a valley full of flowers, and it was enough. Chapter 68. Yu Liang was waiting in his chambers when they returned. Lin Xian's heart dropped. The old patriarch's presence meant news, and news meant the fragile peace of the valley was already over. But Yu Liang only smiled. A real smile, not his usual expression of patient calculation. You look better, Yu Liang said. Take the morning. There's time before this becomes urgent. But of course there wasn't. By midday, the news had arrived. Elderly had made contact with the Azure Wind sect. The details were delivered coldly, factually, in Yu Liang's sparse style. Li had proposed a joint assault. The Azure Wind sect would attack from outside, overwhelming the outer defenses and drawing off combat forces. Li's sympathizers, and he had more than anyone had realized, would create chaos from within. The pincer movement would collapse the central structure of the sect in a matter of hours. The assault was planned for the new moon. 13 days away. We will not survive this intact, Yu Liang said. He was sitting by the window, looking out at the cultivation grounds where disciples were going about their routines, unaware that the date of their probable destruction had been set. Prepare accordingly. It was the most ominous thing Lin Xian had ever heard Yu Liang say, and it carried more weight than any speech about resistance or strategy. The old patriarch wasn't saying they would survive with losses. He wasn't saying they would hold the sect if they fought well. He was saying that intact survival was no longer a possible outcome. What does that mean? Lin Xian asked. What does it mean to prepare for that? It means, Yu Liang said, that we move the most important things to the sealed chamber. It means we prepare ourselves for the fact that some of us will not leave this sect alive. It means we stop thinking about winning and start thinking about what we can preserve. Over the next 3 days, the sect shifted from preparation to crisis. The outer defenses were reinforced. The disciple combat formations were reorganized under Lu Tao's command. Experienced swordsmen positioned to delay the external assault, giving the inner structure time to seal itself. The Elder Council, now dominated by Li Changming, officially voted to close the inner gates during the assault, which had the dual effect of making the sect more defensible and making it a tomb if the outer forces broke through before the conflict resolved. He's trapping us, Qin Yuan said quietly, meeting with Lin Xian in the logistics quarter. Closing the inner gates doesn't protect us. It traps us inside with the rebellion. I know, Lin Xian said, which is why the sealed chamber matters. If we can hold on long enough for external forces to push back the Azure Wind sect, if Li's rebellion gets bogged down and can't complete its objective in time, then the gates stay closed and we survive through sheer durability. And if we can't hold, Qin Yuan asked, then we die in a sealed chamber, Lin Xian said simply, which is better than dying on a battlefield with no choice in the matter. It wasn't comfort. It was just the outline of their situation. But Qin Yuan nodded, understanding the grim mathematics of it. The disciple training became frantic. Meditation sessions were cut short. Combat drills went on until exhaustion. No one was told directly that the assault was coming. The fear was that panic would undermine everything. But everyone could feel it. The sect had that electric quality of something about to break. Yu Chun was everywhere, as the senior inner disciples mobilized. Lin Xian watched her move through the compound, helping organize rosters, training the younger disciples, preparing supplies. She was exactly the person he'd loved in the valley. Exact same clarity, exact same commitment. And now that commitment was directed toward preparing for a war he couldn't protect her from. Yu Liang found him watching her from the rooftop gardens. She wants to fight, Yu Liang said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Lin Xian said. She's an elite inner disciple. She has every right to defend the sect. Rights aren't the issue here, Yu Liang said. The issue is that you're going to refuse her, and it's going to damage something between you that will never quite be the same. Lin Xian felt something tight in his chest. Why would I do that? Because you love her, Yu Liang said simply. And loving people makes you selfish. You'll want to keep her safe more than you'll want to see her exercise her choice. And you'll use your authority, even though you don't have much left, to enforce that selfishness. Is that what happened to you? Lin Xian asked. Is that why you've never loved anyone? Yu Liang was quiet for a long moment. I loved someone once, he said. And I kept them safe by refusing to let them stand beside me when it mattered. I kept them safe, and I kept them weak, and I kept them away from the moments where they could have made a real difference. By the time I understood what I'd done, they were gone. He looked at Lin Xian. Don't do that. Whatever you're afraid of losing, don't trade it for the illusion of control. Then he left, and Lin Xian was alone with the understanding that what was coming was going to fracture him in ways he hadn't yet imagined. Chapter 69. The sect mobilized with the clarity that comes only when the threat is fully concrete. 3 days until the new moon. 3 days to prepare for a siege that would determine everything. Lin Xian found himself nominally in charge of strategy, acting patriarch, however hollow the title had become. But the real command structure belonged to Lu Tao and the senior combat masters who had trained their whole lives for exactly this kind of conflict. They positioned disciples in defensive formations. They reinforced the gates. They created kill zones where the Azure Wind attackers would funnel into concentrated fire. It was not a strategy built on hope. It was a strategy built on making the enemy pay as much as possible for every meter of ground. It was the mathematics of attrition, and the math assumed that the sect would be depleted long before victory appeared. Lin Xian's actual responsibility was simple and terrible. He was to remain in the sealed chamber for the duration of the assault, guarding the things they were fighting for. The primordial movements. The archives. The knowledge that his mother had died protecting. If the external defenses held, he was to ensure that the sealed chamber itself was never breached. If they failed, he was to ensure that the contents couldn't be accessed by Azure Wind, which meant he was to remain alive only as long as the sect held, and not a moment longer. He'd known this intellectually since Yu Liang had told him about the sealed chamber. But knowing and accepting were different things. He was a swordsman. He understood combat. He wanted to be there when it happened, wanted to stand with Lu Tao and face the assault directly. Instead, he would be underground, waiting, useless. The final preparations took 2 days. The food was distributed, the water secured, the emergency supplies moved into the sealed chamber. The outer disciples who weren't combat trained were sheltered in the interior zones. Everything that could be preserved was moved closer to the center. On the evening before the assault, Lin Xian walked the halls of the sect one last time, trying to fix every detail into memory. The meditation gardens where he'd grieved Su Song. The library where Yu Chun had confronted him. The training yards where he'd first started to understand his mother's technique. The pavilion where he'd eaten with the other heirs, before he understood that one of them would try to destroy everything. The sect was full of people preparing to die, not with resignation, but with focus. They moved quietly. They meditated. They sharpened their weapons and ate extra meals to ensure they had energy for tomorrow. Yu Liang was in his study, transferring documents. He looked up when Lin Xian entered. Done with your goodbye walk? The old patriarch asked. How did you know? Because it's what I did, Yu Liang said. 40 years ago, when the last major assault came, I walked every corridor and said goodbye to the sect, and then I went underground, and the assault lasted 6 hours before we pushed them back. He set down his brush. We'll survive this too, most likely, but nothing will be quite the same afterward. The sect will survive, but it will be different. We'll survive, but we'll be changed. That's not comforting, Lin Xian said. No, Yu Liang agreed. But it's honest. Go to the sealed chamber. Make sure everything is prepared. And if you see Yu Chun before you go underground, tell her that she was right to love you. Tell her that the hardest part of strength is knowing when to exercise it, and when to accept that someone else will make the choice that matters. Lin Xian understood then that Yu Liang was telling him that Yu Chun was going to fight, regardless of his objections. That the old patriarch had already decided not to overrule her choice. That Lin Xian's refusal, if he made it, would be his own decision, not some obligation of leadership. The sealed chamber had been prepared carefully. Food and water for 40 people for a month. Emergency medical supplies. The archives themselves, sealed in cases that could be destroyed if necessary. And space for Lin Xian to sit in the darkness and wait while the sect above was being torn apart. Yu Chun came to him in the hour before midnight. I'm fighting tomorrow, she said. It wasn't a request. It was a statement of fact. I know, he said. He'd prepared the argument, the refusal. But looking at her, he understood that every word of it would be a lie. Would be him using whatever authority he had left to control her, to keep her safe, to maintain the illusion that he could protect her by keeping her out of the battle. You could have ordered me not to, she said. I could have, he agreed. But Yu Liang was right. If I do that, I'm choosing control over love. I'm choosing the feeling of security over your agency. And I'd be doing it for me, not for you. She came to him and held him, and they stood together in the sealed chamber where the most important things in the world would survive the night, even if they didn't. If I die tomorrow, she said, I need you to know that I don't regret any of it. I don't regret choosing you. I don't regret staying. Even if it ends tomorrow, even if everything ends tomorrow, it was worth it. He couldn't say the same thing back, because if she died, nothing would be worth it. So he just held her and accepted that love meant accepting the possibility of loss, and that protection meant letting her choose even when the choice terrified him. Chapter 70, I Want to Fight, Yuchen said. They were in his chambers, not the patriarch's quarters, which had been abandoned after Li Changming took control, but the small, sparse room Lin Xian had been given as a disgraced heir. The sun was not yet up. In a few hours, the disciples would gather, and the siege would begin. Lin Xian had tried to sleep and failed. So had she. Instead, they lay in the darkness and talked in the low voices of people who understood that time was running out. I know, he said. I know you want to fight. And you're going to tell me no? She said. It wasn't quite a question. Yes, he said. The word came from somewhere deep and instinctive. I'm going to tell you no. You're staying in the sealed chamber with me. She was quiet for a moment, and he could almost feel her gathering herself for the argument. That's not about my safety, she said finally. You're not worried that I'll die in combat. You're not thinking about my well-being at all, are you? He didn't answer immediately, because the truth was complicated. I'm afraid of watching you fight, he said finally. I'm afraid that if I can see you, if I'm standing somewhere in the sect watching the battle, I'll spend the entire time trying to intercept threats before they reach you. I'll spend the entire time trying to make myself your shield instead of letting you be your own warrior. And that weakness, that need to protect you above everything else, will get people killed. So you're using your authority to keep me safe not for my sake, but for everyone else's sake, she said. There was something in her voice that was beyond anger. It was a kind of clarity that cut. I'm using my authority to keep myself from destroying you, he said. That's not the same thing, isn't it? She sat up. In the darkness, he could barely see her, but he could feel the intensity of her attention. You think that if I'm in the battle, you'll become selfish. So you're removing me from the equation. You're solving for yourself, and you're calling it protection. He wanted to argue. He wanted to explain that this was different, that she was different, that his fear for her was legitimate and real. But Yu Liang's words came back to him. He's not thinking about my well-being at all. Yes, he said quietly. That's what I'm doing. I know what I am in a moment of crisis. I know that I become single-pointed and obsessive. And I know that if you're there, fighting, you'll become the only thing I care about. And I'll sacrifice anything, the sect, the defenses, other people's safety, to keep you alive. And so you're sacrificing my agency, she said. You're deciding for me that your weakness is more important than my strength. You're deciding that what you need is more important than what I need, which is to defend something I've chosen to be part of. Yes, he said, because it was true. That's not love, she said. That's control dressed up in the clothes of protection. It landed like a physical blow, because he knew she was right. He was doing this for him, not for her. He was using his authority to solve a problem that he created, the problem of his own inability to let her be in danger. And he was calling it protection. I know, he said. I know you're right. And I'm doing it anyway. There was silence. Then she said, very quietly, why? Because I'm not actually the person I've been trying to convince myself I am, he said. I'm not selfless. I'm not good. I'm someone who loves you enough to be willing to be cruel to keep you safe. And I don't know how to stop being that person. I don't know how to stand aside and watch you risk everything. So I'm using the last scrap of authority I have to make it so I don't have to try. She got out of the bed. He could hear her gathering her clothes, moving in the darkness with careful precision. By the time the first light started to filter through the window, she had dressed herself completely. I'm still going to fight, she said. I'm going to go to Lu Tao and tell him that I'm a senior inner disciple and I'm positioning myself in the inner defense lines. And you're not going to stop me, because if you try, I'll spend the entire battle knowing that you used authority to control me. And that will destroy something between us that I don't think we can repair. He sat up, but he didn't reach for her. If you do that, I won't be able to protect you, he said. I know, she said. That's the point. I don't want you to protect me. I want you to trust me. Those are different things. She moved to the door. He didn't stop her. He couldn't, because Yu Liang had been right. The hardest part of strength was knowing when to exercise it, and when to accept that someone else would make the choice that mattered. After she left, he sat in the darkness and understood that love meant accepting that you could do everything right and still lose. It meant accepting that the person you loved might die because of choices you couldn't control. It meant accepting that sometimes the most loving thing you could do was the most terrifying thing. Let them go. When the sun rose fully, the assault would begin. And Yu Chun would take her position in the inner defense lines, and Lin Xian would be sealed underground in the chamber where the most important things were kept. And neither of them would be able to protect the other. Neither of them would even be able to see the other fighting. It was, he realized, the exact shape of trust. And he had no idea if either of them would survive to understand what it meant. Chapter 71. Qin Yuan's hands trembled as he held the ledger. Not from fear of the coming war. His position in the logistics corps had insulated him from that particular terror, but from what his systematic cross-reference of recruitment records had revealed. He sat in the archive wing, one of the few sections still untouched by the feverish war preparations. Around him, disciples rushed past with supplies, armor, medicine. The new moon hung 2 days away now. Everyone could feel it. But Qin Yuan had found something that made the impending assault seem almost secondary. The discrepancy had been small at first. A series of names appearing in Elder Li Changming's private intake notes, disciples who had been conditionally transferred from their original assignments. When Qin Yuan traced where these transfers actually led, a pattern emerged. They didn't go to normal duty rotations. They went to a consolidated unit under Elder Li's direct command, one that existed nowhere in the official sect structure. 43 disciples, all sympathetic to Li's philosophy, all positioned to act when the Azure Wind assault came. But one name had made Qin Yuan's stomach drop. Yi Chun. Yi Chun, the disciple Lin Xian had defeated in single combat during that demonstration in Chapter 14. Qin Yuan had been there that day, had watched as Yi Chun was publicly humiliated, his technique reduced to an ineffective fumble against Lin Xian's perception-based counters. Yi Chun had stood afterward, dust on his robes, while the entire sect gathered to witness his loss. Lin Xian's victory had been absolute, and Qin Yuan now understood, devastating. 7 years. Yi Chun had been at the sect for 7 years since that day. 7 years of carrying that shame, that resentment, that burning need to prove he was better than that moment suggested. And now Elder Li had found him, recognized that hunger, and offered him something he couldn't refuse, a chance for revenge disguised as righteousness. Qin Yuan's hands clenched the ledger. He had to tell Lin Xian. There was no choice there. The question was how to do it without seeming like he was overstepping into matters that weren't his. But this was larger than protocol. If Yi Chun turned during the battle, if he knew Lin Xian's habits well enough to exploit them, the young patriarch had enemies in unexpected places. The war room was a controlled chaos of tactical discussions when Qin Yuan arrived. Lu Tao stood at the center of a large map, indicating supply lines and defensive positions. Lin Xian was there too, reviewing reports on the state of the sealed chamber's protective wards. He looked smaller somehow, diminished by the weight of decisions. Not weak. Qin Yuan could feel the power radiating from him, but burdened in a way that suggested even physical strength couldn't lighten the load. When Lin Xian glanced up and saw Qin Yuan, something in his expression shifted. He recognized the seriousness immediately. "Step outside," Lin Xian said to Lu Tao. "One moment." The commander obeyed without comment. Qin Yuan waited until they were alone, then placed the ledger on the table. 43 disciples have been secretly recruited by Elder Li, Qin Yuan said quietly. They're positioned to strike during the assault. I've cross-referenced every name. They exist in his private records, but nowhere in our official structure. They're waiting for the chaos. Lin Xian's eyes scanned the ledger, moving through the names with methodical precision. When he reached Yi Chen's entry, he stopped. His jaw tightened. Just barely. But Qin Yuan saw it. "I defeated him years ago," Lin Xian said. It wasn't a question. In Chapter 14, Qin Yuan confirmed. A demonstration. He lost in front of the entire sect. "I was trying to prove a point about perception techniques. I didn't." Lin Xian stopped himself. "I won." That's all that mattered to him, I imagine. Not the lesson. Not the technique. Just that he lost. "He's been waiting ever since," Qin Yuan said. Elder Li recognized that. Someone who holds that kind of grudge, who's been training specifically to avoid the same mistake twice. He's dangerous to you specifically, not just to the sect. Lin Xian set the ledger down. For a moment, he simply stood there, and Qin Yuan could see the weight redistributing itself. Another problem. Another enemy. Another person whose resentment was rooted in something Lin Xian had done without fully understanding the cost. His victory in that early duel, Qin Yuan said carefully, repeating what he'd rehearsed on the walk here. "You may have made an enemy you forgot about. That's more dangerous than one you remember." Lin Xian nodded slowly. "Thank you, Qin Yuan. This matters. Genuinely." He picked up the ledger again. I'll ensure Lu Tao understands that these names, all of them, need to be handled carefully. We can't execute people for conspiracy without proof, but we can move them to positions where they can't act. There's something else, Qin Yuan said. He hadn't planned to mention this, but it felt necessary. 7 years is a long time to carry that kind of anger. Most people would have moved past it, found something else to be angry about. Yichen didn't. He turned that humiliation into fuel. That suggests either natural ruthlessness or genuine understanding that he was wronged. I was trying to teach him, Lin Xian said quietly. I wasn't trying to destroy him. I know, Qin Yuan replied. But teaching through public humiliation is a technique with costs. He paid them for 7 years. Lin Xian met his eyes then. There was something vulnerable there, beneath the power and the position. The understanding that even your victories could transform into poison if you weren't careful about how you won them. Go rest, Lin Xian said finally. The new moon is coming. We'll need everyone sharp. As Qin Yuan left the war room, he knew Lin Xian was already reorganizing the defensive structure in his mind, already trying to account for a threat that might not come, or might come from a direction he'd never expected. That was the burden of leadership, knowing that your old victories created today's enemies, and that mercy today might cost you tomorrow. The new moon would test them all. But at least now Lin Xian wouldn't face Yi Chun as a forgotten rival. He would face him as a problem he'd seen coming. That would have to be enough. Chapter 72. The sealed chamber was colder than usual. Lin Xian had always attributed that to Yu Liang's presence. The old guardian seemed to radiate something ancient, something that made the air itself feel heavier, more aware. Tonight, with the new moon 6 hours away, that coldness felt prophetic. Yu Liang stood before the sealed doors, one weathered hand resting against the stone. He didn't turn when Lin Xian entered. I thought you might come, the guardian said. His voice carried the same patience it always did, but something underneath suggested this conversation had been waiting for decades. I wanted to speak with you before, Lin Xian said. Before the fighting starts. Before everything becomes chaos. Yu Liang turned then. His face was lined with age, but his eyes held clarity that transcended years. They were the eyes of someone who had seen centuries unfold and learned which moments mattered. Your mother asked me something similar, Yu Liang said. The night before she died. She wanted to know if there was any version of events where I might have let her open this chamber. Lin Xian had never heard Yu Liang speak of his mother. The silence around her at the sect was profound, a kind of collective agreement to let that wound remain unexamined. But standing here now, facing the sealed chamber, Lin Xian realized that Yu Liang had been the only person who truly knew her intentions. Would you have? Lin Xian asked. Yu Liang gestured for him to walk closer to the door. Together they stood before the ancient stone, and Yu Liang traced his fingers along markings that seemed to shift in the dim light. I was not always at the Flowing Jade sect, Yu Liang began. Centuries ago, when this chamber was sealed, I was something else. Someone else. A cultivator from a time when the world was different, when understanding the fundamental nature of technique and rewind was considered dangerous knowledge. There was a cultivator of extraordinary wisdom who understood something profound about the nature of cultivation and power. She sought not to dominate others, but to preserve knowledge that she believed would be lost to time and conflict. He paused, his hand still against the stone. She asked me to guard this place, to wait for someone who came seeking not power over others, but understanding of the principles themselves. She told me that such a person would arrive eventually, and when they did, if their intent was pure, if they sought knowledge rather than dominion, I should grant them access. She made me swear a vow that would bind me across centuries, across multiple lives even, until that person came. My mother, Lin Xian said. It wasn't a question. Your mother came to me years before she died, Yu Liang continued. She asked about the chamber, not about power it might contain, or techniques it might unlock. She asked about the principles, about whether the foundations of cultivation could be different than what we believed, about whether rewind itself was a symptom of something deeper we had failed to understand. Yu Liang turned to face Lin Xian directly now, and in the guardian's ancient eyes, Lin Xian saw something that looked like regret. I was close to allowing her inside, Yu Liang said. Closer than I have been to allowing anyone since I made that vow. Her intent was pure. Her seeking came from a place of genuine understanding, not ambition. But she died before that conversation could reach its conclusion. I never had the opportunity to say yes. Why are you telling me this? Lin Xian asked, though he suspected he already knew. Because you carry something of her, Yu Liang said. The same quality of seeking. The same understanding that power is less important than knowing why you have it. You've made mistakes, serious ones. You've caused harm without meaning to. You've humiliated people you thought you were teaching. You've allowed power to make decisions for you when you should have questioned it. Lin Xian wanted to interrupt, to defend himself, but Yu Liang continued. But the seeking is genuine. You're not asking this chamber for dominion. You're asking it because you're afraid you don't understand yourself, and you're afraid that lack of understanding will lead to more mistakes. That's different from what Li seeks. Li comes to this chamber looking for power over others. You come to it looking for knowledge of yourself. Does that mean, Lin Xian began? It means, Yu Liang said, that if you survive this war, if you remain true to that seeking, if you continue to question your own power rather than simply accept it, then yes, I would open this chamber for you. Not yet, not today, but the vow my original guardian made was made for people like you. You are not the first to approach this threshold, but you may be the first in centuries to do so with the right intention. Lin Xian felt something settle inside him. Not certainty. The stakes of this war were still impossibly high, and his survival was far from guaranteed. But something like permission, like validation that his seeking, for all its confusion and contradiction, was pointed in a direction that mattered. I'm terrified, Lin Xian said quietly. Yes, Yu Liang agreed. Good. Courage without fear is just arrogance. The fear means you understand what you're risking. The sealed chamber, Lin Xian said. How do I protect it? The same way I have, Yu Liang replied. By understanding that it's not truly the chamber that needs protection. It's the principle it represents. If you die tonight defending it, but you die knowing you were defending the possibility of seeking rather than dominion, then the chamber is already protected. Because the person who comes next will understand what you understood. Yu Liang placed his ancient hand on Lin Xian's shoulder. The touch felt like it carried weight across centuries. Your mother understood that too. In her way, she protected this chamber by dying before she could be corrupted by what she might have found inside. Unusual form of protection, but effective. The new moon was rising. Outside, Lin Xian could hear the sounds of final preparations. The Azure Wind disciples were gathering in the darkness beyond the outer mountain. Li's sympathizers were waiting for their signal. But in the sealed chamber, in the presence of an ancient guardian and the ghost of a mother he'd never truly known, Lin Xian felt for the first time that he understood something his own seeking had been circling around. Understanding yourself wasn't about finding answers inside a chamber. It was about asking the right questions and remaining honest enough to recognize when you'd asked them wrong. He would fight tonight. He would try to survive. And if he did, the chamber would still be here, waiting for him to prove he was worthy of entering. That would have to be enough. Chapter 73. The new moon rose black and absolute, and the war began. The Azure Wind sect's assault came not as a single catastrophic strike, but as 1,000 small violences. Disciplined formations of cultivators hit the outer walls in waves. Archers from the northern slope fired arrows that seemed to come from nowhere. Supply carts moved into position for siege operations. It was professional, ruthless, and methodical in a way that suggested weeks of planning. Lin Xian was positioned at the central command post, able to see most of the sect's defensive structure. What he saw was terrifying. The outer walls were holding, but barely. Lu Tao had positioned their strongest defenders well, the master swordsmen, the cultivators with earth technique, the barrier specialists. But the Azure Wind forces seemed to know exactly where the weak points were, and they kept attacking them until the line bent. The fire started at sundown plus 40 minutes. 6 plumes of smoke rose from different parts of the inner compound. Li's sympathizers had acted on the signal, moving through the chaos to set fires in the archives, the supply house, the meditation quarters. Screaming erupted from sections that should have been secure. The defensive structure that Lu Tao had built with such precision began to fragment as portions of the guard had to be diverted to interior fighting. We're losing the south wall, Lu Tao reported, his voice steady despite the chaos. I'm moving reserves now. Lin Xian could feel it. The moment when a battle transitions from difficult to in danger of being lost. The point where you can see the vector of events bending toward defeat. He moved. Not cautiously, not strategically. He simply ran toward the south wall, rewinding the air around him into a state of confusion. Azure Wind projectiles trailing backward, their vectors inverting, their momentum becoming harmless. He did this continuously, a constant rewinding of space that allowed him to move through the heavy combat without dying. But he was terrified. This was different from dueling Yi Chun, from training against Lu Tao, from testing his technique in controlled conditions. This was large-scale violence where he couldn't see all the threats, where his rewind had to work on instinct and intuition, where a single mistake, a moment of hesitation, a misread of incoming force, would kill him as finally as it killed anyone else. He arrived at the south wall where a section of the outer defense was collapsing. A group of Azure Wind swordsmen had pressed past the initial defenders, and they were hacking at the stone with coordinated strikes that created stress fractures. Behind them, more disciplined formations waited to pour through. Lin Xian joined the defense, but he was hyper-aware that he was doing so from fear rather than strategy. He rewound one sword strike at a time, reversing their attacks, sometimes reversing them so violently they fell from the wall entirely. He was effective. He was winning the local battle. But he had no idea what was happening on the east wall. No idea whether the fires were spreading. No idea whether Li's sympathizers were succeeding in whatever else they'd planned. His effectiveness in this single location felt simultaneously critical and utterly irrelevant. Fall back, he heard Lu Tao's voice from somewhere. Fall back to the second wall. The retreat began. It was orderly enough. The defenders didn't break into panicked flight, but it was still a retreat. A ceding of the outer defenses. The outer wall, which they'd held for 3 hours against overwhelming pressure, was abandoned. Lin Xian fell back with them, fighting as they moved, rewinding strikes, maintaining a defensive perimeter. Around him, the sect was contracting like a living organism pulling away from a wound. The outer compounds were being evacuated or abandoned. The focus shifted to defending the inner structures. Then the earth shook. Lu Tao had ordered the outer walls collapsed. Deliberately, cultivators with earth technique brought down the northern and eastern perimeter in controlled destruction, creating a barrier of rubble that the Azure Wind forces would have to navigate slowly. It bought time, perhaps half an hour of time. It would also make the outer compounds undefendable. Lin Xian was breathing hard, covered in dust and minor wounds. His perception was fraying. He'd been in constant combat for hours, rewinding strikes in rapid succession, and his reserves of energy were depleting faster than he could replenish them. This was the part of war they never taught you in theory. This exhaustion, this fear that wouldn't go away even when you were winning locally, because you understood at a fundamental level that you were losing strategically. This understanding that being effective in combat meant nothing if the overall force structure was collapsing around you. Sealed chamber? He asked Lu Tao between breaths. Protected. Yuliang hasn't moved from it all night. Nothing's getting through there. That should have been a comfort. It wasn't. Because Lin Xian understood now that protecting the chamber wasn't the problem. The problem was keeping the sect alive long enough for protection to matter. And looking at the casualties, the fires still burning in the inner compounds, the endless waves of fresh Azure Wind cultivators pressing through the rubble barriers, he wasn't sure if that was possible. The night deepened. The moon, absolutely black, seemed to press down on everything. And Lin Xian, fighting at the secondary wall now, rewinding enemy techniques continuously while his own reserves burned, began to understand what his brother must have felt in those final moments before death. Not heroism, not righteous defiance, just the terrifying understanding that you were doing everything right and it wasn't going to be enough. Chapter 70 For the Crimson Blade Master appeared the way legends appeared, suddenly and without warning, as though he'd been waiting just outside the perimeter for exactly the right moment to enter. Lin Xian saw him first as a blur of crimson robes clearing the third barrier wall at the eastern approach. The cultivator moved with a fluidity that made combat look like a dance. Each movement economical, each gesture containing lethal intent. Behind him, Azure Wind disciples pressed forward in waves, convinced they were breaking through. They weren't. Jianhua, the Crimson Blade Master, held the third barrier alone against at least 20 elite cultivators. Not defensively, offensively. His technique was a marvel of economy, a single stroke that forced 4 attackers to retreat simultaneously, a rewind of momentum that left his enemies tangled in their own attacks, a control of space that transformed the already narrow passage into a death trap for anyone who didn't belong there. Lin Xian watched as 2 hours of grinding warfare, the kind where people died and were replaced by more people who died, was transformed into something like a masterclass. The Azure Wind forces regrouped, attacked from different angles, employed formation techniques, called for reinforcements. None of it mattered. Jianhua was art and violence made indistinguishable. When the Azure Wind commander finally signaled a retreat from that section, it wasn't out of tactical consideration. It was out of recognition that one man could not be beaten by numbers alone, and they'd already lost too many trying to find out what number was sufficient. The Crimson Blade Master descended to the command post, and Lin Xian felt Lu Tao tense beside him. The commander's hand moved toward his sword before he forced it back down. Easy, Jianhua said. His voice was calm, almost bored. I'm not here for you. He turned to Lin Xian. In the lamplight, the cultivator's face was marked with the kind of scars that suggested centuries of difficulty. But his eyes were clear. Yuliang and I made a deal years ago, Jianhua said. A long time back, I needed something. Refuge, mostly. A place to let some heated situations cool. Yu Liang provided that. He asked nothing in return except one thing. If the sect ever faced existential threat, I would come. If the flowing jade sect was going to fall, I would stand. We made a vow. Lin Xian started to speak, but Jianhua continued. I'm here to settle that debt. The Azure Wind won't break the eastern approach tonight. They'll try other sections, and you'll lose people defending them. But this particular wall won't fall because of me. Consider my obligations settled. Why? Lu Tao asked. What does it cost you? Jianhua actually smiled then, an expression that transformed his face from dangerous to almost human. It costs me nothing but time, he said. I've been waiting 200 years to repay that debt. 200 years is long enough to make waiting feel like freedom rather than burden. And honor, actual honor, not the kind written in sect codes, is perhaps the only thing left that matters to me. This is honor. He turned back toward the wall without waiting for response. The battle resumed, and with Jianhua standing at the third barrier, the eastern approach became what it should have been all along. Defensive, manageable, sustainable. Hours passed. The night deepened. The Azure Wind continued their assault on other sections, continued their internal fires, but the rhythm of the war began to shift. It was no longer clearly directional toward their victory. It was becoming a matter of attrition and will. And somewhere in that shift, something changed. When dawn came, pale and weak, but definitely dawn, the Azure Wind forces had not reached the sealed chamber. They had not overrun the sect's inner defenses. The fires had been controlled. Li's sympathizers had been identified and neutralized without triggering the coordinated strikes they'd planned. The sect was still standing. As the sun rose higher and the Azure Wind realized they could not achieve breakthrough even with a full night of assault, they began the long retreat. The siege continued for another day, but the outcome was no longer in doubt. Lin Xian stood at the command post, exhausted beyond the point of sleep, and watched Jianhua clean his blade. The Crimson Blade Master was preparing to leave, moving toward the perimeter with the same casualness he'd brought to the defense. Wait, Lin Xian called out. Jianhua paused. He turned back, one eyebrow raised. There will be recognition for this, Lin Xian said. The sect will know your name. You'll be honored, celebrated. No, Jianhua interrupted. His tone was absolute. That's not why I came. I came because Yu Liang asked me to. I came because honor exists outside of politics and recognition. The moment you make it about being celebrated, it stops being honor. It becomes commerce. He turned away again, disappearing into the early morning light like a dream dissolving at dawn. Lin Xian wanted to argue, wanted to insist that such courage should be acknowledged, but he understood in that moment what Yu Liang had been trying to teach him. Honor that required recognition wasn't honor. It was performance. And the people who truly mattered, the people who fought and bled and held the line, were often the ones who vanished, expecting nothing, wanting nothing but to have done the right thing. That was a harder lesson than any technique, but it was the one the war had come to teach. Chapter 75. Yi Chun came for him in the late afternoon of the second day, when the Azure Wind retreat was certain but the celebration hadn't yet begun. The challenge came as a voice across a clearing near the meditation quarters. I want to settle this. Lin Xian turned and recognized him immediately. 7 years had aged Yi Chen's face, filled it with a hardness that the younger disciple hadn't carried before. And his cultivation base had deepened significantly. He wasn't the struggling swordsman of Chapter 14 anymore. He was a serious cultivator with years of focused training behind him. Not like that, Yi Chen said, seeing the moment of hesitation. Not through court, not through hierarchy. The way we should have settled it. 1-to-1. No witnesses except the war around us. Lin Xian could have refused. Could have called guards. Had Yi Chun arrested as part of Li's sympathizer network. Turned this challenge into a legal matter rather than a personal one. But something in him understood that Yi Chun was right. This had been waiting 7 years. It deserved to be answered. They moved to a section of the compound where the fighting had been less intense. Around them, the war was ending. Azure Wind forces in full retreat, the sect beginning to emerge from the defensive crouch they'd maintained for 36 hours. No one was paying attention to a single duel. Yi Chen attacked first, and his technique was immediately sophisticated. He'd trained specifically to counter perception-based defense. His initial strikes weren't aimed at Lin Xian's body. They were aimed at his perception itself, attempting to confuse the input his eyes and ears were receiving. It was clever strategy. It showed genuine understanding of what had defeated him before. Lin Xian rewound the attacks. But Yi Chun had improved enough that the rewind had to be more aggressive than simple reversal. Lin Xian found himself pushing Yi Chen's momentum backward harder than strictly necessary, forcing the man into increasingly desperate positions. That was the thing about genuine skill development. Yi Chun had spent 7 years training specifically to defeat Lin Xian's technique. It showed. He was dangerous. He was competent. He was worthy of respect as an opponent. But he was still not quite as skilled as Lin Xian. The duel lasted 10 minutes. 10 minutes of genuine combat, where both fighters pushed themselves to genuine capability limits. 10 minutes where Yi Chun proved he had transformed himself from a struggling disciple into something genuinely dangerous. But in the end, as always, Lin Xian's rewind was more intuitive, more total, more complete in its understanding of the enemy's intent. When Yi Chun made a desperate lunge, Lin Xian didn't simply counter it. He rewound the man's entire form, inverting the momentum in a way that left Yi Chun on his knees, gasping for breath, unable to continue. Victory was absolute. Humiliating, even, in its completeness. Yi Chun looked up at him, and Lin Xian saw something he'd never seen in that moment 7 years ago. He saw that Yi Chun understood he would lose, that he'd known when he challenged Lin Xian that the training of 7 years still wouldn't be enough. But he'd challenged anyway, because some things in life required you to act despite knowing the outcome. Lin Xian could kill him. Yi Chun was helpless. A single precise strike would eliminate a future threat, remove a person who'd already demonstrated willingness to betray the sect. From a purely strategic perspective, it was the correct decision. He didn't do it. Instead, he extended his hand to help Yi Chun up. "I'm sorry," Lin Xian said, "for how I defeated you that first time. Not for defeating you, that was fair, but for how I did it. For using a public demonstration to prove a point about technique when what I was actually doing was destroying your confidence in front of everyone." Yi Chun stared at the offered hand. "I don't know what to do with that apology," Yi Chun said quietly. "I know," Lin Xian replied. "I'm giving it anyway." He kept his hand extended, and after a long moment, Yi Chun took it, allowing Lin Xian to pull him to his feet. "You'll still execute the other sympathizers," Yi Chun said. "I know that. I know my cooperation here doesn't save me from—" "You won't be executed," Lin Xian interrupted. "You challenged me directly. You fought me fairly. You did that knowing you would lose, knowing it wouldn't change the outcome. That's not someone who needs to be eliminated. That's someone who made a terrible choice, yes, but someone who's also capable of understanding why it was terrible." He released Yi Chun's arm. "You'll be confined until Lu Tao determines what happened with Li. You'll probably lose your position in the sect. You might spend years rebuilding what this night has destroyed. That's justice. That's enough." Yi Chun nodded slowly. He looked at Lin Xian with an expression that suggested he was seeing him for the first time, not as the arrogant young patriarch who'd humiliated him years ago, but as someone who had learned something expensive about the cost of his own power. "Your mother would have been proud," Yi Chun said quietly. "That you learned that." Lin Xian froze. "How did you?" "The sect talks," Yi Chun interrupted. "Always talks. About who you come from, what people sacrificed. When you spend 7 years obsessing over someone, you learn everything about them, including their family history." He stepped back. "I chose wrong. But at least I lost to someone who understood why it was wrong to win the way I did." Guards arrived then. Lu Tao must have sent them, and took Yi Chun away to temporary holding. Lin Xian stood in the empty clearing, feeling the weight of what he'd just done settle into him. He could have killed. The war had given him permission. The threat had justified it. Everything about strategic decision-making said it was the right choice. But something deeper, something his mother's seeking had instilled in him, something Yu Liang had been teaching him all along, said that showing mercy to someone you'd publicly humiliated was more important than eliminating a potential future threat. It was a costly choice. There was no guarantee Yi Chun would understand the gift he'd been given. There was no guarantee he wouldn't become a problem again. The mercy could transform into regret. But killing the man he'd humiliated before seemed to Lin Xian like the kind of victory that would poison everything it touched. So he walked back toward the command post, leaving Yi Chun to the guards, and accepted that some choices you make for reasons that have nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with understanding who you want to become. The war was over. The Flowing Jade sect had survived, and Lin Xian had survived it by learning that the rewind technique wasn't just about understanding enemy movements. It was about understanding the consequences of your own actions, rewinding back to the first movement, and asking whether that was really the path you intended to walk. Chapter 76 The Azure Wind Retreat became official on the evening of the second day. Their commander, a seasoned cultivator named Ma Kai, appeared under a flag of truce to propose terms. The negotiations lasted 3 hours. Lu Tao handled most of it, but Lin Xian was present, standing in the command tent with his arms crossed, listening to enemy soldiers admit that they could not break through. The cost had been catastrophic. 217 disciples were confirmed dead, 43 wounded beyond immediate recovery. 3 major buildings burned to cinders. The outer walls were destroyed, Deliberately, yes, but destroyed nonetheless, and rebuilding them would take months. The inner compound was scarred with ash and bloodstains. The meditation quarters, where generations of cultivators had found peace, now reeked of smoke and the strange chemical scent of accelerant fire. This was what victory looked like. Not triumph, not celebration, just the terrible arithmetic of loss. After the terms were settled, Azure Wind would cease hostilities, retreat beyond 3 provinces, accept mediation from the Celestial Authority. Lin Xian walked through the devastated compound. He moved alone, deliberately, without guards. He needed to see, to witness, to understand the full weight of what the sect's survival had cost. The disciples who noticed him stepped aside. There was something in his bearing that discouraged conversation. Not cold, not hostile, just absent. As though he was present in body, but his attention was somewhere else entirely, calculating costs, weighing losses, understanding for the first time what it truly meant to send people to fight in your defense. Elderly was being held in the secured detention area, a reinforced stone chamber where the sect kept criminals and captive threats. Lin Xian had almost passed it by, but something made him stop. He looked at the guards standing watch. "I want to see him alone," Lin Xian said. The guards exchanged glances. Lu Tao would have denied this request immediately. But Lu Tao wasn't here, and the guards recognized the tone of absolute certainty in Lin Xian's voice. They opened the chamber. Elder Li was sitting on a stone bench, apparently meditating. He looked diminished somehow, his cultivation base still intact, his qi still present, but something essential had left him. When Lin Xian entered, Li opened his eyes. "I imagined this might happen," Li said quietly. "You're deciding whether to execute me." "I haven't decided anything yet," Lin Xian replied. He remained standing, looking down at the man who had orchestrated the internal betrayal, who had allied with Azure Wind, who had sacrificed hundreds of sect disciples for the chance to take power. "Then let me make this easier," Li said. He stood, slowly, showing his hands to indicate he wasn't attempting anything. "I was wrong. Not morally wrong in an abstract sense. I was strategically wrong. I miscalculated what I could achieve, what the sect would tolerate, what Yu Liang would actually allow." "You weren't wrong because your strategy failed," Lin Xian said. "You were wrong because your premise was wrong. The sect isn't a static thing that benefits from stagnation and fear. It's alive. People are alive. 217 of them died because of you." Li flinched, but only slightly. "I understand. Do you?" Lin Xian felt something burning inside him. Not anger exactly, but frustration that understanding could come so late, after so much damage. "Do you understand what it was like to stand on that wall while people around me were dying? To rewind strikes continuously while my reserves burned because I knew if I stopped, if I weakened for even a moment, more would die. That was your gift to me, elderly. The understanding that power doesn't protect you from loss. It just makes you responsible for understanding that loss more clearly." Li sat back down. When he spoke, his voice was small, almost childlike. "I was afraid," he said, "of everything changing, of the sect evolving beyond what I could control. I watched Yu Liang refuse to let your mother access the sealed chamber. I watched him refuse every cultivator who asked for years. And I thought, if I could open it, I could show that change was possible, that boundaries could be broken, that the old ways didn't have to constrain us forever. Instead, you just created war," Lin Xian said. "You created loss. You created the exact thing you were afraid of, chaos, but you did it through betrayal rather than growth." "I know," Li said. They stood in silence for a long moment. Lin Xian could kill this man, could execute him for conspiracy, for treason, for the deaths his actions had caused. Lu Tao would endorse it. Most of the sect would accept it as justice. But looking at Elder Li, diminished, defeated, finally capable of seeing his own wrong, Lin Xian understood something about Yu Liang's ancient wisdom. Killing Li wouldn't undo the war. It wouldn't restore the dead. It would just create another death, another loss, another piece of poison in the well the sect drank from. "You're going to be confined," Lin Xian said quietly. "Permanently. I won't execute you, but you'll never leave this chamber. I'm not doing this as mercy. I'm doing this as punishment. Solitude. The chance to sit with what you've done for however many years you have left. That's worse than death for someone like you. Someone who sought power and influence. I'm taking both from you, and I'm making you live long enough to understand why." Li nodded slowly. There was something like relief in his expression, as though he'd expected something far worse. "For what it's worth," Li said, "I do understand now. I see what I was doing. I see what I wanted. And I see that I was driven by fear, not by vision. The fear of change. The fear of becoming irrelevant. The fear of the world moving on without me. I spent so much time trying to control the future that I destroyed the present." Lin Xian turned to leave. "Young patriarch," Li called after him. You'll face something I never faced. When you're no longer afraid, you'll have to discover what you actually believe in. That's harder than fear. That's the real burden of power. Lin Xian left him in that stone chamber. The guards would bring food, ensure he didn't hurt himself, maintain his confinement indefinitely. It was, in a way, exactly as Li had said, worse than death. The chance to live with understanding. The chance to see what he'd done with clear eyes, day after day, year after year, with no ability to change any of it. Walking back toward the sealed chamber, Lin Xian finally allowed himself to feel the weight of exhaustion. 2 days of constant combat, 217 deaths, a conspiracy exposed, an enemy general spared then shown mercy instead of execution. It all suddenly felt impossibly heavy. But the sealed chamber was waiting. Yu Liang was waiting. And Lin Xian understood now that whatever was inside that ancient stone, whatever revelation it contained, it would be nothing compared to the revelation he'd already received, that being strong enough to destroy didn't make you strong enough to lead. That mercy wasn't weakness. And that the people who truly paid the cost of his power were the ones who fought because he asked them to. He had survived the war. But the war had fundamentally broken something in him. Or perhaps broken something necessary so that something better could grow in its place. He would find out in the sealed chamber. Chapter 77. Yu Chun was waiting outside the sealed chamber when Lin Xian arrived. She stood with her arms crossed, her cultivation robes still stained with ash and blood from the fighting she'd done despite Lin Xian's direct command that she remain in reserve. Her expression was a mixture of exhaustion and barely contained fury. Before you speak, Lin Xian began, I know you fought. I know you ignored my instruction. Do you? Yu Chen's voice was sharp enough to cut. Do you know that I was positioned in the meditation quarters when Li's sympathizers set fires there? Do you know I spent 6 hours fighting them in confined spaces where your precious rewind technique wouldn't have mattered because there wasn't room for the kind of perception-based defense that makes you invincible? Yu Chun, I saved the archives, she continued, talking over him. Me, not you. Not some strategic positioning in the command tent. I went into burning buildings, and I fought people who wanted to destroy centuries of knowledge, and I won. I did that. And you kept me out of this war like I was something fragile that needed protecting instead of a cultivator who could contribute. She stepped closer, and Lin Xian could see tears in her eyes. Real tears, not from sadness but from anger. From the kind of hurt that comes when someone you love underestimates you. I love you, Yu Chen said, her voice suddenly softer but no less intense. But I'm not going to spend my life waiting outside while you save the world. I'm not going to be the person you love so much you won't let me fight. Because there's no difference between not trusting someone and protecting them from risk. It's all the same thing. It's all saying, I don't believe you're capable of handling this. Lin Xian wanted to explain. He wanted to tell her that keeping her in reserve wasn't about doubting her capability. It was about being afraid to lose her, about needing to know she was safe, about the terrifying thought of her being hurt while he was responsible for the entire sect's defense. He wanted to explain that it wasn't logic, that he understood it might be unfair, but that fear didn't follow the rules of fair treatment. But as he opened his mouth, he realized that explanation was exactly the wrong response. You're right, he said instead. You're completely right. I wasn't protecting you because I thought you were incapable. I was protecting you because you matter more to me than the sect, and that terrified me. If you died, if I lost you while I was trying to defend everyone else, I wouldn't survive that loss intact. And instead of being honest about that fear, instead of trusting you with it, I just excluded you from the decision. I took your agency away. Yes, Yu Chen said, and now her voice was hollow. That's what you did. And it hurt more than if you just told me the truth. They stood there, face to face, with the sealed chamber looming behind them. Around them, disciples moved through the compound, beginning the work of recovery, building plans, medical assessments, the necessary work of tending to wounds both physical and structural. I don't know how to fix this, Lin Xian said quietly. I don't know how to make you understand that I was afraid without making it an excuse. I don't know how to say I'm sorry for excluding you in a way that doesn't sound like I'm just looking for your forgiveness. Yu Chen looked at him for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was different, not softer exactly, but more controlled, more certain. You can't fix it, she said. Not right now. Maybe not for a long time. What happened between us, that you kept me out, that's a thing that happened. An apology doesn't undo it. Understanding why you did it doesn't undo it. You made a choice about my life without including me in that choice, and that's a real harm. I know, Lin Xian said, but I'm going to walk away from here, Yu Chen continued. Not from you. From this moment. I need space. I need to not see you for a while. And more than that, I need to prove to myself, not to you, to myself, that I can handle my own life without constantly managing your fear about what might happen to me. She turned to leave, then paused. "You're about to enter that chamber and change your entire understanding of what you're capable of," she said. "You're going to discover something about your power that will be vast and terrible. And when you come out, you're going to want to share that with me. You're going to want me to comfort you. And I won't be there for that, because I can't be yet." "Yu-chun, I love you," she said, cutting him off. "But love isn't the same as being available to fix your problems. And I can't be the person who patches up the damage after you've made unilateral decisions about both our lives. I have to be someone else first. Someone who exists independent of you and what you need." She walked away, and Lin Xian wanted to follow. Every instinct screamed at him to pursue her, to explain further, to fix what was broken through sheer force of will and capability. But something Yu Liang had said came back to him, understanding that it's not truly the chamber that needs protection. Lin Xian stood alone before the sealed chamber and finally understood what that had meant. The chamber wasn't about protection. It was about boundaries. It was about accepting that some things couldn't be controlled. Some people had to make their own choices, and the deepest respect you could show someone you loved was to let them choose even when that choice meant leaving you. He turned back toward the sealed chamber, toward Yu Liang waiting inside, toward whatever revelation was about to transform everything. But for the first time, he faced that doorway understanding that he would face it alone. Chapter 78. Yu Liang stood before the sealed chamber's inner doors, his ancient hand resting against stone that glowed with faint symbols. As Lin Xian entered, the guardian turned, and there was something in his expression that suggested this moment had been waiting for 1,000 years. "The war cost us much," Yu Liang said without preamble. 217 dead. Structures destroyed. Your mother's sect fundamentally changed. Are you prepared for the weight of that? "I'm not sure," Lin Xian replied. "But I don't think the question is whether I'm prepared. It's whether I understand what it means." Yu Liang nodded slowly. "Good. Then I think you're ready to see what this chamber contains." The guardian touched the sealed door, and stone that had remained sealed for 1,000 years began to move. It wasn't dramatic, no grinding collapse or explosive release of ancient magic. It simply opened, slowly, almost gently, as though the chamber itself was reluctant to surrender what it had guarded for so long. Inside was a single figure. A woman, suspended in perfect stasis, floated in the center of a space that seemed larger than the chamber itself could contain. Her body was unchanged by time, her cultivation robes pristine, her face peaceful as though she had simply closed her eyes for a moment 1,000 years ago and had not yet seen fit to open them. As the stasis field weakened with the chamber's opening, the woman's eyes flickered, then opened. Her first breath was a gasp, a terrible, racking intake of air, as though she was surfacing from drowning. Her body convulsed once, twice, and her consciousness visibly returned to her like a person waking from nightmare. The stasis field that had held her now dissipated entirely, and she fell toward the ground. Yu Liang was there to catch her, his ancient strength holding her upright as she gasped and trembled. "Easy," Yu Liang said softly. "You've been asleep a very long time. Your body needs a moment." The woman's eyes, when they finally focused, held a vastness that made Lin Xian take an involuntary step backward. They weren't the eyes of a person who had slept for 1,000 years. They were the eyes of someone who had been aware the entire time, conscious in the darkness, experiencing every moment of that 1,000-year imprisonment. She looked at Yu Liang, then at Lin Xian, then at the room around her, as though trying to reorient herself to existence in physical space. When she spoke, her voice carried an authority that made the air itself seem to listen. "The primordial movements must never be recreated," she said quietly. "If they are, reality itself will fracture." Those were the only words she managed before her consciousness, still weakened from the 1,000-year stasis, gave out. She collapsed fully, and Yu Liang caught her, holding her like she was infinitely precious. Lin Xian stood frozen, trying to process what he'd just heard. The woman in the chamber, whoever she was, had woken from a 1,000-year sleep, and the first thing she could manage was a warning about something called the primordial movements. "Who is she?" Lin Xian asked. Yu Liang turned to him, and in the ancient guardian's eyes, Lin Xian saw something like grief. "This," Yu Liang said quietly, "is Sage King Yun, the last of the first cultivators. The person who understood something about the fundamental nature of technique and power that no one else, in 1,000 years, has come close to comprehending." Yu Liang carried Yun to a resting place, preparing what looked like a prepared bed, as though Yu Liang had been ready for this moment for centuries. "She asked to be sealed here," Yu Liang continued. "At the end of the Sage Age, when cultivation was becoming weaponized, when the fundamental understanding of technique was being twisted toward dominion and conquest. She said that if she remained in the world, she would be hunted, forced to share her knowledge. corrupted by people seeking power rather than understanding. Lin Xian's breath caught. My mother wanted to wake her. Yes, Yu Liang said. Your mother came to understand something that Sage King Yun had discovered. That rewind itself was not a technique. It was a symptom, a side effect of something deeper. Your mother believed that if she could speak with Yun directly, if she could understand the principles that underlay your power, she could help you understand what you were truly capable of. Why did you prevent it? Lin Xian asked. Because I was afraid, Yu Liang said simply. Afraid of what might be unleashed. Afraid that the world was not ready for understanding that deep. Afraid that waking Yun might be the first step towards something terrible. He looked at the sleeping woman with an expression of profound regret. And then your mother died before we could have that conversation, Yu Liang continued. And I told myself I had made the right choice. That my fear had protected something essential. But standing here now, looking at Sage King Yun's face as she spoke those words, the primordial movements must never be recreated. I realize I may have made the opposite error. Perhaps she needed to be awake. Perhaps the warning she carries is more important than the fear I held. Lin Xian stared at the woman sleeping on the prepared bed. She was ancient and timeless simultaneously, her face holding the kind of beauty that transcended physical features because it seemed to contain centuries of hard-won understanding. What are the primordial movements? Lin Xian asked. Yu Liang was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, he said finally. That knowledge died with the sage age. That's what Yun was guarding. Understanding of the first movements, the original techniques from which all modern cultivation descended. Understanding of power at such a fundamental level that it's no longer technique at all. Your mother believed you might be capable of accessing that understanding, of rewinding not just techniques, but the movements that preceded all technique. Yu Liang turned to look at Lin Xian directly. And if that's true, then Sage King Yun's warning carries a different weight. If you can access the primordial movements, if you can rewind all the way to the first movement of all things, you might have the power to unmake not just techniques, but existence itself. The sealed chamber, which had held its ancient secret for 1,000 years, suddenly felt impossibly small. Lin Xian understood for the first time that he hadn't been fighting a war to protect treasure or weapons. He'd been fighting to protect the chance that all of this, the sealed chamber, the guardian, the sleeping woman, would remain hidden, unknown, and ultimately manageable. Now Sage King Yun was awake. Now the first cultivator had returned to a world that had forgotten what she knew. And now Lin Xian faced the terrible possibility that his power, his ability to rewind techniques, to understand the first movement of any strike, might be the first step towards something that could shatter reality itself. He was no longer sure whether Yu Liang had made the right choice in preventing his mother from entering the chamber. But he was certain now that the sealed chamber was never meant to contain treasure. It was meant to contain a warning. And now that warning was awake, staring at him from the face of a woman who had been sleeping for 1,000 years, waiting for someone like him to arrive. Chapter 79. Yu Chun was gone by the time Lin Xian left the sealed chamber. She'd taken her cultivation robes, her personal weapons, and left a brief note. I'm going to the eastern mountains to train alone. I need to remember who I am when you're not around. When I know that, I'll come back. Or I won't. But at least the choice will be mine. The note sat on his desk in the command post, and Lin Xian read it 3 times, trying to extract reassurance from her words and finding none. She would train. She would come back, or she wouldn't. There was no guarantee, no promise, no certainty that the person he loved would still want him after she'd spent time understanding herself independent of him. He should have been devastated. By any reasonable measure, he should have spent the day and morning trying to figure out ways to follow her, to explain further, to convince her that what they had was worth returning to. Instead, he found himself doing something different. He let her go. It wasn't acceptance exactly, not yet. It was something smaller and more important. He didn't follow. He didn't send disciples after her to ensure her safety. He didn't leave messages trying to persuade her to return. He simply stood in his empty command post and understood that loving someone meant accepting that they might choose not to love you back. That was harder than any combat. Harder than leading a sect through war. Harder than facing the possibility that his power might be capable of unmaking reality itself. Love, Lin Xian was learning, required boundaries that power couldn't transcend. Yu Liang found him as evening fell, standing at the perimeter wall looking out toward the eastern mountains. She'll survive, the guardian said without preamble. Better than survive. She'll grow, and you'll want to follow. Don't. I wasn't planning to, Lin Xian said quietly. You were thinking about it, Yu Liang corrected. I can see it in your bearing. You're calculating the fastest route, the best way to catch her, the words that might convince her to return. You're treating her decision as a problem to solve rather than a boundary to respect. Lin Xian wanted to argue, but it would have been a lie. How do I just accept losing her? You don't accept losing her, Yuliang said. You accept not controlling her. Those are fundamentally different things. Losing her would mean she's gone. Accepting that you can't control her means understanding that she's capable of choosing her own path, and that path might lead away from you. They stood in silence, watching the light fade from the mountains. Sage King Yun is asking for you, Yuliang said after a time. She's regained consciousness. Her first words were your name. She's been asking about someone named Lin Xian for the past hour. How is that possible? Lin Xian asked. She's been asleep for 1,000 years. Dreams carry information across time, Yuliang said. She was aware in the stasis. Aware of the world outside through methods I don't fully understand. Your mother's death touched her even in sleep. Your birth touched her. The moment you first rewound a technique touched her. Because in some way, across the 1,000-year divide, you were always connected. Lin Xian turned to look at the guardian. What does she want? To speak with you, Yuliang said. To understand what you've become. To determine whether your power is what she feared or what your mother hoped. They walked back toward the sealed chamber together. And as they walked, Lin Xian understood that everything was changing. Yu Chun had walked away to find herself. Elderly was confined to face his own wrong across decades. And now, in the sealed chamber, a woman who had been sleeping for 1,000 years was waking to judge whether the power of the rewind could be a gift or a curse. Lin Xian had fought a war thinking he was protecting something. Now he understood he'd been protecting the chance for revelation. And revelations, by their nature, were never entirely good or entirely bad. They were just transformation, burning away the old understanding to make room for something new. He let Yuqin go. He accepted that she might not return. And he walked into the sealed chamber to face a woman older than civilization, understanding that the most important battles were the ones that happened inside you, where no external victory could protect you from the cost of understanding. Chapter 80. Sage King Yun was sitting upright on the prepared bed when Lin Xian entered the inner chamber. Time had restored her strength partially, not entirely. She still moved with the deliberate care of someone whose body had been asleep for 1,000 years, but her eyes were fully present now, aware, and fixed on Lin Xian with an intensity that made him want to step backward. You're her child, Yun said. It wasn't a question. Your mother's child. I can see it in the way you hold yourself. She always stood like that, like she was trying to balance between respect and defiance. I'm Lin Xian, he said, uncertain what else to offer. I know your name, Yun replied. I've known it for 1,000 years. I was aware through the stasis. Time moved differently there. You were born, and I felt it. You first bent technique backward, and I felt that too. It woke me partially, pulled at my consciousness like a bell ringing in the darkness. She gestured to a seat across from her. Sit. I have so little time, and there's so much that needs to be said. Lin Xian sat. He could feel the weight of her attention, the way her ancient eyes were reading him, assessing him, measuring him against some standard he didn't understand. Your mother understood something that took me centuries to comprehend, Yun said. She understood that rewind is not a technique. It's a signature, a pattern, a way of moving backward through causality that exists at a level more fundamental than technique. When you rewind a sword strike, you're not just reversing physical motion. You're moving backward through the moment of intention, through the conceptual framework that created the motion, all the way to the first impulse that generated the movement. Yes, Lin Xian said. I feel that when I use it. Good, Yun said. Because that feeling is dangerous. Because if you can move backward through any intention, any technique, any moment of creation, then theoretically, you can move backward far enough to reach the primordial movements. The first techniques. The foundational moments from which all modern cultivation descended. And if I do, Lin Xian asked, then you'll have the power to unmake them, Yin said quietly. And if you unmake the foundations, everything built on them falls apart. Not just techniques, not just power. Reality itself has been constructed on top of those foundational movements. Undo them, and you unmake existence. Lin Xian felt something cold settle in his stomach. Your mother was searching for creation, Yin continued. She believed that by understanding the first movements, we could understand the fundamental nature of existence itself. That understanding wouldn't lead to dominion. It would lead to wisdom about why existence was structured the way it was. She was noble in that seeking. But nobility doesn't change the danger. So my power is dark, Lin Xian said. You're saying I'm fundamentally dangerous. I'm saying your power is what you make of it, Yin replied. The same way a knife is what the wielder makes of it. But you need to understand the fullness of what you're capable of before you accidentally wield it. She leaned forward. Show me, Yin said. Show me your rewind. Show me exactly how far you can go. I only know techniques, Lin Xian said. Simple ones. Sword strikes I've memorized. Then use those, Yun replied. Show me the limit of your backward movement. Lin Xian stood, moved to clear space, and began. He chose the simplest technique he knew, the elementary cross strike, something every disciple at the sect learned in their first month. He performed the movement forward, allowing muscle memory to carry him through each step. Then he rewound it. The movement reversed. His sword traced backward through the motion, each step unhappening, the technique deconstructing itself back toward its origin. It was simple, immediate, effortless. But as he pushed the rewind further, trying to go beyond simple reversal into the actual intention that had created the movement, something shifted. His body suddenly wasn't his own. Or rather, it was his own, but it was connected to something so much larger that his individual will became barely a ripple. He felt the moment before the cross strike, the decision to cross strike, the elemental intention that had birthed that decision. And when he pushed further, when he tried to reverse beyond that intention, he saw something. A fragment. Incomplete. Shattered. But absolutely unmistakable. A primordial movement. It wasn't a technique. It wasn't a sword strike or any recognizable combat motion. It looked like the end of something. Like reality reversing. Like being unwritten. It looked like every color in existence being simultaneously written and deleted, every moment happening and unhappening at the same time. It looked like the end. Lin Xian screamed, and the vision shattered. He staggered backward, gasping, his whole body trembling. Sage King Yun was watching him with an expression of profound sadness. You saw it, she said. Just a fragment. And even the fragment nearly broke you. What is it? Lin Xian gasped. The foundation, Yin said quietly. The moment before the first technique. The thing that everything else was built on top of. And if you were to fully rewind to it, if you were to see the complete picture of that primordial movement, you would understand exactly what it means, the power to unmake anything, including yourself. Lin Xian collapsed into the chair, his hands shaking. Your mother wanted to teach you to access this consciously, Yin continued. She believed that wisdom could develop alongside power, that you could grow strong enough to wield understanding without using it to destroy. She may have been right, but she may also have been hoping for something impossible. Lin Xian looked up at the ancient sage. What do I do? He asked. That is the only question that matters, Yin replied. And I have no answer to give you. You must discover it yourself. You must walk the path your mother began, knowing that every step forward in understanding might be a step toward the capability to unmake reality. And you must do all of this while remaining sane, while remaining human, while remaining capable of love and mercy and the 1,000 small choices that make life worth living. She closed her eyes. The stasis is failing, she said quietly. I don't have long. A few months, perhaps. The 1,000-year sleep was too long. Even sealed in stasis, I was dying the entire time. I was simply too stubborn to acknowledge it. When my time ends, perhaps you'll be closer to understanding what you should do. Sage King Yun, first of the cultivators, guardian of the primordial movements, opened her eyes one final time. Show me further, she said. Push deeper. I want to see how far you can go before you break. Lin Xian stood again, trembling, and began the rewind once more. And as he pushed backward through intention, through technique, through the foundational movements of existence itself, he felt for the first time what it meant to approach the edge of power. Not the edge of capability, he'd always understood that, but the edge of wisdom, the point beyond which understanding became unmaking, the threshold where seeking transformed into unraveling. Somewhere in that terrible, beautiful darkness, Lin Xian finally grasped what his mother had understood. The greatest power wasn't the ability to destroy. It was the ability to choose not to. And he wasn't sure yet whether he would be able to choose that when the time came. The arc of revelation closed. The sealed chamber held its ancient wisdom and its ancient warning. And Lin Xian, standing at the threshold of understanding everything, understood only this. He had survived the war. But the real battle was just beginning. Chapter 81. The cost of peace. The morning after the last embers of Azure Wind's assault finally cooled, Lin Xian stood in the courtyard of the senior leadership house, staring at the inventory ledger that Sect Treasurer Ding had just placed in his trembling hands. The numbers were catastrophic. 43 disciples dead. Another 18 too injured to contribute to cultivation in any meaningful way for months. The medicine stores that Lu Tao had carefully cultivated over 2 decades were depleted, used up in the emergency healing after the battle. The foundational jade stones in the 3rd formation tower had cracked beyond repair. The geothermal furnace that supplied heat to the alchemical labs was severely damaged. Worst of all, the outer territories that supplied grain to the sect had been systematically burned by Azure Wind Riders in their retreat. leaving the flowing jade with only enough rice to sustain everyone at severely reduced rations for perhaps 6 months. 6 months. The situation is recoverable, Treasurer Ding said carefully, watching Lin Xian's face. But only if we reduce headcount or secure external support. And soon. Lin Xian set the ledger down. His fingers didn't shake, his power wouldn't allow such weakness. But inside, something cold was crystallizing. He'd rewound enemy techniques to their first movements, shattered the assault, protected the sect. And still this. The mathematics of warfare were indifferent to victory on the battlefield. In the healing pavilion, Yu Liang was recovering but changed. Lin Xian visited him that afternoon and barely recognized the figure in the bed. The patriarch's face had aged 20 years. His right arm lay in a sling, the bone structure beneath his skin prominent in a way that suggested the duel with Li Changming had demanded a price no mere physical injury could account for. Sit, Yu Liang said when Lin Xian entered. His voice was still strong, that hadn't faded, but his eyes moved slowly, as if tracking sound in a dim room. You have that look. The ledger showed you the truth. We're not going to survive the next winter at our current burn rate, Lin Xian said flatly. No, Yu Liang agreed. We're not. Not without choices being made. He shifted slightly, a gesture that cost him visible effort. I won't be able to manage the sect for weeks yet. The duel. It took things from me that rest won't return quickly. Cultivation depth. Resilience. He paused. For the first time in 70 years, I feel genuinely mortal. The confession hung in the air like smoke. Lin Xian felt something fracture inside himself, something that had assumed Yu Liang was eternal, stable, a foundation. If the patriarch was weakening, then the foundation was sand. What do you need me to do? Lin Xian asked. What I've been grooming you to do for the past 3 years, Yu Liang said. Lead. That night, Lin Xian walked the outer perimeter of the sect. The damage was visible everywhere. Scorched walls, patched defenses, the smell of ash still faint in the wind. He passed by the quarters where Su Song had kept his archives, and found himself stopping at the threshold. The old scholar had survived 3 wars. He'd lived through the rise and fall of 6 different patriarchs. He'd been the memory of the flowing jade sect, the keeper of everything worth remembering. And Elder Li's poison had reduced him to a corpse without even the mercy of a clean death. Lin Xian realized, with a spike of hollow pain, that he still hadn't fully felt the weight of that loss. His power had carried him through the battle with the momentum of crisis, but now, in the quiet aftermath, grief was finding cracks to seep through. He'd been so focused on protecting the sect that he'd forgotten to mourn the man who'd taught him to think. The next morning, Lin Xian took his first official action as acting patriarch. He called a leadership council. Yu Liang attended, carried in on a litter by 2 disciples, and sat at the table's head. But everyone understood the dynamic had shifted. We have resources for 6 months, Lin Xian said, laying out the situation without softening language. We have 2 options. Option 1, we reduce headcount immediately. Send non-combatants and low-ranking disciples home. Keep only the core cultivation apparatus. It will be cruel, and it will damage our reputation, but we'll survive. And option 2, Lu Tao asked. His left shoulder was still bound, but his eyes were sharp. We reach outward, Lin Xian said. We identify potential allies, potential partners. We offer something the broader sect community needs. We diversify our survival rather than shrinking into it. There was silence. The implication was clear. They would be dependent, vulnerable to politics, navigating a landscape where the rules were far more subtle than battlefield tactics. The broader sect community will smell weakness, Sect Master Wei said quietly. Reaching outward invites predators. We're already vulnerable, Lin Xian countered. At least this way, we're vulnerable in a way we can control. Yu Liang nodded slowly. Begin preliminary inquiries with the 7 Stars Alliance and the Cloud Harmony sect. Send traders to the southern markets to probe for emergency grain sales. We'll frame it as routine commerce. He paused. And prepare the guest quarters. We should expect visitors soon. Chapter 82. The vultures arrived. The first emissary from the 7 Stars Alliance arrived exactly 10 days later, riding a silver-crested horse that was probably worth more than the flowing jade's current medicine stores. Her name was Elder May, and her smile never reached her eyes. What a remarkable recovery, she said, seated in the formal negotiation hall, accepting tea from a nervous junior disciple. Our reports suggested the Azure Wind assault had been far more devastating. And yet, here you stand. Lin Xian, sitting across from her with Yu Liang notably absent from this first meeting, kept his expression neutral. Reports exaggerate. We held. The sect is intact. Intact, Elder May repeated, as if testing the word. I'm sure that's technically true. Though our assessments suggested your outer territories were subject to significant agricultural disruption. And there were, what, for dozen casualties. She smiled that non-smile again. When 7 stars took damage in the 4th sect conflict, we were fortunate enough to have access to supportive arrangements. Perhaps we could discuss similar frameworks for flowing jade. Supportive arrangements. The diplomatic language was so refined it took Lin Xian a moment to understand she was proposing absorption, not hostile takeover, something far more elegant. A merger, a strategic alliance, by which she meant, give us access to your resources, accept our leadership, and we'll ensure you don't starve. The Flowing Jade sect values its autonomy, Lin Xian said carefully. Of course you do, Elder Mei said, and the amusement in her voice was suddenly open. That's exactly why you're going to lose it. Not to us, necessarily, but you've just been tested and found wanting. Others will be circling. Better to choose your partnership than have it chosen for you. She left after 3 more hours of circular negotiation that established nothing except that the 7 Stars Alliance had interests in the Flowing Jade's territory. Within 5 days, delegations from the Cloud Harmony sect, the Moonrise Congregation, and the Eastern Prosperity House had all appeared, each with similar proposals dressed in different rhetoric. The pattern was identical: acknowledge weakness, offer surface-level support, propose integration. By the 2nd week, Lin Xian was exhausted in a way that combat never made him. At least in a fight, there were clear enemies and a definable victory condition. This was different. Every conversation was a battlefield where directness was a liability, and every concession became leverage for the next demand. He stopped sleeping normally. He found himself awake at 3 in the morning, pacing the Patriarch's study, staring at maps of adjacent territories and trying to calculate what the Flowing Jade's actual negotiating position was. The answer was non-existent. They could refuse all offers and starve slowly, or accept help and gradually lose autonomy. There was no third path, no clean solution. Leadership, he was learning, often meant choosing which poison was least toxic. On the 15th day of negotiations, Yu Chun appeared in the doorway of the study. She'd been careful to maintain distance since the sealed chamber incident, and seeing her felt like a physical shock to Lin Xian's chest. You look terrible, she said without preamble. I am, he admitted. There was no point in pretending otherwise. I don't know how to do this. Yu Chun stepped inside and closed the door. She was still distant from him. Their relationship held in careful suspension, but in that moment, something of her old directness surfaced. You're thinking like a warrior. You're trying to win. You can't win this. You can only minimize losses and preserve what matters. What matters is autonomy, agency, not being swallowed by larger sects playing at civility. Is it? Yu Chun moved to the window, looking out at the dark courtyard. I've been thinking, while I've had distance to think. You protect things. That's your nature. But you protect them so hard that you destroy the very things you're defending. She turned to face him. You protected me during the assault by removing my agency. You're trying to protect the sect's autonomy by refusing any outside relationship. But refusing help when help is needed isn't protection, Lin Xian. It's just slower death with pride. She left before he could respond, and Lin Xian sat with her words like a stone in his chest. She was right. And more painful than that, she was describing his entire approach to his own power. He'd learned to rewind techniques to their first movements, to see the seeds of action before they blossomed. But rewind was, fundamentally, a negation, a destruction. It undid. It prevented. It could protect, yes, but only in the way a firewall protects a city, by burning everything in its path. Chapter 83. The distance between love and loyalty. For 3 days, Lin Xian deliberately avoided having conversations with Yu Chun, not out of anger or coldness, but because her presence was becoming a liability to his focus, and his focus was the only thing keeping the sect operational. This was, of course, exactly what she'd been warning him against. On the evening of the 4th day, they crossed paths in the western garden, between the meditation pavilions. She was moving through combat forms, her cultivation technique flawless and fluid. She'd been working on her advancement to late essence condensation, the same rank Lin Xian occupied. Seeing her push herself, refining that technique with the kind of singular focus that suggested she was also struggling with something, made Lin Xian's chest ache. She stopped when she saw him, completing the form and settling into stillness. I want to apologize again, Lin Xian said, for the sealed chamber, for making decisions about your safety without you. I know, Yu Chun said. She wasn't hostile, which somehow made it worse. And I believe you mean it. That's not the problem. What is? The problem is that you'll do it again, she said, and there was a terrible certainty in her voice. Not because you're evil or controlling, but because you love me more than you respect me. and love without respect is just possessiveness dressed in prettier language. She began walking back toward the inner quarters. How do I fix that? Lin Xian asked. Yuchen paused. By stopping trying to protect me and starting to trust me. By accepting that I might get hurt, and that would be my choice to make. She didn't look back. But that requires you to change something fundamental about how you see the world. And I don't think you're ready yet. She was right. The recognition was immediate and bitter. Over the next week, Yu Chun was present at sect functions, participated in training sessions, contributed her expertise in strategic planning. But she was formally present, as if they existed in separate dimensional planes that occasionally intersected. There was courtesy, no intimacy, no private conversations. It was, Lin Xian realized with growing despair, exactly what she'd asked for when she told him. When you're ready to see me as equal, not protected object, we'll talk. He wasn't ready, and she was disciplined enough to enforce that boundary without cruelty. The knowledge that he was losing her, that his own nature was the weapon destroying what he loved most, became a weight that no amount of diplomatic maneuvering could lift. Lu Tao found him in the training courtyard at midnight, working through combat forms with an intensity that suggested he was trying to exhaust something that couldn't be exhausted. You're going to hurt yourself, the older cultivator said without preamble. I'm already hurt, Lin Xian said. He didn't stop the forms. Is this what leadership feels like? Constant, low-grade agony. Often, yes, Lu Tao said. He settled onto a bench, his left shoulder still bound, but his eyes clear. But the agony doesn't come from the job itself. It comes from trying to do the job while being emotionally torn apart. Those are separate problems, and they require separate solutions. I don't know how to fix things with you, Chan. You don't, Lu Tao agreed. Not right now. She's right about what she's asking for. Change that fundamental is slow. It requires you to genuinely believe that her agency and her competence matter as much as her safety. That takes time and conscious effort. And she's willing to wait, I think, but not while you're making the same decisions. He stood, moving carefully because of his injury. So for now, your job is to lead the sect through this crisis. And your personal job is to listen to her. Really listen. Not to defend or explain, but to actually hear what she's saying. Can you do that? I don't know, Lin Xian said honestly. Then that's your starting point, Lu Tao said. Uncertainty. That's actually healthier than false confidence. Chapter 84. The deeper current. The scholar arrived on an unremarkable morning, dressed in travel-worn robes, requesting an audience with the patriarch to discuss the flowing jade sect's historical archives. Nothing about him seemed remarkable. He called himself Master Shun. He was perhaps 60 years old, with the soft hands of an academic rather than a cultivator. He claimed to be compiling a history of sectarian development in the eastern provinces and had heard the flowing jade sect possessed records that might illuminate the early development of modern cultivation hierarchy. Lin Xian, busy with resource negotiations and internal reorganization, had delegated the interaction to Sect Master Wei. 3 days later, Wei came to him with a problem. I've been investigating Master Shun, Wei said quietly, in a closed study room. Because his questions were too specific. He wasn't asking general historical questions. He was asking about the sealed chamber, about what we found inside, about whether there were any records pertaining to something called the primordial movements. The words dropped into the silence like stones into still water. How did he know about the sealed chamber? Lin Xian asked. That's the concerning part, Wei said. I don't think he found out through normal channels. I think he came already knowing. I think his interest in our archives was a pretext to get close to someone with actual knowledge. Lin Xian felt something shift in his understanding of the situation. Until now, the crisis had been localized, Azure Wind's assault, Elder Li's ambitions, the aftermath. But this suggested something more distributed. Multiple vectors of interest converging on the flowing jade sect. Have you told Yu Liang? I wanted to tell you first, Wei said. Because Master Shin said something before I cut off the conversation. He said, there's an organization older than the modern sections. We have interest in preserving certain knowledge and ensuring it's properly studied and not wasted. The flowing jade sect could benefit from that relationship. Then he asked me to convey his willingness to negotiate directly with the patriarch. Lin Xian's mind was already working through implications. An organization older than the modern sections. Interest in the primordial movements. The phrase ensuring it's properly studied suggested academic interest in something that Yu Liang had explicitly said must never be recreated. Bring him to me, Lin Xian said. Tonight. Secretly. I want Yu Liang present. That evening, with only Wei as witness, Master Shin sat across from Lin Xian and Yu Liang in a private chamber deep in the sect complex. The scholar seemed unsurprised to find both of them present, which itself was informative. I'll be direct, Shin said, dropping the scholarly pretense entirely. The organization I represent predates the modern sectarian structure by nearly 2,000 years. We've existed through various incarnations, but our purpose has remained constant: to preserve and study certain foundational knowledge about cultivation that was, in your era, encoded as the primordial movements. The primordial movements must never be recreated, Yu Liang said flatly. We're not interested in recreation, Shin said calmly. We're interested in understanding. Those movements represent the foundational framework of cultivation itself. The current practice is derivative, diluted. We believe that understanding the original framework could revolutionize the entire discipline. And if we refuse? Lin Xian asked. Then we negotiate with other stakeholders, Shin said. This was said without threat, but the weight was present underneath. There are cultivation sects and independent organizations that would be very interested in acquiring Sage King Yun as a research resource, or even just acquiring her testimony. Your sect is defended, but you're also weakened. Other parties are far better equipped to secure her. The calculation was clear: consent or coercion, direct or through overwhelming force that the flowing jade couldn't resist. What exactly are you asking? Yu Liang said. A summit, Shin said, held at neutral ground. Scholars and representatives from multiple organizations, including your sect. Sage King Yun would present what she understands about the primordial movements. No coercion, just knowledge exchange. In exchange, the organization would provide substantial resources and trade agreements that would address the flowing jade's current economic situation. It was brilliantly constructed, offering the very support that Lin Xian had been desperately seeking, contingent on access to the one resource that made the flowing jade a target. No, Yu Liang said. Shin nodded as if this was expected. I'll convey that response. But I should warn you, others are going to ask, and not all of them will be as polite about it. The fact that Sage King Yun is awake is no longer a secret. The implications are too significant. He stood. You're choosing isolation. That choice will have consequences. After Shin departed, Lin Xian and Yu Liang sat in profound silence. This is bigger than we thought, Lin Xian said finally. This has always been bigger than we thought, Yu Liang corrected. I simply hoped we could manage it without it becoming apparent. Your sealed chamber's activation has stripped that away. Chapter 85. The Endless Circle. It was past midnight when Lin Xian, unable to sleep, found himself in the archives where Su Song had spent most of his final years. The old scholar's desk was exactly as he'd left it, scrolls arranged in careful stacks, a brush still lying in its holder, a half-written notation on paper that read, "The paradox of protection." The sentence ended mid-thought because Su Song had gotten up from this desk and gone to meet with Elderly, never knowing it would be his final conversation. Lin Xian sank into the chair and stared at that unfinished phrase. The paradox of protection. Su Song had been thinking about something, formulating something, and then death had interrupted him. Lin Xian realized that had been the structure of his entire recent existence. Interrupted thoughts, paused conversations, relationships held in suspension while crises demanded management. He pulled up his own memories of Su Song and tried to follow the thread of what the old man had been considering. Protection was supposed to preserve, but what had he just witnessed? He'd protected the sect and created dependency on external aid. He'd protected Yu Chun and destroyed their relationship. He'd protected the flowing jade secrets and attracted an organization that made the Azure Wind Assault look like local politics. Every act of protection created its own dangers. By morning, Lin Xian had made a decision. He called together Lu Tao, Yu Chun, and Sect Master Wei, with Yu Liang listening from a supported position. We can't control the primordial movement's narrative anymore, he said. It's spreading. The underground movement, that's what Shin called his organization, by the way, is just the tip. There will be others. Military sects looking to gain tactical advantages. Political factions trying to destabilize us. Lone cultivators seeking power. So what do you propose? Lu Tao asked. We make a choice about what we're willing to be, Lin Xian said. We could resist, try to keep Yun isolated, preserve the knowledge. But that positions us as hoarders of something powerful, which makes us a target forever. Or, he paused, and Yu Chen's eyes sharpened with interest. She was listening differently now, he realized. Not as his lover, but as a strategic mind. Or we become custodians, he continued. Not hoarders. We acknowledge that Sage King Yun is here. We create a framework where legitimate scholars can study under strict conditions, but the knowledge never leaves this location. We turn the flowing jade into a place of restricted scholarship. It requires resources, better defenses, more administrative infrastructure, connections to universities, and legitimate academic sections. But it positions us as essential, not vulnerable. You're proposing to make knowledge the source of our power instead of martial strength, Yu Liang said slowly. I'm proposing to make our choice to preserve something a source of strength, Lin Xian said, which means accepting that others will want to control that thing, and that we can't stop all of them. We can only make it clear that the cost of forcing us exceeds what they gain by stealing it. That requires a level of political sophistication we haven't developed, Sect Master Wei said. Then we develop it, Yuchen said. It was the first time she'd spoken, and her voice carried the weight of someone who'd been thinking about the broader situation. The Flowing Jade sect isn't strong enough to win a direct conflict with any major power. We know that now. But we might be able to win by being indispensable, by creating a resource that multiple factions want, and therefore create checks against each other controlling. Lin Xian looked at her. Actually looked, not with the protective instinct, but with genuine appreciation for her strategic mind, and something in the fracture between them began, minutely, to shift. Begin preliminary discussions with the neutral academic communities, Yu Liang said. But tell no one else about Sage King Yun's actual location or condition. Let rumors swirl. Uncertainty is a tool. As the meeting dissolved, Lin Xian realized something profound. The crisis that had seemed contained within the Flowing Jade sect's boundaries had expanded to encompass intersectarian politics, ancient conspiracies, and forces that had been operating for thousands of years beneath the surface of modern cultivation society. He'd thought he was handling a sect-level emergency. He was actually in the middle of something civilizational. Something that had been quietly building momentum before the Flowing Jade sect even existed. And that would continue long after, unless people like him made choices about how to engage with it. The realization should have terrified him. Instead, it clarified something. His power to rewind techniques to their first movements was, fundamentally, a destructive force. But this situation couldn't be solved through destruction. It required navigation, negotiation, the careful balancing of competing interests. For the first time, Lin Xian understood that his greatest strength, the ability to undo things, was precisely the wrong tool for what the Flowing Jade sect actually needed. And that, perhaps more than anything else, was the real cost of peace. Chapter 86. The meditation chamber was cold. Lin Xian had sealed it 3 days ago, drawing the ward locks shut with his own qi, and no one had dared break his solitude since. He sat motionless, his breathing shallow and mechanical. Around him, the air had grown stale, dust particles suspended in the stillness like thoughts frozen mid-cascade. His stomach had stopped sending hunger signals on day 2. His throat was parched. His legs had long since lost all sensation, but he didn't move. Movement required acceptance of the present moment, and the present moment was a weight pressing down on him from all directions. Ganrue. The name echoed through his mind like a curse. That young cultivator from 7 decades past, the one who'd first hunted him in the forest outside the Flowing Jade Gate. He'd been connected to the underground movement all along. Not some independent rival. A scout. A tester. Which meant the conspiracy against him ran deeper than the politics of sects, deeper than the surface ambitions of foreign cultivators. It meant beings older than the modern world had been watching him, cataloging him, studying his power like he was a specimen in a jar. And Sage King Yun, the ancient cultivator's words circled back to him without mercy. Your power is not creation. It is destruction. He'd spent 17 years believing his rewind ability was salvation. A gift that let him end fights before they could begin, protect those weaker than himself, grant the Flowing Jade sect a future. But what if he'd been lying to himself? What if the power itself, no matter how he used it, was fundamentally corrosive? Could you wield destruction without becoming destructive? Could you save anyone if your very nature was to unravel? The death toll climbed through his thoughts. Su Song. The disciples lost in the sham war. The cultivators he'd killed by rewinding their techniques into nothing. Their own power turned inward, their bodies burning from the inside, as the fundamental forces they'd gathered collapsed without structure. How many of those deaths could he claim as necessary? How many were simply the cost of his existence? And Yu Chun, the silence of her absence was louder than any accusation. She'd been the one person outside his family, outside the sect hierarchy, who'd seen him clearly. Not as the gifted young cultivator, not as the acting patriarch, not even as the person wielding an impossible power. She'd seen Lin Xian, the boy who was afraid, who made mistakes, who sometimes wanted to stop fighting and simply live. And he'd responded by protecting her, coddling her, keeping her in some imagined safe space while the world burned around them. He'd made her a spectator to her own life. When you're ready to see me as equal, not protected object, we'll talk. The words had been spoken softly, but they might as well have been carved into his bones. By the dawn of day 4, he wasn't sure if his eyes were still open. The darkness inside and outside the chamber had become identical. His body had become abstract, a collection of sensations reporting from very far away. His mind was the only place he existed anymore, and his mind was a storm that never broke, only rotated endlessly, the same crises circling like dragons eating their own tails. On the evening of day 4, he heard the sound of stone grinding. The ward locks were being forced. Lin Xian wanted to feel anger at the intrusion, but he couldn't summon the energy. Let them come. Let whoever had broken his isolation see what they wanted. There was nothing left to defend. The meditation chamber's door swung inward. Light poured in, the golden light of late afternoon, and it was blinding. Lin Xian couldn't move his pupils to adjust. They watered from the sudden brightness. Merciful heavens, Lu Tao's voice. Sharp with worry. How many days? Nearly 4. Qin Yuan. Lin Xian? Can you hear me? The figure that emerged from the light was small, ordinary, holding something wrapped in cloth. Qin Yuan, his childhood friend. The only person in the entire flowing jade sect whose status had nothing to do with cultivation, who held no authority, who wanted nothing from him except his continued existence. Qin Yuan sat down in front of him, not bothering to remove his shoes or adjust his posture to match formal meditation etiquette. He was breathing hard from having just forced the ward locks. You look like death, Qin Yuan said. Not unkindly. Lin Xian couldn't respond. His throat produced no sound. Qin Yuan unwrapped the cloth. Rice. Soup. Simple food, the kind they'd eaten as children, prepared in the outer dormitory kitchens. He poured the soup carefully into a bowl and held it out. Drink. Lin Xian's hands wouldn't obey. They were too weak. Qin Yuan sighed. He brought the bowl to Lin Xian's lips himself, tilting it gently. The warmth was shocking, a violation of the careful cold that had become Lin Xian's refuge. The soup was so hot it was almost painful, but as it moved down his throat, it awakened every nerve in his body like a resurrection. More, Qin Yuan said. It wasn't a question. They sat in silence as Lin Xian drank, slowly regaining the ability to swallow. When the soup was gone, Qin Yuan offered rice. Then water. After perhaps an hour, Qin Yuan finally spoke again. In the village where I was born, he said, there was an old woman who kept goats. She was obsessed with bloodlines, which male bred which female, which offspring showed strength. She kept detailed records, generations of notes. One winter was very harsh. Most of the herd died. She was devastated. But you know what happened? Lin Xian had no strength to answer, so Qin Yuan continued. The few goats that survived had mixed bloodlines. The ones she'd kept separate, the ones she thought were pure, died first. The mongrels lived. And the next spring, when she bred them again, their offspring were stronger than before. Qin Yuan paused. I think she spent so much time thinking about what the bloodline should be that she forgot to notice what the goats actually were. What does that have to do with? Lin Xian's voice was paper-thin, barely functional. You're sitting in a dark room, starving yourself, because you've decided your power is evil, Qin Yuan said. And you're not wrong that it's powerful. But you've decided the nature of it before you've really seen what it actually is. You're the old goat keeper, looking at a ledger that doesn't exist yet. You're planning your funeral while you're still breathing. You don't understand what I'm carrying, Lin Xian whispered. You're right, Qin Yuan agreed. I can't feel the weight of the world the way you do. I can't sense the ancient powers moving in the shadows. I can't rewind a technique. He paused. But I can sit here, and I can offer you food. And I can tell you that whatever you think you are, whatever your power might be, you're still the same person who helped me up when I fell in that river when we were children. You're still someone who matters more than your function. Lin Xian felt something crack open inside him. Not the careful control of meditation, but something deeper. His shoulders began to shake. Qin Yuan didn't move away. He simply sat, a non-cultivator in a chamber of sealed silence, patient as stone. When the moment passed, Qin Yuan helped Lin Xian to his feet. The acting patriarch of Flowing Jade Sect was barely able to stand, swaying like a sapling in wind. But he was standing. Come on, Qin Yuan said. There's food in the main hall. And Lu Tao wants to check you over. And probably 100 other people want to know if you're alive. He paused at the chamber's threshold. Also, Yu Liang has been asking for you. He said it's important. Lin Xian nodded wordlessly. As they walked toward the light, he felt the weight still there. All of it, unsolved and unresolved. But beneath the weight, beneath the avalanche of unanswered questions, there was something small and warm and absolutely solid. He was alive. And somehow, that still mattered. Chapter 87. The breakthrough the fever came first. Lu Tao had settled Lin Xian in the infirmary's private chamber, the one reserved for senior cultivators. The healer moved with practiced efficiency, checking his meridians, running her hands across his chest to assess his core's condition. Spiritual exhaustion, severe dehydration, and... She paused, her eyes narrowing as she sensed deeper into his chi flow. Something is moving in his foundation. Something new. Lin Xian was lying on the bed, half-conscious. His body felt wrong. Too hot and too cold simultaneously, his skin burning while his hands were numb. The fever was a cleansing fire, he understood vaguely. His cultivation had pushed too far, stretched itself beyond the boundaries of his current realm. It was either going to break him or remake him. By the second night, the migraine began. It started as pressure behind his eyes, a gentle building that quickly became intolerable. Every light in the room seemed to pierce directly into his skull. Every sound, even the quietest breathing of the attendants, felt like thunder. Lin Xian pressed his palms against his temples and focused inward, trying to breathe through the pain, but breathing only made it worse. This isn't normal spiritual exhaustion, Lu Tao said on the third day, her voice tight with concern. His cultivation is fundamentally restructuring. He's breaking through. To what realm? Yu Chun was there, he realized distantly. She was standing by the window, her posture rigid, her expression carefully controlled. If I had to guess, core formation. Lu Tao applied a cooling cloth to Lin Xian's forehead. His meridians are expanding. The qi density in his dantian is increasing by the hour. But the migration from essence condensation to core formation should have been a meditative process, not this. She glanced at him. Whatever he was thinking about in that isolation chamber, it triggered something. The migraine lasted 72 hours. At its peak, on the second night of the fever, Lin Xian hallucinated. He saw Sage King Yun standing at the foot of his bed, her ancient eyes watching him with what might have been pity. She spoke, but he couldn't hear the words over the roaring in his skull. He tried to sit up, tried to ask her something crucial, something about his mother, about the nature of primordial movements, but his body wouldn't respond. When he opened his eyes fully on the fourth morning, the migraine had receded to a dull ache, and something fundamental had changed. His cultivation core felt vast, not larger in a physical sense. His dantian was still the same sphere of compressed qi, but deeper, as if entire dimensions of depth had been added to it. He could sense more, perceive with greater clarity. The ambient qi in the room was visible to him now, threads of spiritual energy woven through the air like silk, and his power had evolved. He reached inward and called up the memory of Su Song's technique, the one his sect brother had demonstrated 6 months ago, the flowing jade sword dance. The movement was crystal clear in his mind, every posture, every transition of weight. But this time, instead of trying to perceive and rewind the technique as if it was happening in front of him, he could recall it. He could hold the image in his mind's eye and analyze it as if Su Song was demonstrating it right now. In this infirmary chamber, he was rewinding from memory. The implications were staggering. He didn't need to be in the presence of a technique's performance anymore. If he'd ever seen it, ever witnessed it once, he could call it to mind and analyze it with his rewind ability, as if encountering it fresh. Lu Tao sensed the shift in his qi. You're stabilizing, she said, relief in her voice. The breakthrough is settling. I've reached core formation, Lin Xian said. His voice was hoarse but steady. Yes, congratulations. Lu Tao handed him water. Though I suspect we all could have done without the fever. You need to eat now. Your body burned through considerable reserves. He drank the water, and it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. Yu Chun had stepped forward during the conversation. She stood beside his bed now, and he could see the exhaustion in her face, the dark circles under her eyes. She'd been here, he realized. Through all 3 days of the migraine, through the hallucinations, she'd been present. You're better, she said. It wasn't quite a question. The breakthrough finished, he said. The migraine is passing. Yes, I'm better. She nodded. Something complicated moved behind her eyes. She turned to Lu Tao. I'll stay with him for a while. You should rest. You haven't left since you brought him here. Lu Tao looked between them both, and there was a flicker of something knowing in her expression, but she simply nodded. Call if he needs anything. After she left, Yu Chin sat in the chair beside his bed. She didn't touch him. She simply sat, and in her sitting was a question that hung between them like unresolved music. You were right, Lin Xian said quietly. About how I've been treating you. About seeing you as someone to protect instead of someone to walk alongside. Yes, Yu Chin said. She didn't soften the word with mercy. I don't know how to stop being afraid for you yet, he continued. I don't know if I can change that instinct. But I'm willing to try. And I need you to know that if you're willing to give me the chance, I will do everything in my power to earn it. To see you clearly. Not as something precious to be guarded, but as the equal you've always been. Yu Chun was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, there's a journey coming. Yu Liang is dying, isn't he? I think so, yes. If I come on that journey, she said, and if you treat me as an equal, if you actually trust me to make my own decisions about risk, about what I can handle, Then we'll talk about more than just earning it. She stood and walked to the door. You need to eat. I'll have food brought up. As she left, Lin Xian felt the weight still there, the unanswered questions still circling. But the migraine had broken something open in him, cleared some space. And beneath the remaining pain, he could feel something like hope. He flexed his fingers experimentally, sensing the new depth of his core, the expanded capacity of his meridians. The power to rewind from memory alone was terrifying. It was also undeniably useful. But more than that, he could feel that his mother's journal was waiting in Yu Liang's chambers. The answers he'd been chasing were close now, close enough that he might finally reach them. He settled back into the bed and waited for the food to arrive, knowing that the next phase was beginning. The journey, the revelation, the truth about what his mother had been searching for when she died. The breakthrough had remade him. Now he would finally understand why. Chapter 88. The preparation. Yu Liang's chambers were quieter than Lin Xian remembered them. The ancient patriarch was sitting by the window, watching the evening clouds, and the sight of him struck something painful in Lin Xian's chest. The change was undeniable. Yu Liang's shoulders had begun to fold inward, as if the weight of years was finally too much to bear. His hair, which had been silver bright just months ago, had faded to something closer to ash. But it was his eyes that betrayed the truth. They were dimmer, the fire in them banked lower. Lin Xian, Yu Liang said, turning from the window. You're recovered. Lu Tao says I'm stable. The breakthrough to core formation is complete. Lin Xian moved into the chamber, closing the door softly behind him. And we both know that's not why you asked me here. Yu Liang smiled, a sad, knowing expression. You were never good at pretense. Even as a child. He gestured to the seat across from him. Sit. Lin Xian sat. For a moment, they simply looked at each other, and Lin Xian could feel the weight of time between them. The years of mentorship and partnership. The bond that had held even when Lin Xian was beginning to understand that his power was something far stranger than either of them had initially believed. I've been acting patriarch for longer than I should have been allowed, Yu Liang said. Longer than is wise for someone with my limitations. He paused. The position needs to fully transfer to you now. Not in title, but in truth. You need to become the center of this sect, not its figurehead. You're stepping down, Lin Xian said. I'm dying, Yu Liang said it without drama. Not immediately, but within months, perhaps. The duel with Elderly, it was more costly than I let anyone see. My dantian is fractured. I can continue to cultivate, but I cannot lead. The energy required to maintain my position as patriarch is diverting qi from the healing I need. He looked at Lin Xian directly. I need you to be ready to accept that burden fully. The sect needs it. And you're ready, now more than ever. Lin Xian felt something settle in his chest. Yu Liang was stepping back from the edge, accepting his mortality. And in accepting it, he was finally trusting Lin Xian completely. There's something else, Yu Liang continued. Sage King Yun cannot remain in the sect for much longer. Her presence is a beacon. Even though the initial wave of external sects has been repelled, there are deeper forces at work. The underground movement, the ancient organization that Gan Rue was part of, they will continue to focus on her. And through her, on you. You want me to move her, Lin Xian said. I want you to take her somewhere safe. There's a place, far from here, that exists in the margins of the spiritual map. A sanctuary prepared long ago for exactly this kind of situation. It's a journey that will take weeks and will be difficult. The path itself is treacherous. Yu Liang leaned forward. But it's also necessary. It will give the sect breathing room. It will give Sage King Yun rest. And it will give you answers. What kind of answers? Lin Xian asked. Yu Liang stood and moved to a shelf carved into the stone wall of his chamber. He withdrew a small, worn journal bound in cloth that had once been deep blue but had faded to the color of old denim. He held it out to Lin Xian. This belonged to your mother, Yu Liang said. She left it in my care before she died, with instructions that I should give it to you when the time was right. I believe that time is now. Lin Xian's hands trembled as he took the journal. The cover was soft from age, the binding slightly loose. He could see his mother's name written on the spine in faded ink. Lin Mei. Read it during the journey, Yu Liang said. But not before. The knowledge it contains, it will change how you understand your power, your purpose, and the choices your mother made. You deserve to understand those things in depth, not in haste. What does it say? Lin Xian asked. That's between you and her, Yu Liang said gently. I've honored her wishes by keeping it safe. Now I'm honoring them by letting it go into your hands. Lin Xian held the journal to his chest. He wanted to open it immediately, devour the pages, finally understand why his mother had died, what she'd been seeking. But he trusted Yu Liang's wisdom. There was reason in waiting, in opening the journal only when he had time and space to absorb what it contained. Who do I take with me? Lin Xian asked. That's your decision, Yu Liang said. But I'd recommend choosing people you trust completely, not necessarily your strongest disciples. Strength in combat won't matter much on that journey. What will matter is trust and resilience and the ability to support each other. Lin Xian thought of the people closest to him. Lu Tao, recovering from war wounds but still capable. Qin Yuan, who had pulled him from isolation simply by sitting beside him. Su Mei, the former spy who had turned her intelligence skills toward protecting the sect. And Yu Chun, who had agreed to the journey, who was giving him a chance. I'll take them, Lin Xian said. All four. And we'll brief Sage King Yin today. Good, Yu Liang said. He placed a hand on Lin Xian's shoulder. You'll do well as patriarch. Better than I did. You have something I lack, the ability to see people as they are, not as they should be. That will serve the sect better than strength ever could. As Lin Xian left the chamber, the journal secure in his hands, he could feel the weight of the responsibility settling on him. He was truly the patriarch now, not just in name. The sect was his, its survival and flourishing now depending on the choices he made. But beneath the weight, there was something else, the profound gift of finally, being able to understand his mother. The answers were waiting. He only had to have the courage to read them. Chapter 89. The road begins. The departure happened quietly, on a morning when the sect was just stirring. Only Lu Tao and a handful of senior disciples knew the true purpose of the journey. To the rest of the Flowing Jade sect, it was explained as an essential transfer of Sage King Yun to a more isolated location, for her recovery and the sect's peace of mind. Lin Xian had gathered his team in the courtyard before dawn. Yu Qin stood with her travel pack at her feet, her dual swords crossed on her back. She dressed practically, dark pants and a tunic that allowed easy movement. Her hair pulled back from her face in a style Lin Xian had learned meant she was ready for combat. She looked at him, and for a moment, no one else existed in the courtyard. Then she glanced away, and the moment was only a moment. We'll travel north through the foothills, Lin Xian said, addressing the group. The sanctuary is beyond the mountain ridge, through territory that's mostly abandoned. We'll camp each night, take turns watching. It will be difficult, but we'll move together. We'll protect each other. Qin Yuan, who had no weapons and carried only a pack with cooking supplies, nodded seriously. Lu Tao, her left arm still not fully healed but her mind sharp as ever, took position beside him. Su Mei, the operative who had become indispensable to their survival, was already scanning the path ahead with the practiced eye of someone used to identifying ambush points and weak positions. Sage King Yun emerged from the main hall last, dressed in simple robes, looking somehow smaller than she had in the meditation chamber. But her eyes were ancient, aware of everything at once. She'd lived 1,000 years before. A few weeks of travel would be nothing to her. The journey begins, she said, and her voice carried harmonics that seemed to echo with the weight of centuries. They walked through the morning as the sun climbed higher, moving away from the Flowing Jade sect's protected grounds and into the wild lands beyond. By midday, they'd left all signs of cultivation influence behind. The sky was open, the air tasted of pine, and the only sounds were the ones they made themselves. When evening came, they made camp in a small clearing beside a stream. Su Mei established the perimeter, checking the approaches, while Lu Tao began to prepare food. Qin Yuan had brought dried meat and preserved vegetables, simple food, but nourishing. Sage King Yun sat by the fire, her ancient eyes reflecting the flames. Lin Xian had placed his mother's journal carefully in his pack. He knew what he needed to do, but he wanted to wait until evening, when the others were settled, when the weight of the day's travel had made them tired enough that he could read without the constant attention of the group. After they'd eaten, after Qin Yuan had cleaned the cooking supplies and Lu Tao was checking her meridians for any signs of infection in her wound, Lin Xian withdrew the journal. Yu Chun was sitting on the other side of the fire, her gaze on the darkness beyond the camp's light. I'm going to read for a while, Lin Xian said quietly. My mother left this for me. Yu Chun glanced at him. Something in her expression softened. She nodded and didn't ask questions. Lin Xian opened the journal to its first page. The handwriting was beautiful, precise, his mother's cultivated hand, trained in the traditions of a high family. The first entry was dated 17 years ago, just days before her death. Asterisk. I have finally understood the truth that I've been circling around for the last 5 years. The primordial movements are not techniques of destruction. They are techniques of reorganization. They represent a form of cultivation entirely separate from the spiritual advancement model that all modern sects practice. They're not about gathering qi and condensing it into structures of increasing complexity. They're about seeing the qi that already exists in the world and reshaping it, understanding it at its most fundamental level. Asterisk asterisk. My son has the ability to rewind techniques to their first movement. Everyone assumes this is a power of negation, of unmaking. But what if it's actually the opposite? What if it's the ability to perceive the true nature of a technique before layers of stylization and intent have been added to it? What if his power is teaching him to see cultivation in the primordial way, not as construction, but as revelation of what already exists? Asterisk asterisk. If this is true, then his power isn't dangerous. It's evolutionary. And it's dangerous to those who want cultivation to remain static, controlled, limited to what the sects allow. Asterisk asterisk. I need to speak with the Sage King. I believe she's the only one who can confirm my theory. And if I'm right, then the knowledge I've acquired becomes worth protecting. Worth, perhaps, dying for. Asterisk. Lin Xian's hands went cold. He kept reading. The entries that followed were notes, observations, diagrams of meditation positions. They described his mother's investigation, her growing conviction that everything modern cultivation sects taught was a corruption of older knowledge. She wrote about the dangers of hoarding truth, about how the sects had built themselves by limiting access to the deepest secrets. And then the final entry. Short, urgent, in slightly shakier handwriting than the rest. Asterisk. I'm going to ask Yu Liang to wake the Sage King. I believe she's the only one who can teach me to see what my son already sees. If this works, if the Sage King agrees, then I'll have the knowledge I need to help him truly understand his gift. I'm not afraid. I only wish I could be there to guide him when the time comes. But if things go wrong, if the sects discover what I'm trying to do, I need someone to keep my work safe. Yu Liang has promised he will. And he has promised to give this journal to Lin Xian when the time is right. When he's old enough to understand. When he needs to know that his mother didn't die because she was weak. She died because she was trying to protect the future of cultivation itself. Asterisk. The entry ended. There were blank pages after that, pages that would never be filled. Lin Xian closed the journal. His vision was blurred, his hands shaking. Across the fire, Yu Chun was watching him, and he could see that she understood something of what he'd just read in his expression. His mother hadn't died investigating primordial movements in some academic sense. She'd been seeking the Sage King. She'd been trying to unlock the deepest secrets of cultivation itself, motivated by the belief that his power was not a curse but a key to something revolutionary. And that had gotten her killed. The sects, or the underground movement, or both, they'd discovered what she was doing, and they'd made sure she never got the chance to share what she knew. Lin Xian, Sage King Yun's voice cut through the noise in his head. You should know, your mother asked me to teach her. She came to the sealed chamber, with Yu Liang, and she asked me to show her the truth behind the primordial movements. What did you tell her? Lin Xian asked, his voice barely working. The truth, Sage King Yun said. I showed her what I knew. And she understood, as quickly as you are now coming to understand, that your power is not destruction. It is the ability to see the fundamental structure beneath all technique. It is, in many ways, the gift the primordial movements were meant to grant to all cultivators. She was right. She understood what you have yet to fully grasp. Then why didn't you protect her? The question came out sharper than he intended. If she was so important, if her understanding was so critical, why weren't you there when she died? Sage King Yun's ancient eyes were sad. Because I was sealed, Lin Xian. Your mother worked to convince Yu Liang to eventually wake me, but she didn't have time to complete that work before she was killed. I was asleep for another 10 years after her death, locked in the chamber beneath the sect, unable to act, unable to prevent what happened. By the time I understood the full scope of the tragedy, it was too late. The fire crackled between them. The night was vast and full of stars above the clearing, indifferent to tragedy and loss. We're going to finish what she started, Lin Xian said. It wasn't a question. It wasn't even a decision, not really. It was a recognition of a path that had always been waiting for him, even before he was born. Sage King Yun, when we reach the sanctuary, you're going to teach me. Everything you taught my mother. Everything about the primordial movements. Everything about what my power truly is. Yes, Sage King Yun said simply. That was always the intention. Your mother was merely the first step. You are the true heir to that knowledge. Yu Chun had moved to sit beside Lin Xian. She didn't touch him, but she was close enough that he could feel her presence like an anchor. Tomorrow we keep moving, Lin Xian said to the group. Tonight we rest. But he didn't sleep. He lay in his bedroll, his mother's journal clutched to his chest, and watched the stars roll slowly overhead. The weight was still there. The unanswered questions were still circling. But now they had names. Now they had a purpose. His mother had sacrificed everything to begin a revolution in how cultivation was understood. He would finish what she started. And he would do it as the patriarch of Flowing Jade, with people he trusted by his side, walking toward a future that his mother had only glimpsed in her final moments. The road stretched ahead of them, full of danger and revelation. But for the first time since Qin Yuan had broken through the meditation chamber seals, Lin Xian felt something like purpose moving beneath the weight. They would reach the sanctuary. He would learn what his mother had tried to learn. And then, slowly, carefully, he would begin to change what cultivation meant. The journey had begun. Chapter 90. The journal and firelight. The foothills swallowed them as evening fell. Camp was a careful arrangement. Sleeping mats arranged in a rough circle. The fire built low to avoid drawing unwanted attention. The surrounding peaks dark and patient and very, very old. Lu Tao slept propped against a bundled bedroll, his wounded shoulder wrapped tight. Sume sat the first watch at the edge of the firelight, her eyes moving methodically across the darkness. Sage King Yun had retired to her sleeping mat almost immediately, though Lin Xian doubted the ancient cultivator actually slept. She simply ceased, as if presence itself were something one could set aside and retrieve later. Yu Chun had settled with her back to a stone outcropping, her breathing evening into the rhythms of sleep within minutes. Lin Xian sat alone with the journal. He'd held it carefully all day, aware of it the way one is aware of a live coal in a clay dish, something to be minded, not examined. But now, with the camp quiet and the firelight reduced to amber embers and dancing red, he opened it. The cover was soft leather, cream-colored with age. No name inscribed. But the moment he saw the first line of handwriting, something in his chest twisted. Asterisk, these are my observations on the movements that came before names, before sex, before we forgot what cultivation truly meant. Asterisk, his mother's handwriting. Not formal script, but flowing and urgent, like she'd had to set down her thoughts before they escaped. Lin Xian had been 7 when she died. He remembered her face in fragments, the shape of her eyes when she smiled, the specific way she tilted her head when she was thinking. But he'd never seen her writing except in official family documents, formal and restrained. This was different. This was her thinking. He read slowly, turning the pages with careful fingers. The journal wasn't organized. It jumped between observations and theories, passages dated weeks apart. The earliest entry was from 17 years ago, 4 years before his birth. His mother had been investigating something, quietly, without the sect's sanction. Asterisk, the techniques we practice are copies of copies of copies. Each generation smooths the rough edges, refines the form, teaches the elegant conclusion, but no one remembers the first movement. I've begun to think that's intentional. The first movement contains something. A truth, perhaps. Or a door. Asterisk, another passage. Asterisk, Master Chung calls it obsession. He wants me to leave it alone. But I've found patterns in the oldest cultivation texts, things no one else seems to notice. What if the primordial movements aren't destructive? What if they're reorganizational, a completely different form of cultivation than what the sects teach? What if they work with natural law instead of against it? Asterisk, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Reorganizational. That was precisely the word he'd come to understand through his own ability. The feeling of a technique rewinding, not breaking apart, but returning to what it was, moment by moment, down to its foundational shape. His mother had understood something. She'd been reaching for something. Asterisk. I tried again today to request access to the forbidden library. They refused. Lu Tao suggests I'm chasing ghosts. But I know I'm right. The primordial movements aren't a separate path. They're the truth beneath all cultivation. To truly master any technique requires understanding it through the primordial lens. Without that, we're all performing shadows of something greater. Asterisk, the handwriting became more tightly wound, more urgent, as the entries progressed. Time jumps widened. Months between entries. Then, asterisk, I've made contact with someone who might have answers. I cannot write details here, but there are those who remember. There are those who were there when the primordial movements first shaped cultivation. I've heard stories, impossible stories, about the first cultivators, about a time when technique and natural law were indistinguishable. Asterisk, Lin Xian's breath had become shallow. He knew where this was leading. He could feel the vector of the journal's logic, pointing toward an inevitable conclusion. The final entries were dated only 4 months before his mother's death. Her handwriting had become almost frantic, larger, more angular, pressing through the paper. Asterisk, I'm convinced now. The answer I've been searching for isn't in the libraries or the elder councils. It's in a place outside of time or outside of cultivation as we understand it. There are stories of a being who survived from the first age, who witnessed the shaping of all techniques from their origin points. I don't know if such things are real, but if they are, asterisk, the final entry. Lin Xian read it twice before the words fully penetrated his understanding. Asterisk, I'm going to ask you Liang to wake the Sage King. I believe she's the only one who can teach me. If I'm right, if what I've theorized is true, it will change everything. We've been blind for generations. All of us, walking in shadows of shadows. Tomorrow I'll speak to you, Liang. Tomorrow I begin again, this time with eyes open. Asterisk, the entry ended there. No date marked on the final line. No continuation. The journal had been written by a woman investigating an impossible path, pursuing an impossible teacher, driven by the need to understand the truth beneath cultivation itself. A woman who had decided to ask Patriarch Yu Liang to awaken an ancient being. The same Sage King Lin Xian now traveled with, eating from the same fire, sleeping under the same stars. His mother had never gotten to ask. She had died, struck down, murdered, before that conversation could happen. And now he was walking in her footsteps, following the same path toward the same impossible teacher, carrying the same questions, driven by the same pull toward truth. Lin Xian closed the journal carefully and held it against his chest. He didn't hear Yu Chen wake. But sometime later, minutes, or perhaps longer, he became aware of her eyes open, watching him across the dying firelight. She didn't ask questions. She simply looked at him with something like understanding, something like compassion, and then closed her eyes again. He sat with that silence. Eventually, his gaze drifted to where Sage King Yun lay, her ancient form still and peaceful, wearing sleep like a garment she'd learned the habit of. She'd known his mother. She'd been the destination of his mother's final pursuit. And now, impossibly, she was also his, chosen or not. A guide into the same mysteries, a pathway to the same truth his mother had died seeking. Lin Xian opened the journal once more and looked at his mother's final words, letting them settle into him like stones dropped into still water, creating rings that would spread outward for years to come. Then he closed it, held it against his heart, and watched the fire burn down to ash. Chapter 91. The mountain path narrowed as they climbed, the ancient peaks pressing down from either side. Lin Xian could feel them, the scouts, a prickling along his spine, the subtle wrongness of presences tracking their movement. The underground movement didn't intend to let Sage King Yun slip away quietly. They're closer, Lu Tao said, dropping back beside him. His movements were careful, economical, the result of weeks spent nursing a half-healed body. The old warrior's face was lined with the weight of every wound, but his eyes were sharp. Multiple parties, maybe 6 cultivators total. They're trying to box us. Lin Xian nodded, scanning the terrain ahead. The foothills rose into proper mountains here, the stone faces becoming steeper, less merciful. Yu Chen walked near Sage King Yun, matching the ancient woman's measured pace. Sume brought up the rear, her hand resting on a blade she wouldn't hesitate to use. The first attack came without preamble, a volley of arrow-thin formations launched from the cliff face above them. Lu Tao shoved Yu Chen sideways, drawing his sword in the same breath. His blade sang as he cut the formations from the air, but 2 more were already coming. His breathing turned ragged. "Run," he said to Lin Xian, his voice hard. "Get her to the cavern. I'll hold them." "No," Lin Xian started, but Lu Tao was already moving backward, placing himself between the team and the incoming assault. More cultivators emerged from the rocky outcroppings, 5 of them, wearing the silver insignia of the underground movement. Paid mercenaries, probably. Their leader was a woman with a scarred jaw, radiating nascent soul power like heat off summer stone. "Give us the sage, and we let you pass," she called out, her smile cruel. Lin Xian's fists clenched. In his mind, 1,000 techniques blazed in reverse. Rewind, 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 searching for something devastating enough. But Sage King Yun simply placed a hand on his shoulder. "Let him fight," she said quietly. "But fight with him." The scarred woman attacked. Her technique was brutal, a crushing pressure that tried to flatten everything beneath it. Lu Tao's sword met it and held, though the ground cracked beneath his feet. He was breathing hard already, blood beginning to seep through his shirt from where a formation had caught him. Lin Xian stepped forward and his hands moved. He'd seen variations of this technique before. The crushing pressure, seen it used by Lu Tao himself, seen it twisted in dozens of ways across a dozen fights. He reversed it in his mind, felt it snap back to its first movement, saw the flaw. A moment of vulnerability when the pressure was still forming, before it hardened into something irresistible. His own technique struck that moment like a key in a lock. The scarred woman's eyes widened as her attack collapsed inward. She stumbled. The other mercenaries hesitated, and Lu Tao was already moving. His sword cut with the precision of a surgeon, driving 2 of them back. The third tried to flank him and caught a spike of energy from Su Mei's counterstrike. But the scarred woman recovered, and this time there was no patience in her movements. She poured everything into an assault that looked like a storm trying to shred the very air. Lu Tao met it, and his sword broke. The sound of shattering steel seemed to echo down the mountain. Lu Tao dropped to one knee, coughing blood. The scarred woman was already closing in for the killing blow. Yuchen moved. Her hands wove together with practiced grace, and suddenly she was between Lu Tao and the attack. Her healing cultivation had no direct offensive power, but what she did was better. She created a space of perfect stillness around the injured warrior, and the scarred woman's killing strike met a barrier made of pure balance and harmony. The attack dispersed like smoke. Go, Yuchen said, not even turning to look at them. Now, Lin Xian grabbed Lu Tao, hauling him upright. The old warrior's leg wouldn't bear his weight properly. Su Mei threw down covering fire while Sage King Yun, moving with surprising speed, helped support Lu Tao's other side. They ran. The path turned sharply, and they plunged into a ravine cut between two massive stone faces. Behind them, Yu Chun held her barrier steady, her face white with concentration. The scarred woman's attacks came again and again, and each time Yu Chun found the perfect counterpoint, the perfect balance to deflect it. When they rounded the next bend and the terrain became too narrow for easy pursuit, Yu Chun broke her stance and ran to catch them. She was shaking, her hands trembling, but her eyes were clear. They won't follow much farther up, Su Mei said. Not into terrain like this. But Lu Tao was failing. His breath came in shallow gasps, and when Lin Xian looked down at the wound on his leg, he saw bone. Proper bone. Not a fresh injury. An old one that had torn open, hadn't been given time to heal. We have to stop, Lin Xian said. They found a sheltered cove a quarter-mile up the mountain, hidden by an overhang of stone. Yu Chun knelt beside Lu Tao immediately, her hands moving over his wounds with the same grace she'd used in combat. Her cultivation flowed into him, careful and precise. Mending, not fighting. Healing, not killing. Lin Xian watched her work and felt something shift in his chest. The tension between them, the unresolved pain, it hadn't gone away, but for this moment, it was secondary to the simple fact that they were trying to save a life together. Her hands moved over Lu Tao's wounds and Lin Xian supported the old warrior's body. And there was no argument, no tension, just partnership. His leg is bad, Yu Chun said softly. It won't heal properly without weeks of rest. But I can stabilize him. Keep the rot from spreading. Will he live? Su Mei asked. Yes, Yu Chun said, and the certainty in her voice was absolute. Lu Tao's eyes found Lin Xian's. The warrior's face was pale, but there was a ghost of amusement in his expression. Not the glorious last stand I imagined, he muttered. All that blood and I don't even get to die. Not yet, Lin Xian said, and meant it. The sun was setting when Lu Tao finally slipped into healing sleep. Yu Chun kept her hands on his leg, maintaining the mending cultivation, and for the first time since she joined their journey, she didn't pull away when Lin Xian sat close beside her. Thank you, he said. She didn't answer immediately. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet. I didn't do it for you. I know, Lin Xian said. You did it because he matters. I'm just glad we did it together. Yu Chin's hands never stopped moving, never stopped their careful work. But something in her expression softened, just slightly. It wasn't forgiveness. It was better, perhaps, a beginning. Chapter 92. They waited 3 days for Lu Tao to stabilize enough to move. 3 days of moving slowly, of watching their backs for pursuit that never came. The underground movement's mercenaries had fallen back, deterred by terrain and the cost of pushing forward. On the third morning, Sage King Yun found Lin Xian sitting alone on a rocky outcrop, staring out at the mountains ahead. The ancient woman moved with surprising quietness for someone who looked so fragile. You're thinking about your mother, she said. Not a question. Lin Xian's jaw clenched. How did you know? Because I know what's in that journal you read. Yin settled herself on the stone beside him, moving with the careful deliberation of someone accustomed to Ian's. Your mother was brilliant. She understood something about the primordial movements that took me millennia to learn. And she paid the price for that understanding. She died looking for you, Lin Xian said bitterly. Looking to wake you. An elderly killed her before she could. Yes, Sage King Yin said simply. No excuses, no softening. Just acceptance. I refused to wake. I told her the risk was too great, that the world wasn't ready. She tried anyway. I was wrong to refuse. She understood better than I did what was needed. Lin Xian turned to look at her. The Sage King's eyes were ancient and clear, holding the weight of unfathomable years. Your ability, Yun continued, your rewind. You think it's a simple power, yes? You see a technique, and you reverse it, unpeel it, find where it begins and collapse it there. But that's not what you're actually doing. Then what am I doing? Lin Xian asked. Sage King Yun gestured to the mountains around them. Every technique you see is a fragment, a broken piece. A cultivator learns from their master, who learned from their master, and across generations each person adds a little, changes a little, loses a little. What you see is the current form, corrupted by 1,000 retellings. But underneath every fragment is a source, a primordial movement. She drew her finger through the air, and faint lines of golden light traced the motion. The modern lightning strike technique. You've seen it, yes? Your rewind can collapse it. But the lightning strike is only a fragment of a larger primordial movement, one that encompasses not just destruction but creation, not just violence but transformation. Your rewind finds the beginning of the fragment. But what if you could see sideways? Sideways, Lin Xian echoed. Not backwards to the first movement of what you're watching, but across to the original primordial movement it derives from. Yun's smile was ancient and knowing. Your mother spent 10 years studying this. She called it lateral perception. The ability to see not just a technique's beginning, but its source. Where it came from. What it was before it broke. Lin Xian felt the world tilt. His entire understanding of his power, built across months of desperate training and combat, suddenly seemed like he'd been reading by candlelight when the sun was always available. Every cultivator in the world has seen a fragment, Yun said. But only people who study the primordial movements can perceive the whole. Your rewind is accidentally approaching this. You deconstruct a fragment. Imagine if you could deconstruct it not into its original form, but into the movement it was broken from. Can you teach me this? Lin Xian asked, urgency clawing at his chest. Yes, Sage King Yun said. But not yet. You're not ready to see what you'd be seeing. The human mind has limits. We're much more fragile than you think. Your mother understood this. She spent years preparing. And even with that preparation, when she got close to full primordial understanding, the Sage King trailed off, her ancient eyes suddenly sad. Let us say that the price of knowledge is sometimes steeper than the purchase. Lin Xian thought of his mother's journal, the handwriting becoming increasingly erratic, the ideas more abstract and desperate. He thought of her searching, seeking, pushing deeper into something she barely understood. How long until I'm ready, he asked. A year, Sage King Yun said. Perhaps 2. We'll know when your mind stops breaking every time you push too hard. My mind breaks. Lin Xian felt ice in his stomach. Not truly breaks. But when you approach too close to lateral perception, your consciousness fractures. Small fractures. You experience it as confusion, as moments where you lose track of yourself. It will get worse as you get stronger, unless you learn to structure your awareness properly. She stood, her movements precise and unhurried. Your mother called them clarity breaks. She had 17 of them in her last year of research. And then she died. Lin Xian watched her walk back toward the camp, leaving him alone with the weight of that revelation. His power, which had felt like a gift, suddenly seemed like a curse wearing a gift's disguise. A path that his mother had walked, that had consumed her, that might consume him too. But as he stared out at the mountains, he felt something crystallize inside him. His mother had walked this path. Sage King Yun was still here, still teaching, still believing it was worth the price. And if the underground movement was this desperate to capture the Sage King, it meant someone understood the value of what Yun carried. Lin Xian stood and walked back to camp. There was a year ahead of him, maybe 2. Years of preparation before he could truly understand what his power meant. But he would walk that path. For his mother. For himself. For whatever he might become. Chapter 93. Qin Yuan developed a fever on the morning of the 5th day. It started small, a slight flush to his cheeks, a tremor in his hands when he thought no one was watching. By evening, he was burning, his eyes glassy, his movements uncoordinated. Yu Chen examined him and shook her head grimly. Not an infection from his wounds, she said. It's the mountain sickness. The elevation changed. His body is fighting the thin air. They found a village nestled in a protected valley, small and humble, built around a central spring. The people here were ordinary, farmers and herbalists and merchants, untouched by the great cultivation sections. They took one look at Qin Yuan's fever and nodded sympathetically. Happens to travelers, the village elders said. He directed them to a healer named Meng Si. She was younger than Lin Xian expected, maybe 5 years older than him, with competent hands and kind eyes. She took one look at Qin Yuan and immediately began preparing medicines, moving through the small healing room with the confidence of someone who'd done this 1,000 times before. Mountain sickness, she said, as if confirming what she already knew. He'll be fine with rest and the right herbs. I have ginger root that grows only up here. It works better than anything from the lowlands. She kept Qin Yuan in her healing room. The team would have left immediately, but Sage King Yun simply sat down at the healer's table and announced they would stay. Lin Xian didn't argue. They needed time to rest anyway, and Lu Tao was still barely able to walk. Over 3 days, Qin Yuan recovered, and Lin Xian began to understand what was happening when he watched Qin Yuan smile at Meng Si. Really smile. the kind of unguarded expression he'd never made before. The old merchant's son had spent his entire life in the shadow of greater things. He'd traveled with Lin Xian out of loyalty, out of duty, out of a sense that the mission was important. But he'd never been important himself. Not really. In Meng Xi's healing room, measuring out herbs and telling stories of the village, he was. "You're leaving soon," Meng Xi said to him on the third night, and it wasn't a question. Lin Xian watched from the doorway as she and Qin Yuan sat by the window, watching the stars emerge. "Tomorrow, I think," Qin Yuan said quietly. "We have to reach the cavern. There's something important waiting there." Meng Xi nodded, unsurprised. She'd probably healed dozens of travelers, had probably watched them leave dozens of times. "Will you come back?" Qin Yuan was silent for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was different, older somehow, more settled. "I don't think so, but I'm going to stay, if you'll have me." Lin Xian heard the words and understood immediately what that meant. The next morning, Qin Yuan made an announcement at breakfast. "I'm not going any further," he said simply. "I'm staying here." No one spoke at first. Then Yu Chen set down her cup. "You're sure?" "I'm sure," Qin Yuan said. He looked at Lin Xian, and there was no apology in his expression. Just certainty. "I was never meant to be a cultivator, Lin Xian. I was never going to be strong enough to matter in the world of sects and power. But I can have a life here. I can learn to be a healer like Meng Xi, or a merchant, or just a man who helps people be healthy. That matters too." Lin Xian felt something crack open in his chest. Qin Yuan had been with him since the beginning, since they were both nobody, before power had found them. Losing him felt like losing a part of his own history. "You'll be safe here?" he asked. "Safer than anywhere else in the world right now," Qin Yuan said. "Meng Xi's family has lived in this village for 3 generations. The underground movement doesn't know it exists. And honestly, Lin Xian, that's enough for me." They left the next morning. Qin Yuan walked them to the edge of the village and pressed a small package of herbs into Lin Xian's hands. Remedies for the remaining wounds, tonics for stamina, things a merchant would prepare. "Take care of him," Qin Yuan said to Yu Chun and Su Mei. "He's going to need you before everything is done." Then he turned away, back toward the village where Meng Xi was waiting, and Lin Xian watched him go. There was no dramatic confrontation, no betrayal. Just a man choosing the life he'd actually wanted all along. "He'll be happy," Yu Chen said quietly, coming to stand beside Lin Xian. "I know," Lin Xian said. And strangely, that made it easier to bear. They climbed back into the mountains, their group smaller now. But something had shifted. The team that had been bound by circumstance and mission was becoming something else. Bound now by genuine choice, by people who had decided to be together because they wanted to be. It wasn't comforting exactly, but it felt more real. Chapter 90. For the ancient ruins announced themselves by absence. The normal growth of the foothills stopped abruptly, like something had forbidden the land itself to continue. The trees here were wrong, twisted and pale, their branches reaching upward in angles that hurt to look at. The stone beneath their feet was not quite stone, its surface having a quality almost like old bone, smooth and worn by weather that might have lasted millennia. "We're close," Sage Kingyun said. Her voice had changed, taking on a resonance that seemed to come from very far away. "The sealing chambers lie ahead. Reality is thin here. You might see things that aren't quite real, or quite unreal. Don't panic at what you witness." The ruins grew more pronounced. They passed structures that might have been buildings once. Immense blocks of pale stone arranged in patterns that suggested purpose, but defied immediate understanding. No windows, no doors. Just surfaces and angles that seemed deliberately obscure. Then they reached the entrance to the cavern. It was vast, a mouth in the mountain wide enough to swallow caravans, tall enough that the ceiling disappeared into shadow. But the architecture was what stopped Lin Xian cold. The archway surrounding the entrance was carved in a style that predated everything he'd ever seen. Not the classical proportions of modern construction, but something more fundamental, as if whoever had built this had understood geometry at a level deeper than calculation. Light moved wrong inside the cavern. It bent and shifted, creating pools of illumination that didn't match any obvious source. Shadows fell at angles that contradicted the light. In some places, the ground seemed solid and then would shimmer like water, before re-solidifying into stone. "The seal is weakening," Sage Kingyun said, and for the first time, Lin Xian heard concern in her ancient voice. "The barriers between this place and the deeper realms are becoming thin. It's hastening my rest. Which is good. We must hurry." They descended into the cavern. The deeper they went, the stranger reality became. Lin Xian saw light moving in fractional directions, saw distance collapse and expand, saw stone that seemed to exist in more dimensions than 3. His eyes hurt trying to focus on it. His mind recoiled. "Don't resist it," Yu Chen said, gripping his hand. Feel it like a current and flow with it. That's what healing is, accepting what is and working within it, not against it. He took her advice and found it helped. The strangeness became less alien when he stopped trying to make it fit his understanding. The vast central chamber was waiting deeper still. It was enormous, large enough that a city could fit inside and still have room to echo. The ceiling was so high that it too dissolved into shadow and strange light. In the center of the chamber was a structure that hurt to describe. Not quite a building, not quite a formation, something that existed as much in concept as in stone. "This is where I was first sealed," Sage King Yun said, her voice small in the vastness. 10,000 years ago, before the world knew to fear me, before the primordial movements became forbidden. She walked toward the central structure, and Lin Xian followed. Behind them, Lu Tao favored his good leg, and Su Mei kept watch as if habit demanded it even in this place that seemed to exist outside normal threats. The structure was a chamber, a vast underground lake of liquid silver that might have been mercury or might have been something more fundamental. Around it, in circular formations, were seats or thrones carved from the pale ancient stone. And standing before the largest of them, Sage King Yun knelt, not in submission, in blessing. "This is where I'll wait," she said. "The walls here will hold the seal. The liquid will preserve me. And when the time comes, when the world is ready to learn of primordial movements openly, when there is someone who can teach them, I will wake again." She turned to Lin Xian, and her ancient eyes held something that might have been hope. "Rest here tonight," she said. "Tomorrow, I will tell you the final truth, and then you will choose." Chapter 95. The chamber was silent. Outside the vast cavern, Lin Xian could hear the wind moving through incomprehensible geometry. Inside, there was only the sound of breathing and the faint susurration of silver liquid moving in its basin. Yu Chun had fallen asleep against Lu Tao's shoulder, both of them exhausted from the journey. Su Mei sat at the cavern mouth, keeping vigil, which left Lin Xian alone with Sage King Yun before the Silver Lake and its ancient thrones. "Your mother understood something," the Sage King began, "that most cultivators never grasp. Techniques aren't separate from the world. They're expressions of it, fragments of something larger. Lateral perception," Lin Xian said, "seeing the original primordial movement, not just the broken piece." "Yes," Yun said, "and when you develop that ability, truly develop it, you will understand why it's so dangerous. Because once you can perceive the primordial movements, you can begin to reconstruct them. And once you can reconstruct them, you can reshape them, transform them into something new." Yun stood and walked to the edge of the Silver Lake. "The reason the old sects fear me isn't that I'm powerful. It's that I know how to rewrite the fundamental structures of cultivation itself. And knowing that, I had a vision. I could teach others to do the same. Over generations, we could rebuild cultivation from first principles, create a system that wasn't based on domination and hierarchy, but on balance and understanding." She turned back to face him. "Your mother wanted to carry that vision forward, but she couldn't because she died before reaching true mastery. That's where you come in. You want to teach me," Lin Xian said slowly. "Fully teach me. Lateral perception, primordial reconstruction, all of it." "Yes," Yun said, "but I need you to understand something first. The person you are now, built on your current incomplete understanding of your power, shaped by everything that's happened to you in this journey, that person will not survive the full teaching." Silence. "When you develop lateral perception, your entire consciousness will shift. You'll stop perceiving the world the way you do now. You won't think the same way. Your relationships will change because you'll see them from an entirely different perspective. Your fears will be replaced by concerns you can't currently imagine. Your desires will transform. You will, for all practical purposes, cease to exist." Lin Xian felt the weight of that settle on him like stone. "You're asking me to die," he said. "I'm asking you to die as yourself and be reborn as something greater," Yun corrected. "But the distinction doesn't matter much, does it? Either way, the Lin Xian standing before me will be gone." Lin Xian thought of his mother's journal, thought of her growing clarity breaks, her mind struggling against the expanding perception. He thought of the weight in his chest when Qin Yuan walked away back to simple human happiness. He thought of Yu Qin sleeping against Lu Tao's shoulder, not trusting him yet, but trusting enough. He thought of the world as it was, ruled by fear, controlled by sects that hoarded knowledge, where cultivators climbed over each other for scraps of power. "Can you teach them?" he asked. "If I undergo this transformation, if I learn everything you have to teach, can I teach others? Can I create what my mother wanted?" "You could," Yun said. "But that person, the one who does that, won't be you. It will be someone else wearing your face." Lin Xian was quiet for a long time. He looked back at Yu Chun, sleeping soundly for the first time since the underground movement's pursuit had begun. He looked at Lu Tao, whose wounds were slowly healing, who would live because of choices made together. He looked at Su Mei, keeping watch even in this place of safety. He thought of Qin Yuan, choosing happiness. And he thought of his mother, walking a path that had consumed her, that had led to her death, but that had also been driven by belief. Belief that the world could change. Belief that someone needed to do the work even if it cost everything. Yes, Lin Xian said. The word hung in the cavern, and for a moment, the strange light seemed to brighten. Sage King Yun's ancient face registered something that might have been sorrow, or might have been approval, or might have been both. The training will take time, she said. Months at least, perhaps longer. When you emerge from it, you will not remember choosing this. You will wake as something new, something other. But you will carry forward what needs to be carried. You will be the bridge between the old world and whatever comes next. She gestured to one of the other thrones, carved in smaller proportions. Sit. Close your eyes. Open your perception sideways, as we've practiced. And let go of being yourself. Lin Xian walked forward. Behind him, he could hear Yu Chen stirring, as if she sensed something was changing. But he didn't turn back. He couldn't. The person who might have wanted to say goodbye was already fading. He sat on the ancient throne, its stone still warm from millennia. He closed his eyes. And in the vast cavern beneath the ancient mountains, surrounded by the remnants of civilizations that had come before and would come after, he opened his perception sideways. The world inverted. And Lin Xian, whoever that was, ceased to exist. Chapter 96. Unraveling the cavern fell silent as Sage King Yun gestured for Lin Xian to sit. It was a simple gesture, calm, inevitable. The kind of gesture that might have preceded a conversation, but didn't. Instead, Yin closed his eyes, and Lin Xian felt the world compress. The meditation began without warning. Yin didn't teach. He created a space of absolute stillness and asked Lin Xian to exist within it. No words, no guidance. Just sit and perceive. Lin Xian obeyed because he'd promised. Because the version of himself that would refuse to suffer was already dying. On the first day, he discovered that his senses were the problem. His eyes, trained by years of technique reading, saw movements in elegant, logical sequences. His meridians, refined through cultivation, received power in orderly progressions. His mind, shaped by genius and study, constructed frameworks of understanding. All of it was wrong. Stop thinking, Yin said once, without opening his eyes. Your intelligence is a cage here. You're trying to capture what cannot be caught. Lin Xian pushed deeper into the meditation. He tried to empty himself of what he knew. Technique, movement, progression. He tried to let them dissolve. It was like trying to unlearn how to see. The harder he pushed, the more violently his training reasserted itself. Every attempt to perceive without understanding collapsed back into the familiar architecture of his own mind. By the third day, he was exhausted. By the fifth, he was breaking. The disorientation was worse than pain. His perception would slip into a space where nothing made sense, where the idea of technique itself became alien, incomprehensible. Then his mind would snap back to safety, reconstructing the world in familiar terms. The whiplash happened 100 times a day. Each return to clarity felt like drowning being interrupted by gasping for air, only to drown again. Yuchen watched him during the rest periods. She'd sit across from him, and he could see the question in her eyes. Is this worth it? Is he still in there? He didn't have an answer. There was less of him to answer with every cycle. The primordial movement is not refined, Yin explained once, on the 8th day, when Lin Xian could barely sit upright. It is foundational. Raw. A cultivator who perceives at your level sees technique as architecture, beautiful, logical, built stone by stone. The primordial movement is the stone itself, before any hand has shaped it, before any mind has imposed order. How do I perceive stone? Lin Xian whispered. You stop perceiving architecture, Yin said simply. The meditation stretched. Hours became days, became a timeless blur. Lin Xian's body ached in ways that cultivation couldn't quite remedy. The pain was too fundamental, too rooted in the dissolution of his sense of self. He'd meditate, and his consciousness would float and fray. He'd emerge, and for a few precious minutes, he'd remember what it felt like to be simply himself, simply alive. Then he'd sit again, and the dissolution would resume. Lu Tao tried to help once. He brought Lin Xian tea, sat beside him. You're still here, Lu Tao said, as if certainty could anchor him. But Lin Xian wasn't sure that was true anymore. On the 15th day, he experienced something new. As he meditated, his perception slipped into that borderless space where nothing made sense, and he stayed there. He didn't snap back to the familiar framework. Instead of drowning, he found himself moving in the strange waters, learning to navigate by non-sight, understanding through dissolution. He perceived a fragment of technique, meaningless to normal sight, floating in the void. Instinctively, his mind tried to build meaning around it. Then he released that impulse. What remained was something indescribable. Not a movement, not a form, a potential, an originating impulse. The fragment was like a drop of water that contained the memory of oceans. It lasted for seconds. It felt like hours. When he opened his eyes, he found that the cavern had shifted. Or he had. Either way, nothing was quite the same. His hands looked like his hands, but he perceived them differently. Not as instruments his mind controlled, but as expressions of something deeper, more primary. You're beginning to see, Yin said. The training intensified. Now that Lin Xian had touched the state, Yin pushed him to hold it longer, to perceive more clearly within it. The meditation sessions stretched to 12 hours, 14 hours. Lin Xian would emerge from them drained beyond anything cultivation could restore. His genius, his speed of understanding, these were liabilities now. They pulled him back to the familiar architecture, away from the dissolution. What he needed was surrender. He tried to surrender. He sat in silence for hours and let his mind empty itself of frameworks, of strategies, of the clever thought patterns that had always served him. The effort was immense. Every moment, his brilliance would reassert itself, offering to solve the problem, and he'd have to push it away again, like drowning while deliberately not swimming. By the 20th day, he'd lost weight. His eyes had a hollow quality. Yuchen barely spoke to him anymore, sensing that any interaction would pull him back toward the surface. And still, Yin was patient. The transformation is not over. You're halfway through the unraveling. The building of the new self comes next. Lin Xian nodded, though he was no longer certain there would be a self worth building. The pain had become something he existed within rather than something he experienced. He sat in meditation, dissolving further, and somewhere in the depths of his consciousness, the boy who'd been Lin Xian, clever, driven, full of ambition and fear, seemed to be drowning, finally and completely. It was almost peaceful, now that the drowning had become inevitable. Chapter 97. The vertical sight. It happened on the morning of the 24th day. Lin Xian was meditating when Yuchun entered the chamber. She moved in a way she often did, a casual kata, a single flowing technique that she'd practiced so many times it required almost no attention. Normally, Lin Xian would have read it without thinking. 7 movements. A cultivator-ranked technique, elegant and efficient. Something she'd learned years ago and refined through repetition. But he wasn't seeing horizontally anymore. His perception opened like an eye that faced a different direction entirely. And what he saw made him gasp. The technique she was displaying, that 7-step form he'd seen 1,000 times, was not itself. It was a variation. A beautiful, refined expression of something much deeper. And beneath that understanding, he perceived not the origin of her technique, but the primordial movement from which it had been spawned. And then, his sight expanded vertically. In a single disorienting moment, he perceived 17 other variations of that same primordial movement. Not variations she had learned or could learn. Variations that existed as pure potential, woven into the fabric of cultivation itself. Some were more aggressive. Some emphasized grace. Some were optimized for different meridian structures. All of them were equally real, equally valid, all emerging from the same primordial seed. He saw them all at once. The experience was not like learning. It was not like understanding. It was like seeing a color he'd never had a name for, and realizing that he'd been colorblind his entire life, and that the world had always contained this hue, waiting for his perception to expand enough to notice. He gasped and opened his eyes. Yuchen was still mid-form. She froze, reading the change in him instantly. Lin Xian. He couldn't find the word. Your technique. He closed his eyes again, and the vertical sight was still there. He could perceive every variation again, all 17 paths branching from that single primordial root. He could see how each one would flow if a cultivator chose to follow it. He could see the strengths and weaknesses of each path without ever having practiced them. When he opened his eyes again, Yuchun was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Fear and pride, mixed together. You're seeing it, she said, aren't you? The way Sage King Yin sees. The way your mother. She didn't finish. She didn't need to. I'm not the same, Lin Xian said quietly. He meant it in a way that transcended words. He could feel it in the structure of his consciousness. Something fundamental had reorganized itself. His perception was no longer his own. It belonged to something larger, deeper, older. He stood. His body felt strange, as though the meat and bone that composed it were merely expressions of something more primary. He looked at his hands and perceived them differently, not as things he moved, but as manifestations of an impulse that was no longer entirely his own. Come, he said to Yuchun. Show me another technique. She moved, and he perceived again. This time, instead of confusion at the multiplicity, he felt a strange kind of peace. Every variation existed. Every path was real. The cultivators of the world were moving through a landscape of infinite possibility, and most of them would never see it. They would walk a single path, thinking it was the only one available. But he would see them all now, forever. Sage King Yin opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xian with something like recognition. The apprentice has become the master's peer, he said. How do you feel? Lin Xian considered the question. How did he feel? He felt full of sight, the vertical sight that let him perceive infinite variations beneath the surface of each technique. His understanding had expanded beyond anything he'd imagined possible. He could see the deep currents that ran beneath all cultivation, the primordial movements from which every technique was born. But he also felt empty. The person who would have been amazed by this revelation, the clever boy who had loved the mystery of technique, the ambitious cultivator who had wanted to rewind every motion to its source, that person was mostly gone. What remained could perceive the wonder, but could not feel it. It was like seeing a sunrise through thick glass. Intellectually comprehensible, emotionally absent. I'm something else now, Lin Xian said. The change is complete. I'm not who I was. Yu Chun crossed the distance between them and touched his face. For a moment, he thought she might cry. Instead, she simply looked at him and said, I can see it. You're like seeing something very old and very young at the same time. Like watching a sword that's been folded 1,000 times. He didn't smile. The expression felt inappropriate for what he had become. But he inclined his head, acknowledging her perception. Rest, Sage King Yun said. Tomorrow, the integration begins. Your mind and your perception must learn to coexist. That is the final phase. Lin Xian sat, and the vertical sight remained open, showing him the infinite pathways beneath the world's surface. He was full of knowledge now. The emptiness was simply the price of that fullness. It was a price he could live with. He hoped that was still true, once the integration was complete. Chapter 98. The weight of becoming. The journey back to the sect took 7 days. They traveled the long route, avoiding the main roads. Yin had business elsewhere and was moving in a different direction. The four of them, Lin Xian, Yu Chun, Lu Tao, and Su Mei, rode in silence for most of the journey, each with their own thoughts. Lin Xian spent the time integrating. He would ride, and his perception would be open, seeing the vertical branches beneath every technique glimpsed in passing, every movement, every gesture. The world had become a library of possibilities. A beggar's fighting stance contained primordial movements he'd never witnessed. A swordmaster's kata branched into variations that extended beyond imagining. The gift was exhausting. By the third day, Yu Chen started asking him questions. Can you teach us? The others? Can they learn to perceive this way? Lin Xian considered it carefully. Some might. The training is severe. It requires dissolution first. You have to be willing to stop being yourself in order to become something larger. Would you recommend it? Lu Tao asked. No, Lin Xian said simply. The answer surprised him with its certainty. The gain is real, but the cost is higher than most people can bear. I chose it because I was desperate, because I had lost almost everything already, and transformation seemed like the only escape left. He paused. The person you are before the training and the person you become after. There's no continuity between them. It's not growth. It's replacement. Su Mei, who had been quiet, spoke up. Do you regret it? Lin Xian looked at her. It was a direct question, the kind that his old self would have dodged. His new self had no reason to dodge. No, he said, but I also can't quite remember what it felt like to be myself. So I don't know if I'd regret it if I could. The person who would regret it is dead. The conversation ended there. But Yu Chen watched him for the rest of the journey with an expression that troubled him in a way he couldn't quite identify. It was admiration mixed with sorrow, pride mixed with fear. The way you might look at someone you love who's being slowly transformed into something beautiful and monstrous. When they finally crested the final ridge overlooking the sect, Yu Liang was waiting. The old patriarch stood alone on the mountainside, silhouetted against the afternoon sky. His posture was still strong, but something in his bearing suggested he had been waiting for a long time. Lin Xian dismounted and approached him. Yu Liang studied his face for a long moment. Then, without preamble, he spoke. You've become what your mother was meant to be. How do you feel? The question was heavier than its words suggested. It wasn't asking for a mood or an emotional state. It was acknowledging transformation. It was recognizing the sacrifice. And it was, Lin Xian understood, Yu Liang's way of apologizing for what he'd asked of him. Lin Xian took a breath. He considered lying, offering comfort. But that was something his old self would have done. Empty, he said. Full of sight, but empty of myself. Yuliang nodded as though this was exactly what he'd expected to hear. There was no judgment in his face, only recognition. Come, the old patriarch said. The sect council is waiting, and you have much to understand about what it means to carry primordial sight in a world of ordinary perception. They walked together toward the sect gates. Lin Xian's perception was open, and he could see the techniques of the guards who bowed to him, could perceive the primordial movements beneath their training, could see 17 different paths each one might have taken. The gift was overwhelming and cold and perfect. Behind him, Yuchen was watching. He felt her eyes on his back as they descended. She was mourning him, he realized. Even as she celebrated what he'd become, some part of her was grieving the version of him that had died in that cavern. He wanted to comfort her. He found he no longer knew how. Chapter 99. The investiture. The ceremony took place in the Great Hall 3 days later. The sect had been without a true patriarch for weeks. Yuliang had been holding the position as placeholder, maintaining stability while the world had been in chaos. But that had always been temporary. Everyone had known that someone needed to take the seat. Everyone had assumed that someone would be Lin Xian. The ritual was ancient. Lin Xian knelt before the ancestral altar while Yuliang performed the formal investiture, speaking words that had been spoken for generations. The patriarch seal, a carved jade disc inscribed with primordial symbols that Lin Xian could now actually perceive, was placed in his hands. When he rose, the sect bowed. He expected to feel something like triumph. The position represented everything he'd been working toward. He was no longer an elder or a chosen successor. He was the patriarch. The entire sect's authority flowed from him now. Instead, he felt the weight. The vertical sight remained open. He could perceive the primordial movements beneath the techniques of every cultivator in the hall. He could see their doubts and their hopes. He could see the paths they might take, all branching into infinite variations. The responsibility for all those paths suddenly felt vast and crushing. After the ceremony, the leadership gathered in the private chambers, the high elders, the division heads, the advisors who had guided the sect through the crisis. They looked at him with different eyes now. This was no longer the prodigy who had solved the immediate problem. This was the patriarch, the embodiment of the sect itself. The war is over, Elder Chen said. The conspiracy is broken. The demon cult has scattered. We have a moment of peace, perhaps the first we've had in years. What should we do with it? Someone asked. The question was directed at Lin Xian. He opened his mouth to respond, then paused. In his old life, he would have had a strategy immediately. He would have seen a dozen paths forward, would have calculated the probabilities, would have proposed the optimal course. Now he saw infinite paths, and they all led somewhere, none of them wrong, all of them carrying hidden consequences he could perceive but not fully predict. Stabilize, he said finally. Strengthen our foundations. Train our cultivators in depth rather than in breadth. The world will always have enemies. What matters is that we are ready for them. It was not a brilliant strategy, but it was steady. It was honest. And somehow, that seemed appropriate for the person he had become. The meeting ended. The elders bowed and filed out. Yuliang remained behind, waiting until they were alone. I'm retiring to the West Tower, the old patriarch said without preamble. My time is ending. I've held too many secrets, made too many hard choices. The sect needs someone with clearer eyes. You could stay, Lin Xian offered. Advise. I'm new to this. I'll need guidance. Yuliang smiled. A real smile, sad and knowing. You have primordial sight now. You don't need guidance from someone who only perceives horizontally. And frankly, the weight of what I've been carrying. I'm too tired to put it down carefully. I need to simply let it rest. He placed a hand on Lin Xian's shoulder. You'll be fine. Better than fine. You'll be what the sect needs. But you'll never be what you were before. Hold that loss close. It's important to remember. Then he was gone, leaving Lin Xian alone in the patriarch's chambers. The seat itself was simple, carved wood, nothing elaborate. But it held the weight of generations. Lin Xian sat in it and opened his perception fully. He could see the primordial movements that had been woven into the sect's foundations. He could perceive the philosophical architecture that held thousands of cultivators in something like unity. It was beautiful and terrible and immensely lonely. He sat there until night fell, holding the patriarch's seal, feeling the vast responsibility settle into the empty space where his old self used to be. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. But tonight, he could sit and simply exist in the solitude of his own transformation. It was enough. Chapter 100. The keeper of the archive beyond the delegation arrived on Lin Xian's first official day as patriarch. They came without warning, materializing in the outer courtyard as though they had simply decided to be present and reality had agreed with them. There were 5 of them, dressed in clothes that seemed to exist slightly out of phase with normal time. Not quite gray, not quite translucent, but something between the two states. The captain of the guard reported the intrusion immediately. They say they wish to speak with the patriarch. They claim they have been expecting to meet you. Lin Xian felt something like anticipation. His primordial sight was already reaching toward them, trying to perceive the primordial movements that composed them, and finding almost nothing. That alone was remarkable. It had been so long since he'd encountered a technique or a person whose nature he couldn't read. He ordered them brought to the council chamber, but not as prisoners. They entered with the dignity of equals, or perhaps of sovereigns visiting a lesser power. The one who spoke stepped forward with the slow, deliberate movement of something very old. Lin Xian, they said. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. Simply present, like the observation of fact. I am the keeper of the archive beyond. My order has been watching your transformation with interest. The archive beyond. Lin Xian gestured for them to sit. They declined with a gesture. A library that exists in the spaces between cultivation. A repository of primordial techniques, documented and preserved across millennia. Knowledge that has been sealed away, hidden from the common world, waiting for someone capable of perceiving them to finally emerge. The keeper stepped closer. Lin Xian's sight reached for them again and found, not emptiness, exactly, but something that existed at a frequency his perception couldn't quite lock onto. It was profoundly disorienting. We've been waiting for someone like you, the keeper continued. Someone with primordial sight. Someone brilliant enough and desperate enough to undergo true transformation. Someone who can perceive the depths and is no longer bound by the fragile ego that usually prevents such perception. What do you want? Lin Xian asked. Access, the keeper said simply. We are offering you access to our library. The complete collection of primordial techniques, documented and preserved. Knowledge that would place you centuries ahead of any other cultivator. Power that could reshape the world. Understanding that goes back to the foundations of cultivation itself. They paused, letting the weight of the offer settle. In exchange, you allow us to document your perception process. You become the bridge between sealed knowledge and the world. We record everything about how you see, how you think, how you integrate primordial understanding. You become the proof that such knowledge can be safe in mortal hands. Lin Xian felt the temptation immediately. It was almost physical, the promise of knowledge, of understanding that went beyond even what he'd achieved. To see not just the primordial movements beneath techniques, but to access the original library that contained them all. The cost was precise too. It was control. It was allowing his perception to be studied, analyzed, documented. It was transforming from a person into a research subject. Why, he asked. Why does your archive care about spreading this knowledge? The keeper seemed to smile, though there were no visible features that suggested they were doing so. Because knowledge, sealed away, is knowledge that dies. And because the world is changing, and sealed knowledge will matter soon. Very soon. There are those who are beginning to perceive primordial movements without training, without suffering the kind of transformation you endured. They're crude about it, dangerous. We would prefer a guided path. We would prefer someone we can work with, someone we can trust to understand the weight of what they carry. There it was. The offer hung in the air, complex and seductive and dangerous. Lin Xian looked at the keeper. He reached with his primordial sight and found that he still couldn't quite perceive what they were. The archive beyond, whatever it was, existed at a level of reality that his new perception could sense, but not fully comprehend. I need time to consider, he said. The keeper inclined their head. Of course, but not too much time. The window is closing. There are others who seek to unlock primordial knowledge, and they are not as careful as we are. Some are already succeeding. They turned to leave, then paused. One more thing, Lin Xian. The person you were before your transformation, the one who would have said yes immediately, seeking knowledge at any cost, that person is dead. The person you are now might be wise enough to refuse. That growth itself is valuable. Choose carefully. They departed as silently as they had arrived, stepping sideways out of reality and simply ceasing to be present. Lin Xian sat alone in the council chamber, holding the patriarch's seal, feeling the weight of choice. Access to the archive beyond. Knowledge that could remake the world. Power beyond imagining. Or the preservation of whatever autonomy remained in a person who was already no longer quite himself. The afternoon light fell across the empty chamber. The vertical sight remained open, showing him infinite branches of the future, infinite paths he might take. None of them were simple. All of them led toward transformation. He set the seal on the table before him and closed his eyes. The question hung unanswered, waiting in the silence. Chapter 101. The terms of knowledge. The chamber beyond the archive had no edges. It existed in a space that primordial sight could perceive but ordinary vision could not. a fold in the world where the keeper of the archive kept the universe's oldest knowledge in perfect suspension. Lin Xian stood at the center of this impossible place, and for the first time in months, he did not feel overwhelmed by what he could perceive. The keeper stood before him, still that figure of indeterminate age and origin, still radiating the patient weight of someone who had seen epics crumble and reform. The offer hung in the air between them like a scent that wouldn't dissipate. Access to complete primordial techniques, the keeper said. No filtering, no redaction. Every method of sight, every technique for reshaping reality that the first cultivators developed. You could reach depths of power that mortals cannot imagine. Lin Xian was patriarch now. Flowing Jade Sect had bowed to him not out of compulsion, but out of genuine acknowledgement that no one else had achieved what he had achieved. Yu Liang had retired into a private tower to meditate. The council had voted unanimously, and he had accepted because he understood what it meant. Power required responsibility, even when that power was the ability to rewind any technique to its beginning. But he had also seen what his mother had become. No, Lin Xian said quietly. The word fell into that impossible space and seemed to expand, filling every crevice. The keeper's expression did not change. You refuse. I do. Lin Xian took a step forward. The primordial sight that wrapped around him like a second skin, the sight that made him feel hollow and full simultaneously, focused completely on the keeper. He could see the layers beneath the keeper's form now, the ancient mechanisms that held this being together. You're offering me a burden disguised as an opportunity. That is often the nature of truth, the keeper replied. Burdens and opportunities are frequently indistinguishable. Perhaps, Lin Xian had rehearsed this moment in his mind 1,000 times during his training with Sage King Yun. Not rehearsed. He had lived it. He had felt it. In that space where meditation transcended the boundaries of sequential time. But I watched my mother die because she accepted every tool that was offered to her. She never questioned whether she should use something, only whether she could. The keeper waited. I'll document my understanding of primordial techniques, Lin Xian continued, his voice steady. I'll investigate them. I'll develop methods of safe access to this knowledge. But I'll do it on my terms, in my time, with the understanding that some doors should remain closed until the world, and those who walk it, are ready to pass through them. And if the world is never ready, then those doors stay closed. Lin Xian felt something crystallize inside him as he spoke. This was what patriarchy meant. Not domination, not possession of secrets. Guardianship. The Flowing Jade Sect will be the guardian of this knowledge, not your library. I'm not for trade. My understanding is not currency to be exchanged. It's a responsibility to be managed. He saw something flicker across the keeper's face. Not anger, not disappointment. Recognition, perhaps, or the acknowledgement of a worthy refusal. You've changed, the keeper said. The boy who entered my archive would have accepted without hesitation. The boy didn't understand what acceptance meant. Lin Xian turned to leave. I've seen what happens when power is hoarded. I've also seen what happens when it's distributed without wisdom. There's a third path, one where knowledge is preserved, studied, and shared only with those who understand its weight. The keeper did not stop him. By the time Lin Xian reached the threshold between worlds, he heard the voice one final time, distant and echoing. You're rejecting the future. He paused at the threshold, but did not turn back. The world will change whether you help guide it or resist it. Others will seek what you have. Others will come for you, wanting to know what you know, wanting to take what you've achieved. Be ready, Lin Xian. Wisdom and rejection are not the same thing. Lin Xian stepped through into the light of the outer world. Chapter 102. The weight of being seen 3 days after the keeper's departure, Lin Xian sat in his tower. His tower now, the patriarch's tower, still strange to speak of in those terms, and understood that his refusal had changed nothing about his fundamental situation. It had only clarified it. The keeper's warning had taken root in his mind and grown like a dark vine through a garden. He was a target. Before, he had been a rising cultivator, dangerous but not yet transcendent. The sects had been cautious around him, respectful of his technique, but ultimately he was still within the framework of normal cultivation hierarchy. Even his mastery of the rewind had fit into existing power structures. It was unusual, yes. Extraordinary, certainly. But comprehensible. Primordial sight was different. It was a fundamental alteration of how reality could be perceived. In the wrong hands, or even in the right hands, poorly guided, it could reshape the cultivation world itself. Lin Xian stood on his tower's highest balcony and looked down at Flowing Jade Sect. The disciples moved like figures in a painting. The cultivators trained in the courtyards. The elders debated policy in the halls. All of it was vibrant, real, human in its imperfection and struggle. and he stood apart from it, seeing the layers beneath, seeing the potential vulnerabilities in their formations, seeing the cultivation paths of every individual as clearly as if they were written in light, seeing the future branching out before him in probability clouds. The keeper had been right about one thing. The world would change whether he guided it or resisted it. But there was a third truth, one the keeper had not quite articulated. Others would seek him out. The great sects would send emissaries. The reclusive immortals would take notice. The demonic cultivators who skirted the edges of the world would hear rumors and come hunting. Because what he possessed, true primordial sight, the ability to rewind any technique to its birth, these were things that shifted the fundamental balance of power. He was no longer a cultivator with a special ability. He was a resource to be acquired. A week later, the first test came. An envoy from the Celestial Sage sect arrived under diplomatic colors, bearing gifts and honorifics. She was polite, respectful, and clear. They wished to discuss mutually beneficial partnerships regarding certain techniques that Lin Xian might have access to. She did not threaten. She smiled and spoke of increased influence, of the prestige that came from aligning with the greatest powers in the cultivation world. Lin Xian refused her politely and watched her leave with a smile that never wavered, knowing that she was already composing the report that would reach her sect within days. The second came from a demonic cultivator, more direct. He did not offer partnership. He offered a challenge, hoping that defeating the patriarch of Flowing Jade sect would validate his own rising power and perhaps provide access to whatever techniques Lin Xian guarded. Lin Xian defeated him without killing him, returning him alive to the border of the sect's territory as a message. The message was received. No more challengers came, but the word spread faster. A third approached through channels of assassination and intrigue, an agent of one of the 9 palaces, testing whether Lin Xian could be compromised, threatened, or turned. And through it all, Lin Xian sat in his tower and felt the weight of being seen. The keeper had been right about that too. Rejection did not make him safer. If anything, his refusal to share primordial techniques only increased the pressure. Everyone wanted to know what he knew. Everyone wanted to understand how he saw the world in ways they could not. He had become a mystery, and mysteries, in the cultivation world, were things to be solved by any means necessary. On a night when the weight felt particularly heavy, Lin Xian stood on his balcony and thought about his mother's fate. She had been isolated by her power too, though she had not understood it then. She had thought isolation was a consequence of her greatness. She had not realized it was the price. He was beginning to understand. Chapter 103. The independent path Yu Chun arrived at Lin Xian's tower in the late afternoon, and the first thing he noticed was that she moved differently. There was a weight to her stride, a centeredness that had not been there before. She was still Yu Chun, still carried that fierce intelligence in her eyes, still moved with the grace of the warrior cultivator she had become, but there was something new, something finished. I reached core formation, she said without preamble, her hand lifted to show the subtle golden tracery that marked her ascension. The cores of high-stage cultivators often left marks on the body, faint lines of power that could only be seen by others of sufficient cultivation. Lin Xian felt something warm expand in his chest. Yesterday, I was in the deep meditation hall. It wasn't. Yu Chen paused, and for a moment, her composed exterior flickered. I was afraid I would need your guidance, that I would reach that moment and not know how to proceed without you there. But I did. I found my own path to it. She sat across from him without waiting to be invited, and that too felt different. There was no hesitation in her, no seeking permission through small gestures. I came to tell you something, Yu Chen continued, and I need you to listen without trying to guide me or validate me, or, she smiled slightly, whatever it is you do when someone you care about makes a major decision. Lin Xian nodded. I'm not just following you anymore. Yu Chen's voice was steady, each word placed with deliberate care. I haven't been for a long time, but I'm saying it explicitly now so there's no ambiguity. I'm walking my own path. It happens to intersect with yours. Our goals align in many places. Our values align. I love you, and I trust you, and I will stand beside you against any threat the world presents. But I am no longer defined by what you do. I'm not a follower of the patriarch. I'm Yu Chun, core formation cultivator, and I'm walking my own journey. The words hung in the air between them, and Lin Xian felt the truth of them settle over him. This was not a rejection. This was the opposite of rejection. This was Yu Chen stepping fully into her own power and choosing with complete clarity, to remain beside him not out of dependence or admiration, but out of genuine alignment. I'm proud of you, he said quietly. I know you are. She reached across the distance between their chairs and took his hand. But that's not why I did it. That's the difference. I did it for me. Your pride is secondary. He wanted to tell her that it mattered that she had reached out, that her success without his intervention was somehow exactly what he needed to witness in this moment when the weight of being the greatest power in his sect was pressing down on him. But she had asked him to listen, and this moment of her independence, was something he needed to honor by receiving it exactly as it was being offered. They sat in silence for a long time, her hand in his, and Lin Xian realized that this was perhaps the healthiest thing that had happened in his entire cultivation journey. Not his achievement of primordial sight, not his rise to patriarch, not his mastery of techniques that could reshape reality. Yu Chun, standing in her own power, beside him but not beneath him. She left as the sun touched the horizon, and as he watched her go, Lin Xian felt something subtle shift in the hollow space inside him. It did not fill it, but it reminded him that empty could be a space for other people to exist in, rather than just a void to be endured. Chapter 104. The hollow question. Lu Tao's war wounds had healed with remarkable completeness. The scars remained, marks across his shoulders and chest from where demonic weapons had cut deep, but he moved without pain now, and the strength had returned to his frame. He was less the soldier newly returned from the brink of death, and more the elder warrior who had seen much and survived more. Lin Xian found him in the cultivation gardens, tending to the medicines that grew there. It was not work that required Lu Tao's rank or power, and yet he did it with the same meticulous care he brought to every task. "You look like you're carrying something heavy," Lu Tao said without looking up from the root system he was examining. "I've achieved everything," Lin Xian said. The words felt strange in his mouth, but he needed to speak them aloud to someone. "I have the highest power. I understand techniques at their foundation. I'm the patriarch of a major sect. I have disciples who respect me and colleagues who fear and honor me. The cultivation world recognizes me as one of its pinnacles." Lu Tao sat back on his heels and finally looked at him. His old eyes, scarred with the experience of decades, were kind. "And you feel empty?" It was not a question. "Yes." Lin Xian sat down on the ground beside him, not caring about appearances or dignity. "I feel hollow, full of sight, but empty inside. I have everything I thought I wanted, and it doesn't feel like anything." Lu Tao was quiet for a moment, his weathered hands returning to the plants. "You became what you were always becoming," he said. His voice was simple, matter-of-fact, the way he might have described the weather. "You started as a student with potential, and you climbed and climbed and climbed. Each step was right. Each choice made sense. You became the patriarch because it was the logical culmination of your power and achievement. So why doesn't it feel like victory?" Lu Tao looked at him directly then, and his eyes were sad in a way that suggested he understood the question very deeply. "Because you forgot to ask if you wanted to be that." The words fell into the space between them, and Lin Xian felt them hit with a force that no technique, no power, no rewind could deflect. He had never asked himself that question. He had been so focused on becoming stronger, on understanding more, on achieving greater heights, that he had never stopped to wonder whether the destination itself was something he actually desired. He had been climbing toward a peak because it was there, because it was the highest point he could reach, because everyone told him he was meant for greatness. But no one had ever asked him, and he had never asked himself, whether he actually wanted to stand alone on that peak, seeing further than anyone else, but completely isolated by the perspective that victory required. "I don't know how to want anything else now," Lin Xian said finally. "I've built my entire identity around becoming this." "That's true," Lu Tao agreed. He returned his attention to the plants. "But knowing that is the beginning of being able to change it. You became what you were becoming without ever asking the question. Now you're asking it. That's something." They sat together in the garden as the afternoon light shifted across the growing things, and Lin Xian began to understand that there were victories that felt like defeat, and that perhaps the hollow feeling inside him was not a failure, but an opportunity. He had reached the top of the mountain. He had never asked if he wanted to be there. Now he was asking, and the asking was uncomfortable. The asking was terrifying, but it was also, Lu Tao's presence suggested, necessary. Chapter 105. The letter and the road. The letter arrived on a morning when rain made the world seem soft and permeable, as though the boundaries between things could be gently dissolved. Lin Xian recognized the handwriting immediately. Qin Yuan's script was distinctive, careful and precise, the hand of someone who had been taught formally but had developed his own rhythm over time. "Brother, I'm happy. I wanted you to know that. I'm writing this in the evening, sitting in the doorway of a small house in the village where I stayed. Meng Si is inside preparing dinner. The children, yes, children, 2 of them now, though I'm still getting used to saying that, are playing near the river that runs past our house. I've thought many times about writing to you, and many times I've hesitated. What could I possibly say to the patriarch of Flowing Jade's sect? What could a man living in a remote village possibly offer the greatest cultivator of this age? But then I realized I was still thinking of you as the patriarch first and Qin Yuan's brother second. And that's not right. Asterisk, asterisk, you changed my life. You gave me a path when I had nothing but anger and confusion. You trained me, trusted me, and pulled me from the edge of darkness more times than I can count. But you also let me stay here. You accepted that I chose a quiet life over cultivation glory. You accepted that happiness for me looked different than it looked for you. Asterisk, asterisk, I'm writing to ask you to visit. Not as the patriarch. Not as the one who's achieved everything. Just come and sit. Eat the soup Mengxi makes. Watch the children play in the dust. Be a person, not a pinnacle. Asterisk. Asterisk, I know you've changed too. I can feel it in the careful space you've been keeping. Whatever you've achieved, it's cost you something. I can see that. But maybe sitting on my porch in the evening, watching nothing in particular, might remind you that cost and achievement aren't the only measures of a life. Asterisk, asterisk, come when you can. The door is always open. Asterisk. Qin Yuan Lin Xian read the letter twice, then a third time. Each reading brought different emotions to the surface. Affection, guilt, a deep and almost painful longing for simplicity. He left within the hour. The journey took 2 days of travel by conventional means, deliberately choosing not to use his cultivation to accelerate the process. He wanted to move through the world as an ordinary person might, wanted to feel the dust on the roads and the ordinary weariness that came from walking distances under his own power. Qin Yuan's house was exactly as he had imagined it from the description, small, unpretentious, surrounded by evidence of daily life. Vegetables grew in a garden. Clothes hung to dry on a line. A small boy was indeed playing near the river, making boats from sticks and floating them on the current. Qin Yuan was standing in the doorway, older than Lin Xian had expected, though probably not truly much changed. Happiness had simply marked him differently. He had weight to him in a way that peaceful contentment provided, a grounding that cultivation rarely offered. You came, Qin Yuan said, and he was smiling. You invited me, Lin Xian replied, and found that his voice was lighter than it had been in months. The soup was simple, roots and vegetables and a broth that had been simmered with care. Mengxi served it with the easy competence of someone who had made the same meal 100 times and found that repetition was comfort rather than boredom. The children ate quickly and returned to their games. The evening settled around them like a blanket. Lin Xian sat on the porch as darkness gathered, and for the first time in longer than he could measure, he simply was. He was not the patriarch. He was not the greatest cultivator of his age. He was not carrying the weight of primordial sight or the burden of refusing the archive's knowledge. He was a man sitting on a porch, and his brother was beside him, and the world was full of ordinary, unremarkable, completely irreplaceable things. A child's laughter, the sound of the river, the distant stars beginning to emerge as the sky darkened. Qin Yuan's shoulder occasionally brushing against his in the comfortable way of people who had earned the right to take up space beside each other. Thank you, Lin Xian said finally, when the darkness was nearly complete and the only light came from the kitchen behind them where Mengxi was preparing tea. For what? For remembering that I'm a person. Qin Yuan didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was gentle. You never stopped being a person. You just forgot for a while. But that's okay. You're remembering now. They sat in silence as the night deepened, and Lin Xian felt something inside him, not filling the hollow space, but transforming it into something different. Not emptiness, but spaciousness. A place where other people could exist. A place where simple things could matter. A place where achievement and happiness were not the same thing, and perhaps that was the greatest realization of all. Chapter 106, The Council of Equals. The morning sun cast long shadows across the flowing Jade sect's main hall. Lin Xian stood before the assembled leadership, not from a throne, but from the same level as everyone else. Yu Qin sat to his right, her expression patient and curious. Lu Tao occupied a chair across from them, arms crossed in his usual combative stance. 3 other core formation elders filled the remaining seats. Su Feng, the scholarly master of the library pavilion, Meng Hui, who oversaw cultivation resources, and Chun Bai, whose province was the outer disciples' training grounds. I've made a decision, Lin Xian said, his voice quiet but steady. I will no longer rule the flowing Jade sect alone. The silence that followed was thick with confusion. Lu Tao leaned forward. You're stepping down as patriarch? No, Lin Xian replied. I'm redistributing the weight of it. He had returned from Qin Yuan's dwelling 3 days ago, and in those 3 days, something fundamental had shifted in how he understood power. Sitting with the old scholar, remembering what it felt like to be ordinary, to exist without the crushing awareness of thousands of disciples depending on his every decision, had cracked something open in him. He had spent the last decade as a warlord playing the part of a spiritual leader. But warlords ruled through force and isolation. Spiritual leaders, he now understood, led through connection and shared responsibility. The sect needs guidance, he continued, but it doesn't need the isolation of a single voice. We are all at core formation. We have all walked the lonely path. So here is what I propose. All major decisions, cultivation direction, resource allocation, disciplinary matters, intersect policy, will be made in council. Each of us has one voice. If we cannot agree, we debate until clarity emerges or we accept compromise. No single person, including myself, has veto power. Su Feng's eyebrows rose. You're describing a democracy of the strong. I'm describing leadership as a burden shared rather than carried alone, Lin Xian said. The sect is stronger when no single point of failure can topple it. And I am tired of being that point. Meng Hui shifted uncomfortably. But Patriarch, the disciples look to you. There must be someone with final authority or chaos. The disciples will follow because we are united. Yu Chen interjected quietly. And because unified leadership is more stable than rule by decree. I support this. That single statement from her seemed to settle something. The others exchanged glances. Lu Tao actually smiled. A rare, genuine expression. It's insane. It'll be inefficient. Decisions will take longer. But I've watched you carry the weight alone, Lin Xian. I'm tired of watching it crush you. If you're foolish enough to try this, I'm foolish enough to stand with you. One by one, they agreed. Over the next week, the council held its first substantive meetings. They drafted governance documents. They established voting protocols. They made their first real decision together to increase resources for core formation breakthroughs among the mid-tier disciples, recognizing that the sect's strength lay in breadth, not just in the power of a few. It was a decision that no single patriarch would have made. The wisdom came from 5 perspectives rather than one. The disciples, initially unsettled by the change, began to respond with something Lin Xian had never seen before, genuine enthusiasm. They saw their leaders as people who had to think together, to argue, to respect one another's expertise. Authority shared was authority deepened. One evening, as the council dispersed after a particularly thorough debate about water stage testing protocols, Yu Chun lingered beside him. You did this for them, she said, not a question. I did it for myself, Lin Xian replied. But I think it will serve them better because of it. She reached out and squeezed his hand, and the touch carried the weight of a decade, of watching him transform from the lonely genius who had needed no one into a man who had finally understood that strength without connection was just elaborate isolation. That night, Lin Xian meditated not in his private chamber, but in the sect's common meditation garden, surrounded by the presence of 1,000 others walking their own paths. For the first time in years, he did not feel like a patriarch. He felt like a cultivator. And somehow, that was far more powerful. Chapter 107. The stirring 3 days later, Lin Xian made the descent to the ancient cavern where Sage King Yun had chosen to rest. The path downward spiraled through stone carved with techniques from 1,000 years of cultivation. The air grew colder as he descended, and his perception brushed against layers of barrier work so ancient that they felt less like artifice and more like the natural strata of reality itself. Few people had access to this place. The sect had guarded its secret since the Sage King's arrival. The cavern opened into a space that defied the dimensions suggested by the entrance. It was as though the underground chamber existed partially in a different geometry, expanded by formations that warped space itself. In the center, on a stone bed carved from single piece of jade, Sage King Yun lay motionless. Except she was not motionless. Her eyes were open. You have changed, she said without preamble, her ancient voice like wine through canyons worn by millennia. The burden sits differently on you now. Lin Xian approached carefully. Even at rest, Yun's presence was immense, a force like a mountain that had learned to breathe. I gave the burden away, he said. Distributed it. The sect is governed by council now. A wise man shares weight, Yun murmured. She sat up slowly, movements deliberate and graceful despite the age written into every line of her frame. Come sit. I have been thinking about something that pertains to you. Lin Xian settled across from her, acutely aware of the vast experience on the other side of the conversation. Yun gazed at him with eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, the birth and death of cultivators who had once seemed immortal. Have you considered what it means that the primordial movements exist? The question arrived like a stone dropped into still water. I've mastered several of them, Lin Xian said carefully. Used them to develop my rewind perception. But I haven't contemplated, they were created, Yun continued, cutting through his answer with the prerogative of ancients. Not discovered. not channeled from the heavens. Created by civilizations whose names have been erased from history. What was their purpose? Lin Xian felt the scope of the question expanding, swallowing context. To teach cultivation? To provide a path to power? If that were the intention, it would have been achieved thousands of years ago, Yin said. Yet still, new cultivators struggle. Still the barriers between realms remain. No, the primordial movements were not created for those who follow them. They were created by those who had already surpassed them. She stood, and as she did, the cavern seemed to shift around her. Not a physical movement, but a recalibration of perception, as though her presence had suddenly become visible in a new way. Before you return to your council and your sect, Yin said, before you continue the path you've chosen, you should ask yourself, what civilization was advanced enough to create something as foundational as the primordial movements? And if they were so advanced, why did those civilizations vanish entirely? The questions hung in the cavern air like smoke. I don't have answers, Lin Xian admitted. Neither do I, Yin said softly. But there are answers to be found. Perhaps they're in the places your mother thought to look. The mention of his mother struck something in him, a strange resonance, as though Yun had been watching the threads of his life all along. Before I came to rest, Yun continued, before I chose to seal myself in this place, your mother visited me. She was searching for something about the primordial movements. She believed they contained a secret. I told her what I knew, but I don't think I told her everything. I was younger then, less willing to speak truths that might change the world. She died investigating them, Lin Xian said quietly. Yes, Yin replied. And I've spent the centuries wondering if her death was an accident, or a consequence of getting too close to something that others wanted kept hidden. The Sage King walked to the cavern wall, her fingers trailing across ancient stone. Where her hand passed, the surface seemed to glow with faint luminescence, formations responding to her presence. Your mother left journals, Yin said. Hidden sections, I believe. If you find them, and if you have the courage to read what she discovered, you may understand what I'm asking you. And then, perhaps, you'll face the real choice that awaits you. Lin Xian stood. What choice? Whether to know, Yin said simply, or to remain ignorant. And whether ignorance is weakness or wisdom. He returned to the sect in darkness, climbing through stone corridors that suddenly felt much older than they had before. The question lodged in his mind like a seed, already beginning to germinate. What had his mother been looking for? Chapter 108. The hidden section. The journals occupied an entire shelf in Lin Xian's private chamber. He had read them before, multiple times, searching for wisdom, for connection, for some final message his mother had left behind. But he had never found what Yin had hinted at. He had never found a hidden section. Now he approached them with a different mindset. Not as a son seeking closure, but as an investigator seeking secrets. The journals were written in his mother's careful hand. Personal observations mixed with cultivation theories, sketches of technique formations interspersed with memories. Lin Xian had cherished them for the intimacy they contained, the sense that he was speaking across death to the woman who had shaped him. But journals could hide things, and his mother had been brilliant enough to know that. He spent an entire night examining them, looking for anything unusual. Inconsistencies in paper quality, hidden messages in spacing, sections that had been written over previous text. It took until nearly dawn before he found it. A journal from 5 years before her death, its spine slightly thicker than the others. And in that thickness, when he carefully separated the pages, he found a hidden manuscript, pressed between the journal's boards. Her true research, written in a different hand, more hurried, more coded. His hands trembled as he unfolded it. The title was simple, On the Origin of Forms, a Theory of Ancient Language. The text that followed was explosive. His mother's theory was not about individual techniques. It was about the fundamental structure of all techniques, all forms, all methods of cultivation. Every single practice, she had written, was built from a base pattern that she called a primordial movement. But she had gone further. She had begun to recognize that these primordial movements shared something deeper than mere structure. They shared a vocabulary. What if, she had written, what if the primordial movements are not techniques at all? What if they are something far older, a communication system? The journals detailed her theory in meticulous terms. Ancient civilizations, she had theorized, had learned to encode knowledge directly into the spiritual structure of the world. They had created a language written not in symbols or words, but in the fundamental movements of qi itself. Every meditation form, every cultivation path, every technique ever developed was essentially a fragment of this ancient language. The primordial movements, she had written, were the core grammar. All other techniques were sentences, paragraphs, books written in that foundational language. To master the primordial movements was to learn the alphabet and grammar of the world's deepest code. And then came the revelation that made his blood cold. A technique without a primordial movement would be meaningless, not because the technique itself is flawed, but because it would be syntax without language. Those techniques that seem impossible to analyze, that resist the breaking down into components, are not broken. They are metalinguistic. They are attempts to describe the language itself, rather than speak within it. That is why they cannot be rewound. They are not techniques. They are the instructions for reading techniques. He read the line 3 times, then looked at his own notes, his own practice records. Every impossible technique he had encountered had resisted analysis. Every one. The implications unfolded like a lotus opening, each petal revealing a new perspective, a new layer of understanding. His mother's final entry, written just weeks before her death, was the most chilling. I have discovered that 3 individuals in the cultivation world seem aware of this secret. When I attempted to contact them, one of my messengers was intercepted and killed. I am being watched now. I don't know by whom, but someone doesn't want this knowledge fully articulated. Perhaps I am paranoid. Perhaps I am right to be afraid. If anything happens to me, the journals are hidden where Lin Xian will find them if he ever truly searches. I hope he is clever enough to search, and I hope he is wise enough to understand what this means. The primordial movements were created not to elevate us, but to limit us. Civilization fell once before when knowledge of them became complete. It will fall again if we are not careful. His mother's handwriting became shaky toward the end, then ended. Lin Xian sat in the pre-dawn darkness, the manuscript trembling in his hands. The pieces aligned in his mind with the precision of a perfectly cut key fitting into a lock. Sage King Yun's question, what was the purpose of the primordial movements, suddenly had an answer. They were not a path upward. They were a lock keeping the world from breaking. His mother had discovered this, and within months, she was dead, officially from cultivation sickness. But now he wondered, had she truly fallen from that cliff by accident? Or had someone been watching, waiting for her to know too much? The sun rose over the flowing jade sect, painting the stone halls gold. Lin Xian remained motionless, holding his mother's secret, feeling the weight of understanding settle onto his shoulders like an executor's robe. For the first time in his life, he understood something more important than power. He understood why his mother had died. Chapter 109. The confirmation. Yun listened to him without interruption as he read passages from his mother's journals. The cavern had become their meeting place, neutral ground between the past and the present, suspended from normal time. When he finished, the Sage King was silent for a long moment. She was brilliant, Yun finally said. More brilliant than I gave her credit for at the time. I told her what I knew, but I was afraid. I didn't want to accelerate her understanding. I thought if I withheld certain details, she might stop searching. Instead, she found the answer on her own. Is she right? Lin Xian asked. Are the primordial movements a communication system? An ancient language? Yes, Yin said simply. And more than that, they were created by a civilization so advanced that they had transcended the concept of limitation itself. They could reshape reality with their understanding. They could create worlds, unmake them, bend the laws of existence to their will. For a time, that power was glorious. She walked to the cavern wall and placed her hand against the stone. Beneath her touch, patterns began to glow, not the gentle luminescence of ambient formations, but intricate, complex structures that seemed to encode something far deeper than mere magical architecture. But power absolute corrupts absolutely, Yun continued. The civilization fractured into factions. Each faction believed it should control reality. Wars began, not wars of swords or cultivators, but wars of reality itself. Mountains were unmade and remade. Oceans were reshaped. Entire continents were erased and rewritten. Billions died in the recalibration of existence. The formations under her hand began to tell a story in light and shadow. Lin Xian saw glimpses of it. Visions of a world tearing itself apart, of reality becoming unstable, of civilizations burning not with fire, but with the unmaking of their own fundamental structure. In the end, Yun said, the survivors realized that they had to choose extinction or imprisonment. They chose imprisonment. They sealed away the knowledge, Lin Xian breathed. They did more than that, Yun said. They deliberately fragmented it. They took the complete primordial movements, the full language, capable of rewriting reality, and they broke it apart. They scattered the pieces into thousands of individual techniques, each one useful, but none of them complete enough to grant godlike power. They created the modern cultivation system as a cage. She turned to face him, and in her ancient eyes was the weight of millennia. The sect hierarchies, the progression through realms, The artificial barriers that make advancement difficult, these are not natural laws. They are safety mechanisms. They are designed to prevent anyone from ever again accumulating enough power to reshape the world. Modern cultivators, no matter how talented, cannot achieve what the ancients achieved because the ancient knowledge has been systematically made inaccessible. But the primordial movements are still accessible, Lin Xian said. I've learned several. You've learned fragments, Yin corrected. Enough to understand part of the language, but not enough to speak it fluently. To do that, one would need to find and reassemble the pieces, to search through history and recover what was intentionally lost. And to attempt that journey is to paint a target on your own back. They're still watching, Lin Xian realized. The ones who know the secret. They're still guarding it. For 10,000 years, Yin confirmed. There have always been keepers, people willing to sacrifice their lives, their advancement, their freedom to ensure that the primordial movements remain fragmented. Your mother became one of them without fully understanding what she was doing. She saw them watching her, realized she'd gotten too close, tried to pull back. But it was too late. She was killed, Lin Xian said flatly. She knew too much, and she was asking the right questions, Yin said. In this world, that combination is fatal. That is why I have hidden myself away. That is why I chose to rest rather than continue seeking. Once you know the secret, you become a threat to the very stability that the ancient survivors fought so hard to maintain. She reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder, a gesture of both affection and grave warning. Your mother left you those journals knowing you might find them, Yin said. She left them as a choice. Now you have to decide. Do you become another keeper, guarding the fragmented knowledge and preventing its reassembly? Or do you pursue what she couldn't, the recovery of the complete understanding? And if you pursue it, know that everyone who guards the seal will come for you. The keeper you met in the underground movement is just one of many. There are forces older than the sect, more powerful, more patient than anyone you have yet encountered. The cavern seemed smaller suddenly, more confined. The vast possibility space of his future had become a narrow corridor with only two paths forward, and neither of them led anywhere pleasant. What would you choose? Lin Xian asked. I chose to rest, Yin said softly. That was my answer. But I was older then, and more tired. You are still young enough to bear the weight of knowledge and the consequences of seeking. So the question is not what I would choose. The question is what you will choose. Chapter 110. The weight of knowing. Lin Xian did not return immediately to his council meetings. Instead, he walked the borders of the flowing jade sect. His perception stretched across the land his people occupied. The sect that he now shared leadership of, that was beginning to thrive under distributed responsibility. Everything he saw was beautiful, stable, prosperous. And now he understood that all of it was built on a lie, or rather, on a deliberate limitation masquerading as natural law. The disciples who were struggling to break through to the next realm were not struggling because they lacked talent. They were struggling because the barriers had been artificially designed to resist them. The cultivation methods that every sect taught, that every teacher passed down through generations, were intentionally incomplete. Useful, yes, but incomplete. Like learning an alphabet, but never being told that words existed. He thought of the flowing jade sect's prosperity. 100 years of careful growth, of disciples advancing steadily, of generations training and passing knowledge down in an unbroken chain. All of it was good, and all of it was a cage. But it was a cage that protected people. That was the revelation that twisted everything. The system wasn't evil. The keepers weren't villains. They were guardians, preventing the world from tearing itself apart the way it had in the age of the ancients. Lin Xian sat at the peak of the sect's central mountain as sunset turned the sky crimson. Below him, disciples moved through evening meditation. They were peaceful, focused, driven by ambition but not maddened by it. They loved the world they lived in, loved their cultivation, loved each other. If he pursued complete understanding of the primordial movements, he might gain power beyond imagination. He might become something like a god, and he might destroy everything in the pursuit. Or worse, he might succeed. He might recover the complete knowledge, and then he would spend the rest of his endless life bearing the responsibility of not using it, knowing that to use it would be to repeat the apocalypse that had nearly extinguished civilization once before. He thought of his mother, who had died carrying this knowledge, not martyred by evil pursuers, but stopped by those who saw her as a threat to the world's stability. He thought of Yun, who had chosen to sleep rather than carry the burden of knowing. He thought of the keeper, who had chosen to serve the keepers, accepting limitations on her own power in exchange for keeping that power locked away from the world. And he thought of the council, Yu Chun, Lu Tao, the others, who had trusted him enough to share leadership with him. People who thrived not through godlike power, but through wisdom, connection, and the willingness to share burdens. The choice crystallized in front of him. He could pursue the knowledge. He could become a seeker, a breaker of seals, a restorer of lost power. The path was clear. Recover his mother's research, contact those in the underground movement who had been watching him, begin the long journey toward understanding. It would consume him. It would likely kill him, just as it had killed his mother. But it would be a path of growth, of truth, of wresting mastery from the universe itself. Or he could turn away. He could lock his mother's journals in a place even safer than where they had been hidden. He could become a keeper himself, not actively, not by making deals with mysterious organizations, but passively, by choosing not to seek, by accepting the limitations as wisdom, by trusting the ancient survivors who had rebuilt civilization on the principle that some knowledge was too dangerous to be complete. As darkness fell and the sect's lanterns began to glow like scattered stars, Lin Xian felt something that he rarely experienced: genuine uncertainty. Not weakness, but the honest recognition that both paths had legitimacy. A sound behind him. Footsteps, deliberate and calm. Yu Chun emerged from the twilight, moving to sit beside him. She didn't ask what he was thinking. She simply sat, and in that sitting was a profound companionship. Yin told you something important, she said finally. How did you know? Because you haven't spoken to the council in 2 days, Yu Chun replied. Because you're sitting on the peak at sunset instead of meditating in the garden. Because your face carries a weight that even the burden of leadership doesn't quite create. He wanted to tell her everything. But Yun's warning hung over him, that knowing too much became a target painted on your back. How could he burden her with this knowledge? I'm thinking about my mother, he said instead, which was true. She was brilliant, Yu Chun said. But she was also human. She wanted answers. Some people are built that way. They can't rest until they've pursued truth completely. It destroys them sometimes, but it also defines them. Do you think she was foolish? He asked. Yu Chun took her time answering. I think she was brave. I think she found something important and was willing to die rather than pretend it didn't exist. But I also think. She paused, considering. I also think bravery is not the only virtue. Wisdom includes knowing when to stop searching. Strength includes accepting boundaries. Love includes not requiring others to walk the same path you walked. The words settled into him like stones sinking in water. What if there is a path that requires complete sacrifice? He asked carefully. What if someone offered you a choice between safety and absolute truth? Then I would choose safety, Yu Chun said without hesitation. Because the truth requires someone to survive it. Dead philosophers teach nothing. Dead seekers save nothing. The sun had fully set now. Stars emerged in the darkness above, countless lights shining across an infinite expanse. How many of them held civilizations? How many had watched their own apocalypses? How many had chosen to burn themselves down rather than risk burning others? I need to make a decision, Lin Xian said. I know, Yu Chun replied. But you don't have to make it alone. That's what the council is for. That's what I'm for. But she couldn't help him with this choice. No one could. It was his alone. The decision between the knowledge his mother had died pursuing and the stability that required him to let it remain hidden. The council met the next morning, and Lin Xian spoke with them about governance, cultivation advancement, intersect relations. Normal matters. Important matters. He did not mention the primordial movements or his mother's journals. He did not speak about Sage King Yun's question or the ancient world that had nearly torn itself apart. Instead, he spoke about his newfound commitment to shared leadership, and the council met him with satisfaction and renewed dedication. That night, alone in his chamber, Lin Xian locked his mother's journals in a place deeper than where he had found them. He did not destroy them. They were too precious for that, and perhaps one day, if things changed, they might need to be found again. But he sealed them away, choosing not to pursue what they contained. He didn't contact the underground movement. He didn't begin recovering scattered pieces of the primordial movements. He didn't walk the path that would lead inevitably to power and inevitably to danger. Instead, he closed his eyes and meditated on the choice he had made. The knowledge was still out there, locked away in fragments across the world. The ancient secret still waited to be recovered by someone brave or foolish enough to search. The old civilization's terrible power still slept beneath the modern world, sealed not by any lock that couldn't be broken, but by the agreement of those who knew the cost of its awakening. And Lin Xian, patriarch of the Flowing Jade sect, guardian of its people, keeper of his mother's legacy, chose to remain a guardian rather than a seeker. It was not the end of his journey. It was perhaps the most important turn it had yet taken. For true power, he now understood, lay not in transcending limitations, but in building something beautiful and true within them. The question of whether that was wisdom or cowardice remained suspended in the silence of his heart, unanswered and perhaps unanswerable. Chapter 111. The question. The evening light fell across the pavilion in shades of amber and rose, painting the world in the soft colors of ending day. Yuchen stood at the balustrade, watching the disciples below move through their forms in the courtyard. Her posture was still perfect, always perfect, but Lin Xian had learned to read the smallest shifts in her bearing. There was tension in her shoulders that hadn't been there this morning. "You're avoiding the question," she said quietly, not turning to face him. Lin Xian came to stand beside her. Below, a younger disciple fumbled a transition, overcorrecting with too much force. The older instructor moved to guide her hand. Small moments like this, correction, learning, growth within limits, had begun to feel precious to him in ways he couldn't have articulated before the primordial side opened. "Am I?" he asked. "You've been home for 3 days." Yu Chun turned to look at him now, and he saw something almost vulnerable in her expression. It was rare enough to catch him off guard. "You've settled the sect's affairs. You've written letters to the other patriarchs. You've meditated more than you've slept. But you haven't answered what I asked you before." She had asked. He remembered it clearly, the intensity in her voice when she'd pressed him that night after the primordial movements were secure. The real question beneath all her composed inquiry. "Are you going to become like the ancients?" Yu Chun continued, her voice steady but the intensity returning. "Are you going to reach for godhood?" This was the question that had echoed through his meditation sessions. The question that lived in the space between what he'd achieved and what he could achieve. With the primordial movements understood, with primordial sight permanently part of him, he could theoretically walk the path the ancients had walked. He could sense the possibility humming in his core like a string pulled taut. Lin Xian looked down at his hands. Ordinary hands. Capable, trained, beautiful in their precision, but human. Small. Finite in the way all bodies were finite. "No," he said. "I'm choosing to stay human." Yu Chun was quiet for a long moment. He could feel her attention on him with the weight of genuine surprise. This wasn't the answer she'd expected, he realized. She'd been preparing her arguments for why he should pursue it, and equally prepared for why he might choose to anyway. But she hadn't anticipated that he would refuse without struggle, without hunger behind the refusal. "The greatest power I have," Lin Xian continued, "isn't primordial sight. It's not the ability to rewind and understand any technique. It's not even the understanding of how the ancient movements work." He turned to meet her eyes. "The greatest power I have is the ability to choose not to use it." Something softened in her expression. Not pity, never that. Something more like recognition. "There will be temptations," she said. "There already have been." Lin Xian smiled faintly. "Every moment since I integrated the final movement. But temptation is just another form of technique, something that can be witnessed and understood and rewritten from its first movement." "You're saying you can choose your own nature through sheer understanding?" There was something almost amused in her voice now. "I'm saying I have already chosen it. Not through resistance, but through recognition. I looked at the path of godhood and all its terrible, beautiful distance from what matters. And I saw that what matters isn't up there." He gestured vaguely toward the higher peaks, toward the endless sky beyond them. "What matters is here. In the sect. In disciples learning to correct their forms in the courtyard. In Lu Tao laughing at something ridiculous I said yesterday." Yuchen moved closer. For a moment he thought she might embrace him, which would have been extraordinary in its own right. Instead, she only took his hand, her grip firm and real. "I needed to hear you say that," she said quietly. "Not because I doubted you. Because I needed to know that you'd come to it as a choice, not as a limitation." She paused. "Most people who refuse godhood do so because they can't reach it. The tragedy is never reaching their hands toward the sky." "And what is my tragedy?" Lin Xian asked. "That you could reach it," Yuchen replied, "and chose something smaller instead. Something better." They stood together as the sun sank lower, watching the disciples finish their practice for the day. The courtyard emptied slowly, the last light fading from the training grounds. It felt like witnessing something sacred, not the transcendent, sky-piercing kind of sacred, but the quiet sacred of a day that was good and would not come again. The sacred of being alive and choosing what to do with that life. "Tell me about the underground movement," Yuchen said after a long silence. "You've been thinking about them." Lin Xian nodded. He had been. The keeper's words had lodged themselves deep, like a splinter he couldn't quite extract. "I think I need to understand them better before I decide what they are to us." "And what do you suspect they are?" "Something older than we know," he said. "Something that explains why they care so much about the primordial movements at all." Yuchen's hand remained in his, steady and warm and real. And that seemed to be enough for now, to stand in the amber light with someone who understood him and accepted his choice. To be human. To be small. To be good. Chapter 112. The survivors. The archives of the underground movement were not where Lin Xian expected them to be. He had anticipated hidden chambers, perhaps in the deep places beneath ancient temples. Instead, the keeper led him to a small, carefully maintained library hidden in the flowing jade sect's own restricted records, a section that had existed for so long that no one living remembered why it was restricted. Maps within maps. A sanctuary hidden not through mystical obscurity, but through sheer bureaucratic invisibility. The documents were fragile, paper that predated the sect, ink that had faded to the color of old blood. The keeper, and Lin Xian had learned the name now, finally, Xinwei, which meant nothing special, but sounded like someone who might have baked bread in another life. Carefully turned the pages. We don't know what you would call it, Xinwei said, speaking more freely now than in their previous encounters. The scholars of that age called it the sundering. The civilizations that came after called it the silence. To us, it was the ending. The documents told a story that rewrote everything Lin Xian thought he understood about cultivation history. Not a story of continuous ascension, but of collapse. The primordial movements had not emerged from mystical inspiration. They had emerged from a civilization that had reached such heights of power that they'd begun to harm themselves. The ancients hadn't transcended through wisdom. They'd pursued godhood with the same desperation and hunger that drove all beings forward, and in their desperation, they'd fractured something fundamental about the world. The complete primordial movements were meant for a specific age, Xinwei continued, his aged fingers tracing over faded characters. An age where beings could control power at that scale. When that age ended, they left behind only the fragments. Even they are dangerous, but manageable. Fragments can be understood, integrated. Sethiot. And the ancients? Lin Xian asked. What happened to them? Most died, Xinwei said simply. The ones who didn't want the knowledge sealed, wanted it fragmented beyond recovery, wanted to ensure that what happened could never happen again. The old man looked up, and his eyes were the deepest wells of sorrow Lin Xian had ever seen. We were the ones they trusted to remember, and to guard against remembering too much. Lin Xian felt the recontextualization happen like a technique being rewritten from its first movement. The underground movement wasn't a rival sect, wasn't a shadowy antagonist. They were survivors. Traumatized, ancient survivors of a civilizational collapse so vast that it had required the reshaping of knowledge itself to contain it. How old are you? Lin Xian asked quietly. 17,348 years, Xinwei replied without emphasis. Though I stopped counting after the 5th millennium. Time becomes less meaningful when you're primarily concerned with not dying. Lin Xian absorbed this. 17,000 years. This man had watched empires rise and fall, had seen cultivation develop from fragments into a mature system, had lived in constant vigilance, knowing what could happen if knowledge fell into desperate hands. The keeper who approached me, Mei Long. She's younger, only 9,000 years or so. We rotate who interfaces with the sections. The younger ones are less burdened by what they saw directly. Xinwei closed the journal carefully. She was right to be concerned about your research, but also right to trust you. We've learned to read people across millennia. We know the difference between hunger and genuine seeking. What do you want? Lin Xian asked. What do I want? Xinwei smiled faintly. I want what we've always wanted. For civilization to build something that lasts. For knowledge to remain useful without becoming catastrophic. For the lesson to be learned without being proven again. The old archivist stood, moving toward a corner of the room where documents had been preserved in careful boxes. Your research into the primordial movements. It was brilliant. Dangerous, but brilliant. You demonstrated that fragments could be safely understood, that the rewind site could integrate without causing harm. That's significant. We've never had proof of that before. So what happens now? Lin Xian asked. Xinwei turned back, and something ancient and weary and hopeful flickered across his face. Now, he said, we talk about whether it's time to stop guarding the knowledge in secret, and start helping ensure it's guarded wisely instead. Chapter 113. The treaty the chamber where they met was chosen for its neutrality, neither sect nor underground facility, but a location exactly equidistant between them. A neutral temple in the mountains, maintained by monks who asked no questions and kept no records. The keeper arrived with 3 witnesses. Lin Xian brought Lu Tao, who had insisted, and Yu Chun, whose presence seemed to calm something in the older officials. Mei Long spoke first. The underground movement has guarded the primordial knowledge for longer than your sect has existed. We have done this alone because the risk was too great to share. But Lin Xian's research suggests that risk can be mitigated through proper understanding and restraint. We're not asking you to stop guarding, Lin Xian said. We're asking if you'll guard together. The treaty they negotiated was simple in principle, complex in execution. The sect and the underground movement would jointly maintain knowledge of the primordial movements. Neither side would attempt to synthesize the fragments into complete form. In exchange, the underground movement would gradually share their historical records with carefully selected scholars, not to unlock new power, but to understand the mechanisms that had caused the sundering, so that future generations could recognize the warning signs. It requires trust, Shenwei said, and there was something fragile in his voice. That's the hardest part, not the knowledge sharing, the trust. Then let's start with that, Yuchen replied. Not with documents or agreements, but with you staying in the sect for 3 months, living here, teaching who you're willing to teach. If that goes well, we'll do the same with your archives. Lin Xian watched Shun Wei's face transform. The old man looked like someone who'd been offered shelter after an age of wandering. 3 months, he asked softly. 3 months, Yuchen confirmed. Our disciples will make mistakes. You'll get frustrated. We'll probably argue about protocols. But you'll see that we're not trying to exploit this knowledge. We're trying to do what we've always been trying to do, help people grow strong enough to handle their own lives. The keeper spoke with a voice that trembled slightly. We would send scholars as well, not to surveil, but to collaborate, to help develop frameworks that other sects can use safely. Then it's settled, Lu Tao said, standing with slow deliberation. His voice had the weight of absolute finality. We've been at odds across the centuries because we didn't understand what the other side was protecting. Now we do. It's time to protect it together. The ceremony was simple. Water poured from both sides into a single bowl. A verbal commitment made by both sides. No mystical seal. Shunwei specifically requested against that, saying that too many ancient promises had been locked with power, and power always eventually broke. Instead, they simply looked at each other and chose, moment by moment, to be trustworthy. After the official ceremony ended, Lin Xian found himself alone with Shunwei in the temple garden. The old man stood before a stone carved with calligraphy so ancient it was barely legible. Do you know what this says? Shenwei asked. Lin Xian focused, using his rewind sight just slightly to trace back to the moment when the carving was fresh. Knowledge is a river. Damned, it floods. Forgotten, it dries. Honored, it flows to the sea. Yes, Shenwei said, and he smiled. A real smile, not the careful expression of someone wearing politeness like armor. I forgot, for a very long time, that rivers are meant to flow. I thought safety meant stillness, but you've shown me something else. That rivers can flow safely if we understand their current. They stood in companionable silence, watching the garden's light shift as evening approached. For perhaps the first time in 17,000 years, Shenwei allowed himself to simply exist without vigilance, to trust that someone else might help carry the burden. It was a small thing, but it reverberated like a fundamental technique finally understood from its first movement. Chapter 114. The illness Lu Tao began to decline in late summer, almost exactly 3 months after Shunwei arrived at the sect. The symptoms were subtle at first, a slight slowing of his movements during morning practice, a tendency to breathe more heavily after climbing stairs, a faint grayness beneath his eyes that no amount of cultivation seemed to address. Lin Xian recognized it immediately because he'd begun to understand mortality in a way that his power would have allowed him to ignore. Your spiritual core is deteriorating, he said quietly, finding Lu Tao in the medical herb garden where the elder had begun to spend more time alone. Yes. Lu Tao didn't look up from the herb he was examining. The war damage, combined with age. My body sustained too much stress too quickly. The spiritual pathways are beginning to calcify. The healers have checked. There's nothing to be done. How long? Lin Xian asked. A season. Perhaps 2. Lu Tao finally looked at him, and there was peace in his eyes that broke something in Lin Xian's chest. The healers wanted to offer you various options. Different techniques. I told them not to bother. I'm old, Lin Xian. I've lived a good life. I'd rather spend my remaining time doing something meaningful than waste it grasping for more years. I could. No. Lu Tao interrupted gently. You could use your primordial sight to understand the mechanisms of my deterioration. You could potentially find some technique to slow it. And I'd still die eventually, just later. I've seen this pattern enough times to know how it ends when people fight it. The elder straightened, moving to place a hand on Lin Xian's shoulder. Besides, I'm glad I lived to see you grow beyond just being powerful. You became good. That matters more than anything technical could. It was the kind of statement that should have sounded like wisdom from a distance. Instead, it cut deeper because Lu Tao meant it with his entire being. No resignation, no bitterness. Simply recognition of what had been good and what would be lost. Over the weeks that followed, Lin Xian began to understand what it meant to accept limitation when you weren't bound by it yourself. Lu Tao moved through his final season like a master executing a familiar form. He reduced his public duties gradually, letting younger teachers take primary responsibility. He spent hours with disciples he'd trained over the decades, not giving final lessons so much as simply being present, sharing meals, laughing at terrible jokes, answering questions about the early days of the sect. I want to spend my time leaving behind people who are better than they were, he explained to Lin Xian during one of their evening conversations. Not knowledge in a book. People. The disciples I've trained will teach others. The sect will continue. I won't, but what I've touched will. That's the only immortality that actually matters. Lin Xian found himself learning more from Lu Tao's gradual decline than from all of the elders' technical teachings combined. Here was a man who had achieved the pinnacle of cultivation, who had survived wars and political machinations and the weight of responsibility for an entire sect. And he faced the one enemy that could not be defeated with technique or power or clever maneuvering. He faced it with grace. Are you afraid? Lin Xian asked once. Of death itself? No. Lu Tao considered it honestly. Of pain, perhaps. Of leaving things undone. But the pain is manageable, and I've made peace with the undone things. Most of life is incomplete. The trick is to be all right with that. In his final weeks, Lu Tao's movements became even slower, more deliberate. But if anything, they became more beautiful. There was no wasted motion, no ego in his forms. Just the pure essence of technique executed by someone who had nothing left to prove. Disciples began to gather to watch. Not to learn, the learning happened. Simply to witness. To see how someone could be strong in the face of the only defeat that came for everyone. Chapter 115. The ceremony. Lu Tao died on a clear autumn morning, with the leaves turning the valley into a landscape of flame and gold. He was surrounded by the disciples he'd trained, and more importantly, he was surrounded by the people he'd taught to care for each other. Yuchen sat at his right hand, Lin Xian at his left. Shenwei stood by the door, not intrusive, but present, bearing witness. His final words were quiet enough that only those closest heard them. Thank you for being who you are. The ceremony took place at sunset, 3 days later, in the sect's main courtyard. Unlike the elaborate rituals that celebrated sect achievements, this was deliberately simple. No grand displays of power, no elaborate robes or ornamental movements. Simply disciples and teachers standing in the golden light, remembering a man who had shaped their lives through consistency and kindness rather than brilliance or force. Lin Xian stood at the center, and for the first time, he fully understood what it meant to be a patriarch. Not someone who commanded power, but someone who held space for others to grieve. Someone who made meaning out of ending. Lu Tao taught me something that no technique can teach, Lin Xian said, his voice steady despite the weight in his chest. He showed me that the greatest strength is not in transcendence or power or reaching beyond our nature. It's in accepting our nature and being completely, totally human within that acceptance. He looked around at the gathered disciples, at the older ones who had studied under Lu Tao for decades, at the younger ones who had only known him as a presence in the sect, but whose entire understanding of what a teacher could be had been shaped by his example. He accepted his limitations without resentment. He pursued excellence without ego. He died the way he lived, with grace. Lin Xian paused. That's his real legacy. Not a technique. Not a discovery. A way of being. The ceremony continued through the evening. Stories were shared. Some were funny. Lu Tao had apparently made the same terrible joke about cloud formations for at least 30 years, and disciples competed to see who had heard it most often. Some were profound, moments where his quiet wisdom had changed the trajectory of a disciple's life. Some were simply tender, the small affections of a man who had loved his students without needing to make a grand display of it. As the stars emerged, Lin Xian meditated alone in the garden where Lu Tao had spent his final months. He did not use his rewind sight to understand the mechanics of death. He did not attempt to optimize grief or process it through technique. He simply sat with the loss, vast, irreplaceable loss, and let it exist within him. The greatest power, he realized, wasn't primordial sight or the ability to rewind and understand any technique. It wasn't transcendence or the path to godhood. It was the capacity to accept things as they were and find meaning in that acceptance. To stand before mortality, not as a puzzle to be solved, but as a teacher to be honored. Somewhere in the sect, younger disciples were practicing the forms that Lu Tao had taught them. Their movements would carry his understanding forward. In that continuity, in that passing down of wisdom from hands to hands across generations, something genuine persisted. Not immortality. Something better. Something human. Chapter 116. The quiet ascension. The moment Lin Xian stepped past the threshold of the immortal realm, there were no storms. He was sitting on the terrace of his private quarters, watching evening clouds shift over the sect's peaks, when his dantian simply settled, Just now, he said. To the immortal realm. She said it as a statement, not a question. She always knew. Yes. Yu Qin smiled. Not her formal smile, but the one that was just for him. And you don't seem particularly excited about it. Lin Xian sat beside her on the pavilion's edge. I think I've been excited about advancement for too long. It was always about the next tier, the next breakthrough, the next power. But somewhere along the way, the advancement stopped being the most interesting thing about me. What is, she asked. He thought about it. The choices I make with what I've already become. Yu Qin leaned her head against his shoulder, and they sat in companionable silence as the last light faded from the western sky. Chapter 117. The return of Steel. The Crimson Blade Master arrived on a morning that promised nothing exceptional. Lin Xian was conducting basic sword drills in the outer courtyard. Not for training, but for meditation, the movements so familiar they required no thought. The blade sang its predictable song. His wrists turned through their practiced arcs, and his mind drifted through the quiet space that cultivation had taught him to access. A voice interrupted that space. Still going through the motions, I see. Lin Xian's sword stopped mid-stroke. Jianhua stood at the courtyard's edge, arms crossed, expression unreadable. He looked different. His frame was broader, his presence sharper. There was fresh scarring along his left temple that spoke of recent conflict. But his eyes held the same intensity they always had. The gleam of a cultivator who lived for the purity of steel and skill. Master Jian. Lin Xian lowered his sword. It's been a while. 3 years, Jianhua said. You've grown. I heard rumors. They said you'd changed. That you were something else now. He gestured with a subtle nod. I came to see if the rumors were true. And what did you hear? Lin Xian asked. That you'd stop being hungry for power. Jianhua smiled, and it was genuinely amused. That the disciple who once challenged me relentlessly had become something beyond ambition. Naturally, I had to come back and test it myself. Lin Xian understood what was being asked. He set aside his sword and moved to the center of the courtyard. Then test. The spar that followed was nothing like their encounters 3 years prior. Jianhua's techniques had evolved. His crimson blade style, already formidable, had developed new layers of sophistication. He moved with even greater efficiency, his strikes carrying subtler intent. Feints that were themselves techniques, openings that were traps. He was fighting the cultivator he'd become, not the one he'd been. But Lin Xian had changed too. He didn't meet force with force. Instead, he let Jianhua's momentum flow past him, redirected it with minimal effort, turned each attack into information. His movements were reading, not striking. His sword became an instrument of perception rather than assertion. Jianhua noticed. His strikes became more deliberate, faster, more overwhelming in their volume. He was trying to create a situation where there was nowhere for Lin Xian to flow, nowhere for him to redirect. It almost worked. For a moment, the courtyard became a blur of steel and spiritual energy. But then, perhaps inevitably, they reached a stalemate. Jianhua's blade came in from the high left. Lin Xian's sword rose to meet it, and the moment of contact held. Neither could advance without losing ground. They stood there for a long heartbeat, breathing heavily, locked in perfect equilibrium. Then they both lowered their weapons simultaneously. A draw, Jianhua said. His breathing was heavy, but he was grinning. A real grin, not the fierce competitive expression he usually wore. I didn't expect that. Neither did I, Lin Xian admitted. Jianhua laughed, a genuine, unguarded sound. You know what's strange? During our fights in the early years, I could always tell when you were trying to win. You had this look, this intensity focused on victory. It made you predictable, even when you were powerful. He sheathed his sword slowly. Today, you weren't trying to win at all. You were just testing me, testing yourself, testing the space between us. That's true mastery, Lin Xian. Knowing that victory is optional. Lin Xian felt something settle in his chest, recognition, perhaps, or the comfort of being truly understood. You've grown too, Lin Xian said. Your techniques have evolved in directions I didn't anticipate. That's what happens when you stop fighting to prove something and start fighting to perfect something, Jianhua said. He turned to leave, then paused. I'm not your adversary anymore, I think. I'm not sure what we are, colleagues, I suppose. Equals. He smiled one more time. I like that better. After he departed, Lin Xian remained in the courtyard, watching the sun climb higher. The draw with Jianhua felt more significant than any victory ever had. It marked something shifting in the landscape of who he was, a transition from proving himself to simply existing as the person he'd become. He picked up his sword and resumed his meditation drills, but the movements felt different now. Lighter. More his own. Chapter 118. The choice to leave, come with me. Yu Qin said, not as a question, but as an invitation cast into still water. They were in Lin Xian's quarters, the evening air carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers from the gardens. Yu Chun had been practicing her formations again, but now she sat across from him, her expression open in a way it rarely was with anyone else. "With you where?" he asked, though he thought he already knew. "Away from here. Away from the sect, from cultivation schedules, from the obligations and the records and the sense of always being watched or measured." She leaned forward. "For a year. Just to live, Lin Xian. To experience the world the way regular people do, without the weight of our power, without the constant strain of advancement." Lin Xian considered her proposal. A year away from the sect would be unusual, unprecedented for someone of his standing. But the more he thought about it, the more necessary it seemed. "I'll come," he said. Yu Chen's expression softened. "I was hoping you would." The night before their departure, she came to his quarters for the last time before they left. They had made love countless times before. Early in their connection, it had been desperate and hungry, a way of claiming each other against the fear of loss. In the years since, it had become perfunctory sometimes, a ritual they observed rather than something they truly felt. Tonight was different. Tonight, they were choosing each other consciously. They weren't binding themselves out of fear or dependency. They were simply deciding, moment by moment, to be present together. Lin Xian traced her collarbone slowly, and she smiled at him, not seductively, but genuinely, the smile of someone who was exactly where she wanted to be. When they moved together, it was without urgency. There was no desperation, no need to prove anything. Just the slow acknowledgement of trust, the quiet affirmation that after everything, the separation, the distance, the years of growing into different people, they had chosen to grow together instead. Afterward, lying in the darkness, her head on his chest, Yu Chun whispered, "I'm scared." "Of what?" he asked. "That out there, without the sex structure, without the cultivation framework, we'll realize we don't know how to be together." She paused. "Or that we will, and we'll realize we like it better that way. That we won't want to come back." Lin Xian let his fingers trace patterns across her shoulder, a gentle answer before he spoke. "Then we won't come back. Not if being away is what we choose. The sect will survive without us, Yu Chun. So will we. That's what makes this real, that we're choosing it knowing we could do something else." She didn't respond, but her breathing slowed and deepened, and he felt her relax into sleep against him. In the morning, they left the sect with minimal ceremony. A single pack each. No grand farewells. Just a quiet departure through the eastern gate as the sun was rising, walking toward the roads beyond. Behind them, the sect continued its rhythms. Ahead of them, the world waited in its patient, indifferent way. Lin Xian took Yu Chen's hand as they began walking, and for the first time in years, he had no sense of where the path was leading. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Chapter 119. The road beyond the villages outside the sect existed in a rhythm utterly foreign to Lin Xian's experience. They passed through a settlement called Rivermark first, where cultivators worked alongside farmers, not in a structured way, but organically. A woman who'd developed a technique for encouraging crop growth would share it with her neighbors. A man who'd mastered water channeling would help during dry seasons. Their cultivation was woven into the fabric of survival rather than separated into an elite structure. Lin Xian watched a teenager, maybe 17, teaching an elderly woman a simple technique for pain relief. The technique was crude, not refined like anything they taught at the sect, but it worked. And the old woman's gratitude wasn't directed at the achievement of advancement, but at the simple fact of relief. The cultivation mattered only insofar as it served the person. It was revelatory. "This is how it must have been before sex," Lin Xian said to Yu Chun as they walked along the river road. "Before we systematized everything." "More chaotic," Yu Chun said. "Less efficient, but more genuine," he replied. "Look at them. They're not cultivating because of a hierarchy or a schedule. They're cultivating because it's natural to improve at something useful. The drive to grow is human. The sects are just the framework we built around that." They traveled through 3 provinces over the months that followed. In the western mountains, they met a hermit cultivator who'd spent 50 years developing a single technique, one that let her hear the subtle frequencies of the earth. She couldn't split her attention between multiple skills the way sect disciples were trained to do. But what she'd mastered was so refined that she could predict earthquakes days in advance. "The sects want breadth," the hermit told them, sharing tea in her mountain cave. "But mastery comes from depth. You focus on too many techniques, you excel at none of them." In the southern coast, they found cultivators who developed entirely unique approaches because they couldn't access sect teachings. A fisherman had invented a technique for breathing that let him hold his breath underwater for hours, derived from pure observation and experimentation. A merchant had created a method for sensing spiritual imbalance in others that had nothing to do with formal cultivation, but everything to do with empathy. They've reinvented cultivation independently, Lin Xian told Yuchen one evening, sitting on a pier overlooking the harbor. Just as effectively as the sects have formalized it, but from completely different principles. Yuchen was quiet for a long moment. Are you saying we've been wrong? About the sect structure? No, Lin Xian said carefully. I'm saying it's not the only way. And maybe it's not even the best way. Just the most efficient at producing powerful cultivators quickly. They continued traveling. In a small city in the northeast, they witnessed two independent cultivators meeting by chance and sharing techniques. Not from a formal structure, but from genuine curiosity and the desire to understand each other's approaches. There was something beautiful about it. Something that reminded Lin Xian why cultivation had existed in the first place. The simple human drive to transcend limitations. By the 8th month of their journey, something had shifted in Lin Xian's understanding. He'd spent his entire cultivation journey within the sect's frame, advancing through its ranks, seeking its acknowledgement, measuring himself against its metrics. And yes, that structure had made him powerful, but it had also narrowed his vision, made him see cultivation as a competitive hierarchy rather than a fundamental human impulse. Out here, with Yuchun beside him and no one watching or measuring, he felt a freedom he'd never experienced. The irony was that true mastery might mean walking away from the very institution that had made him what he was. Would you go back? Yuchun asked as they approached the end of their year. Lin Xian considered the question seriously. I don't know yet. Ask me when we arrive back. Chapter 120. The brother with no origin. They were walking through the borderlands, the wild regions where sect influence was minimal and cultivators faced the world's full unpredictability. Lin Xian was thinking about the sect, about whether they would return, when he sensed something that made every instinct he possessed scream in warning. A technique was being performed, not executed, performed like someone who wanted to be noticed. Lin Xian pulled Yuchun behind him and extended his perception. The technique was unlike anything he'd encountered. It was beautiful and terrible, a spiral of energy that folded into itself, fed on its own momentum, created power by consuming itself. And when he tried to rewind it, to find its first movement, there was nothing. The technique had no origin point, no foundation. It didn't derive from any base principle he'd ever encountered. It was self-referential in a way that shouldn't have been possible, a technique that existed without existing, that fed on the rewind of itself without ever being rewound. Someone had created a primordial technique, not discovered one, like Lin Xian had. Created one, from absolute first principles, independent of any ancient knowledge or sealed understanding. The technique stopped abruptly. Before them, in the clearing beside the road, a figure stepped out from behind a stand of trees. They looked almost normal, human, cultivated, not especially remarkable. But their eyes held a depth that made Lin Xian's breath catch. They smiled. Hello, brother. I'm glad I finally found someone like me. The world's about to change, and we need to decide which side we're on. The words hung in the air like a sentence passed. Lin Xian felt Yuchen's hand grip his shoulder, her fear radiating through the connection. The stranger's smile widened, knowing, dangerous, and full of absolute certainty that they understood the weight of what they'd just said. I've been searching for another person with primordial understanding for 3 years, the stranger continued, stepping closer. I knew there had to be at least one other. Someone who'd seen what I'd seen, understood what I'd understood. The ancient treaty they bound us with, the limitations they placed on what primordial capabilities could do. I don't believe in them anymore. And soon, neither will you. Lin Xian's hand moved to his sword, but the stranger raised their hands peacefully. Not today, they said. Today is just recognition. Tomorrow we'll talk about how the primordial will reshape cultivation itself. The stranger turned and walked back into the forest, and Lin Xian could only watch, his perception screaming warnings at the implications of what he'd just witnessed. Someone else had discovered the power to create techniques without origin. Someone who existed outside the sect's knowledge, the ancient treaty's limitations, and the careful structure that had contained primordial understanding for millennia. And now, that someone knew he existed too. Lin Xian felt the weight of an entirely new kind of responsibility settle onto his shoulders, one that extended far beyond himself, far beyond the sect, into the unknown territory of what it meant when two primordials chose different sides of a transformation that hadn't yet begun. Chapter 121. The morning mist hadn't burned off the borderland when Lin Xian felt the tremor, not a tremor of qi, but of presence. Deliberate, announcing itself. He'd known she would come before dawn showed the path clearly. Yu Chun was still asleep in the mountain shelter when Lin Xian slipped outside, his breath misting in the cold. The earth here was wrong. Too still, too prepared. Lin Yi had marked this place hours ago, laid down a foundation of stillness that said, "This is my ground now. You're walking on my terms." She emerged from the tree line with her hands visible, palms up, moving slowly. Not a warrior's patience. A negotiator's. She wore the same robes as yesterday, though he could see they'd been brushed and arranged, which meant something. The care was deliberate, humanizing. He catalogued this even as his primordial sight flickered through her presence, testing the edges of her cultivation, hunting for lies embedded in her chi signature. "You didn't sleep," she said. "Not a question." "I was waiting," he replied. "I didn't know if you'd keep your word." "I said tomorrow." "I'm here tomorrow." She settled onto a stone, not sitting, positioning. Close enough for conversation, far enough for flight. "You've been working through the problem." Lin Xian watched the technique residue still hanging in the air around her. Yesterday's self-referential spiral had left traces. Most cultivators couldn't see them after more than 4 hours. He could see technique ghosts from days back if he focused. The residue here told him she'd been moving in circles, her energy signature stuttering with something between anxiety and purpose. The honesty of it made him uncomfortable. He'd been searching for signs of deception and finding instead the structural integrity of genuine conviction. "You said others exist," he said. "Who's the third?" "Unknown to me." She brushed her sleeve against the stone, a small human gesture. "That's the danger, Lin Xian. We work separately, we stumble through different reconstructions, and when we inevitably succeed, because we will succeed, that's not arrogance, that's geometry. We'll have 3 conflicting primordial frameworks released into the world without coordination. The treaty the ancients bound us with will break not because we chose to break it, but because nobody coordinated the breaking." He watched her hands. They didn't move with the economy of someone selling a lie. Liars move either too much, anxiety, or too little, planned stillness. Her hands moved like someone who'd already accepted she couldn't convince him and was simply reporting facts. "It will happen whether I cooperate or not," she continued. "The question isn't whether the treaty breaks. The question is whether we shape how it breaks, or whether we let it shatter however the pieces fall." His analytical mind was working 3 layers deep. First layer, is she honest? The technique residue suggested yes. Second layer, is honesty enough? No, honest people destroy worlds for honest reasons all the time. Third layer, what's the real shape of the problem? He turned back to where Yu Chen slept. She noticed. "Your partner. She has horizontal sight." "How did you?" "The way you two were standing. You looking down at the foundations, she looking across at the branches. Primordial understanding has 2 types. Vertical and horizontal. I'm vertical like you. She's horizontal. That makes you dangerous together because you can see what we're building wrong and what we're building right." He said nothing. She'd just dissected his relationship in 3 sentences. "I'm telling you this straight," Lin Yi said, "because you're analytical enough to appreciate it. I'm not here to trick you or seduce you or threaten you. I'm here because the situation is what it is, and pretending differently wastes both our time. You can refuse me. I already know you probably will, because you're the type who chooses discipline over risk. But I need you to understand that choosing not to cooperate is still a choice about how this ends. It just means you don't get to shape it." He felt Yu Chen's attention before he heard her steps. She'd woken, was watching from the shelter entrance, reading the moment. "The ancient treaty," Lin Xian said quietly. "Was it truly a mistake?" Lin Yi smiled, and it was the smile of someone who'd waited 3 years for that exact question. "That's a conversation we need to have, but not today. Today is just recognition. Come tomorrow, come next week, come next year, but know that it's coming. The primordial movements are too big to stay sealed. They're in the earth now. They're in the foundation of every technique ever written. The only question is whether you pretend not to see them or whether you help decide what humans do when they can see them too." She stood, brushed her robes, and turned back toward the forest. He watched her go, her form fading into the mist, and realized he'd spent the entire conversation gathering intelligence and committing almost none of her actual words to memory. He'd analyzed her structure while missing her message. Yu Chen stepped down beside him, her horizontal sight already reading what his vertical sight had failed to grasp. "She's right, isn't she?" Yu Chen said quietly. Lin Xian didn't answer. He was too busy building walls between what he felt and what he could afford to acknowledge. Chapter 122. Lin Yu returned at the hour when light was neither morning nor afternoon, the suspended time that belonged to neither category. She brought materials. She laid them out on a flat rock, fragments of cultivated matter, quasi-corporealized technique residue, the kind of things only a primordial understander could even perceive fully. They shimmered with the weight of intentional assembly. This is a partial reconstruction, she said. 3 weeks of work. It's incomplete. I'm missing the foundational resonance on the second turn. But look. Lin Xian looked, and his sight opened fully without his choosing to. This was what happened when he encountered genuine primordial work. His awareness expanded involuntarily, the way a musician's ear reaches toward perfect tone. The structure she'd assembled was beautiful in the way that mathematics is beautiful. It had internal consistency. Every curve supported every other curve. The energy binding it together didn't contradict itself. It had the quality of inevitability, as though this pattern was the only possible way these forces could actually coexist. It's tear-breaking architecture, Yu Qin said from behind him. She had stepped close enough to look, horizontal sight sliding around the structure's edges. Not cultivation, not technique. This is what cultivation was before the ceiling, Lin Yi finished. She wasn't arrogant about it. She was just stating fact. The ancients could all see this. They built their power on this foundation, and then they sealed the site away because the wars it created were unsustainable. But sealing the site didn't make the pattern any less true. It just made most people stop being able to see it. Lin Xian reached out, didn't touch it, couldn't touch it. The resonance would reject a hand that didn't fully understand the pattern. But he could feel the shape of it through his primordial sight. He could see where the second turn's resonance should go. He could see, in fact, exactly what was missing. Here, he said, pointing. The foundational anchor. It needs to bind back through the fourth movement, not the second. The sequence you've assembled reverses itself if the anchor sits in the second turn resonance. That's why you can't stabilize it. Lin Ye's eyes brightened. Not with excitement, with recognition. You can see the fault immediately. It's elegant, he said. Once you see where the anchor should go, the entire structure becomes inevitable. But you'd have found it yourself. It's geometric. In 3 more months of trial, yes. She began to gather the materials, not with urgency, with the care of someone packing something irreplaceable. That's why I'm telling you this. One person working alone at the primordial level burns years on what 2 people could solve in weeks. The reconstructions I'm building take time. But if we cooperated, if I didn't have to work blind, how many fragments have you rebuilt? Yu Qin interrupted. 12 complete. 43 partial. Of those, maybe 8 are functional without catastrophic failure at application. Yu Qin looked at Lin Xian. He could read her horizontal sight's assessment. If even one of those 8 got released into the world, advanced cultivation would transform overnight. Someone could theoretically use a genuine primordial technique to ascend past immortal nascent soul in years instead of centuries. And you're planning to release them, Lin Xian said. I'm planning to understand them. Release would be a separate decision. Lin Yi finished carefully replacing the last fragment. But yes, ultimately, knowledge doesn't stay sealed, Lin Xian. It leaks. It gets rediscovered. It resurfaces. The only variables are whether we release it consciously with ethical context, or whether we pretend to contain it and watch it emerge chaotically through whoever breaks their silence first. The person you don't know, he said. Exactly. That cultivator is working somewhere on this same problem, and they might have completely different ethics about sharing. Lin Yi looked at him directly. I'm the honest option. I'm telling you what I'm doing and why. The unknown person? They might release everything without context, without regard for what happens when every ambitious cultivator in the world suddenly has access to tear-breaking techniques. She stood, shouldering the materials. Her presence was heavier now. He could feel the weight of years spent in isolation, hunting for someone like herself. She'd expected to walk alone forever and had built her entire framework of purpose on that loneliness. His refusal wouldn't break her, but it would confirm her worst suspicion, that she'd have to do this alone. I'll be here again, she said. Not pressing, just present. When you're ready to work, when you've thought through what the world looks like if the primordial movements are released without any coordination. When you're ready, come find me. She left before he could respond, and Yu Qin moved closer, her horizontal sight spinning carefully through his closed expression. You wanted to say yes, she said quietly. He didn't answer, but his hands had clenched into fists, which was answer enough. Chapter 123. They argued in the shelter, quiet and vicious, the kind of argument that carves permanent grooves in a relationship. She's wrong, Lin Xian said. The ceiling was necessary, was it? Yu Qin's horizontal sight was reading the full shape of his objection, and she wasn't accepting surface argument. Or did the ancients make a choice based on their own fear, and now you're defending that fear instead of examining it? If I release what I know, if I teach others the primordial movements the way she wants, you become like the ancients, Yu Qin finished. You have the sight, and you choose to weaponize it. Yes, that's the argument she's making, and she's not wrong. He turned away, unable to hold her gaze. Then what do you propose? That I work with her? That we reconstruct the primordial movements together and wait for the perfect moment to release them? I propose that you stop pretending you have a perfect answer, because you don't. Yu Chen's voice was hard. You have sight, Lin Xian. You can see the foundations. But seeing isn't the same as understanding what to do with what you see. You've been operating on the assumption that the best way to handle power is to not use it. That's not wisdom. That's avoidance. He'd never heard her speak to him like this. His fatal flaw was rising, the instinct to retreat, to analyze instead of engage, to treat her as a voice expressing an interesting problem rather than as a person he needed to actually answer. I choose discipline, he said quietly. I have the sight. I can see the primordial movements. But I've learned that having power and using it are different choices. The ancients had sight and choice, and they chose to wage war using godlike power. I choose differently. I choose to keep the sight, but not synthesize the knowledge. That's my discipline. Yu Chen was silent for a long moment. Then, that's cowardice dressed as wisdom. The words landed like a physical blow. You're choosing comfort and safety over truth, she continued. The ancients were wrong to seal it. But being wrong again in the opposite direction, refusing to engage, isn't better. It's just a different kind of fear. You're afraid that if you touch the primordial knowledge, you'll become corrupted by it. So instead of engaging with the real problem of how to transmit that knowledge ethically, you're pretending the problem doesn't exist. He wanted to argue. His mind was running through 17 different counterarguments. But the silence in his chest told him something true. She wasn't entirely wrong. Some part of his refusal was genuine wisdom about the dangers of godlike power. But another part was pure fear dressed up as principle. What would you have me do? He asked, and heard how cold his voice had become. I don't know, Yu Chen said. But I know it's not this. It's not standing paralyzed while Lin Yi builds her reconstructions alone. It's not treating this like a philosophical problem when it's actually a crisis that's already unfolding. He understood then that he was losing something in this conversation. Not her, not yet, but some piece of their connection that had been built on the assumption that his way of seeing was sufficient. She was revealing that it wasn't, and his instinct was to close the distance between them even further, to retreat into pure analysis, to make this about solving an external problem rather than admitting he didn't know how to solve the one inside himself. The next morning, before dawn, he went back to where he'd seen Lin Yi emerge from the forest. She was waiting as though she'd never left, as though yesterday's conversation had simply paused rather than ended. He could see the faint luminescence of techniques she'd been working on through the night. More reconstructions, more fragments being assembled. I still can't work with you, he said, but I want to understand what you're building. Lin Yi smiled, and it was the smile of someone who'd won a small victory that had cost everything to achieve. That's better than I expected. It's not yes. It's the beginning of yes. She gestured to the assembled fragments at her feet. Come, let me show you the second reconstruction I've completed. It's almost functional, but the binding resonance stutters. I think you'll see why immediately. As he approached, his primordial sight opened fully, and he realized something that chilled him. She was right. The more he understood her work, the more impossible it became to turn away from it. The knowledge was too clean, too real, too undeniable. Refusing to engage with it was becoming less tenable with every fragment he examined. When you figure out what you're becoming, Lin Yi said quietly, you'll understand why I had to find you. The world needs people who can see this and think before acting. There aren't many of us left. He didn't answer, but he stayed until the sun rose, examining reconstructions, finding the faults, suggesting corrections, becoming gradually more and more complicit in the very work he'd sworn not to do. When he walked back to the shelter, Yu Chen was waiting. She didn't ask where he'd been. She already knew. She read it in his face. The look of someone who'd stepped across a line and couldn't quite find his way back. Chapter 124. The sect's inner sanctum was quiet in the way of places that had absorbed too much history. Marble floors, ancient carvings, the weight of 1,000 years of decisions pressing down from the stone. Yu Liang entered leaning on a staff, and Lin Xian felt the shock of seeing him outside the retirement pavilion. The old patriarch was frail now, genuinely frail, not the theatrical fragility of someone performing age. His chi was thin, stretched like silk over failing sinew. Yu Chen had been right to drag him from rest. This was important enough. Sage King Yun arrived silently, the way ancient beings moved, not by traveling space, but by the world rearranging itself to place them where they needed to be. His presence filled the chamber with a kind of patient quiet. The keeper of the underground movement arrived last, and the moment their eyes met Lin Xian's, he felt the weight of 17,300 years. Not metaphorically. The keeper's cultivation signature literally carried the sediment of nearly 2 centuries' worth of human lifespans. They'd survived the apocalypse. They'd seen civilizations rise and fall. They understood something about the deep time of consequences that none of the rest of them could quite grasp. Lin Yi exists, Lin Xian said without preamble. She has primordial sight. She's been reconstructing primordial movements for years. There are at least 3 of us now, possibly more. And she's right about the treaty breaking. Yuliang closed his eyes, not in despair, in recognition. How far along is she? The old patriarch asked. 12 complete reconstructions. 43 partial. 8 functional enough to use without catastrophic failure. The keeper's ancient eyes didn't react, but Lin Xian felt the weight of their attention shift toward him. And you're considering releasing this with controlled disclosure. It's the only option that doesn't involve either becoming the thing I refuse to be, a tyrant controlling knowledge through force, or letting it fragment into chaos when the unknown third person succeeds and releases it without context. The false binary, Sage King Yun said, and his voice was the color of ancient amber. There are always more options than the 2 that feel most available. I'm open to them, Lin Xian said, and meant it. You're not, Yu Liang said quietly. You're defending the choice you've already made. You've already decided disclosure is inevitable. Now you're rationalizing it. The old man was right. Lin Xian felt himself flinch from the accuracy. The problem is that you cannot stop knowledge from emerging, Yu Liang continued, and his voice had the weight of someone who'd tried and failed across decades. Once it exists in the world, truly exists, not sealed away, but existing, you can only shape how it emerges and who holds the context when it does. The primordial movements have already escaped. Lin Yi is proof of that. Another cultivator we don't know is proof. You're proof. The only variables remaining are coordination and context. What would controlled disclosure look like? The keeper asked. It wasn't a philosophical question. It was practical, the question of someone who'd managed populations across millennia. We would release the primordial movements through a framework that included the ethical context the ancients omitted, Yu Qin said. She'd been quiet until now, reading the room's shape. We would teach people not just how to use these techniques, but why the ancients sealed them. What happens when godlike power is distributed without wisdom? The responsibility that comes with the sight. That requires controlling the narrative, Yu Liang said. The moment you release this knowledge, you lose control of the narrative. Someone will weaponize it. Someone will corrupt it. Someone will use it in ways you didn't intend. As opposed to the chaos of multiple uncoordinated releases? Yu Qin replied. At least with controlled disclosure, we set the baseline. We establish the context. We make the first argument before others make worse ones. Sage King Yun was silent, just listening. His ancient patience was working through some calculation that Lin Xian couldn't quite perceive. The critical question, the keeper said slowly, is not whether the treaty breaks. It's whether the breaking is coordinated or chaotic. And the second question beneath that is, are the ancients' objections to releasing the primordial movements still valid? All eyes turned to that question. We don't know, Yu Liang said. The wars they fought were real. The devastation they caused was real. But were the wars inevitable because of the primordial movements? Or were they inevitable because the ancients used them as weapons? That distinction matters. And we've never actually tested it. Testing it now would mean releasing everything, Lin Xian said quietly. Yes, Yu Liang agreed. It would. You would be performing an experiment on the entire cultivation world. And if you're wrong, if the devastation the ancients feared actually emerges, there's no going back. Sage King Yun finally spoke. There is another possibility. One path that requires neither tyranny nor chaos. Everyone waited. You could release the knowledge to those who have demonstrated wisdom enough to hold it without corruption, the ancient being said. A slow initiation rather than a flood. You could test the framework. Iterate on it. Let people prove themselves trustworthy before they gain access to the deepest movements. It would take longer, but it would reduce the catastrophic risk. Lin Xian felt something shift in his understanding. That was a third way. Not controlled disclosure to everyone. Careful apprenticeship. Wisdom-based access. It didn't solve all the problems, but it reduced the recklessness of simply releasing everything. Lin Yi would reject that, he said. Probably, Sage King Yun agreed. But then the question becomes, is she pursuing truth, or is she pursuing revolution? If she wants truth, she'll engage with a framework that maximizes wisdom. If she wants revolution, she'll reject anything that doesn't move as fast as she demands. The keeper stood, their 17,300 years of movement carrying a strange grace. You have a great deal to think about, Lin Xian. But you should prepare for the flood regardless. It's coming. Whether it comes through your choice, through Lin Ye's choice, or through some unknown cultivator's choice, it's coming. Prepare the framework. Prepare the people. Get ahead of it. The chamber emptied slowly, leaving Yu Liang until the last. The old patriarch looked at him with eyes that had seen 1,000 cycles of this same problem. Was the ceiling a mistake? He asked, almost to himself. I don't know, Lin Xian admitted. Yu Liang nodded, as though that was the only honest answer possible. Neither do I. That uncertainty is what the ancients never had. They were sure. That's why they made such terrible choices. Maybe you'll do better. Chapter 125. The emergency council dissolved into cautious silence. Lin Xian stood alone in the sanctum, watching the light shift through the ancient windows. Stone that had been carved 1,000 years ago held the afternoon. Wait. Intention. The memory of every decision made inside these walls. The most dangerous part of Lin Ye's argument was not that she was right. It was that she might be partially right, and he had no way of knowing which parts. The ceiling might have been a mistake motivated by fear rather than wisdom. That was plausible. The ancients had been powerful beyond measure, and power corrupted. They might have looked at what they were becoming and chosen to seal away knowledge not because it was inherently dangerous, but because they were no longer wise enough to hold it. But they also might have been right. The wars they fought might have been inevitable consequences of primordial understanding. The devastation might have been real. The ceiling might have been the only choice that prevented extinction. And he could not know which. That was the weight that settled on his chest. Not the problem itself, but the fact that the problem had no solution that didn't require stepping forward into radical uncertainty. He could refuse Lin Yi, but that meant accepting that the unknown third cultivator might release the primordial movements without any coordination or context. He could cooperate with her, but that meant becoming the thing he'd sworn not to be, someone who weaponized knowledge for his own vision of what the world should become. He could follow Sage King Yun's path of slow initiation and carefully gated access, but that required him to become a kind of gatekeeper, making judgments about who was worthy of the primordial sight. That was a different kind of power, and potentially more corrupting than any other, the power to decide who got to see the truth. Every option required him to choose something, which meant choosing to exclude something else. Yu Qin found him standing in the sanctum after midnight, still turning the problem over in his mind like a stone, hunting for the edge that would cut the knot. You can't solve this alone, she said. I know. You're going to try anyway. I know that too. She sat down on the cool stone floor, horizontal sight reading the shape of his paralysis. What's the worst outcome? That we release the primordial movements and the ancients were right. That we set off a cascade of power-seeking that destabilizes civilization. That everyone with ambition suddenly has access to godlike techniques. And the wars that follow kill more people than live through the entire ancient period. And the best outcome? That we release the primordial movements carefully, with ethical context, and cultivation transforms into something wiser. That having the sight spreads out among enough people that no single faction can dominate. That the knowledge becomes part of human heritage instead of sealed away. Those aren't your choices to make alone, Yu Qin said. The best outcome requires other people. It requires Lin Yi, despite your distrust. It requires Yu Liang's experience. It requires Sage King Yun's ancient perspective. It requires the Keeper's understanding of managing populations. It requires me to stop being isolated, he said quietly. Yes. His fatal flaw was being articulated now, spoken aloud. He was good at seeing the roots of things. But he was also good at standing alone with that sight, making decisions in isolation, treating connection as a weakness rather than a capacity. He'd built entire philosophies of discipline around his need to retreat from the world. And that retreat had been a choice he'd made, over and over, because staying isolated felt safer than the vulnerability of actually needing other people. Tomorrow I'll talk to Lin Yi again, he said. Not to agree to work with her directly, but to understand her better. To ask her what cooperation would actually look like, what she would and wouldn't compromise on. And if she won't compromise, then I'll know something important about her. About whether she's pursuing truth or pursuing power. Yu Qin stood, offered him her hand, and pulled him up from the stone. It was a small gesture, but it contained everything. The acknowledgement that he couldn't think his way forward alone, that he actually needed other people, that isolation wasn't wisdom but damage. He took her hand and let her lead him back to the quarters, where the rest of the sect was sleeping, unaware that the primordial movements were about to reshape the world they lived in. The choice had already been made, not in the way he'd intended, not through brilliant analysis or perfect reasoning. It had been made in the moment he chose to take Yu Qin's hand instead of standing alone with his thoughts. The flood was coming, and he would have to stop trying to hold it back and instead learn how to shape it. That was the decision that felt most like surrender and most like wisdom, impossible to distinguish between the two. Chapter 126. The emergency council chamber smelled of stale tea and the particular metal and paper mustiness that came from 3 days of unbroken deliberation. Maps lay scattered across the center table, charts of cultivation density across the major sects, population estimates, projections of knowledge dissemination. Every sect leadership in the room had sent representatives. Even the Diamond Throne had dispatched an observer, sitting in the shadows with the patient expression of someone watching a tide they'd already seen rise 1,000 times. Sage King Yun had not spoken once in those 3 days. He sat in the place of honor, a tall man with silver hair that caught the candlelight like metal, and said nothing. He drank tea. He read the reports. He seemed to sleep without sleeping, existing in a state of waiting that made everyone in the room more tense than any confrontation would have. On the morning of the 4th day, he set down his cup and spoke. Do not seal the primordial movements. The room ceased. Elder Chun of the Northern Peaks opened his mouth, closed it. Master Hui, who represented the Diamond Throne, leaned forward infinitesimally. Instead, Sage King Yun continued, his voice steady and without drama. Encode them. Encode them in what, precisely? The master of the Red Seal sect, a woman Lin Xian had never seen show anything but professional severity, actually sounded uncertain. In ethical development, Sage King Yun set his palms flat on the table. Create a new tier of cultivation, call it Eternity Peak, or something fitting to your traditions. Make it accessible only to cultivators who have demonstrated sustained ethical foundation, restraint, understanding of their own limitations. Someone who can hold power and choose not to use it for advantage is someone ready to understand the primordial movements. Someone who cannot, they will not be able to perceive them clearly anyway. The knowledge will be opaque. Lin Xian felt Yu Chen shift beside him. He kept his own expression neutral, but his primordial sight was already spinning forward, tracking the first movements of this proposal through the network of sect politics and fear that filled the room. You're suggesting we trust people, Su Lin said flatly. He was the patriarch of the Azure Wave, and his tone suggested Sage King Yun had just proposed teaching cultivation to children and livestock. I'm suggesting you stop treating knowledge like poison, Sage King Yun replied. He was not unkind about it. Poison grows more toxic in sealed containers. Understanding grows more robust when it spreads with context. Give the primordial movements freely, but only to those who've earned the right to understand them. The certainty in his voice was what struck Lin Xian, not aggressive certainty, but the calm assurance of someone who had watched civilizations rise and fall and knew the patterns in his bones. 3,000 years of observation had not made him uncertain. It had made him sure in a way that transcended the room's fever of anxiety. This will take centuries, someone said. Yes, Sage King Yun agreed. It will create new power structures. Political leverage around who gets admitted to Eternity Peak cultivation. Yes, it will be unstable. Everything is unstable, Sage King Yun said. The only choice is whether you manage instability with knowledge or without it. I've seen the alternative. I prefer this one. The room sat in that statement like it was a stone dropped into still water. Lin Xian's primordial sight traced the first movements of this path forward, the slow opening, the gradual spreading, the inevitable mistakes and corrections, the generations of learning to build ethical culture alongside raw power. He could see the vulnerabilities. He could see the dangers. He could also see something else. A future where understanding was not the property of fearful councils, but the inheritance of anyone willing to develop the wisdom to carry it. Neither was safe. Both required faith. Chapter 127. The keeper of the underground movement rose from his seat, so slowly that everyone watched him do it, as though the motion itself was a kind of pronouncement. He was old in a way that transcended physical age. His hair was white as bone, but his eyes held the weight of centuries, and not the measured, philosophical centuries of Sage King Yun, but the grinding, visceral centuries of someone who had survived catastrophe. I am 17,342 years old, the keeper said quietly. The room went still. I was alive the last time this was tried. He walked to the center of the chamber, his movements careful but not frail. The ancients lived in a time of perfect certainty about their own ethics. They were more developed than us, wiser, more restrained. They could handle power responsibly, they said. They had built a society of cultivators who understood balance, who valued restraint, who could share knowledge without corrupting each other. The keeper paused. They were wrong. When knowledge is that profound, when power is that great, no amount of ethical certainty prevents catastrophe. It only ensures that when catastrophe comes, it's vast. Sage King Yun watched him with the expression of someone hearing an old argument from a new angle, but understanding it perfectly. They waged war. The keeper continued. Cultivation masters who had spent lifetimes building ethics and understanding. They waged war against each other, and they nearly destroyed everything. The world itself was broken. Coastlines shifted. Mountains cracked. Whole ecosystems collapsed. And all of it happened because they trusted that knowledge with ethical people was safe. They were ethical. They were wise. And they were wrong. He turned to face Sage King Yin directly. You are proposing to repeat their mistake with better documentation. Sage King Yin did not flinch. Sealing knowledge only delays the inevitable. When it emerges, and it always does, because humans are relentlessly curious and the power of understanding draws them like flame draws moths. No one will have the ethical framework to handle it. The knowledge will emerge in a vacuum. People will use it because they don't understand what they're wielding. That is worse. That is far worse. You can't build ethics retroactively. You can't teach people to be wise about power they've already started abusing. Better to teach it openly with context, with tradition, with the burden of ethical expectation woven into the learning itself. You believe that will prevent the catastrophe this time, the keeper said. It was not a question. No, Sage King Yin said. I believe catastrophe is inevitable regardless. The only question is whether it comes wrapped in understanding or in ignorance. I've seen both. Understanding at least leaves the possibility of learning from the mistake. Ignorance guarantees the same catastrophe will be fought again in 50 years, and again in 50 after that. The oldest argument in cultivation history hung between them. The control of those who feared versus the trust of those who understood that control itself was an illusion. Lin Xian did not interrupt. He sat with his primordial sight open, reading the first movements of both paths. The keeper's argument had structural integrity. Lin Xian could trace it backward through history and find it sound. But so did Sage King Yun's. Both paths had genuine foundations. Both led to different futures, and neither was safe. He could see that clearly. What he couldn't see was which future was right. Chapter 128. The debate among flowing jade sect's elders was not philosophical. It was raw and afraid. This will destroy the sect, Elder Tao said flatly. He was the keeper of their archives and had spent 60 years categorizing dangerous knowledge. We will be known as the sect that opened the floodgates. When the catastrophe comes, and it will come, they'll say we caused it. We're not voting on preventing catastrophe, Lin Xian said quietly. We're voting on whether we try to prevent it through secrecy or through education. Education makes us responsible when students misuse the knowledge, Master Wei countered. She taught the inner disciples and had seen what happened when promising cultivators had access to power they weren't ready for. Secrecy at least gives us the excuse of not having known better. Lin Yi has already begun reconstructing the primordial movements independently, Lin Xian said. There are at least 3 of us with natural primordial sight. Me, her, and potentially one other we haven't identified yet. The knowledge is already emerging. It's not a question of whether it emerges. It's a question of whether it emerges with ethical context or without it. He put his hand on the voting stone in front of him. The stone was warm, almost alive with the stored decisions of every patriarch before him. I choose with context. I choose teaching. I choose believing that our cultivators are wise enough to learn without destroying themselves. He pressed his palm down. The stone glowed once, bright and clear. The vote was close, 9 in favor, 7 opposed. But it was decided. Flowing Jade sect would support the Sage King's proposal. They would open their resources. They would begin training the first cohort of Eternity Peak cultivators, those rare individuals who had demonstrated both power and restraint. Lin Xian's hand remained on the stone long after it had stopped glowing. The weight of it was not triumphant. It was sobering. He had just committed to changing cultivation itself, not through force, but through a single vote that would ripple forward across centuries, affecting people not yet born, decisions not yet made. He wondered if the ancients had felt this same heaviness. Chapter 129. Lin Yi found him in the gardens at dawn, which meant she had been watching for him. She stood at the edge of the flowing jade sect's outer boundary, exactly where a visitor would stand to wait for permission to enter. She was wearing traveling clothes, gray, practical, made for movement rather than comfort. There was a pack on her back. She looked like someone who had already left, was only waiting for the conversation to catch up to the fact. You voted yes, she said without greeting. I did. Slowly. Safely. With institutional structures and approval chains, and probably committees that will take 5 years to agree on the basic framework. Lin Xian stepped closer. His primordial sight could read her clearly, the first movements of her frustration, her disdain for bureaucratic caution, and underneath it, something else. A kind of respect she didn't quite know how to express. Yes, he agreed. I would have just told everyone the truth and let them choose what to do with it. I know. My way would have transformed cultivation in a decade. Your way will take generations. Yes. Lin Yi made a sharp, exasperated sound that was almost a laugh. You're impossible to argue with. You can still try. She shook her head. No, I'm done here. She shifted her pack, and the movement made it clear this was not a visit. This was a farewell. I've done what I came to do. I showed you what was possible. You've taken the essential idea and wrapped it in so much institutional care that it might actually survive contact with reality. That's actually valuable. You're leaving. I'm going deeper. Farther. There are places in this world where people haven't built sects yet, haven't calcified their understanding into tradition. I'm going to teach them before the structures crystallize around what they know. She met his eyes. I'm going to find the real answers. You're going to find the safe ones. Will you come back? No. She said it without cruelty, just fact. I've learned what I can from your world. If I stay, I'll start wanting to burn it down out of impatience. Better to leave before I get to that point. She turned to go, then paused. If you change your mind about going slow, if you decide that transformation matters more than safety, you know where to find me. She walked away into the forest, and Lin Xian let her go. He didn't call after her. He didn't ask her to stay. He understood that some paths diverged and never converged again, and trying to hold on only corrupted both directions. The loss of it was genuine. They could never be allies now, not really. What they might have built together would remain one of those techniques with no first movement, something that required two insights working in tandem, now forever unachievable because one of the pieces had chosen to walk a different road. Chapter 130. The first cohort of Eternity Peak cultivators was smaller than anyone expected. 7 disciples from Flowing Jade Sect, 2 from the Diamond Throne, 3 from sects Lin Xian had never heard of. They assembled in the oldest training chamber, the one that still had the original murals painted during the sect's founding, when the world had been less afraid and more alive. Lin Xian had never been a teacher. He had been a student, then a patriarch, then a solver of other people's crises. But teaching was different. Teaching required him to articulate what he saw, to slow down his primordial sight until other eyes could follow the same path. It was, he discovered, the beginning of his own healing. Look at this movement, he told the cohort on the 3rd day of training, opening a cultivation form. His hands moved through the precise geometry of the first position, the root where all power began. Don't try to rush forward. Don't try to see the conclusion. See only this, the smallest, slowest moment. The beginning. The disciples bent their focus forward like flowers turning toward sun. 3 of them could see it immediately, the telltale silver shimmer in the air that indicated primordial structure underneath the movement. 4 of them struggled, their perceptions still catching on the physical form instead of the essential one beneath. But they were trying. They were learning. They were not alone in this vision anymore. The old gardener, Su Liang, appeared in the doorway with tea. He had been at the sect for longer than anyone could quite remember. He tended the courtyard herbs with patient, weathered hands. He had a habit of commenting dryly on sect politics while water leaked from his watering can. No one had paid him particular attention. But his eyes, when he looked at the training cohort, at the disciples struggling to perceive the primordial movements, his eyes held knowledge. He set down the tea with careful precision and approached Lin Xian directly. I'd like to help, if you'll let me, he said simply. Lin Xian's primordial sight caught on something in that voice, something ancient and vast and deliberately buried. He looked at Su Liang's weathered hands, his patient eyes, the way he moved with neither urgency nor hesitation. You know the original context, Lin Xian said. I was there, Su Liang replied. When the ancients created these, I know what they were trying to prevent. I know why some of them have no first movement at all. He sat beside the disciples with the ease of someone who had taught cultivators in times when the world was still learning its own boundaries. And something shifted in Lin Xian. The loneliness that had defined him since childhood, that particular isolation that came from seeing what no one else could see, from understanding the foundational structures that everyone else missed, began to fracture. There were others now. Not many, but others. Later, after the training session ended and the disciples had dispersed to contemplate what they'd learned, Lin Xian walked the sect's outer gardens alone. The moon was bright enough to cast shadows. He found himself thinking about the techniques that had no first movement, the ones he'd encountered throughout his life, the ones he'd perceived as his own limitation. His blindness. He stopped walking and let his primordial sight fully open. He could see it now, the elegance of it. Those techniques without first movements weren't flaws. They were safeguards. The ancient masters had built them deliberately, techniques that could only be activated through cooperation, through multiple perspectives combined. Techniques that required partnership to activate, that no single person, no matter how brilliant or powerful, could dominate alone. They had anticipated him. They had built a system that remained safe even against someone with his exact ability. They had looked forward 3,000 years and tried to ensure that even genius could not create tyranny alone. Lin Xian went still for a long moment, letting that understanding settle through him. Then he laughed, genuine, surprised laughter, the first time in the story. The sound echoed off the stone walls of the sect, and for once, it did not sound lonely. Chapter 131. The Primordial Studies Division had claimed the east wing of the Flowing Jade Sect's teaching complex. The oldest stone walls, the highest ceilings, windows that faced the direction of the morning sun. Lin Xian knew every detail of that building because he'd walked its corridors as a younger disciple, before his mother had died, before everything had narrowed. He didn't know that Yu Chun had already commissioned new desks. When he arrived at the first formal council meeting, the division was already in motion. Yu Chun stood before a gathered group of senior instructors. There were 12 of them, which meant she'd recruited from 5 different sects, and she was explaining the curriculum structure with the kind of precise clarity that made complex things simple. Wall charts hung showing the progression: foundation understanding, principle analysis, application design, integration, and synthesis. She hadn't waited for him. Lin Xian felt something shift in his chest, not quite surprise, more like an adjustment, the way a door finds its true hinge. He stood in the entrance, unannounced, and watched her work. She was pointing to a section labeled Lateral Movement Studies, explaining how techniques could be understood not just vertically through their component movements, but horizontally through their derivative applications. A technique for fire control could become a technique for temperature sensing. A form for deflection could teach principles about redirection that applied to energy, to information, to thought itself. This was what he'd always done alone. She'd made it a discipline. One of the instructors asked a question about assessment: how they'd know if a student truly understood a principle versus merely memorizing its expression. Before anyone could answer, Yu Chin's eyes flicked to the door where Lin Xian stood. She didn't smile. Her expression shifted into something that existed purely in the set of her mouth, the angle of her chin. "I told you so." She turned back to the instructor. "That's where the Patriarch's vertical sight becomes essential. We pair every application module with root cause verification. A student can't advance until both understanding and implementation are confirmed." Lin Xian moved into the room and took a seat at the back. The meeting continued. Yu Chun introduced the instructors and their assignments, each one positioned according to their particular strength. She'd organized the whole structure around what people were naturally good at, not what the hierarchy demanded. A former weapons master would teach momentum and force. An alchemist would teach transformation and state change. A calligrapher would teach precision and intention. 2 hours in, they encountered the problem that proved the necessity of both their minds working together. One of the newer instructors, a woman named Shun Hui who'd transferred from the Northern Accord, was describing her plan to teach energetic pathways. "We map the traditional meridian system, then show how primordial understanding allows us to see around the meridians, to find alternative channels for energy flow." A disciple in the observation section raised his hand. "But if the meridians are just one expression of the same underlying principle, how do we teach someone to perceive other channels without them getting lost? The traditional system is stable because it's rigid." The question hung in the air. It was the right question. It was also unanswerable from a purely vertical perspective. Lin Xian could see the root problem immediately. The traditional meridian system worked because it was restrictive. It forced energy into proven paths. To teach someone to see alternatives was to remove the guardrails. But how to teach it safely was a horizontal problem, a problem of application and working around constraints. He opened his mouth to explain the difficulty. Yu Chen spoke first. "We teach them not in raw energy flow, but in perception itself. Instead of asking them to reroute their qi, we ask them to observe how qi wants to move in their unique constitution. The meridian system is universal, but the person flowing through it is never universal." She glanced at the disciple. "What if the problem isn't finding alternative channels, but learning to stop forcing the universal system onto a particular body?" Lin Xian understood what she meant before she finished speaking. It was exactly the right approach. Not teaching them to break the rules, but teaching them to understand themselves clearly enough that they could work with the rules rather than against them. It was elegant. It would work. And he would never have thought of it alone. "Build the curriculum around that," he said quietly from the back of the room. "Self-mapping first. Then channels follow naturally." Yu Chun acknowledged this with the barest nod, the kind of acknowledgement that came from actual equality, not rejection of his input, but incorporation of it into something that was already moving. She turned back to Shen Hui. "That's your framework. Start with the mapping exercises from the foundation peak, then extend them with primordial perspective. Report back in 3 weeks." The meeting continued. Lin Xian sat in the back and watched the division take shape around a woman who'd understood, years ago, that true partnership meant building without waiting for permission. The afternoon light moved across the stone floor. Yu Chen's voice remained steady and clear, outlining timelines and expectations with the precision of someone who'd thought through every possible obstacle. At the end of the session, as the instructors filed out, she finally looked at him directly. "You came," she said. "You built this without me. I told you I would." She gathered papers from her desk. Everything was organized into neat stacks, labeled, prioritized. "I told you I could see applications you couldn't. I told you we could teach what neither of us could teach alone. You believed me intellectually. Today you'll see it actually work." Lin Xian stood and moved to the desk. Through the window behind her, he could see the training gardens where the primordial cohort was practicing. Students moving slowly through forms, their chi visible to sight beyond sight, their understanding beginning to branch in directions it had never gone before. "You were right," he said. "I know," Yu Chen replied. She held out the curriculum chart. "Here, tell me if the progression works for your perception. I've structured it so vertical and horizontal learning reinforce each other. But you'll see patterns I might have missed." He took the chart. Their hands didn't touch. They never did in moments like this. But he understood what she was offering. Not leadership, not followership. Partnership of two different minds seeing the same problem in complementary ways. "It's good," he said, studying the layout. "The third month, the integration module. You'll want reinforcement here, not additional material. Something that forces them to apply both frameworks simultaneously." "Already planned," Yu Chen said. "I was waiting to see if you'd catch it." Lin Xian looked at her. Across the room, the evening light was turning golden, the kind of light that made everything in the sect look like it was carved from old jade. In that light, Yu Chen's face was perfectly composed and perfectly present, the face of someone who'd been building something real while he was still learning how to exist in the world. "We're going to teach them things no one's taught before," he said. "Yes," she agreed. "Because I can see what you can see, and you can see what I can see. Together we see the whole." She returned to her papers, already moving toward the next task, the next meeting, the endless work of building something from nothing. Lin Xian stayed for another hour, reading through her notes, adding observations in the margins, each note a conversation that didn't need to be spoken aloud. By the time he left the division, the moon had risen over the sect walls. Chapter 132. The Great Hall of the Neutral Ground, the territory that belonged to no sect and all sects equally, had been built 300 years ago by a council of masters who'd hoped that if they made the building beautiful enough, people might be willing to negotiate inside it instead of fighting outside it. They'd been partially right. The architecture alone didn't prevent war, but it did make it harder to start fighting when the ceiling was inlaid with jade and moonstone, when light fell through crystal panels at angles that turned anger into something more reflective. Today, that ceiling held the weight of the most significant gathering since the wars had ended. 18 sect representatives sat in a circle, no head position, no clear ranking, and Lin Xian watched from an observation alcove as they negotiated the final structure of the three peaks. Foundation Peak, unchanged from traditional cultivation, open to all, governed by existing hierarchies. Excellence Peak, advanced technique mastery and theory, merit-based, led by the sect leaders collectively. Eternity Peak, primordial understanding, restricted to those who could demonstrate both cultivating power and ethical foundation. Led by representatives from all participating sections 6 years ago, these 18 people had been competitors so fierce that wars had nearly broken out over techniques, over resources, over pride. Now they were arguing about bureaucracy. "The ethics evaluation is still elitist," one of the sect leaders said. This was Luo Chun of the Mountain Fortress, whose sect had been neutral during most of the conflicts. His hand, when he gestured, was steady. His voice was calm. "You're creating a structure where Flowing Jade Sect and the Northern Accord get to decide who's ethical enough for primordial knowledge. That's not wisdom. That's just different power." The argument wasn't unfair. Lin Xian had heard variations of it during the 18 months of negotiation that had led to this moment. The fear was real, that the Eternity Peak would become what the ancient primordial sects had been, a tool for excluding people, for maintaining dominance. He could have let the other sect leaders answer. Yu Chun was present and perfectly capable of rebuttal. So was Sage King Yun, who traveled from the Library Eternal to observe the proceedings. But this was the moment that needed his voice, not because he had the authority to override Luo Chen's concern, but because the concern deserved recognition before it was countered. Lin Xian rose and moved into the circle. "You're right to be cautious," he said. He didn't move closer to Luo Chen, didn't use any of the physical language of dominance or persuasion. He simply stood in the space and spoke directly. The Eternity Peak could become exactly the kind of exclusive structure that caused problems before. There's no way around that risk. No architectural fix prevents it. So here's what we've built in to prevent it: transparency, rotation, and distributed authority. He turned slightly so the whole circle could see his face. The ethics evaluation is public. Every applicant's qualifications and reasoning are documented and available for any sect to review. If we're going to exclude people, we do it openly, not in secret. Second, leadership of Eternity Peak rotates every 2 years across all participating sections. No single sect gets to define the standard for long enough to weaponize it. Third, any sect whose members are excluded has veto power to request external review. If 3 sects believe an exclusion is biased, it gets reevaluated by representatives from outside the Flowing Jade sect. Luo Chun was listening. That was the important part. Not that he agreed yet, but that he was listening with the kind of attention that meant he took the answer seriously. Lin Xian continued. You're also right that we get to help define the standard initially. That's a real advantage, and we have that advantage because of the choices we made in the last 6 years and the structure we built first. But that advantage ends in 2 years. By then, the Eternity Peak's internal culture will be set. It will have precedents, established procedures, and new leaders from other sects who will reshape it according to their principles. What we establish now will constrain what any single sect can do later. That still assumes good faith, someone said from across the circle. This was Ji Shun from the Western Plateau, whose sect had fought fiercest against the new primordial understanding. It does, Lin Xian agreed. I'm not asking you to trust the Flowing Jade sect. I'm asking you to trust the structure more than the people in it. Structure survives incompetence and corruption. Trust in people alone doesn't. The circle was silent for a long moment. The moonlight through the ceiling panels had shifted, moving across the stone floor like water. Luo Chun looked at Yu Chan, and she inclined her head slightly, a gesture that meant this is his honest answer, not a negotiating position. I'll recommend acceptance to the Mountain Fortress Council, Luo Chun said finally. But I'll be auditing the ethics evaluations. If they become political rather than actual, we withdraw. Audit them in person, Lin Xian said. All sects should. The stronger the external scrutiny, the harder it is for corruption to hide. The vote came an hour later. 17 sects in favor. 1 abstention from a sect that wanted to observe the first 5 years before fully committing. 3 peaks of cultivation were official. The 3-sect accord became the foundation for a new era of cultivation across all the known regions. Sage King Yun found Lin Xian afterward, as the hall was emptying and the sect representatives were making plans to return home. That was elegant, the ancient being said. His voice, when he chose to use it in public settings, always sounded like someone translating from a language that was older than words. You didn't insist you were trustworthy. You made trust in yourself unnecessary. Luo Chun was going to oppose it anyway, Lin Xian said. But opposition based on reasonable concern is better than opposition based on fear of the unknown. If he's auditing, he's invested. If he's invested, he has reasons to hope the structure works. Do you think it will? Sage King Yun asked. Lin Xian looked back at the great hall, at the jade ceiling catching the last light of day, at the circle of stones where 18 different minds had finally found a way to want the same thing. I think we've built something that will work until someone clever figures out how to break it, he said. By then there will be thousands of cultivators in the primordial path. No one person will be able to bend that many minds in a unified direction. That's the real protection, not the rules. The number of people involved. Sage King Yun made a sound that might have been laughter, if laughter could exist in frequencies most humans couldn't perceive. You've learned that lesson well, the ancient said. Once you could see only patterns you understood alone. Now you're learning to see patterns that require many minds working together. That's an advancement no rank can measure. He departed for the library, and Lin Xian stood alone in the great hall as the service workers began extinguishing the lamps. The jade ceiling grew darker, the moonstone dimmer. But the light they'd held during the day continued in his memory, fixed there, a circle of people who decided together that the future was worth building despite the risk that it might fail. Chapter 133. The letter smelled of river mud and weathering paper, the kind of mud that accumulated in slow places where water had time to think. It was written in Qin Yuan's unsteady hand, a hand that had learned calligraphy once and then unlearned its precision in order to learn other things. How to repair fishing nets. How to tend gardens that didn't require the perfection of sect cultivation. How to live small. Lin Xian, *, we had a son. We named him Lin Wei. ***, Meng Si insists you'll understand why immediately. She says it's the kind of thing you'd understand before anyone explained it, which I'm not sure is a compliment, but she says it is. Come visit when you can. The boy should know the person whose name he carries. He's nearly 2 now and has Mengxi's temper and my stubbornness, which Mengxi finds hilarious in a way that suggests I'm not supposed to find it hilarious. The sect is good. I know you're doing important work, but sometimes important work can wait a few days. We're by the Qing River, the village called Willowmere. You can't miss it. There's a shrine at the entrance that has bells that the river wind keeps ringing. Your friend, Qin Yuan. Lin Xian read the letter 3 times. On the 4th reading, he realized his hands were trembling slightly, the way they did sometimes now when emotion moved through him with enough force that his body couldn't contain it politely. Yuchen found him in the library where he'd gone to be alone. Qin Yuan? She asked, not because he showed her the letter, but because she'd learned to read the particular quality of disturbance that came from messages outside the sect. He had a son. He named the boy Lin Wei. Lin Xian set the letter on the table between them. That's my childhood name. Before the awakening. Before everything. Yuchen read the letter slowly. When she finished, she looked at him with an expression of complete unsurprise. The kind of look that suggested she'd known Qin Yuan would do something like this and had been waiting for the moment to arrive. When are we leaving? She asked. We're not. You have the Primordial Studies Division. I have capable people running the Primordial Studies Division. I have also been managing a sect's administrative structures while you learn how to be human. I think I can take 3 days. She stood and began moving toward the door with the kind of purposeful velocity that meant the decision was already made. Get your coat. We're taking the fast route over the mountains. It's 2 days hard travel if we leave now. Lin Xian followed her because it was easier to follow than to argue, and also because some part of him had known, reading Qin Yuan's letter, that he wasn't going to make that journey alone. The Qing River village revealed itself exactly as Qin Yuan had described. Shrine at the entrance. Bells that the wind was currently agitating into discordant music, narrow roads that had grown up organically around the river rather than being imposed upon it. The houses were modest. The gardens were visible, growing in gentle disorder that spoke of people who were content to let vegetables grow in shapes vegetables wanted to grow rather than forcing them into patterns. Qin Yuan's house was at the far edge of the village, where the road began to lose its definition and become merely the path that people habitually walked. He was in the yard when they arrived, not waiting, but repairing a fence in a way that suggested he'd learned to find satisfaction in small, contained work. He looked older. That was the first thing Lin Xian noticed. Not aged. Qin Yuan had undergone no dramatic physical decline, but older in the way of people who'd accumulated time in a place and settled into its rhythm. He turned when he heard footsteps on the path. Recognition moved across his face. Then pleasure, uncomplicated by any concern for protocol or appropriate distance. He set down his tools and came toward them with his hand already extended, as if Qin Yuan had never learned that sect leaders required formal greeting. You came, he said. Both of you, even better. Your letter had that effect, Yuchen said, taking his hand in a gesture of genuine greeting. Where is the boy? Napping. He'll wake soon enough. Children of that age don't do anything quietly, including sleep. Qin Yuan gestured them inside, moving as a person moves in their own home, without any of the careful precision that came from showing people places that belong to institutions rather than people. The interior was close and warm, lit by afternoon sun through windows that hadn't been cleaned recently. There were toys scattered across the floor. Books, but not cultivation texts, stories, children's tales, things that had been brought from the village market rather than written by sage kings. Mengxi emerged from the kitchen with a child balanced on her hip. She was older too, or perhaps just visibly content in a way that made time seem less relevant. She embraced both of them with the kind of physical ease that came from seeing people as friends rather than as their roles. Lin Wei was asleep in the back room, she said, and handed the child to Qin Yuan. But I hear him waking. Subtly, like someone setting the house on fire. The boy emerged moments later, stumbling slightly, the way small humans did when they were still getting used to their legs. He had his mother's eyes and his father's serious expression and absolutely no understanding of who Lin Xian was. Lin Wei, Qin Yuan said, come meet someone. The boy, at the comprehension level of 2-year-olds, which is to say barely above the comprehension level of furniture, wandered toward them with the kind of wandering purpose that suggested he'd spotted something interesting. That something, it turned out, was the shiny clasp on Yuchen's robe. He reached for it with the single-minded focus of his age. Yuchen knelt to his level. You can't have this one. But I have something better in my pack. She produced a small wooden toy from seemingly nowhere, a spinning disc with bells attached. Lin Wei accepted it as if it had been produced by a perfectly functioning universe that provided toys when needed, and wandered away again, engaged. Qin Yuan watched him go, then turned back to Lin Xian. Sit. Let me get you something to drink. You've had a long journey. They sat in the main room of the house. The window looked out over a garden where vegetables grew in cheerful chaos, and a goat of questionable parentage was investigating the fence. The tea that Qin Yuan brought tasted like something a person had actually made from plants, not like the carefully measured ceremonial brews of the sect. It was better. He doesn't understand what you are, Qin Yuan said quietly. He's not old enough. By the time he is, you'll just be the person whose name he carries. That was the point, I think. Mengxi wanted him to grow up knowing that important people can be kind people, can be people who visit sometimes and sit in houses and drink tea. Not as exceptional, just as normal. Lin Xian didn't speak because speaking would have been difficult. Instead, he watched Qin Yuan, watched how this man who'd left the sect and its precision had learned to exist in a place where nothing was perfect and everything continued anyway. You could have just told me, Lin Xian said eventually. You didn't have to name him. Yes, I did, Qin Yuan replied. You saved my life in ways that matter. The sect did. The structure you built saved me from a path that would have ended differently. So I wanted you in this child's life, even if you're not here physically. When he grows old enough to understand names and history, he'll ask why he's called Lin Wei, and his mother will tell him the story. And he'll know his name came from something real, something that mattered. In the corner, Lin Wei was making the wooden spinning disc produce sounds, testing the limits of how much noise a 2-year-old could generate, which is to say testing the absolute maximum. The noise was terrible. It was completely insufficient, so he began experimenting with how much noise he could add vocally. Lin Xian stood and moved toward the boy. He'd held children before. There were countless disciples in the sect, but he'd never held one outside the context of the sect, never held one who had no idea what power he contained or what role he was supposed to play relative to him. Lin Wei accepted being picked up with the same complete indifference he'd shown the toy. Then, after the careful analysis of a toddler determining whether this was a safe perch, he grabbed Lin Xian's finger. It was a light grip, the hand of a child barely capable of holding anything. But the action itself, the decision to hold on, to connect, to use this adult as a tool for maintaining balance while he continued his assault on quiet. Something in Lin Xian broke open. Not shattered. Opened, like a door in a sealed room, finally finding the space to swing. The boy held his finger. It was the least deliberate gesture possible. It contained no awareness, no intention, no meaning at all beyond the immediate physical need for balance. Lin Xian felt it move something in him that he'd thought was already moved, already processed, already understood. But understanding something intellectually was not the same as feeling it move through your body. Not the same as holding someone who existed because you'd built a world where people like Qin Yuan could leave the sect and choose to have families instead of just serving purposes. He looked at Qin Yuan across the room. His friend was watching him with the careful attention of someone who'd understood, years ago, that this moment would matter, would break something necessary open. We can stay the night, Lin Xian said to Qin Yuan. If that's possible. That's why we hoped you'd come, Qin Yuan replied. That evening, as the sun fell below the river and turned the sky colors that existed only in places where people had learned to stop asking the world to be efficient, Lin Wei finally fell asleep. Qin Yuan and Meng Si provided the small room where visitors were meant to sleep, and Lin Xian sat at the window while Yu Qin slept and watched the river move in darkness, listening to the sound of water that had somewhere else to be but was taking the long way to get there. In his other hand, the hand that held it when no one was watching, he held a small wooden spinning disc that Lin Wei had abandoned. He'd kept it as a child keeps small treasures, without understanding why it mattered, only knowing that something about it was necessary to hold. Chapter 134. The transition happened at the threshold of waking, that moment when consciousness was still forming decisions about what reality was and wasn't. Lin Xian's eyes opened in the gray light before dawn, and immediately he knew something had fundamentally changed. The world was transparent in a new way. Before, his primordial sight showed him the first movement of every technique, the foundational impulse from which all elaboration flowed. It was sight that went backward to root causes, that could unwind the most complex technique to reveal the simple intention beneath it. But it was sight that required witnessing. He could only rewind what he had directly observed. Now, the reach was longer. He sat up slowly, testing the perception, and understood that he could see the first movements of techniques he had never witnessed directly. Techniques derived from base principles he had already analyzed. It was as if every technique he understood completely left a kind of signature in reality, and now he could follow derivative techniques back to their source by reading that signature. Not time travel, not literal rewinding, but the ability to perceive the genealogy of movement, to see how one principle had fractaled into 100 techniques, how those techniques had evolved and been modified, all the way back to the first moment when someone had first discovered the underlying law. It was extraordinary. It was the kind of advancement that should have occupied all his attention. Instead, there was something else. It was quieter than the new perceptual ability, but deeper, as if someone had given him the ability to rewind not just his sight through space, but his awareness through time. Not to change the past, but to understand it with the clarity of lived hindsight. Every decision he'd ever made, he could now trace backward to the first impulse that had motivated it. Not the first thought about the decision, the first movement of intention underneath that thought. He got out of bed and moved to the window. The river below Qin Yuan's house was beginning to move differently as dawn approached. The light was going to change, the shadows were going to lengthen. He looked out and didn't move for a long time. Then, very carefully, he rewound the first movement of his most foundational decision. He was 10 years old again, or his awareness was. His mother had died 3 days before. The sect was performing a memorial ceremony. People were speaking kindly, speaking with the careful gentleness that people used around children who were newly aware of permanent loss. He was sitting alone in a chamber, and he was making a decision. Not consciously. No 10-year-old was conscious of this decision. But the impulse was there, the first movement beneath all the thoughts that would follow it. He could feel it now with perfect clarity. If I don't need anyone, no one can leave me. It wasn't profound. It wasn't even unusual. It was the logic of a child protecting himself from further damage. The kind of logic that made sense when you were small and couldn't yet understand the difference between grief and the techniques you'd use to survive grief. But he could see now what that 10-year-old couldn't, that this single first movement had shaped decades. It had shaped how he'd built the sect, with himself at the center, with himself as the linchpin that held everything together. It had shaped how he'd resisted connection, how he'd isolated himself even among people who loved him, how he'd made himself into something untouchable rather than something real. And he could see now, with the clarity that only hindsight gave, what that choice had cost him. Not the years he'd spent alone. He'd been content in those years, in his way. The cost had been the years he'd continued alone, even after choosing otherwise, because the first movement was so deep that it continued to shape his instincts long after his mind had decided it was wrong. Lin Xian sat on the windowsill and felt 10 years of accumulated isolation suddenly visible to him. All of it traceable back to that single moment when a child had decided that self-sufficiency was safer than love. He didn't cry. His body had learned very thoroughly not to cry. But something moved in him that had the shape of what crying might have looked like if it had been translated into the language of perception and sight. Yuchen was awake. He hadn't heard her move, but he saw her reflection in the window, sitting up in the far corner of the room, waiting to see if he needed her or if he needed the space to understand whatever had just moved through him. I advanced, he said quietly. Immortal ascension, she said. It wasn't a question. She'd probably sensed the shift in his presence. Yes, there's something new in it. Something about seeing backwards through decisions, not just through techniques. He didn't turn around. I can see why I made the choice to isolate myself. I can understand the 10-year-old's logic. But understanding it doesn't change that I spent decades making the same choice, because the first movement of it was buried too deep to touch. You're touching it now, Yuchen said. I'm touching it now, he agreed. He felt her move toward him, and he turned to face her. In the gray light, she was completely present. No hidden thoughts, no difficult emotions disguised. She'd learned to exist without that kind of defensive architecture, and now when he looked at her, he could see the shape of that choice, could trace it backward to wherever she'd decided that connection was worth the risk of loss. You were at the center of your own universe, she said, because you needed to be sure you couldn't fall. Now you're learning to stand at the center of something that has multiple hearts, that you're not responsible for holding up alone. Lin Xian reached for her hand. It was a gesture he still found difficult, still had to make with the conscious attention that wouldn't be necessary if the gesture had begun earlier, if the first movement of his childhood decision had been different. But he was learning. Each gesture was practice. Each moment of connection was rewriting something that had been written very deep. Thank you, he said. For what? For staying. When I was still impossible. Yuchen smiled. I'm going back to bed. You should too. There's a child awake somewhere below us who has no concept of quiet, and you need sleep for what comes next. But Lin Xian stayed at the window, rewinding through small moments, beginning to understand the architecture of his own choices. The light came up slowly, turning the river from gray to gold. Somewhere, in some place he couldn't reach yet, the ripples from that 10-year-old's decision were still spreading outward. But they were spreading into a world he'd built differently now. They would still affect him. They would still shape choices. But they'd meet resistance now. They'd meet people. They'd meet love. That was enough. Chapter 135. The Hermitage was on the third peak of the solitary mountains, in a valley where the silence was so complete it had its own sound, a kind of ringing absence that told you immediately that no one had lived here recently. Lin Xian found the cultivator in a cave that had been expanded with meticulous care, the stone walls worn smooth by work that had taken years, maybe decades. The cultivator was young, mid-30s, which meant they'd advanced quickly, which meant they were brilliant. The cave was covered in diagrams, in carefully rendered symbols that represented movements and principles. Some of them were real. Some of them had never been real, were being created from mathematical necessity rather than from observed nature. They were trying to synthesize a new primordial movement from first principles. The cultivator sensed him before turning. That told Lin Xian something. They had perception enough to detect approaches. They were skilled. They were also afraid, in the way that brilliant and isolated people became afraid when someone represented a threat to their independent work. "I know why you're here," the cultivator said without turning around. They were touching one of the diagrams on the wall, a complex spiral that had no basis in any natural technique. "You're going to tell me I'm breaking something, that I'm dangerous?" "Yes," Lin Xian said. "Can I sit?" The cultivator turned then, surprised enough to break the pattern of resistance. Lin Xian moved slowly, deliberately non-threatening, and settled onto a stone. The cultivator watched, trying to determine if this was a trap. "I'm not going to force you to stop," Lin Xian said. "I came to understand what you're doing." "Understanding is a courtesy," the cultivator said. "Enforcement is what happens after." "Maybe. Tell me what you're trying to do." The cultivator studied him for a long moment, testing something. Then, because the need to be understood is stronger in brilliant and isolated people than almost anything else, they began to talk. "The existing primordial movements are fragments. I can feel that. They're beautiful, but they're incomplete. Someone broke something ancient, and what we have now is just pieces of a much more comprehensive system. If I can understand the underlying geometry of those fragments, I can reconstruct what was lost. I can make something complete." It was such a clear articulation of the mistake, the specific brilliance that led to destruction. Lin Xian had seen this pattern before. He'd almost become this pattern himself. "What you're describing is possible," Lin Xian said, "and you might be smart enough to do it. But here's what you're not accounting for. The movements we have now weren't fragmented accidentally. They were fragmented deliberately." The cultivator's expression shifted. Not disbelief, but the kind of attentiveness that came from having an assumption questioned by someone who clearly understood the space they were working in. Lin Xian continued. "The ancient primordial masters who created the original system realized something important. A complete system, perfected and unified, can be dominated by a single person if that person is smart enough and powerful enough. The earliest primordial sects used that. One master controlled the whole system, and everyone else was subordinate. So they made a choice. They fragmented the system deliberately. They separated the knowledge into pieces that required multiple minds working together to function. No one person can dominate alone. Not because the system is weak, because they made it so that the only way to use it fully is through cooperation." The cultivator was silent. "If you synthesize what you think is the original complete system," Lin Xian said, "you won't be completing something broken. You'll be creating something that can be dominated by a single will. You'll be creating exactly the thing the ancients designed against. And someone will find you, and they'll want what you've made." "No one would," the cultivator said. But there was doubt in it now. There was the beginning of understanding. "Someone would," Lin Xian said. "We're not so far removed from the conflicts that people have stopped wanting dominance. You'd create a tool for that, and you'd do it in good faith, thinking you were recovering something lost." The cultivator moved to one of the diagrams, a simpler one that seemed to be an actual technique. "I'm alone here because I can see things other people can't. I can perceive movements beneath movements. It's isolating. No one understands the depth I'm working in. So I thought I could build something here, alone, that would be so complete and so perfect that no one could deny the validity of what I've seen." Lin Xian understood the sentence immediately. It was almost his own sentence, pulled from his own past, rephrased in the language of someone a generation younger. "I know what that feels like," he said. "You were never alone," the cultivator said. There was some defensiveness in it, but less than before. "I was always alone," Lin Xian replied. "I built a sect and a structure and filled it with people, but I was alone inside all of it because I decided very carefully not to let anyone close enough to matter. I was more alone than you are now, because I had the illusion of connection while actually being completely separated. At least you're honest about it." The cultivator looked at him, really looked at him, trying to determine if this was manipulation or if this was something true. "What changed?" they asked. "I met someone who could see what I couldn't see. Someone who saw horizontally instead of vertically. We started working together, and I realized that the things I could achieve alone were nothing compared to what we could achieve together. But first I had to accept that I didn't know everything, and that the things I didn't know mattered. Lin Xian stood slowly. Come down from this mountain, not to stop your research, to come to the eternity peak, where there are people who understand the depth you're working in, people you can build with instead of building against. And if I refuse? The cultivator asked. Then you keep working alone, and eventually someone finds this cave, and they either steal what you've made or they destroy it. The brilliant work becomes either a tool of dominance or dust. Either way, you lose. The cultivator looked at the diagrams covering the cave walls. Years of work, years of isolation, years of being the only person in the universe who understood exactly what they were trying to do. If I come, I have to stop this research, they said. No, Lin Xian said. You have to do this research with other minds. That's harder than doing it alone, but it's the only way to do it safely. The cultivator was quiet for a very long time. Then they began carefully removing the diagrams from the wall, not destroying them, but taking them down carefully, folding them, preserving them. I'll need 3 days to prepare, they said. Take as many as you need, Lin Xian replied. He descended the mountain slowly, giving the cultivator the space they needed to make the transition from isolation to connection. It was delicate work, that transition. He remembered how it felt. The moment when you accepted that you couldn't do something alone, that the things you'd built in isolation would have to be rebuilt in collaboration, that your perfect work would have to become imperfect in order to become real. By the time he reached the base of the mountain, the sun was setting. The hermitage was visible above him, small against the stone. Somewhere in that cave, someone brilliant and lonely was beginning the hardest part of growth, the willingness to let others see the work, to let others participate, to accept that a shared vision was worth more than a perfect solitary one. Lin Xian thought about his own journey. He thought about standing in the library, years ago, trying to understand cultivation alone. He thought about the garden at night where he'd laughed for the first time, the sound echoing off stone walls. He thought about Yu Chun organizing a curriculum without waiting for permission. He thought about Qin Yuan choosing to name his son after friendship. He thought about holding a toddler's hand and feeling the weight of a grip that meant nothing but contained everything. And he thought about what awaited the cultivator at the eternity peak. Not validation of their isolated work, but something harder and richer, the experience of being part of something that no single mind could have built alone. The discovery that understanding was not made smaller by being shared. That brilliance was not diminished by collaboration. That the loneliest part of being extraordinary was not knowing that loneliness could be chosen, again and again, or that connection was always possible if you were willing to let go of the perfect work and embrace the real one. He returned to the sect as the first stars came out. Yu Chan was in the gardens, where she'd been most evenings since they returned from Willowmere, checking the progress of experiments the primordial cohort was conducting. She saw him and came toward him with the kind of movement that said she'd known he would come back successful, not because she trusted his power, but because she understood that if anyone could guide a brilliant and isolated person toward collaboration, it would be someone who'd learned that lesson at the deepest possible level. The cultivator? She asked. Coming, Lin Xian said. In 3 days. Good. We'll have the secondary chamber prepared. She took his hand. You were right to understand them instead of enforce on them. I was them, Lin Xian said. Just luckier. I found you. The moon was rising over the sect walls. The gardens were visible in its light. Plants growing in careful patterns, students moving through their forms, years of work taking shape in stone and text, and the measured progress of cultivation. None of it would exist if he'd remained alone. None of it would have become what it was if he hadn't been willing to let Yu Qin see what he couldn't. If he hadn't been brave enough to return to the village where a child was growing under his own name. If he hadn't learned to laugh and mean it. The cultivator would come, and they would learn that brilliance was not diminished by community. They would learn that the work could be harder and deeper with other minds participating. They would learn what Lin Xian was still learning every day. That connection was not weakness. That needing people was not failure. That the most extraordinary thing a person could do was build something with someone else that neither could have built alone. For the first time since his awakening, Lin Xian understood that this knowledge, this simple, everyday understanding that collaboration was possible, was as important as any primordial technique he'd ever learned. And it would be the inheritance he left behind, not the power to see first movements, but the courage to share them with others. Chapter 136. The village hadn't changed. That was the surprise. Lin Xian had expected it to look smaller when he returned, the way childhood places always did when you came back with adult eyes. But it was exactly as he remembered. The river bending through the valley, the stone bridge with its single deliberate crack, the cottages arranged without any particular plan, more grown than built. Qin Yuan was by the water with his son. Lin Xian recognized the moment before either of them noticed him. Qin Yuan held a flat stone in his hand, showing it to little Lin Wei. The child was small still, maybe 3 years old, with the uncertain balance of someone still learning that his legs obeyed him. Qin Yuan was demonstrating how to skip stones, his body tilting, his wrist flicking. The stone hit the water and sank immediately. Again, the child said. Qin Yuan tried again. Another stone dropped straight down. You're angling wrong, Lin Xian said. Both of them turned. Qin Yuan's face opened into that smile, the one that had stayed the same since they were boys. Little Lin Wei stared, the way children did when they encountered someone unfamiliar, trying to calculate whether this was friend or stranger or something more interesting. The stone needs to be flatter, Lin Xian said, walking down to the water's edge. And you're releasing too late. The timing has to be right at the peak of your motion. He selected a stone from the river, thin, barely larger than his palm, weighted just so. When he moved, it was without thinking, his body remembering something older than cultivation. A 10-year-old boy trying to impress another 10-year-old boy by making a stone touch water 3 times before sinking. He flicked his wrist. The stone left his hand at the angle that was right, spinning flat, and it struck the water, once, twice, 3 times, before the river took it. Little Lin Wei's eyes went wide. I want to do that, the child said. You have to practice, Qin Yuan said. Your hand isn't big enough yet. I can practice now, Lin Wei insisted. Lin Xian spent the afternoon showing a 3-year-old how to hold a stone. Most of the stones didn't skip. The child's arm strength wasn't there. His timing was chaos. His release was wild. Every single attempt was a failure. Lin Wei didn't care. He laughed at each splash and reached for the next stone. When the sun was lower, Qin Yuan called the child inside to eat. Lin Wei ran toward the cottage, stopped, ran back to hug Lin Xian's leg without being asked, then ran away again. A gesture without context or consequence. The kind of touch that meant nothing to the child and everything to the man. Lin Xian and Qin Yuan sat on the bank afterward, feet toward the water. I'm going to be a father, Lin Xian said. Qin Yuan was quiet for a moment. Then, I know. It suits you weirdly. How do you know? Yu Chun told Meng Si. Meng Si told me. Also, you have the look. You've been wearing it for a while now. Qin Yuan picked up a stone, studied it, didn't throw it. You seem different. Since the last time you were here. I am, Lin Xian said. Better. Yes. Qin Yuan nodded, as if this confirmed something he'd already decided. That boy inside. He's going to grow up thinking that skipping stones is something someone who looks like you can do casually. He's going to think that power and gentleness are things that can exist in the same person. It's going to be normal to him. Lin Xian understood, then, what Qin Yuan was saying. Normal. A child would grow up thinking these things were normal because they would be normal in his world. The terror and the cage that had defined Lin Xian's childhood, the isolation that came from being the only one who could see what he saw, the unbearable weight of knowing things that no one else understood, that wouldn't be the child's inheritance. My mother wanted this, Lin Xian said quietly. I've understood that only recently. She didn't want me to be invulnerable. She wanted me to be happy. I thought those were different things. I thought I had to choose. She would be glad, Qin Yuan said. The river moved between them, indifferent to their conversation, as rivers were. I was 10 when she died, Lin Xian said. I remember that morning. I remember thinking it meant I had to become something that couldn't be broken. I remember deciding right then that I would be alone rather than vulnerable. He paused. I think she would tell me that was the opposite of what she meant. Qin Yuan's hand found his shoulder. They sat that way while the light changed, and Lin Xian felt something in his chest that had been tight for 20 years finally release. Not gone, but let out, made manageable. The weight of being the only one who saw, the only one who understood. It had been real. It had shaped everything. But it didn't have to be the whole story anymore. Chapter 137. Yu Liang's chambers were dim. The old patriarch had requested that the shutters remain closed, and no one questioned him. He lay in a wide bed with silk that had probably cost more than some sect's entire treasuries, and he was so small in it that Lin Xian had a disorienting moment of not recognizing him, as if some other ancient, diminished person had taken his place. But the eyes were the same. Sharp. Waiting. Sit, Yu Liang said. Lin Xian sat in the chair beside the bed. It had been placed there recently, he thought. Deliberately. Waiting for this conversation. I'm not going to recover, Yu Liang said. No preamble, no gentleness. I'm not ill in any way that medicine can fix. My body has simply decided it's done. At some point, even an immortal is just old. Tired of continuing. I've lived longer than any 3 people should. I've held on past when I wanted to let go, because I thought the sect needed me. He paused, gathering breath. Then you opened the Eternity Peak, and I realized that the sect didn't need me anymore. More importantly, it needed to not need me. That's what you gave it. Not just strength, the ability to survive without me. Lin Xian started to speak, but Yu Liang raised a hand. I was afraid for most of my life, the old man continued. Afraid of change. Afraid of knowledge spreading. Afraid of losing control. Do you know what I realized? That I was afraid of all those things because I was afraid of death. If the world changed too much, then I wouldn't understand it, and not understanding felt like dying. He closed his eyes. You weren't afraid of those things. Or you were, but you acted anyway. That's the difference between us. The chamber was very quiet. When I'm gone, Yu Liang said, keep teaching. The world needs people who see like you see, who have the perception to understand power at its deepest levels. But it needs them more if they're people like you, who choose humility, who understand that seeing the first movement isn't the same as being the only one who matters. Lin Xian realized his eyes were burning. He hadn't expected to cry. He'd thought himself past tears about this meeting, had imagined it as a formal occasion, something he would endure with the composure that he'd built across decades. But Yu Liang was still talking, and Lin Xian was crying, and the old man reached out with a hand that trembled slightly and found Lin Xian's hand and held it. It was a small gesture. It meant everything. I'm proud of you, Yu Liang said softly. I know I didn't say it often. I know I was difficult to live with. But I'm proud of you. That matters. I needed you to know that before I let go. Lin Xian held the old man's hand until Yu Liang's breathing deepened, until his grip loosened, until sleep took him. Even then, Lin Xian didn't move. He sat in that dark room and felt something settle, not peace, but something like acceptance. The old patriarch had lived so long, held on so fiercely, made so many decisions from fear. And at the end, he'd had the courage to change, to admit he'd been wrong, to tell someone he loved them. It was more honest than most lives managed. Lin Xian kept holding his hand and waited. Chapter 138. Yu Liang died 3 days later, in his sleep, exactly the way he wanted. The funeral was 3 days after that. The Flowing Jade sect's main hall was full, not with mourners in the formal sense, but with the accumulated network of people Yu Liang had trained across his centuries. Disciples who'd become teachers, enemies who'd become colleagues, people who simply owed him a debt for his stubbornness and his insistence on precision and his refusal to accept anything less than excellence. They told stories. An ancient cultivator from the Western sects described a debate Yu Liang had won through sheer irritability, refusing to accept any answer that wasn't perfectly reasoned. A younger disciple, maybe 40 years old, talked about how Yu Liang had corrected her technique obsessively until she understood it so deeply that the correction became the foundation of her entire style. Someone laughed about how Yu Liang had refused to attend his own birthday ceremony 80 years ago because he said birthday ceremonies were an unnecessary disruption to training. There were tears, but not many. More often, there was laughter, the kind that comes from genuine affection for someone complicated and difficult and real. When it came time for the eulogy, Lin Xian walked to the front without notes. He'd try to prepare something formal. Each time, it had felt false. Yu Liang lived long enough to be wrong about many things, he said, and he was wise enough to change his mind about most of them. The hall was completely silent. The last thing he changed his mind about was me. For years, I was the student he didn't quite trust, the one with power he didn't understand, the one who refused to fit into the categories he'd created. He was right to be uncertain. I was dangerous then, in ways I didn't understand. Lin Xian paused. He watched me long enough to see past the danger to the person underneath. He chose to believe in me. I am grateful every day that he did. Lin Xian felt tears on his face as he spoke, and didn't stop them, didn't hide them. The emotion was there, real and visible, and the people watching understood. This wasn't a tragedy being described. This was gratitude. This was a man who had been changed by another man's willingness to see him truly. I'm grateful, Lin Xian finished, that someone like Yu Liang existed. I'm grateful that he lived long enough to decide that people and growth and change were worth believing in. And I'm grateful that the last real conversation we had, he told me he was proud of me. That gift, that will stay with me for the rest of my life. The ceremony ended quietly. People filed out in small clusters, remembering. In the gardens afterward, Su Liang was still tending the oldest trees, ancient plants that had grown alongside the patriarch. He said nothing when Lin Xian found him, just nodded. Sometimes the deepest respect lived in silence. The world continued. The sun rose and set. The seasons changed. The grief didn't disappear, but it became part of the fabric of things, a loss that was real, that mattered, and that would not prevent anyone from continuing to live and build and teach. This was the way of things. This was how the world actually worked, not as tragedy, but as the simple fact of impermanence that made everything precious. Chapter 139. 5 years after the opening of Eternity Peak. The world's cultivation networks had shifted in ways that would have taken centuries by the old standards. Sects that had spent generations viewing each other with suspicion were now coordinating on research projects. The Flowing Jade sect's cohorts had sent graduates to 7 other major sects, not as subordinates, but as teachers. Several of those graduates had started their own schools, carrying the philosophy of the Eternity Peak to new students. The first full cohort from the Peak, 40 students who'd been selected 5 years ago from across the known cultivation world, had produced its first independent discoveries. Lin Xian was no longer the prodigy who broke all understanding. He was the teacher who trained the people breaking new ground. It suited him in a way he hadn't expected. In the training grounds, he watched Shen Mei guide a new student through harmonic resonance analysis. Shen Mei had surpassed him in this specific discipline 3 years ago. Her intuition for frequency patterns was superior to his own. Lin Xian felt genuinely glad about it. The succession of power, the replacement of the old with the new, it was working exactly as it should. Yu Chun came to find him after the session, walking slowly, her pregnancy visible now. Their child would be born in a few months. She moved with the careful deliberation of someone carrying new life, and Lin Xian found himself making space for her automatically, adjusting his pace to hers. A letter arrived, she said. From Lin Yi. Lin Xian hadn't heard from Lin Yi in 5 years. The independent cultivator who'd rejected the Eternity Peak, who'd called him slow and thought his philosophy was compromise. He took the letter and opened it carefully. Lin Xian, I'm watching what you've built from the borderlands. I've spent the last 5 years working with cultivators who chose to stay independent rather than join sections. I thought I was proving that the isolated path was viable. I'm not sure that's what I've proven anymore. Your graduates are doing better work than I am, and it's because they have people to practice against, to learn from, to push back on their assumptions. I was right about isolation being limiting. I was wrong to think isolation was noble. You were right about connection. I still think you're too slow in some applications, but you're not wrong about the fundamentals. I'm implementing similar frameworks in my own work. Don't gloat about it. Lin Yi *** Lin Xian read it twice, then showed it to Yu Chun. You're not going to gloat, she said. It wasn't a question. No. Good. Because her point still stands. You are sometimes slow. He wrote back one line on fresh paper. Neither are you. That evening, Sage King Yun found him in the gardens. The ancient being moved as slowly as he always had, as if time had no particular hold on him, as if he existed slightly outside the normal flow of things. The borderland cultivator, Yun said. She's doing good work? Different work. Same goal. Lin Xian showed him the letter. Yun read it with perfect attention, then returned it. She's doing the same work from a different angle. The world needs both approaches. Connection and independence, tested against each other, creating pressure that forces both to get better. Yun smiled. You're learning to see that way, not as winner and loser, but as complementary forces. Outside, the sect gardens were in full bloom. Spring had come, as it always did. The trees Yu Liang had planted centuries ago were flowering. Su Liang, ancient and patient, and still teaching cultivation history between watering, was tending them. The sealing of the primordial movements seemed like something that had happened to someone else, a lifetime ago. It almost was. Chapter 140. Shen Mei came to Lin Xian in the afternoon, excited and confused in equal measure. I found something, she said. She was one of his brightest students, specializing in harmonic analysis. In the meditation technique from the 7th archive, the one that correlates movement with frequency. I don't think it's just a meditation technique. The resonance pattern, it's too precise, too structured. It's almost like someone built a pattern to be read. Lin Xian felt something cold move through him. Show me, he said. She spread the analysis on his desk. The patterns she'd mapped were elegant, mathematically beautiful. And now that she'd shown him, he couldn't unsee it. The structure was wrong, or not wrong, but intentional. A signal, layered so deeply that it would take centuries of cultivation practice to perceive it fully, but there, deliberately placed. He extended his primordial sight, the full extension he'd learned to use carefully over decades. His perception opened wider, and the meditation hall dissolved into pure perception, pure structure. Every single primordial movement was part of a larger pattern, a vast architecture, built the way you'd build a message if you wanted it to be received by something that existed on the other side of what cultivation could touch. Something beyond reality, something that had been listening. And they'd just spent 5 years teaching people to access and use that architecture, teaching them to read the message, to broadcast it, like a civilization learning the right frequency at exactly the moment something had been waiting to hear them. Lin Xian's hands were shaking. He found Yu Chun in the library. She took one look at his face and set down her work. The primordial movements, he said. His voice didn't sound like his own. They weren't just sealed knowledge. They were a message, and we've been teaching people to read it. What if something has been waiting to hear us? He didn't wait for an answer. He went directly to Sage King Yun's meditation chamber, didn't knock, simply appeared in the doorway with his perception still extended, his understanding still raw and exposed. Yun opened his eyes. When he saw what Lin Xian was perceiving, the ancient being's expression remained perfectly calm. You know, Lin Xian said. You've always known. The message was always meant to be sent, Sage King Yun said softly. The sealing was never to prevent the sending. It was to make sure the message, when it was finally broadcast, came from people who understood what they were saying. The world tilted. And now, Lin Xian whispered. Sage King Yun rose slowly and walked to the window. He looked toward the horizon, toward the edge of what was known, toward the place where sky and reality met and perhaps gave way to something larger. We opened a door, Yun said. The question now is not whether something is coming through it. The question is whether we will be ready to speak with what answers. The light from the window touched his ancient face, and in that moment, he looked like something that had been waiting, as if the Sage King himself had been a kind of message placed long ago in the world of cultivation, waiting for this exact moment. Lin Xian stood in the doorway and understood that everything was about to change. The story doesn't end here. It waits, in the vast unknown, for something to reply.